Li Lingling unexpectedly finds herself transformed into a malicious female supporting character, a counterfeit heiress, with her entire family serving as mere stepping stones for the true heiress. In a fit of madness, she vehemently awakens her 5 infatuated brothers, exclaiming, "Eldest brother, you shielded the female lead from harm, and your ashes have been scattered. Third brother, you are buried in debt while she indulges in a honeymoon with the male lead." Initially, she thought she would lead her impoverished family to a reversal of fortune, only to her eldest brother, a formidable warrior, her scholarly second brother, the foremost strategist, and her lovesick third brother, the tycoon, are all extraordinary figures. Even the little slave she picked up from the roadside turns out to be a runaway prince from an enemy kingdom. The entire family has lost their composure, leaving Li Lingling astonished. Am I in a counterfeit novel? Even more absurdly, as she rants, her family can actually hear her innermost thoughts. Eventually, the true heiress begs for forgiveness while the male lead kneels, calling her an ancestor. The members of her family sneer, "Dare to touch my sister? Your ashes will scatter." Chapter 1. Transformed into a counterfeit heiress, she has decisively gone mad. "As long as you kneel and beg me, relinquishing the second prince to me, I shall allow you to remain in the minister's residence." Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, can you truly endure returning to the Li family to toil in the fields? Those few words instantly awaken Li Lingling. Clad in coarse linen garments and carrying a meager bundle, she stood at the gates of the prime minister's residence, resembling a village girl trying to linger at the Li family home. After failing to ascend to the heavens, she was struck dead by divine lightning, only to find herself transmigrated into a novel titled, "The Aloof Emperor Slowly Courting, the True Heiress Cannot Endure," becoming a cannon fodder female supporting character. The concubine of the Li family, harboring disdain for Madame Li, sabotaged her during childbirth, resulting in a swap between the true heiress, Li Qinxue, and the rural girl, Li Lingling, deliberately condemning Madame Li's biological daughter to a life of hardship. 11 years later, the truth came to light, leading to the current predicament. Just as the plot unfolds with the female lead, Li Qinxue, falling in love with the original protagonist's fiancé, the male lead, Yan Yuni, she employs every tactic to belittle and humiliate the original protagonist, causing her to lose all face. The original protagonist, no longer willing to serve as a mere backdrop for Li Qinxue, had already ingested poison and taken her own life. This is what enabled Li Lingling to transmigrate. "Li Lingling, have you made up your mind?" Li Qinxue asked like a harbinger of doom. "I have," Li Lingling replied obediently, offering Li Qinxue an innocent smile. She then seized her hair and forcefully pushed her towards the courtyard's water basin. In the center of affluent households, a large vat is typically placed to nurture lotus flowers and koi fish. The moss-covered water serves to cleanse the female lead's mind, a splendid idea. She even took all of Li Qinxue's gold hairpins and, before the Li family servants could arrive, swiftly fled the residence with her lightness of foot. Outside on the street, she fortuitously encountered Madame Li, who, upon seeing her, immediately wore a face of disdain and disgust. Li Lingling, intending to seek out the original protagonist's relatives, did not bother to feign politeness towards Madame Li. "Your family is waiting for you at the alley's end. My swear has suffered 11 years in the Li family, while you have enjoyed 11 years of luxury. Just relish your good fortune." Li Lingling nodded obediently, yet the more she pondered, the angrier she became, unable to suppress her indignation. Before departing, she couldn't resist adding, "With such a positive mindset, you must surely live a long life. Minister Li knows you cannot bear a son, so he has raised countless concubines. There are likely already a dozen children." Having dropped this bombshell, Li Lingling fled swiftly. By the time Madame Li realized what had happened, Li Lingling was already seated in a carriage at the alley's entrance. Thinking of the two women's current state brought her joy. The original protagonist had been harmed by them, and they expected her to continue as a mere supporting character. After leaving the Li residence, she felt as if the air had cleared. Inside the carriage sat a young man, barely of age, tall and handsome, bearing striking resemblance to her eldest brother. Li Lingling tentatively called out. In the original text, descriptions of her family were scarce. She only knew of their poverty, yet her brothers had doted on the female lead, Li Qinxue, and ultimately sacrificed themselves for her. It could be said that the entire family served as cannon fodder, stepping stones for the female lead. Li Zheng regarded her with an expression of cold indifference. "Are you truly back?" he inquired succinctly. Having read the original text, Li Lingling understood that Li Qinxue desired the good life of the Li family without relinquishing her 5 brothers, who had pampered her like a princess. This was not the first time the Li family had come to retrieve the original protagonist, but each time, Li Qinxue had sabotaged their efforts, deceiving her family into believing the original protagonist was unwilling to endure a life of hardship in the countryside. In the original text, Li Zheng harbored nothing but disdain for this sister who loved wealth over virtue. Truly, more genuine than gold. Li Lingling became even more compliant, hoping to reshape her image in her eldest brother's eyes. "Rest assured, brother, I know life at home is tough. Now that I have returned, I will certainly find ways to help earn money. I will do my utmost to improve our family's circumstances and save money for fourth brother's medical treatment, Li Lingling said, grasping Li Zheng's sleeve and speaking these heartfelt words. She could not discern what thoughts occupied Li Zheng's mind upon hearing this, yet she felt as if she might burst into tears. Li Zheng. Earning money for the family? Treating fourth brother? Indeed, this is the persona they employed to deceive Li Qinxue. How detestable Li Qinxue truly is, preventing me from residing comfortably within the Li family while deliberately tarnishing my reputation, rendering me unlikable even in my absence. Li Lingling could not help but grumble inwardly. Li Zheng, what is that sound? In the carriage, only the two siblings were present. The coachman was an elderly man, thus it was impossible for a maiden's voice to emanate. Nevertheless, such a scheme seemed precisely the work of that hypocritical Li Qinxue. Even before departing from the Li residence, Li Zheng had discerned her nefarious intentions. Truly, you are a family of cannon fodder, blindly showering kindness upon the female lead, and what is the outcome? None of you has met a favorable end. Just consider the eldest brother, who, in his endeavor to rescue the female lead, was stabbed 18 times by vile villains, only for the male lead to blame him for failing to protect her and even to have his bones ground to dust. Li Zheng what? He would be mortally wounded for saving that ungrateful Li Qinxue? What do the male and female leads signify? Wait, he could actually hear his little sister's thoughts. You left the Li family without even changing your clothes? Why are your sleeves drenched? Observing Li Lingling's damp sleeves and collar, Li Zheng promptly removed his thin garment and draped it over her. It was early spring, and the weather was still rather cool. Wearing wet clothes could lead to a troublesome chill. Li Lingling gazed at Li Zheng in astonishment. How kind my elder brother is to me. His earlier demeanor was merely a facade of coldness masking a warm heart. From this angle, he appears even more handsome, his chiseled features resembling those of an exquisitely carved statue. Truly, he embodies the archetypal male protagonist from ancient literature. Upon overhearing the infatuated declarations nearby, Li Zheng inexplicably felt a sense of delight, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Throughout his life, he had received countless praises, his ears nearly calloused from them. Yet most were mere flattery. Li Lingling was different. Her admiration was genuine and heartfelt. As I departed from the minister's residence, I submerged Li Qinxue's head in the sea of the door. Li Lingling replied without alteration. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Li Zheng's face, she let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. Surely, he intends to admonish me. How could you treat Schwer in such a manner? He will undoubtedly say these things. She pondered the lecture she anticipated from Li Zheng. However, a proud smile curled at the corners of his lips. Li Zheng, truly, a worthy descendant of the Li family. Well done. No matter who the adversary may be, if they are wronged, they must repay the injustice tenfold. Until the carriage came to a halt, Li Lingling awaited her brother's reprimand in vain, instead sensing his mood remained remarkably buoyant. Upon disembarking, she was taken aback to find herself before the official inn of the Western Lei Kingdom, designated for receiving foreign delegations. Were we not returning home? Why have you brought me here? Li Lingling was thoroughly perplexed, yet obediently followed Li Zheng into the inn. Chapter 2. A dog is always a dog, yet a human may not always be human. The inhabitants of the inn regarded Li Zheng with utmost reverence, bowing and greeting him with a deference that was palpable. Young Master Li, they exclaimed, acknowledging him with respect. They even extended their courtesy to Li Lingling, who stood by his side. Li Lingling thought to herself, is this truly the humble peasant described in the original text? The book mentions that my elder brother possesses remarkable martial skills. He must be serving as a guard for some important figure. This is a classic case of a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger, a dog relying on the power of its master. Indeed, that is correct. Li Zheng remarked, what a fine young lady you are, yet why do you speak? After taking only a few steps, a man clad in armor rushed towards Li Zheng, whispering something in his ear. Li Zheng's expression turned grave, and Li Lingling could discern that her brother was once again displeased. Just as Li Zheng was about to leave with the armored man, he remembered Li Lingling beside him. He rubbed his temples in exasperation and relented. Fine, you may accompany me. Before Li Lingling could react, they had arrived at the council hall, where several gentlemen in red and purple official attire were seated among the guests. One of them, even if reduced to ashes, she would recognize. None other than the esteemed Li Xiangshu, the patriarch of the Li family, whom the original owner had affectionately referred to as father for 11 years. Li Xiangshu noticed Li Lingling's presence and was immediately filled with disdain and anger. He believed she had come here to seek his favor, hoping he would intercede on her behalf so she could continue to enjoy the comforts of the Li household. Li Lingling, how dare you find your way here? He thundered. Leave at once. We shall discuss this when we return home. I have official duties to attend to and no time for your foolishness. With that, Li Xiangshu stood abruptly and approached Li Lingling, bypassing Li Zheng to seize her wrist forcefully, attempting to drag her away. Li Lingling thought, this pompous uncle is exceedingly self-absorbed. How can he be so certain that I am seeking him out? What an ordinary, overconfident man. I wish I could submerge your head in the water to cleanse you of your arrogance alongside your daughter. Li Zheng nearly burst into laughter at his sister's inner monologue. After years of braving storms, he had become adept at maintaining his composure. Li Lingling quickly reviewed the plot in her mind. It was a time of heightened tensions between the kingdoms of Beixuan and Xile. Xile advocated for peace, as they lacked the military and financial resources to contend with Beixuan. Li Xiangshu and his companions were emissaries from Xile, seeking to negotiate peace with General Bu Zheng of Beixuan. Since my brother is able to bring me here, could it be that he is serving as a guard for General Bu Zheng? But General Bu Zheng is a revered warrior. How could he employ a mere peasant like my brother, who is only skilled in physical combat? Li Zheng, feeling his sister's disdain, winced. Li Lingling's wrist was painfully gripped by Li Xiangshu. Having spent too long in the Li household, I find myself increasingly fond of dogs, Li Lingling stated calmly. Li Xiangshu was taken aback, unable to comprehend her words. For a dog is always a dog, yet a human may sometimes cease to be human. Take, for instance, the individual who had been barking like a dog in the inn. Li Lingling's cryptic remark elicited laughter from Li Xiangshu's colleagues. Until their entrance, only Li Xiangshu had been speaking, and the dog she referred to was none other than him. Though I have never seen my biological father, I can infer his looks based on the appearance of my brother. You are not even half as handsome as my father. What makes you think I would seek you out? Li Lingling rolled her eyes at Li Xiangshu repeatedly. Her indirect compliment towards Li Zheng delighted him. Li Xiangshu was utterly flabbergasted by her rebuke. The former Li Lingling had been obedient to him, never daring to defy her father. Yet, here was someone bold enough to equate him to a dog. Did she not fear that he would refuse to advocate for her, preventing her return to the Li household? What do you mean? He stammered. Li Lingling twisted his hand that was gripping her wrist, producing a sharp crack that echoed through the otherwise quiet room. Upon witnessing the pained expression on Li Xiangshu's face, she finally released him. Rubbing her wrist, which had turned red from his grip, Li Zheng felt a chill rising in his eyes. Li Xiangshu's colleagues, witnessing the humiliation and abuse he suffered, stepped forward to confront Li Lingling. Miss Li, even if the minister is not your biological father, he has raised you for 11 years. You not only insult your adoptive father, but also assault him without cause. This is a grave act of filial impiety. The Li family has indeed raised a wolf in sheep's clothing. Such a creature deserves to be punished severely. Li Lingling, unperturbed by their insults, remained calm. Li Zheng had intended to intervene on his sister's behalf, but seeing her composed demeanor, he recognized that she had her own methods of handling the situation and refrained from stepping in. Once the adults had finished their tirades, Li Lingling clapped her hands with a smile. The others, astonished that she could still find humor in this predicament, exchanged glances, hesitant to approach her, perhaps fearing the wrath of a madwoman. Everyone has said that I was raised by the Li family, so naturally one's upbringing shapes one's character.
Li Xiangshu.
You have risen to your current position by relying on the favors of Lady Li. Not only do you lack gratitude, but you also maintain a mistress. One would forgive a single infidelity, but you have taken on 8. Your meager salary is insufficient to support such extravagant expenditures. As a peace envoy, you have conspired with your crony, the corrupt Sun Due, to deceive both the Emperor of Beixuan and the King of Xile. You orchestrated a scheme where bandits feigned an attack on the convoy carrying tributes, making it appear as though they had been robbed. After colluding with Sun Due to embezzle the tribute, you intended to keep him close while the unsuspecting General Bu Zheng returned to Beixuan, only to be demoted for the loss of the tribute. At this point, Li Zheng could hardly contain his applause for his sister. How did she know all this? Even he had only discovered Sun Due's treachery 2 days prior. Li Xiangshu, you have directly deceived the monarchs of 2 nations and plotted against General Bu Zheng. What are your true intentions? If the lords do not believe me, they can investigate the bandits at the Yansu mountain outside the imperial city. According to my information, the tribute was divided among 3 families, with the bandits receiving as much as 800 taels. Li Lingling narrowed her eyes, arching an eyebrow as she fixed a cold stare upon Li Xiangshu. Fortunately, I have previously encountered this part of the narrative. Why target my brother's employer when there are so many others? If General Bu Zheng truly falls victim to your machinations, who will compensate my brother? This lowly peasant, for his wages? Indeed, I shall remind my brother to alert General Bu Zheng, so he may earn accolades in the general's eyes. Li Lingling mused gleefully. Perhaps if General Bu Zheng were pleased, he might even promote Li Zheng to the rank of vice-general. Li Lingling, cease your nonsensical ramblings. How could I, the minister, engage in such actions? You are spreading slander against me. Li Xiangshu was nearly driven to madness, shouting at Li Lingling without regard for his dignity. I have said, if you do not believe me, go to Yansu Mountain and see for yourself. My daughter has been raised as the daughter of Li Xiangshu for 11 years. I cannot bear to witness my adoptive father deceive both the emperors of the two nations. Thus, I have taken this audacious stand to rectify the wrongs. Li Lingling's declaration was fervent and impassioned. Chapter 3. I propose we dismiss your nation's plea for peace. Li Xiangshu nearly fell unconscious from rage. The officials of Xile were not merely a rabble. Some had begun to harbor doubts about the situation. It is wiser to err on the side of caution. We should investigate Yansu Mountain, suggested an elderly minister with graying hair, whose words carried considerable weight among the others. Seeing the situation unfold, Minister Li hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, please do not heed her nonsense. She is just a young girl, utterly ignorant of the affairs of our court. Moreover, during her time at the Li household, she habitually lied, claiming to her foster mother that I was hoarding private funds." The crowd murmured, "Private funds?" Realizing his blunder, Minister Li felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He had raised Li Lingling for 11 years, yet he had paid her little mind and was unaware of her daily activities. When he fell silent, Li Lingling interjected, "I have always been the one fetching firewood and drawing water for you. In winter, I had to use the icy well water to wash your clothes, and if they were not clean enough, I would be beaten by my own flesh and blood." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing the scars on her arms, red marks from being whipped with a rattan cane. The true daughter, Li Qinxue, had only returned to the Li family a mere 2 months ago, during which Li Lingling had endured such a hellish existence. Due to Li Qinshue's interference, preventing her family from taking her away, Li Lingling had never met her own kin. The changing attitude of the Li family and their rejection of her contributed to her despair and eventual suicide. Witnessing the marks on his sister's arms, Li Zheng felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Li Lingling had been abused while living with the Li family. His fists clenched so tightly that the veins in his hands bulged in fury. It seemed the Li household deserved obliteration. The onlookers, not blind to the unfolding drama, began to point fingers at Minister Li. "As for the peace talks with your country, I think we can forego that," Li Zheng coolly remarked. Minister Li scrutinized Li Zheng's attire and demeanor, looking down his nose at him. "What are you? How dare you make decisions on behalf of your family, General? Are you not afraid that the general will come and punish you?" His words echoed Li Lingling's own fears. She leaned closer to Li Zheng, whispering, "Brother, what are you doing?" Li Zheng tilted his head slightly, meeting her worried gaze, and couldn't help but smile faintly. This sister was infinitely more endearing than that pretentious Li Qinxue. Observing their close interaction, Minister Li's anger flared. "Li Lingling, you shameless girl. How dare you stand so close to an outsider? Get out of my sight, and wait until I return home to teach you a lesson." With that, he approached Li Lingling, reaching out to grab her shoulder. However, Li Zheng was quicker, seizing his wrist instead. "Your words are misguided, Minister. In comparison to me, you are the true outsider." He raised an eyebrow at Minister Li, applying slight pressure, the sound of Li Jichuan's wrist bones crunching audible to Li Lingling's ears. "Brother is so handsome, exuding boyfriend energy." Li Lingling felt a warm surge in her heart as she watched Li Zheng stand up for her. In her past life, she had been without parents, friends, or family. So, this is what it feels like to have family protect you. How pitiful I am, having lived 2 lifetimes only to discover this now. Hearing her heartfelt thoughts, Li Zheng felt a twinge of sympathy. However, what did it mean to have lived 2 lifetimes? His little sister kept claiming this was a world from a book. What was that all about? Having just suffered a broken arm at Li Lingling's hands, and now with his wrist crushed by Li Zheng, Minister Li was in agony, on the verge of tears. That wretched Li Qinxue had claimed the Li family was a farming household in the countryside at the border of Beixuan and Xile. How had the eldest of the Li family suddenly transformed into a general of Beixuan? Li Lingling could hardly fathom her brother's newfound identity. The book merely depicted how well the Li family treated the protagonist, and everything regarding them was solely from her perspective, of course limited to what she knew. This suggests that our entire family harbors hidden identities, far from the ordinary farmers described in the text. Upon hearing his sister's musings, Li Zheng chuckled softly. Truly, she was a clever one, a testament to the Li bloodline. Their family's true identity could never be divulged to that false sister, Li Qinxue. Do not believe him. My daughter has informed me that the Li family is merely a common farming household, and this eldest son of the Li family is just a peasant. Minister Li naturally dismissed Li Zheng's true identity. Not only him, but Li Lingling also found it hard to believe amidst such dramatic revelations.
Li Zheng, exasper,
pinched the bridge of his nose and discreetly produced a tiger talisman from his robes. Open your eyes and behold this. He nearly thrust the talisman into Minister Li's face. His presence exuded an overwhelming aura, and a mere glance at Minister Li and the others instilled a sense of dread akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. As the tiger talisman gleamed, all the northerners in the room promptly knelt before Li Zheng. Li Lingling was left momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot. My brother is amazing. The other officials from Shile finally conceded. We have met the general. They hurriedly bowed to Li Zheng. At this point, Minister Li could no longer afford to disbelieve. Having previously insulted the general due to ignorance, he now pleaded, I hope the general will show mercy. Ignorance is no excuse. Given his obsequious demeanor, Li Zheng felt an urge to comply with his sister's suggestion of dunking his head in a trough. Originally, I was quite in favor of these peace talks, but that is no longer necessary. You have offended my sister. Li Zheng toyed with the tiger talisman, his gaze colder than before, like a glacier on a winter's night. Minister Li clearly dismissed his words.
General Li,
do not forget that you are merely an envoy dispatched from your country. What right do you have to suggest that our sovereign refuse negotiations?
Li Zheng smiled nonchalantly,
producing a pendant from his garments. The people of Beixuan revered the wolf totem, and the wolf tooth symbolized status and identity. Li Lingling cast a glance at the pendant, unable to suppress her suspicions. Our family surname is Li, and the Li name is the imperial surname of Beixuan. Could it be that we are related to royalty? If that is the case, has Li Qinxue truly picked up a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon? Watermelon? I am hungry. She had not eaten since her arrival. The original owner had barely enough to eat at the Li household, leaving this body devoid of strength. Li Zheng remarked, indeed. You have deduced that correctly. The officials from Shile, upon recognizing the significance of the wolf tooth pendant, instantly fell silent, their anger stifled. I shall be taking my lunch now, so I will not keep you any longer, Li Zheng stated, dismissing them. Chapter 4. My dear brother, you are in danger tonight. Minister Li, unwilling to concede, shook his sleeves and nearly ground his silver teeth to dust. What of the peace talks? An elderly advisor with a gray beard cautiously inquired. To still consider peace negotiations after losing tribute silver, the faces of the Shile people must be as large as the melons produced in their region.
Li Lingling inwardly scuffed.
Li Zheng shared the same sentiment. Rather than negotiating with us, should not you of Shile be searching for the lost tribute silver? Li Zheng could scarcely contain his incredulity. Is the intelligence of the Shile people truly as minuscule as sesame seeds? Li Lingling cast them a disdainful glance. We shall take our leave. The elderly advisor, likely wishing to avoid further humiliation, agreed that the peace talks would require reconsideration. As they departed, Minister Li shot a venomous glare at Li Lingling. You wait for me, he threatened her. Li Lingling, hands on her hips, stood tall. Come at me, come over here. With my brother backing me, I fear you not. Indeed, the wheel of fortune turns. Just moments ago, upon arriving at the inn, Li Lingling had mused in her heart about her elder brother's pretense of authority, how he wielded power like a fox cloaked in a tiger's skin. Now, she found herself embodying that very pretense, a veritable embodiment of power derived from the influence of others. Truly, what a striking case of karmic retribution. Elder brother, please urge them to leave swiftly, she implored. I cannot bear to look at them. I suffer from a phobia of large objects, and I am terrified of their foolishness. Li Zhen? What manner of ailment is a phobia of large objects? Once Li Xiangshu and his entourage had distanced themselves, Li Lingling cautiously approached her brother. Her voice barely a whisper. Elder brother, why did I hear Li Qinxue mention that our family? She hesitated, too intimidated to voice the rest. Fear not. In due time you shall learn all that you seek. Are you not hungry? He replied, rising to leave the room.
Li Lingling stood momentarily frozen.
Hungry? How did you know I was famished? Could it be that my stomach audibly betrayed my hunger? Li Zheng, your stomach made no noise. It was your heart that spoke for it. In the dining hall, gazing upon the exquisite dishes that only the affluent could afford, tears of longing streamed from the corners of Li Lingling's eyes. According to her predecessor's memories, it had been 2 months since she had savored such delicacies. The only food Li Qinxue had provided was spoiled leftovers from their household. Without a trace of decorum, she tore into a chicken leg, relishing each bite. Li Zheng observed her ravenous consumption, noting how utterly unrefined she appeared. It struck him then, recalling her earlier lament about being treated as a servant by Li Qinxue, and a wave of guilt washed over him, accompanied by a deep sense of sorrow and self-reproach. They should have disregarded Li Qinxue's dubious claims and rushed to the Shangshu mansion to rescue Li Lingling, forcibly bringing her away. Noticing that his sister had become engrossed in her meal, her face smeared with grease, Li Zheng felt an urge to stroke her head. She had an endearing albeit messy look about her. He chuckled softly, taking out a handkerchief to gently wipe her face. Our family does not adhere to excessive formalities. Feel free to express any desires or cravings you may have, he reassured her.
Li Lingling no d'appreciativeli.
Though they had only just met, she sensed the warmth of his character. Elder brother, you are so kind and gentle. The books say you are a living Yama, yet you are evidently a big softy. She began to internally lament, alas, such a noble reputation. It is tragic that it shall be tarnished by a woman tonight. Li Zheng felt as if he were on a roller coaster, his sister's thoughts sending him from joy to despair in mere moments. My dear elder brother, woe is you. For this night you shall fall victim to the schemes of your deputy. Deputy Zhao, fearing his age and mediocre abilities, is anxious about being replaced by the new recruits. Thus he intends to use his daughter to secure his position. He will drug your wine tonight, incapacitating you, and then with the aid of fragrant herbs, allow his daughter to take advantage of you. Consequently, he will leverage the situation to manipulate you into accepting him as your father-in-law, gradually undermining your command. This is also why you shall ultimately lose in your confrontation with the male lead. Prince Yan Yuni, owing to the male lead's fortune, will conquer Beixuan in a few years, turning it into a vassal state of Chile. Hearing her inner thoughts, Li Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that he would be undermined by Deputy Zhao? The man had always portrayed himself as loyal and honest before him, yet he harbored such treachery? Beixuan becoming a mere appendage to Chile? No, he could not allow such events to transpire. If what Li Lingling had just revealed about Sun Due and Li Shangshu conspiring to stage a bandit raid for tribute was true, then the impending danger posed by Deputy Zhao's daughter was likely equally credible. He needed to prepare himself for what was to come. How do I convey this to my brother, warning him to be wary of Deputy Zhao's daughter?
Li Lingling ponderat fervently.
Elder brother has been so kind to me. I cannot merely stand by and watch him walk into danger. She found that the chicken leg in her hand had lost its appeal. Li Zheng mused, the little girl possesses a remarkable sense of loyalty. Yet if I were to speak plainly, he might not believe me without evidence and perhaps even dismiss me as mad. Alas, Li Lingling sighed, her head drooping in frustration.
Li Zheng, notigin her de meanor.
Felt a desire to comfort her. The little girl may be small, but she certainly bears a heavy heart. Elder brother, you should eat as well. Li Lingling tore off another chicken leg and placed it into Li Zheng's bowl. Poor elder brother, you must eat more. Who knows when you might enjoy such fine cuisine again? With that thought, she heaped generous portions of every dish onto his plate. The valiant general of Beixuan, renowned as a living Yama, despite his legendary beauty, had an aura that intimidated even the most daring maidens. He was, as they say, a paragon of abstinence. This was precisely why, having reached maturity, he had yet to wed. His aversion to women was notorious. Even Li Qinxue, who had known him for 11 years, had never shared a meal with him. Yet, with Li Lingling, he felt no such aversion. Perhaps her company was indeed more palatable. However, in truth, Li Zheng's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the impending scheme involving Deputy Zhao's daughter, and he was hardly able to enjoy his meal. Take your time. I must attend to some matters, he said, excusing himself. Li Lingling acknowledged him with a soft "oh" and resumed her meal. She was determined to eat heartily. Her frame was already too slender, and she needed to nourish herself. Meanwhile, Li Zheng, without waiting for nightfall, found Deputy Zhao approaching him with a proposal for drinks. As they had yet to partake in the royal city's fine wines during their prolonged negotiations, Zhao not only invited Li Zheng but also several other military commanders. Li Zheng devised a plan to confront Deputy Zhao's treachery directly. After several rounds of drinks, the other officers had succumbed to inebriation, and it was time for him to enact his ruse. Feigning drunkenness, he leaned heavily on the table, observing as Deputy Zhao had the others carried away, before igniting the fragrant herbs. Fortunately, he had heeded Li Lingling's warnings and had prepared an antidote. Chapter 5. Is sister-in-law not going to help me? Taking advantage of Deputy Zhao's momentary distraction, he hastily swallowed the antidote. Moments later, a graceful young woman clad in sheer fabric entered the tent. Daughter, your father's position as a deputy relies upon your success tonight, Deputy Zhao instructed. The woman smiled seductively, her demeanor radiating confidence in her imminent victory. Capturing the illustrious general would elevate her to the esteemed title of General's wife, a temptation for any woman. As she attempted to assist Li Zheng to the ground, ready to unfasten his belt, he seized her wrist with a vice-like grip. Such gifts are rarely without ulterior motives, he declared, his gaze icy as he pulled her upright. General, what is the meaning of this? I merely wish to help you rest after your inebriation, she protested, even as her deceit was laid bare.
Li Zheng scuffed coldly,
tightening his grip until she cried out in pain. Hearing her distress, Deputy Zhao rushed into the tent. Father, did you not say the wine was laced with a sleeping draught? What is the meaning of this? The woman, utterly unprepared for Li Zheng's resilience, was left speechless. Li Zheng sneered, a mere sleeping draught cannot subdue the battle god of Beixuan. He extinguished the fragrant herbs with a teapot, looking down at the woman. Her complexion flushed from the effects of the herbs. In light of our past acquaintance, I shall overlook this incident. You and your father are to vacate the military camp and never cross my path again. Li Zheng let out a sigh. His younger sister had incessantly boasted of her propensity for bloodshed. For her sake, he resolved to spare the lives of Deputy General Zhao and his daughter. General, I implore you, grant me another chance. I have been bewitched, Zhao pleaded. It is already a mercy that you are willing to spare them. Yet Deputy General Zhao remains unsatisfied. Li Zheng, feeling a surge of irritation, cast a glance at the woman who had just shed her outer garments, leaving her scantily clad, and coldly declared, if you do not depart this instant, I shall summon the entire establishment to witness the state of your daughter. Just as he intended to leave, Deputy General Zhao obstructed his exit. With a cunning smile, he flung a handful of white powder towards Li Zheng, taunting, the hedonistic incense and the drug of forgetfulness may not affect you, but I am certain this will. The private room chosen by Zhao was fortuitously situated where the window caught the wind. The gust was so fierce that Li Zheng had no time to evade, and he was soon blinded by the white powder. Darling daughter, this is where I must leave you. Deputy General Zhao could assist his daughter no further. Meanwhile, Lingling, that morning, had been unable to conceive a viable plan to warn her elder brother of the imminent danger he faced. Thus, she decided to personally visit the tavern that evening to rescue him. The book specifies this tavern. In which room are they located? As she navigated through the establishment, she murmured to herself, given their unique status, they should be in a more opulent room. With that thought, she ascended to the third floor via the staircase. Curse that wretched author for only providing the tavern's name and neglecting to include the room number. Having only transmigrated into this narrative for a day, she had already cursed the author numerous times. Suddenly, she caught a faint voice calling her name. Following the sound, she swiftly located her brother's room. Situated right at the top of the staircase on the third floor. Has my brother succumbed to the hedonistic incense? Lingling anxiously burst into the room, only to find a young woman attempting to take advantage of Li Zheng. Lingling thought, is this the daughter of Deputy General Zhao, who has claimed my brother's first time? She asked, not bad looking at all. Upon reflection, if the father and daughter were not so devious, my brother would not be at a disadvantage should he succumb to her charms.
Li Zheng,
aware of her inner musings, realized he had been ensnared by the softening powder subsequently cast by Deputy General Zhao, who, knowing of his aversion to women, had reserved it for this very occasion. At that moment, his expression darkened ominously. Lingling, enough chatter.
Save me,
Li Zheng commanded with an authoritative tone, his voice laced with fury. Brother, you truly do not hold back.
Lingling responded.
This lady? I am his sister. I thank you for looking after him.
But you may leave now.
With that, she rummaged through her belongings and produced a few coins that the original owner had stashed, offering them to Zhao's daughter. The woman glared at Lingling, indignation etched across her face. Indeed, you're his sister. The siblings bore a striking resemblance, and upon glancing at Lingling, the woman's expression twisted into one of ire. Since you are his sister, remember this. I am Zhao Rui, your future sister-in-law. The woman rose from the floor, puffing out her chest with arrogant disdain, eyeing Lingling with derision. Lingling thought, with such a lack of substance, she cannot truly hold herself high. Casting a dismissive glance at the woman, she ignored her entirely and proceeded to assist Li Zheng. To rescue him, she had intentionally brought a small dagger. Those who obstruct me shall meet their demise, she coldly warned the woman, her dark eyes devoid of warmth, as if she genuinely wished to eliminate her. The woman laughed at her audacity. Sister, if I am not mistaken, you won't be of age for at least 3 more years. Children should not play with knives. And have you forgotten? My father is also nearby. Upon uttering this, her gaze hardened, and she bellowed, No one shall leave this room today. Lingling remained vigilant, contemplating the situation. If it were merely a weak woman and a deputy general, I could handle them myself. However, to safely extract my brother, I must devise a foolproof plan. Her mind began to churn with ideas. Li Zheng, though affected by the softening powder, retained clarity of thought. Leaning towards Lingling, he whispered, There is unburned hedonistic incense in that burner. I have a fire starter at my waist, along with a signal flare from Beixuan. These are our only tools. Their chance of survival hinged on these items. Just as Lingling pondered how to utilize them, a voice echoed from the doorway. It was Li Xiangshu. You wretched girl. You followed me here in a desperate bid to reclaim your place in the Li family. Earlier that day, after causing a scene at the inn, Li Xiangshu had realized that his embezzlement of tribute silver might soon be uncovered, prompting him to indulge in one last bout of bravado before facing his doom. Unexpectedly, fate had brought him face to face with this infuriating pair of siblings. Upon hearing Li Xiangshu's voice, Lingling was not incensed. Rather, she felt a surge of joy. Brother, I have a plan. She smiled at Li Zheng and shifted her demeanor to one of cordiality towards Zhao's daughter, saying, Do you not wish to be my sister-in-law? This old toad has consistently bullied me. Now he seeks to cause me trouble again. Will you not assist me? The woman was taken in by this ploy. She turned to the adjacent room and shouted, Father. Instantaneously, Deputy General Zhao appeared at the door. What do you intend to do? He demanded angrily, directing his ire at Li Xiangshu. What are you to interfere? Depart, for I, the esteemed official, intend to teach this pair of siblings a lesson, Li Xiangshu retorted. Thoroughly inebriated and emboldened to challenge anyone, even the emperor himself, Deputy General Zhao, not one to easily back down, soon found himself clashing with Li Xiangshu's subordinates. Lingling chuckled softly. Once we deal with the deputy general, handling his daughter will be much simpler. Chapter 6. She felt as though she could finally relax. Earlier, her brother had mentioned some unburned hedonistic incense, which would serve as an excellent tool against both Li Xiangshu and Zhao's daughter. One was perpetually seeking to seduce men, while the other was a shameless lecher, a match made in heaven. She first tore 2 pieces of fabric from her garments to cover both her and Li Zheng's mouths and noses.
Then,
she retrieved Li Zheng's fire starter and swiftly ignited the hedonistic incense, tossing it near Li Xiangshu's feet. Without wasting a moment, she dashed to the window to release a signal flare. The aroma of the hedonistic incense was particularly potent, inherently alluring. As Li Xiangshu caught a whiff, he found the scent irresistible and inhaled deeply several times. The white smoke wafting from the incense seemed to have a mind of its own, curling towards his nostrils. Within moments, compounded by his earlier intoxication, he felt as though he were in a dreamlike state. Before him stood Zhao's daughter, garbed in provocative attire and possessing a curvaceous figure, awakening the primal instincts within him. Like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, he toppled the woman to the ground, his hands roaming indiscriminately. Li Zheng, witnessing this scene, struggled to lift his weakened arm, rendered powerless by the softening powder, in an attempt to shield Lingling's eyes. At your age, this is not suitable for your eyes. Lingling had no intention of watching. Those two had nothing of interest to offer. I shall not gaze. Let us flee. I released the signal flare. Your personal guard should be arriving shortly. She speculated while aiding Li Zheng in exiting the private room.
Outside,
Deputy General Zhao was still engaged in a scuffle with Li's guards. With Li Zheng gone, what would become of his daughter? Realizing this, Zhao hastily extricated himself from the brawl, intent on re-entering the room, only to hear his daughter's gasps. Regret flooded him. He wished he could eliminate Li Xiangshu. The siblings from the Li family exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously stifling a laugh. Serves him right. He brought this upon himself. To harm my brother? He should not have expected my return to the Li family. As he traversed the road, listening to the incessant chatter of Lingling's heart, Li Zheng felt an overwhelming affection for this younger sister he had only just met today. He resolved to send a message back to Beixuan, urging his family to prepare for Lingling's return home. For 3 consecutive days, Lingling found herself in the relay station, indulging in a life of eating and sleeping, unperturbed by any interruptions, joyfully lounging in her room. Truly a dream come true. Just after departing from the Li family and unaware of her elder brother's true identity, she had contemplated the prospect of leading her family to prosperity, but now it seemed that there was no need for her to alter their circumstances at all. She felt as if she could simply relax and take it easy. At this moment, Lingling lay on her bed, perusing an illustrated book while enjoying slices of sweet melon. Contrary to the belief that the people of Chile lacked intelligence, the melons they cultivated were indeed remarkably sweet. With her legs crossed, she exuded an air of contentment. Earlier that morning, she had learned that the Chile court had uncovered the collusion between Minister Li and bandits, who had tempted Beixuan's transport officer to seize tribute silver for their personal gain. The Li residence had already been raided, and Minister Li himself was imprisoned, awaiting his fate. Unfortunately, Minister Li had been prepared for this eventuality, having already granted his wife a divorce, allowing her and their daughter, Li Qinxue, to seek refuge at the prince's residence. This prince, a distant relative of the ruling family, held considerable power in Chile and could easily shield his daughter and granddaughter from harm. This was a source of disappointment for Lingling, as she wished to see the entire minister's house face punishment and exile. Lingling took a bite of the diced melon at her side. In this world, the female lead is akin to the favored daughter of destiny. To completely bring her down will not be an easy task. It appears I must not rush and instead seek alternative routes. Having learned from this experience, the female lead should refrain from troubling me for the time being. If she can continue to avoid causing trouble for the rest of the Li family, and since there is little interaction between our two nations, I wouldn't mind allowing her to frolic for a few more years. As Li Zheng approached the door to Lingling's room, he overheard her musings. He could swear that he would never do anything for that false sister, Li Qinxue, but he could not guarantee that his other 4 younger brothers would not act irrationally. Keeping Li Qinxue around certainly posed a risk to their family. The assassin he had dispatched to eliminate Li Qinxue had been killed by the prince's guards, and it seemed he would need to send forth a more capable assassin this time. Lingling, I am entering, he announced, though the door was wide open. He still rapped on the doorframe, inquiring politely. Upon hearing her elder brother's arrival, Lingling hurriedly tucked her book beneath her pillow. I cannot let my brother discover that I am indulging in such unsavory literature. Otherwise, my reputation in the eyes of the Li family will surely diminish further. Li Zheng, upon hearing this, pondered. Unsavory literature? Just how unsavory could it be? For some inexplicable reason, his mind immediately conjured images of Minister Li and the daughter of Vice General Zhao, both ensnared by the fragrant allure of Hehuan incense just 3 days prior.
No.
His little sister is only 11 years old. Surely, such thoughts should wait until she is of age. It was indeed too early, and as her elder brother, he must keep a watchful eye on her. Brother, did you come to see me for something? Lingling inquired sweetly and sensibly. Is it not permissible for me to visit my sister without a reason? Li Zheng replied with a stern countenance. Lingling felt somewhat deflated, having consumed the tea she had intended to pour for him. Brother, you seem rather busy these days. When will we be able to return home? She remarked, seeking to foster a deeper bond with him. If you find the time, could you tell me about our parents and my other 4 brothers? As a member of the Li family, I ought to familiarize myself with my kin. Li Zheng nodded in approval at her words, pleased that this girl displayed some sense and did not squander her time in frivolity. There is no rush to return home. We have some pressing matters to attend to here. Lingling did not fully grasp the implications of his words. Why did he use we? Did this matter somehow involve her? As she contemplated this, she heard Li Zheng continue. The tribute silver lost by Chile will be replenished in 7 days. At that time, we shall return together with the silver. However, before that, there is something I wish to ask your opinion on. Lingling? My opinion? What could a little girl, who has been adrift for 11 years and just reunited with her family, possibly contribute? Moreover, how could her elder brother, a formidable general, seek advice from her? Did he wish to test her? Realization dawned upon her that this was her moment to demonstrate loyalty to her brother and the Li family, to prove her worth. Gaining her brother's trust hinged on this critical juncture, and she needed to be fully alert. Brother, you jest. I am but a young girl. What do I know of such matters? However, if you wish to discuss it, I shall listen attentively. Lingling felt her response was both respectful and composed. Li Zheng smiled, satisfied with her demeanor. Indeed, she is a clever member of the Li family, he mused, and then he broached the subject at hand. Chapter 7. She felt as though she were selecting a consort. The bandits who had colluded with Minister Li were quite cunning, establishing their lair within the villages of ordinary folk. Even with irrefutable evidence of Minister Li's collusion with the bandits and the misappropriation of tribute silver, the Chile court found it impossible to venture into the mountains to eradicate the bandits and reclaim the silver. Should they dispatch troops to eliminate the bandits, the innocent villagers would undoubtedly suffer as collateral damage. Simultaneously, The Emperor of Chile could not swallow his indignation and was determined to retrieve the tribute silver while punishing the audacious bandits. Thus, he thought of Li Zheng, the renowned and undefeated general of Beixuan. He proposed to Li Zheng that if he could successfully eliminate the bandits, all the treasures recovered from them would be equally divided between them. Upon hearing this, Li Lingling could not help but reflect. The texts mention that the old Emperor of Chile is notoriously miserly. I never expected that for the sake of punishing bandits, he would be willing to share with us. Chile fears harming the innocent and thus hesitates to send troops against the bandits. In truth, I believe ridding ourselves of these bandits is not particularly difficult. Aside from the obvious means of violence, one could also resort to poison, which would allow for precision targeting without harming innocents. However, to employ poison, one must approach the bandits, even risking personal safety to infiltrate their ranks. Could the dim-witted ministers of Chile accomplish such a feat without revealing themselves? With a sigh, Li Lingling acknowledged that to earn this silver, she would indeed need to exert some effort. Li Zheng had initially sought to ascertain whether Li Lingling had a solution, but unexpectedly, she had arrived at the same conclusion as he. Does my little sister have any desire to earn money? Li Zheng asked absent-mindedly. Of course, she does. If I accumulate wealth, then when my brother engages in battle against the male lead, I can provide him with financial support, potentially ensuring his victory. In Li Lingling's recollection of the original story, the tragic downfall of the valiant general of Beixuan began with the loss of tribute silver to Chile. Observing the slight flush of anger rising on the girl's face, Li Zheng felt a warmth coursing through him, as though his meridians had been unblocked. Truly, they were connected by blood. His little sister was wholeheartedly devoted to him and the Li family. Deeply moved, Li Zheng declared, if you can assist in eliminating the bandits, I shall share my half of the silver awarded by the Emperor of Chile with you. Li Lingling's eyes sparkled at this prospect. Gold, silver, treasures. Brother, you should have mentioned earlier that I could earn a share. Wait, what if my elder brother is merely testing me? She cautiously inquired, elder brother, is this truly the case? Li Zheng nodded slightly. If you still harbor doubts, I can provide a written guarantee. Understanding Li Lingling's inner thoughts, Li Zheng offered her a sense of security. A guarantee is unnecessary. We are family, and my elder brother would never deceive me.
Li Lingling smiled suavely.
And in the next moment, she mimicked the style of a martial arts novel character, clasping her fists and declaring, elder brother, rest assured, I shall take care of this matter. As your younger sister, I will certainly go to great lengths for you. Li Zheng rubbed his temples in exasperation. Go to great lengths for me? If I weren't financially supportive of you, would you be so dedicated? This little money grubber bears a striking resemblance to the third brother. I already have a plan. We can proceed in this manner. While Li Lingling animatedly described her scheme, Li Zheng quietly approached her bedside and deftly retrieved a palm-sized book from beneath her pillow. He had long been aware of the difficulties in managing children, having witnessed it firsthand with his 4 younger brothers. However, at this age, and as the daughter of their family, it was inappropriate for Li Lingling to be indulging in such unsavory literature. As the elder brother, it was his responsibility to guide her. A spoiled wife of a mountain bandit. Li Zheng read the title of the book.
Li Lingling,
who fantasized about becoming the second-in-command of a bandit den within a week, was left speechless. This is it. How did elder brother know I was reading this book? It must have been some servant who informed you. Before Li Lingling could defend herself, Li Zheng's reprimands came crashing down like a tidal wave.
Li Lingling,
have you mastered the 4 books and 5 classics? Is this all you choose to read? If you comprehend them, I can procure some military texts for you in the future. This will be confiscated. I do not wish to see it in your possession again.
Li Zheng assumed parental stance, reprimanding Li Lingling.
Li Lingling stood before him, resembling a child caught sneaking a peek at novels instead of studying. Fortunately, I had no parents in my previous life. Otherwise, I would have been subjected to such discipline. Does elder brother wish for me to read the 4 books and 5 classics in order to take the imperial examination? Although women in Beixuan can also enter the court, am I truly suited for such scholarly pursuits? Elder brother, you are expecting too much of me. Frustrated by her inner thoughts, Li Zheng concluded, well, we already have a few younger brothers who are knowledgeable about both celestial and terrestrial matters. If Lingling is unwilling to study, I shall not force her. Ultimately, I can support her for a lifetime. After all, we are not incapable of providing for her. This would merely serve to balance the strengths of the family. Elder brother, please listen to my defense, or rather, allow me to explain. Seeing that Li Zheng was genuinely about to confiscate her book, Li Lingling hurriedly sought to justify herself. I am merely preparing to infiltrate the bandits, gathering intelligence in advance. She pointed to the words mountain bandit on the cover for emphasis. So, your method of infiltrating the bandits is to become their chief wife? Li Zheng's expression turned dark. Li Lingling felt that her explanation only worsened her situation, so she decided to abandon it. She resembled a cat caught by the scruff of its neck, humbly admitting her fault. I apologize, elder brother, I was wrong. I should not have read such books. I ought to devote myself to the teachings of the sages, bringing honor to the Li family.
Li Lingling spoke rapidly,
Her words flowing like a machine gun, without pausing for breath. Inside, she felt aggrieved. I am still too young, only 11 years old. I cannot become a chief wife. But I could attempt to be a second-in-command. That will not be necessary, Li Zheng replied. Your earlier suggestion was quite good, however. If you venture into the bandit stronghold alone, it would be exceedingly perilous. Therefore, I shall summon all those who accompanied me to Shilei. You may select one to accompany you to the bandit den to ensure your safety. Li Zheng understood all too well the ferocity of the bandits, and he could not bear to watch Li Lingling walk willingly into danger. That works. With the strength of numbers, Li Lingling did not refuse. Li Zheng's purpose for coming to Shilei was primarily to negotiate peace between the two nations while also assessing whether Li Lingling would return with him. Thus, his entourage was not extensive, comprising merely a battalion of over 50 guards, scattered throughout the inn to ensure their safety. Among them were 10 skilled horsemen, 20 ordinary infantry, and 5 with the highest martial prowess, all carefully selected by Li Zheng. He introduced them to Li Lingling, noting that their ages ranged from 15 to 25, with the standout individuals being exceptionally talented youths. Some were even as young as 13 or 14, already serving as Li Zheng's capable assistants. Li Lingling, observing them, felt as though she were selecting a consort rather than guards. These handsome soldiers are simply too charming. Such muscular physiques, such well-proportioned builds, and each one so striking. Is the landscape of our Beixuan truly so beautiful that it raises such exquisite young men? Tears of admiration welled at the corners of Li Lingling's eyes. I believe I could manage. Her gaze became fixated, and she began to suspect her elder brother's ulterior motives. At that moment, Li Zheng's face darkened more than the bottom of a pot, devoid of any expression, as if everyone present owed him a debt. Yet he was adept at self-consolation. This also serves to broaden my younger sister's horizons, preventing her from being easily swayed by some charming rogue dispatched by our adversaries upon her return home. Chapter 8. The Loyal and Righteous Hero. Li Lingling flitted among the guards like a butterfly lingering among flowers. After witnessing so many handsome men, she felt a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Rubbing her eyes, she finally reached the last row. No wonder these individuals stand at the back. They are indeed the least attractive. Indeed, the guards were arranged such that the most handsome stood in front, with diminishing attractiveness toward the back. However, the others were at least passable. While the last boy in the corner bore a ghastly scar that marred his entire face, rendering him quite fearsome. Yet, Li Lingling stood before the boy, scrutinizing him closely. He appears to be around 17 or 18. How did he incur such a grave injury? Just as her thoughts settled, Li Zheng introduced, Hanzhou, though young, possesses the highest martial skills among them, and has been with me the longest.
Hansu.
That name sounds somewhat familiar. The thought barely crossed her mind when Li Lingling suddenly exclaimed, Ji Hanzhou. Her unexpected shout startled the scar-faced youth. Miss, do you know my parents? I am an orphan, raised within the Buzheng army. Unaware of my surname, my name was given by the general. Upon reaching this point, he cast a grateful glance at Li Zheng. Indeed, he was of similar age to the third son of the Li family, and when Li Zheng first met him, he had no name and was quite pitiable, so he casually bestowed one upon him. In truth, individuals of his background were common within the Buzheng army and throughout the entire Beixuan military. Thus, he did not consider himself particularly special. However, recently, following the vacancy of Deputy General Zhao's position, he had become a candidate for the new deputy solely due to his martial prowess. Perhaps due to his humble origins, Hanzhou had worked diligently from a young age. Within the entire military, aside from Li Zheng, only those who were 2 or 3 decades his senior could hope to defeat him in combat. Elder brother, I choose him, Li Lingling declared with certainty. Li Zheng wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing Hanzhou's formidable skills and the fact that his unattractiveness would prevent any inappropriate feelings from developing in his younger sister. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden explosive sound reverberated through the air. This is remarkable. Ji Hanzhou is not merely a talented individual. He is also the hope for the future of Beixuan. After the elder brother was slain by the male protagonist, the northern prince selected Ji Hanzhou as the new general. However, Ji Hanzhou harbored no desire for military command. His sole aim was to avenge his master, undeterred by the prospect of conflict. In pursuit of vengeance, he did not hesitate to collude with the story's principal antagonist, the ninth prince of Xile, Yan Yuntian. Ultimately, 3 years after the death of his brother, he failed in an assassination attempt against the male protagonist and was subjected to death by 1,000 cuts. Reflecting on these events, Lingling gazed once more at Ji Hanzhou, her eyes brimming with admiration for him, as if beholding a hero of unwavering loyalty and valor. "Oh, brother, how much would you stand to lose by forsaking such a devoted subordinate?" Lingling anxiously directed her gaze toward Li Zheng, eager to express her thoughts.
Lisena pruaka.
Standing before Ji Hanzhou and observing the grotesque scar upon his visage. In that moment, he was reminded that Ji Hanzhou's disfigurement had been a sacrifice made to save himself. At the time, his childhood friend, Sun Due, had appropriated his merits, a fact he had only recently uncovered during the interrogation of Sun Due regarding a case of plundered tribute. For all these years, he had indeed wronged Ji Hanzhou. When he lifted his gaze to meet Ji Hanzhou, his eyes reflected a newfound sense of guilt and gratitude. He would not seek the title of general, nor would he neglect any brother who had shown him unwavering loyalty. "Since Lingling has decreed that your surname is Ji, you shall henceforth be known as Ji Hanzhou," he pronounced, patting Ji Hanzhou on the shoulder with earnestness. "Understood," Ji Hanzhou replied with a respectful nod, bowing to Lingling. "I am grateful for the bestowed surname, Mississippi." Lingling scratched the back of her head, playfully adding, "In truth, you chose the name Ji yourself, intending to remember the death of the unambitious general. So, as to avenge him, I previously mentioned that you were on the list of candidates for vice general.
Now,
I have decided to officially promote you to the position of my vice general," Li Zheng declared. Ji Hanzhou gazed at him in disbelief, as though fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. However, the stability of this position would depend on how well he executed the forthcoming task. Li Zheng succinctly explained his intention for Ji Hanzhou to accompany Lingling as an undercover agent within the bandit stronghold. Ji Hanzhou vowed to fulfill the mission with unwavering determination, pledging to safeguard the young lady. According to Lingling's plan, Ji Hanzhou would first venture alone to the bandit lair, feigning allegiance to the outlaws. He would gather intelligence for her. 2 days later, Lingling would infiltrate the group of women abducted by the bandits, ascending the mountain through a separate route. Meanwhile, Li Zheng's primary task would be to lie in ambush near the stronghold, ever ready to provide support or coordinate with Lingling's ruse. Once a handsome young man, Ji Hanzhou's scar now rendered him reminiscent of a ruthless brigand. Lingling's arrangement for him reflected this, as he would pose as an escaped convict, bearing the corpse of a jailer as a pledge to the bandits. This body had been procured from the Emperor of Xile at Li Zheng's request, enabling Ji Hanzhou to don the attire of a condemned criminal. With these preparations in place, the bandits quickly embraced Ji Hanzhou as one of their own, having accepted him in just 2 days. From the intelligence Ji Hanzhou relayed, they learned that the bandit stronghold publicly boasted fewer than 30 outlaws, while the number of subjugated civilians exceeded 150. Upon hearing this news, Lingling was incensed. 150 against 30. They could easily crush those bandits, she exclaimed. What methods could the bandits possibly employ to instill such fear in the populace? Li Zheng, however, found no surprise in this revelation. The people of Xile were inherently timid and easily intimidated. Were it not for the wealth of the Emperor of Xile, he would have no inclination to assist a rival nation in quelling banditry. Yet, despite the enmity between the two nations, the innocent populace remained blameless. Ji Hanzhou also mentioned a heavily guarded cave atop Yanshu Mountain, which might serve as the bandits' treasure trove. However, he was unclear about the number of bandits lying in wait nearby, advising caution. Li Zheng cautioned against hasty actions. Nodding in agreement, Lingling recognized the necessity of vigilance once she ascended the mountain. "It is nearly time. I shall escort you to Yanshu Mountain." The bandits periodically descend to abduct virtuous women, exploiting them before selling them at meager prices to brothels. These selections are not arbitrary, as the bandits typically scout for solitary women from distant lands seeking kin. Dressed in coarse, commoner-esque garb with a bundled package on her back, Lingling indeed appeared as if she had just arrived in the city. Li Zheng mounted his horse and guided her to Yanshu Mountain, locating a path frequented by the bandits. He then discreetly concealed himself in the underbrush. Soon, 2 burly men approached, escorting 4 beautiful maidens. "Target acquired," he murmured. Hastily smearing ash upon her face, Lingling seated herself and began to perform. "Oh, how much farther to the city?" This journey has utterly exhausted me. Had I known, I would have preferred to perish alongside my short-lived elder brother. In the underbrush, Li Zheng listened to her lines, thinking, sister, must you invoke our brother's death as an example? Though only 11 years of age, Li Lingling's lineage bestowed upon her striking beauty. With a delicate visage, cherry lips, and bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with starlight, she embodied the essence of a noble woman from a wealthy family, precisely the type the bandits favored. After indulging in their whims, they would sell her to the brothels, reaping greater profits. Yet, regrettably, this girl was far too young to be of interest. The two ruffians, seemingly oblivious to Li Lingling, strode past her. Am I not beautiful enough?
She pondered.
Nearby, Li Zheng mused. At least you possess some self-awareness. Li Lingling hastily pursued the two bandits, exclaiming, Gentlemen, I have journeyed from the northern border to seek my cousin, who serves as an official in the city. I wish to inquire how much farther it is to the imperial city. Upon hearing her mention a cousin in the city, the bandits' interest was piqued. Although the girl was too young to be entertaining, they could capture her and extort a ransom from her family. The northern border is quite a distance away. What brings you here? Inquired the bearded bandit. To be candid, I am an orphan, having lost my parents at a young age. I relied on my elder brother until his untimely demise from a grievous illness last year. As a solitary girl, I was compelled to liquidate my family's assets to come here in search of relatives, Li Lingling recounted. However, the bandits fixated on the phrase liquidate my assets, realizing that the young girl must possess considerable wealth. With the city still a fair distance away and twilight approaching, one of the bandits suggested, why not stay at our home for the night? Tomorrow you can take the village cart into the city, much faster and more convenient.
Li Lingling feignat innocència.
Grasping the bandit's hand and responding, kind sir, you are truly a good man. As she prepared to follow the two bandits, one of the bound maidens desperately gestured at her, shaking her head to indicate that she should not board the pirate ship. Grateful for their assistance, Li Lingling resolved to rescue all four maidens if her circumstances permitted. This backpack of yours seems quite heavy. Let me assist you, offered another bald bandit, seizing Li Lingling's pack without hesitation. Anyone with discernment could see this was blatant theft, yet Li Lingling maintained a smile, expressing gratitude while feigning naivety, perfectly aligning with her guise as an innocent girl. The bandits, perceiving her as a sheltered young lady, intended to take her back to their lair. With the plan successfully set in motion, Li Lingling exchanged a knowing glance with Li Zheng hidden in the underbrush.
Now,
Li Zheng found himself increasingly eager to witness Li Lingling's true capabilities. However, after all, she is his own younger sister, and his concern for her safety only grows stronger. Instead of returning to the inn in the city, he stealthily followed behind them, arriving near the mountain's stronghold. The area where the bandits lived was not separated from that of the villagers. They were almost intertwined. If it weren't for the villagers' usual fear of venturing out, newcomers would indeed struggle to distinguish between the common folk and the outlaws. Yet, the quality of life for the bandits was markedly superior to that of the villagers. Li Lingling followed four girls into a spacious bedroom adorned with animal pelts, evidently the chamber of the chief. Bringing them here was clearly intended for the chief's pleasure. The atmosphere around the chief's room was surprisingly quiet, devoid of guards. Such disregard for personal safety could only stem from either a death wish or an overwhelming confidence in one's martial prowess. Where could Ji Hanzhou be? Li Lingling pondered whether Ji Hanzhou could contend with his chief. At that moment, the tightly shut door was pushed open. A man in his 30s, dressed in fine attire, appeared before them. The cleanliness of his garments suggested they were newly donned, made from fabrics reserved for the wealthy in the city. Indeed, he had struck it rich, indulging in such extravagance. He wore 2 heavy gold chains around his neck, each as thick as a finger. His sharp, menacing features bore the hallmark of a seasoned rogue. His lascivious gaze roamed over the young women, and with a deliberately gentle tone, he said, "Fear not, my beauties. As long as you serve me well, I assure you a life of luxury." His eyes lingered on Li Lingling for a moment before he questioned the burly man beside him. "What is the meaning of this? How dare you bring such a frail creature before me?" Li Lingling retorted, "The harm is minor, but the insult is profound." Just as the burly man began to explain to the chief, Li Lingling stepped forward, standing defiantly before him, unafraid, locking eyes with him. Despite being only 11 years old and barely reaching 1.50 meters, she exuded an aura that felt as commanding as 1.80 meters. A faint smile graced her lips as she said, "Now that I'm here, I shan't hide any longer. Please do not trouble those two fellows." She waved dismissively, embodying the demeanor of a leader. The chief, having been a bandit for over 20 years, feared neither the authorities nor the emperor. Yet found himself unnerved in the presence of this little girl. How could such an underdeveloped child dare to speak to him so boldly? Even the 4 girls who had been captured alongside her stared at her in disbelief. I have long desired to join your stronghold, but alas, you do not accept women. Such gender discrimination is quite unfortunate. I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands to gain entry. The others finally grasped her words, albeit with confusion. Why would a little girl want to become a bandit like us? Though they spoke the same language. The burly man could comprehend her words, yet could not fathom their meaning. Naturally, to become outlaws like you, and moreover, to strengthen our stronghold with the hope of one day storming the imperial city to overthrow the dynasty and seize the throne. Upon hearing her proclamation, the chief chuckled appreciatively. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a young girl to utter such audacious words, and this year seemed particularly abundant in such peculiarities. She radiated a fearless bravado akin to a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. This reminded the chief of his own youth. He once had a daughter who had tragically passed away. In that moment, he felt as if this little girl before him was the reincarnation of his lost child. What is your name? Do you have any family? Lingling tilted her head, scanning the chief before responding in a flat tone. Ling, also known as Ling. I hail from the northern frontier. My parents passed away early, and I was raised by the kindness of strangers. In her past life, indeed, she had lost her parents early and was nurtured by the goodwill of others. To achieve greatness, one must start young. The Yen dynasty is merciless, treating the common people like livestock. I am determined to overthrow the royal family and become the empress myself. I have traveled from the northern frontier, and I have heard that your bandit group, the Yanxi Mountain Bandits, is the most formidable in all of Chile, which is why I have come such a long way to seek refuge. The crowd. What were they hearing? A mere girl daring to proclaim she would topple the Yen family and become the empress of Chile. Such blasphemous words were beyond their comprehension. This girl was gravely ill. Chapter 10. Recognizing the thief as a father. The 4 girls who had been captured alongside her were equally astonished by her audacity, especially the girl who had tried to signal her for help earlier at the foot of the mountain, who now realized her interference was misguided. While everyone was taken aback by Lingling's bold declarations, the chief was more intrigued by her origins. You truly hail from the northern frontier? The chief sought confirmation once more. Before Lingling could respond, the burly man interjected, Chief, she did mention her origins at the foot of the mountain. She cannot be mistaken. The chief nodded in agreement. Excellent. Truly splendid. Everyone. What was happening? Did the chief possess some inexplicable affection for the northern frontier? When the chief's gaze returned to Lingling, it bore a hint of tenderness.
Lingling similettirim hantli, her objektive açıyevet.
It was written that the chief had a daughter who passed away in the northern frontier. Had she not learned this in advance, she would not have had the confidence to act so recklessly before him. Such youthful ambition and determination promised great accomplishments ahead. The chief found himself increasingly fond of Lingling. Linger, is it? I feel a connection with you. I shall adopt you as my goddaughter. If you agree, you may remain in the stronghold. If not, you shall follow the others and be sold to the flower pavilion tomorrow. The crowd was once again bewildered. Lingling. Very well. Recognizing the thief as a father is also a means to eradicate bandits and protect the people. Upon hearing this, Lingling promptly knelt before the chief, bowing deeply. Father. Thank goodness I am here for such a daunting task. I am capable of bending and stretching. Who else could take on such a role? If I cannot be the bandit chief's wife, I can at least be his daughter. Lingling felt as though she had opened the door to a new era. Initially, she had planned to become the second-in-command within 3 days, but now, without even taking 3 minutes, she had secured a position just beneath the chief. Haha, splendid. Splendid. The chief smiled with satisfaction, his joy at having a daughter illuminating his countenance. The burly man and the other bandits exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, unsure of how to respond. The chief ordered a proclamation to be made, instructing the brothers to prepare for a grand ceremony to recognize his new daughter in 3 days' time. I want everyone in the stronghold to know that I have adopted a daughter. The burly man cast a sidelong glance at Lingling, his respect for her growing. Having been in the stronghold for over a decade, this was the first time he had encountered someone capable of bringing such joy to the chief. However, while the chief had adopted her as a goddaughter, whether she could establish herself in the stronghold and earn the trust of the brothers would depend on her own abilities. The chief patiently advised her. Lingling smiled dismissively. Do not worry, father. I have my own plans. Earning the trust of the brothers is merely the first step. Let us not forget our ultimate goal, to overthrow the royal family and seize the throne. Her fervent declarations of seizing the throne ignited a passionate fervor within the chief and the burly man among the bandits. The chief felt a surge of heat coursing through him. He too once harbored the dream of usurping the throne. Yet, constrained by his limitations and lack of power, he had squandered his life, leaving that dream forever unfulfilled. He must test how capable this young girl truly is to support such grand ambitions. As I have now become the adopted daughter of the chieftain, I may as well assume the role of a makeshift young lady. The four of them shall serve as my attendants. Lingling cast a disdainful glance at the girl who had been brought along with her. Her tone was unkind and acerbic. Merely hearing her voice sent shivers down the spines of the four girls. They believed that falling into the hands of Lingling was far worse than serving the chieftain, for they might have had the chance to become the lady of the stronghold. The chieftain, not being foolish, realized that Lingling might have intentions of rescuing these girls. There was no hurry for his daughter. The stronghold had plenty of manpower, and some laborious tasks still required men. Thus, he decided to provide her with 2 attendants, which would suffice for her needs. Lingling, sensing the opportunity, accepted the arrangement of 2. She first selected the girl who had earlier signaled her desire to be rescued, while the other was chosen through the exchanged glances among the girls. The one in a green muslin skirt bore a hint of disdain and mockery in her eyes towards Lingling, and naturally, Lingling would not choose someone who would only cause her trouble. The girl with the elegantly styled hair possessed a naturally alluring gaze that flitted about. Her attire, relatively more revealing than the others, suggested a background akin to a courtesan, perhaps even aspiring to be the lady of the stronghold herself, thus rendering her need for rescue unnecessary. The last girl was unremarkable, but notably timid, having wept incessantly along the journey, her eyes swollen from tears. When she looked at Lingling, her gaze was filled with fear and pleading, as if she were on the brink of losing her courage, her desire for survival reaching its zenith. It was these 2 that Lingling settled upon. The chieftain raised no objections and instructed the bearded man to show the young lady around the stronghold. "Yes, Miss Linger, this way please," he said, gesturing politely. Lingling flashed a grateful smile at the chieftain and followed the bearded man, with the 2 girls she had chosen hurriedly trailing behind her. Upon entering the village, they encountered numerous villagers returning from the fields, wielding hoes. The sight of these bandits rendered the villagers mute, their heads bowed as they walked past. The bearded man gathered the existing bandits and introduced Lingling's identity to them. Among the crowd, Lingling spotted Ji Hanzhou. Upon learning that Lingling had transformed into the chieftain's adopted daughter, Ji Hanzhou's expression mirrored that of someone who had just discovered a new continent. This Miss Li was indeed no ordinary person. As for the others, the bearded man counted the number of bandits and noted a few were missing, inquiring about their whereabouts. Before anyone could respond, a corpse suddenly flew in from a distance, landing right before Lingling.
Ah!
The 2 girls following her shrieked in terror, clutching each other. Lingling frowned, her expression impassive as she regarded the newcomer. Clad in animal skins, adorned with dreadlocks, and wielding an axe, the individual exuded a fierce presence, accompanied by several lackeys. "Apologies, a villager attempted to flee, and I brought him back," the man stated, gesturing towards the lifeless body on the ground. A chill ran through Lingling. It was no wonder the villagers dared not resist. Even fleeing the village meant a certain death upon capture. Observing the bandits, all seasoned fighters with an intimidating demeanor, she understood that the honest, simple villagers stood no chance against them. "Second in command, you have worked hard," the bearded man replied in agreement. Upon hearing this title, Lingling warily regarded the man, realizing, no wonder he so conveniently threw the corpse at my feet. Is this merely an attempt to intimidate me? In every profession, there exists an unspoken rule. Should the leader lack an heir, the second in command typically ascends in times of crisis. It was evident that this second in command had long coveted the chieftain's position, and faced with Lingling, the suddenly emerging adopted daughter, he would naturally not yield to her. Lingling narrowed her eyes, sensing trouble brewing. She had come in search of treasure, intending to assist the Western Lake Court in dealing with these bandits, not to assume the role of chieftain. The second in command, observing that Lingling remained unfazed by the corpse, felt his expression darken further. His initial intent was to intimidate the young girl into retreat, yet his plan had backfired. "So, you are the new adopted daughter of the chieftain? Humph. I hear you have quite the ambition to extinguish the Yen royal family and declare yourself empress? You foolish girl, utterly unaware of your own limitations." The second in command unabashedly derided Lingling. His band of lackeys joined in, mocking her as if they had heard the most amusing of tales. Even Ji Hanzhou felt a twinge of concern for Li Lingling upon hearing such words. Truly, she was the sister of a renowned general, and her ambition left him in awe. Chapter 11. Do you also wish to overthrow the Yan royal family? In the face of the second-in-command's intimidation, Li Lingling feigned indifference. Since birth, individuals have been stratified into hierarchies, inherently differing from one another. The second-in-command had been in the bandit stronghold for over a decade, aside from punishing villagers. It seemed he had not engaged in any legitimate endeavors. If all the brothers in the stronghold were as inept as he, their dreams of storming the imperial city to seize the throne would forever remain unfulfilled. Li Lingling retorted without reservation. The second-in-command, as if grasped by Li Lingling's words, could no longer contain himself, shouting defiantly, "You little girl, show some respect. Not long ago, the tribute silver from Xilei to Beixuan was something I seized back. I was waiting for you to say that, inadvertently revealing your own guilt." Li Lingling raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Pray tell, how much tribute silver was there?" The second-in-command, following her lead, replied, "We divided over 800 taels. Where is it stored? I have been in the stronghold for a while now, yet I have seen nothing." Li Lingling continued to probe. "This stronghold is so small. How could it possibly accommodate such a sum?" "Naturally. The silver is kept in the cave at the mountain's peak, under the strict supervision of designated guards." The second-in-command was truly naive, and without much effort, Li Lingling extracted the whereabouts of the tribute silver. Watching from the sidelines, Ji Hanzhou silently gave Li Lingling a thumbs up. "We need to know all this for, little girl. Do you intend to steal our silver?" The second-in-command reacted swiftly, realizing something was amiss. Li Lingling felt a twinge of frustration. "What do you mean steal? The silver was rightfully given to us by Xilei." The second-in-command's reasoning was flawed. Now that we were considered one family by lineage, the young lady should refer to the second-in-command as second uncle. The second-in-command, however, was wholly unconvinced by Li Lingling's argument. "I don't know what kind of potion you fed our chieftain, but even if you are the chieftain's adopted daughter, if you wish to stay in our stronghold, it must be based on your abilities," he warned Li Lingling, his tone far from amiable. Li Lingling cast a dismissive glance at him, her gaze laced with contempt. "How many men do you typically require to rob a single shipment of goods? And how many do you lose in the process?" The second-in-command shot a glance at the bearded man, instructing him to respond. "The most we have lost in a single operation is 13 brothers. Those escorting the goods are martial artists who have put us through considerable hardship." The bearded man clenched his fists tightly, revealing his genuine anger. Li Lingling chose not to engage further with them. As night fell, she returned to the room the chieftain had prepared for her. After closing the door, the two girls who had followed her finally felt they could pose some questions.
Li Lingling.
"Do you truly wish to remain here as a bandit and oppose the Yan royal family?" asked the girl who had attempted to rescue Li Lingling, named Shuang.
What?
"Do you think I cannot succeed, or do you believe my actions are misguided?" Li Lingling replied, knowing she could not disclose her true intentions until she understood their backgrounds. "Not at all. Your idea might indeed be quite brilliant. I support it," Shuang remarked, leaving both Li Lingling and the other girl, Zhou Ya, utterly astonished. "Frost, do you also wish to overthrow the Yan royal family?" Zhou Ya exclaimed in astonishment, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. The members of the Yan family all share a single disposition, particularly our blind emperor of Xilei, who fails to discern loyalty from treachery and unjustly accuses the virtuous. It seems Frost harbors a personal vendetta against the Xilei royal family. Li Lingling scrutinized Frost closely. Despite her tender age of merely 15, her hands were remarkably calloused, a testament to her accustomed toil. Engaging in such labor typically characterizes either rural girls like Zhou Ya or maidservants, marking a distinction between the two. Though they were of similar age, Frost exhibited a keener perception of human nature and a greater maturity compared to Zhou Ya. By the timeline of the original narrative, this was precisely the moment when a slave camp on the outskirts of the imperial city was ablaze. Although Frost's attire was not dilapidated, it bore unmistakable charred marks. If her intuition served her right, this Frost must be a female slave who escaped amidst the chaos of the burning camp. According to the laws of the Xilei court, many children of officials who committed offenses, yet whose crimes did not warrant death, would be conscripted, while females would either become rough-hewn maidservants or courtesans. Li Lingling had gleaned a rough understanding of Frost's true identity. "Regardless, you must exercise caution in the stronghold and safeguard yourselves," Li Lingling reassured the two. She had her own mission for being here and could not remain at their side at all times. The following morning, The two young ladies were roused from their slumber by the raucous knocking of the second-in-command. Upon rising, they discovered that Lingling was absent from the room. The sun is already high, and that lazy girl still slumbers? Our Yensu's stronghold does not harbor idlers. Indeed, just yesterday she boasted of becoming an empress. And today she lazes about? Surely, she does not believe herself to be the mistress of Yensu's stronghold? The second-in-command's entourage clamored outside the door. With Lingling nowhere to be found, Frost and Joya were seized by fright. Sister Frost, what do we do? Where has Lingling gone this early? Joya clutched Frost's arm, pressing against her as her body trembled uncontrollably. Frost, equally perplexed, knew they could not allow these ruffians to persist in their incessant knocking. Trembling, she opened the door and addressed the second-in-command and his cohort. Miss Lingling left early this morning. She is not in the room. You say she has gone out? Brothers, let us search within. The second-in-command, lacking any sense of reason, barged in with his followers. Thieves are indeed thieves, each one of them unrefined and lacking decorum. Frost dared not impede their advance, and instead stood protectively beside Joya, allowing them to rummage through the room at will. The space was small. A cursory glance beneath the cabinets and beds would suffice, yet these brigands showed no sign of departing after their search. My lady, since you are unfit to serve the chief, why not serve our second-in-command instead? A few ruffians approached, separating the two girls. Some sought to restrain them, while others began to strip them of their garments. I beg of you, spare me. Joya cried out in desperation. Frost understood that weeping would yield no results at this juncture and fought fiercely against her restraints. Having been born into slavery, she was accustomed to struggle and possessed a modicum of combat skill. With her hands bound, she resorted to biting the man who sought to take advantage of her. The man yelped in pain, clutching his hand, and in his fury, struck Frost across the face. Why is it taking so long to remove her clothing? I shall take matters into my own hands. The second-in-command, unable to wait any longer, reached for Frost's collar just as a short sword flew past his brow. He possessed considerable skill and managed to evade it with a slight tilt of his head. Second-in-command, you are audacious. Lingling's furious voice rang out, halting everyone's actions and granting freedom to Frost and Joya, who both exhaled in relief. Joya was already sobbing uncontrollably. Seizing the moment while the ruffians were momentarily stunned, Frost exerted herself to break free from their grasp, hastening over to Joya and shielding her as they made their way outside in search of Lingling. Chapter 12. The thrill of this charade is exquisite. Outside, Lingling stood with Ji Hanzhou and several mountain bandits with whom he shared a camaraderie. Behind them were two carts laden with opulent silks. Upon witnessing Lingling's sudden appearance, the second-in-command's demeanor turned hostile. Dear niece, where have you been this early? I was looking for you, my dear. He stepped outside, feigning cordiality as he engaged in small talk with Lingling. Lingling shot him a glare and inquired with concern about Frost and Joya. Are you all right? Did those beasts mistreat you? Joya, upon receiving Lingling's concern, wept even more fervently. Frost, however, remained composed, shaking her head to indicate they were unharmed. Noticing that Frost's garment had been torn at the shoulder, Ji Hanzhou quickly removed his short coat and draped it over her. As Frost was about to express her gratitude, she was momentarily taken aback by Ji Hanzhou's scarred visage. Although her surprise lasted but a second, Ji Hanzhou caught the flicker of astonishment in her eyes. He promptly averted his gaze, avoiding any further contact. Thank you, Frost finally managed to articulate her gratitude, observing that Frost and Joya were understandably shaken.
Lingling s'iraflarat.
Second-in-command, these two maidservants were gifted to me by my adoptive father. They are entrusted with my care. What justification do you have for your actions today? Lingling could not allow this brute to evade accountability. The stronghold does not harbor idlers. They are indeed your property. But what standing do you hold in this stronghold? The second-in-command retorted defiantly. Lingling stepped aside, revealing the splendid silks behind them, and spoke with a tone imbued with disdain. Status is something one must forge for oneself. This is the value I bring to the stronghold. Upon hearing her words, the second-in-command and his men rushed towards the silks, their faces alight with disbelief as they beheld the opulent fabrics, their eyes gleaming. Such silks were reserved for the royal family, worth a fortune, and could not be purchased with mere wealth. Lingling had procured 2 full carts, worth at least 1,000 taels of gold, surpassing even the tribute they had seized from Minister Li. Did you really acquire all this? The second-in-command was skeptical. On my journey to the imperial city, I chanced upon a caravan transporting these silks. I have cultivated a good rapport with them, and devised a means to procure the silks without shedding a drop of blood, Li Lingling replied with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing mere bales of hay rather than 2 carts of precious fabric. You truly did not expend any effort? The second-in-command remained unconvinced. Naturally. I brought only these few individuals with me. Li Lingling gestured toward Ji Hanzhou and the others, indicating that those who had assisted her were present. These silks are also a tribute from Xile to Beixuan, but due to production issues, they only recently arrived in Li Zheng's hands. They seized this opportunity to use these treasures as bait. How did you come by these precious items? The second-in-command was incredulous, unable to fathom how a mere girl could so effortlessly acquire such riches. He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Lingling, his expression one of unwavering determination to extract a confession. Li Lingling glared at him, grasping his outstretched finger with a firm grip. And before he could retaliate with a strike, she deftly evaded his attempt. Remember, one cannot rely solely on brute force. To accomplish great deeds, one must employ intellect. No sooner had she uttered these words than a resounding applause echoed from a distance. The chief had arrived. However, he was accompanied by a woman, the courtesan who had been captured alongside them the previous day, known as Zhong Dainyang. Is there not another? Where has Xiaoing gone? Zhouya inquired, noticing the absence of the other girl. Her curiosity piqued. Ji Hanzhou leaned closer and whispered, the other one has already perished. She was buried last night. Li Lingling was not at all surprised by the outcome. That woman's ambition was clearly beyond her intellectual grasp. Her premature demise spared her from further torment in this world. Foster father.
Chief.
Li Lingling, along with the others, paid their respects to the chief. I have overheard your conversation just now, the chief remarked. Linger is indeed my daughter, possessing the same flair I once had. On her very first day at the stronghold, she has already procured a wealth of valuable items for us. The chief regarded Li Lingling with great satisfaction, his eyes reflecting a mutual recognition of genius. Li Lingling smiled with pride and, in a tone that dripped with sarcasm, remarked, alas, these are not silver. Converting these fabrics into currency will entail additional effort. The crowd fell silent in response. Even the chief felt a pang of inadequacy. Particularly the second-in-command, who had previously dismissed Li Lingling as merely a brash young girl, now recognized her considerable prowess. Sensing the hostility emanating from the second-in-command, Li Lingling boldly declared, in this world, only the weak resort to brute force to resolve their issues. True strength lies in one's ability to comprehend the world without stepping outside. Naturally, ambition must be commensurate with strength. Li Lingling felt a thrill in her performance. The sensation of feigned superiority was exhilarating. After her proclamation, she let out a confident chuckle, casting a gaze at the second-in-command that brimmed with derision and disdain, returning the contempt he had previously shown her. The second-in-command inhaled sharply, a weighty dread settling in his heart. The wealth he had amassed for the stronghold had largely relied on Minister Li, and with the minister's downfall, he understood that acquiring substantial treasures for the stronghold would prove increasingly difficult. In terms of merit, he could never compare to Li Lingling. Yet, to maintain his standing within the stronghold, the second-in-command's eyes darkened with malice, harboring thoughts of eliminating Li Lingling. Foster father, how shall we handle these fabrics? The chief pondered for a moment before responding, let us store these items carefully. We must not allow them to be damaged or eaten by pests. All of you are to venture into the city starting tomorrow to seek out buyers. Should the price be right, we can sell them. The chief's plan aligned perfectly with Li Lingling's intentions. She eagerly proposed to transport the fabrics to the cave at the mountain's peak where treasures were hidden. However, the chief, still wary of her, permitted her only to accompany him up the mountain, denying her entry into the cave. The stronghold was situated halfway up the mountain, and the path leading to the treasure cave was steep and treacherous. Had it not been for Li Lingling's martial prowess and robust constitution, the ascent would have been exhausting. The second-in-command, while feigning amiability towards Li Lingling, had already begun plotting her demise in secret. Plan 1. Push her off the cliff. The perilous terrain presented an opportune moment. Yet, Ji Hanzhou shadowed Li Lingling closely, rendering any attempt to act against her nearly impossible. Even in the absence of Ji Hanzhou, Li Lingling would deliberately stay close to the chief. She doubted the second-in-command possessed the audacity to act against her in the chief's presence. As they ascended the mountain, Li Lingling observed that the number of bandits within the stronghold was quite limited. Evidently, most of the manpower had been deployed to guard the treasure. She estimated that at least 50 men were stationed throughout the mountain. Chapter 13. A plea for mercy, it seemed prudent for her to request Li Zheng to prepare additional poison, as the number of bandits on the mountain was overwhelming. Moreover, the bandits stationed at the summit appeared exceptionally skilled and astute, far superior to those within the stronghold. Li Lingling sensed that these individuals would not be easily dealt with. It seemed that relying solely on her ordinary abilities would be insufficient to confront them. However, her current merits were lacking, precluding her from employing advanced spells. She could barely manage to draw talismans and summon lightning, skills she had honed during her recent idle hours at the post station. Funded by her brother's allowance for temple donations, the efficacy of her magic was directly proportional to the merits she had accrued. Her agreement with her brother to assist in eradicating the bandits was also motivated by the desire to accumulate merit for herself. Upon descending the mountain, she fortuitously witnessed several small bandits assaulting a few villagers. Li Lingling felt a pang of concern and glanced back, her gaze filled with compassion. Perhaps her empathetic expression caught the chief's attention, prompting him to soften and lead the way over, inquiring, "What is going on here?" The bandits, upon seeing the chief approach, hastily dropped their clubs and bowed in deference. "Chief, these are villagers we caught attempting to flee." The villagers, hearing this, protested vehemently, "No, we had no intention of escaping. Our child has fallen gravely ill, unconscious, and we merely wish to seek a physician in the city." The chief nodded in understanding. After all, sending a woman to fetch a physician sufficed to prevent the villagers from escaping. Any tasks requiring a trip to the city were assigned to the women and children of each household, as it was universally believed that capturing them would be easier should they attempt to flee. "Alas, the mother of the child is ill as well," lamented one villager. He continued, "Not only her, but my own elderly parents are similarly afflicted, all of them bedridden with high fevers." Another man beside him chimed in, "Chief, do not speak only of his family. My own children and aged parents are likewise suffering from relentless fevers." The chief cast a scrutinizing glance at the other two men, one of whom appeared to be ill himself, coughing persistently. The assembly found the situation curious. Could it be that these villagers were feigning illness in a new ruse to escape? The second in command, with his sinister disposition, could only conceive of malevolent outcomes. The chief narrowed his eyes. Li Lingling surmised that such a large number of individuals falling ill suggested a contagious disease. If the bandits were to learn of the villagers' plight, in an effort to prevent the spread of the illness, it was likely that the afflicted would be executed. Li Lingling had come to save lives. She could not stand idly by while the villagers were slaughtered. "Foster father, perhaps I should accompany them to see what is amiss. If they harbor any treachery, I can swiftly expose it and eliminate any threats to you and the stronghold." She volunteered her services, much to the chief's satisfaction. "Very well. You may go. Old 2, accompany Linger on this venture." The chief, naturally, did not trust Li Lingling to interact with the villagers alone. "Chief, I possess a modest understanding of medicine. It pains me to witness the villager suffer. I should accompany her as well," suggested Zhong Daitang, who wished to join the expedition. Her intentions unclear. Li Lingling felt a twinge of apprehension. One second in command was already troublesome enough, and now Zhong Daitang's presence would complicate her mission to save the villagers. "Fine. Let everyone who wishes to go accompany us." Compared to Li Lingling, Zhong Daitang had undoubtedly enchanted the chief, who lavished her with affection. The second in command's murderous gaze swept over Zhong Daitang. Both women must perish. Indeed, women were his nemesis. The households of the afflicted villagers were conveniently located adjacent to the stronghold, and they arrived in no time. Inside, a child lay on the bed, clearly struggling for breath, perspiration beading his forehead. As Li Lingling entered the inner chamber, she found a middle-aged woman and an elderly matron in similar states. "Are you not skilled in medicine? What illness do they suffer from?" the second in command queried Zhong Daitang bluntly. Zhong Daitang stepped forward, grasping the child's wrist, feigning to take his pulse. Li Lingling and Ji Hanzhou observed from the side, with Ji Hanzhou whispering in her ear, "Miss, I suspect these individuals are afflicted with a plague. We have encountered similar outbreaks in the military, resulting in many fatalities." Even without Ji Hanzhou's warning, Li Lingling sensed that something was amiss. Amidst the calm, an inexplicable wave of fever and unconsciousness swept through the crowd, raising unsettling questions. If not a plague, could it be an evil curse? Without allowing them much time to ponder, Zhong Daingyang hastily released the small boy's wrist, covering her mouth as she rushed outside. The crowd murmured in confusion. The second in command gasped, incredulous. Could it be just a night's sleep and the great leader has already fathered a child? The others followed Zhong Daingyang, who urgently proclaimed, "This is an epidemic. These individuals have contracted a plague." She exclaimed, "I cannot remain here. If I linger, I too shall be infected. With that, she turned to flee. Do not allow this wretched girl to escape, commanded the second-in-command, instructing his men to apprehend Zhong Daingyang. Let me go. I won't run away. I merely wish to return to the stronghold. I do not wish to perish. Zhong Daingyang struggled against their grasp. Miss Zhong, you must clarify the situation. The second-in-command warned, his tone stern and menacing. Lingling interjected. It seems Miss Zhong is merely unwell. It is just a common cold. Yet she insists on labeling it a plague, intending to incite panic among our stronghold. Although the second-in-command harbored a disdain for Lingling, he was even less inclined to hear the word plague, thus he found himself in agreement with her. You possess knowledge of medicine? He questioned Lingling with a sidelong glance. She did not respond directly but asserted, I can demonstrate that they are afflicted with a cold, not a plague. With that, she exchanged glances with a few villagers, leading them to a secluded area. Do you wish to save your loved ones? She inquired straightforwardly. The honest farmers, intimidated by her words, nodded fervently. That woman spoke the truth. They are indeed suffering from a plague. If the stronghold learns of this, these bandits will undoubtedly execute your kin to prevent the spread. Her words terrified the villagers even further. What shall we do? One bold man asked anxiously. I will attempt to save them, but until I find the remedy, you must keep this matter confidential. Seal your lips tightly. Should news of the plague leak, not only will they perish, but you too will be deemed close contacts and face execution by the bandits, Lingling stated, her expression devoid of emotion. Intimidation, as always, proved to be the most effective tool. Very well, we shall keep it a secret. Please, miss, have mercy and assist us. The villagers were nearly on their knees in supplication. Lingling felt a wave of discomfort, her brow furrowed deeply. Just as one crisis seemed to ebb, another arose. The plague had chosen this moment to strike, coinciding with her plans to poison the bandits. As her thoughts wandered, she suddenly recalled a passage in a book detailing an epidemic that had spread from the outskirts of the imperial city, Yansu Mountain. In that instance, the heroine, Li Qin had inadvertently received a prescription from her fourth brother, which dispelled the plague, earning her the title of county princess. But the timing is off. At that time, the heroine was nearing her coming-of-age ceremony, yet now she is merely 11 years old, the same age as myself. Could it be that my transmigration into the narrative has triggered a butterfly effect? Regardless, I must first have Ji Hanzhou convey the news of the plague to my elder brother, so we can procure medicine to save the common folk. After solidifying their testimonies, the villagers provided her with possible leads on how they might have contracted the cold. Some mentioned sleeping with the windows open at night, while others spoke of bathing in the icy river. Each rationale convinced the second-in-command. Aside from the unmistakable murderous intent in Zhong Daingyang's eyes, there had been no obstacles. Upon returning to the stronghold, Lingling drew a talisman on a piece of yellow paper using the vermilion she had brought with her. After burning the talisman to ashes, she carefully wrapped it, planning to deliver it to the villagers the next day, allowing them to hang on until Li Zheng's medicine arrived. Observing her series of mysterious actions, Zhou Ye and Shuang Er were left puzzled.
Miss Linger.
What is the purpose of this ash?
So inquired, curious.
For healing, Lingling casually replied. Zhou Ye's eyes widened in astonishment, her worldview shattered. Could ash truly be used for healing? Seeing her incredulous expression, Lingling chuckled softly. She too had not anticipated that her previous life's magical abilities would be of use in this world. The esoteric arts she had practiced were almost superhuman in this feudal,
backward era.
However, in her past life, she was a talisman practitioner, not a healer. Her talismans were not particularly effective in curing ailments, merely serving to alleviate pain temporarily. As night fell, she instructed them to rest, while she stepped out. Lingling had arranged to meet Ji Hanzhou that evening to discuss any news from Li Zheng, as Ji Hanzhou was the intermediary. Compared to her, he enjoyed greater freedom of movement within the stronghold. Miss, here are the purgatives prepared by the general. He mentioned that these bandits have thrived for years here, indicating someone powerful is shielding them. The Western Lei Court's intention is to leave them alive to extract information about their backers. Lingling accepted the purgatives, nodding in acknowledgement of Ji Hanzhou's insight. Through their interactions over the past few days, she had discerned that both the chief and the second-in-command were not particularly bright. A mere provocation could easily throw them into disarray. Without a more formidable figure backing them, they would have perished long ago. What did my elder brother say regarding the plague? Lingling inquired with concern. The general is aware of the situation and has dispatched someone to procure medicine. However, he advised you not to endanger yourself for the sake of others, Ji Hanzhou replied. Li Zheng understood Li Lingling's compassionate nature and would expect her to find a way to save the villagers. But saving others must not come at the cost of her own safety. Was my elder brother always this nagging? Li Lingling feigned disdain, though she was genuinely touched. The fierce figure portrayed in the book turned out to be so considerate towards her. Just as she was about to say more, Ji Hanzhou suddenly signaled her to be silent, pulling her behind him. Someone is nearby. His eyes, akin to a wolf hunting in the night, fixated on a pile of firewood not far away. Who goes there? Step forward. Li Lingling's voice held a threatening edge as Ji Hanzhou discreetly released 2 hidden darts. One struck the firewood pile, while the other vanished without a trace. A soft, coy hum echoed, and Zhong Dainyang emerged from behind the firewood, casually toying with one of Ji Hanzhou's darts. To catch the dart barehanded demonstrated that her martial prowess rivaled that of the bandits. Both Li Lingling and Ji Hanzhou felt an undeniable pressure. It was absurd that the unyielding forces of Beixuan were aiding Sheila in their campaign against bandits. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, Zhong Dainyang would never have believed such a thing, for she too was a citizen of Beixuan. What is your purpose here? Are you traitors to your nation? As a citizen of Beixuan, witnessing her country's army aiding the enemy in exterminating bandits was intolerable. Who exactly are you? What is your aim? Ji Hanzhou countered without addressing her question. Who am I? You traitors are unworthy to know. You have disrupted my plans, and for your treason, you shall perish. With words of disdain, Zhong Dainyang hurled the dart at Ji Hanzhou, intending to attack them. He effortlessly dodged the projectile and picked up a stick to use as a weapon. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, Li Lingling interjected. Hold on. From what you said earlier, you are also a citizen of Beixuan. Since we are compatriots, let us speak amicably. Zhong Dainyang cast a sharp glare at her and retorted. There is no point in conversing with someone like you, who recognizes a thief as a father. Li Lingling thought to herself that she had truly sacrificed too much this time. Upon returning, she would demand her elder brother allocate her a larger share of money. I shall utter 3 statements. Please refrain from becoming agitated until I have finished speaking, Li Lingling continued. First, we are absolutely not traitors. Our assistance to the Western Fortress in eradicating bandits is solely to reclaim the silver stolen by these brigands and to rescue the villagers threatened by them. Second, you are the one responsible for the plague, are you not? I do not know your intentions, but please do not harm the innocent. Third, are you certain you wish to fight here? If we awaken these mountain bandits, will we not be exposing ourselves? Exhausted by her own words, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. Zhong Dainyang pondered Li Lingling's remarks, finding them reasonable, yet she remained unyielding in her desire to confront them. You claim not to be colluding with the enemy, yet you seem to care so much for the people of the Western Fortress. What happens to the lives of the citizens there has nothing to do with us of Beixuan. Li Lingling first acknowledged this, then countered. You are correct. However, the conflict between nations does not concern the common folk. Regardless of the nation, the people are innocent. Likewise, evildoers from any country deserve punishment. Gradually, Li Lingling conveyed their purpose for being there, revealing it to Zhong Dainyang. Ji Hanzhou, fearing that their intentions might be exposed, attempted to intervene and stop her. Yet, Li Lingling believed that Zhong Dainyang, possessing such patriotic fervor, would not betray them. We have divulged our secrets. Now tell us. Why have you allowed the villagers to contract the plague? Sometimes, the most effective method to extract information is to exchange sincerity for sincerity. I initially intended to poison those bandits, but it was those villagers who, by sheer misfortune, drank from the contaminated well. Zhong Dainyang felt a twinge of grievance. She had never meant to harm good people. Wait. How did you deduce that the plague originated from me? Realization dawned on her, and she anxiously inquired. Chapter 15. The disguise charm and memory erasure charm. Upon hearing this, Li Lingling chuckled lightly. Initially a mere guess, it had now been confirmed. Zhong Dainyang looked at her in confusion. Are you trying to extract information from me? Li Lingling nodded slightly. Sister has laid her cards on the table. Is it so hard to admit? I confess. Zhong Dainyang glared at Li Lingling, gritting her teeth, yet found herself powerless to retaliate. Li Lingling displayed a demure smile. Since our objectives align, both targeting these mountain bandits, why not join forces? Share your plague virus with me to deal with these brigands. Li Lingling felt that, compared to the laxative provided by Li Zheng, the poison in Zhong Dainyang's possession was far more reliable. This poison requires a night's time to take effect. It cannot be administered hastily, Zhong Dainyang explained. Not to worry, at most, I will instruct my elder brother to time it accordingly, and arrive later. At this point, Li Lingling cast a glance at Ji Hanzhou, signaling him to coordinate the timing with Li Zheng. I can ally with you, but I must first access the treasure atop the mountain. Zhong Danyang perceived this as a genuine partnership. Although Li Lingling was curious about what Zhong Danyang sought, she refrained from pressing for answers, knowing she would eventually learn the truth. My plan is to drug them during the feast the day after tomorrow, Li Lingling murmured her strategy in Zhong Danyang's ear. Coincidentally, their timing aligned, both intending to utilize the banquet hosted by the leader for Li Lingling's acknowledgement as a sworn sister. Leave this to me, tonight. I will taint the well with the plague antidote. Handing over a small porcelain vial to Li Lingling, she added, This is the antidote. You should take it first. Thank you, Li Lingling acknowledged with a slight bow. Once Zhong Danyang had distanced herself, Li Lingling instructed Ji Hanzhou at the banquet. You should also add some laxative to the drinks. In this world, one must remain vigilant. We can trust no one. Ji Hanzhou nodded in agreement, recognizing her caution. What about those on the mountain? He inquired anxiously. You and Zhong Danyang focus on the villagers. I will devise a method for the mountain folk, Li Lingling reassured him. Upon returning to her quarters, she found Shuang and Zhouya already asleep. However, she lit a small candle and began inscribing charms at the window. As her brush glided across the paper, 2 exquisite disguise charms were completed. The following morning, Li Lingling descended the mountain with several young bandits from the village.
Today,
they were to gather information about the silk merchant. Seizing the opportunity to scout, Li Lingling had intended to meet with her elder brother. But the second-in-command, men had been tailing her. She decided to turn the tables and demonstrate her prowess. With a few of her younger cohorts in tow, she casually entered a tavern, emerging with each of them clutching a pouch of coins. The second-in-command men, unaware of how Li Lingling had acquired her wealth, were nonetheless astonished by her prowess. Yet, the coins were not obtained through mere chance. They were arranged by Li Zheng, who had instructed these individuals to masquerade as ordinary townsfolk to aid Li Lingling. Since the money would only be temporarily in the bandit stronghold, it would all return to their possession after the banquet concluded. Finding the silk merchant was no simple task, a fact well understood by all. The leader had not made unreasonable demands for them to sell it on this day. That evening, upon her return to the stronghold, Li Lingling noted the effects of the medicine Zhong Danyang had administered the previous day. Many of the stronghold's inhabitants exhibited early symptoms of infection, coughing, fever, and weakness. At last, Li Lingling was willing to trust Zhong Danyang. She hurriedly retrieved the antidote from the previous night, taking one for herself and distributing one each to Ji Hanzhou. Shuang and Zhouya, can this truly prevent infection? Zhouya questioned incredulously, astonished that such a small pill could wield such power. This is the concentrated essence of all medicinal herbs, Shuang clarified. Compared to Zhouya, who was merely an ordinary citizen, Shuang had seen much more of the world. With no one around, Li Lingling decided to test her disguise charms on Shuang and Zhouya, instructing one to impersonate the leader and the other to impersonate the second-in-command. The disguise charms she created with her magic differed from typical illusion techniques. After employing them, she felt no change in her own appearance, yet others perceived her differently. You truly resemble the 2 leaders,
Yi Hanzhou exclaimed.
Realizing that the family of the general was not to be underestimated, but this young lady, who had only been found recently, was indeed remarkable. Having known her for merely 6 or 7 days, he had already been astonished by her capabilities multiple times. Miss Linger, how is this possible? Zhou inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity despite knowing she should not ask. For now, keep it a secret, Li Lingling replied, naturally refraining from revealing her methods, as it was uncertain whether Zhouya would even believe her. The next day, due to the plague caused by Zhong Danyang, the mountain bandits were unable to attend the banquet. Just days ago, these brigands had strutted about with bravado. Now, they lay incapacitated on the ground, unconscious. Those of higher skill, like the leader and second-in-command, could resist the spread of the toxin for a time, but even they remained bedridden, dazed, and lethargic. As they glared at Li Lingling and Zhong Danyang, their expressions were filled with fury, as if they wished to tear their skin off. Yet, lacking the strength to act, they could only glare in impotent rage. Li Lingling relished witnessing the fury in their eyes, the blend of rage, hatred, and helplessness at being unable to eliminate her. At that moment, she stood atop the mountain, instructing Shuang and Zhouya, who were disguised as the 2 leaders, to distribute fine wine to the bandits gathered at the peak. This great king acknowledges a sworn daughter. Let us all rejoice and drink. Shuang's performance was commendable. Though her delivery was somewhat stiff, she convincingly resembled the leader. Leader, for some unknown reason, our brothers have all fallen ill. Only a few of us can rise from our beds, reported a pale-faced bandit. Frost and Joya could no longer contain their amusement as they watched Lingling stifle a laugh. Each of them was calculating in their hearts. Soon, all of you will be unable to stand. Observing the mountain bandits gulp down the wine laced with laxatives, Lingling discreetly produced a smoke bomb, signaling to Li Zheng and the ambushed officials from Sheila below. Miss Ling, what is your true identity? Joya could not help but inquire. This is something you ought not to know, she replied softly, striking a yellow talisman against Joya's nape with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the talisman transformed into a wisp of white smoke that infiltrated Joya's mind. Frost was too terrified to utter a sound throughout the ordeal. As Lingling prepared to employ the same method on her, she summoned her courage and asked, Miss, what is this talisman?
Lingling raplia nonchalantly.
It is a memory-erasing talisman. Fear not, you will feel nothing. After a good night's sleep, all that has transpired in the past few days will be but a distant memory. Upon hearing this, Frost quickly grasped her hand, pleading, Where will you send me? Ji Hanzhou, wearing a skeptical expression, interjected, Of course, we will have the authorities investigate your identity and return you home. Chapter 16. The curse of a handsome face. At Ji Hanzhou's words, Frost resembled a cat whose fur had been ruffled. No, I refuse to go back. Absolutely not. Fearful of being seized by Lingling and the officials, she fled in a frenzy, aimlessly seeking escape. Yet, surrounded by soldiers, there was no hope of breaking free. Despairing, she collapsed to the ground, racked with anguish. Observing her plight, Lingling sighed, recognizing the suffering that permeates this world. There were far too many wretched souls like her. If I am not mistaken, you are an escaped slave from a labor camp, she asserted. Seeing Frost's terrified expression, she gently comforted her. Our acquaintance must be fate. I shall have my elder brother pay for your freedom, restoring your liberty. Frost could scarcely believe her ears. Miss Ling. Her eyes brimmed with gratitude and confusion towards Lingling. Lingling refrained from further comment, having accrued considerable merit from rescuing the villagers and the few abducted maidens. She felt invigorated. Even without this merit as a reward, as a prominent figure in the mystical realm, she could not bear to witness the suffering of others. After observing the fire signal released by Lingling, Zhong Dai and I ascended the mountain peak. As previously agreed, you must allow me to enter the treasure chamber first, she stated, reassured that Lingling and the others had yet to enter the cave. Very well, we shall enter together. We will take nothing, but you may go first. Lingling was curious to discover what Zhong Dai and I sought. Before Li Zheng and the soldiers arrived, the group brandished torches and ventured into the treasure cave. Within the small cavern, gold, silver, and jewels were abundant. Antique silks and satins were on display in a dazzling array. Scattered around were several large wooden chests, filled to the brim with official seals, at least 7 or 8 chests, which likely contained tribute silver pilfered in collusion with Minister Li. Zhong Dai and I cast a cursory glance at the mountain of treasures and the chests of silver, but instead began rummaging through a pile of small wooden boxes. Lingling observed and sensed that she was searching for some form of jewelry. The bandits had indeed been cautious, securing the boxes with locks. Zhong Dai and I finally located the box she sought, but it was locked. After a few futile tugs, she could not break the lock. Unsure if using a knife would damage the contents within, she hesitated. If you trust me, I can attempt to unlock it, Lingling offered, driven not merely by goodwill, but by genuine curiosity to discover what Zhong Dai and I was after. Considering her words, Zhong Dai's eyes darted around, since she was standing nearby. Should Lingling attempt to pocket the contents, she would be able to intervene swiftly. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Ling, she said, handing over the box with deference and stepping aside to watch. Lingling removed a U-shaped hairpin from her head and inserted it into the lock, turning it casually until the lock clicked open. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Ji Hanzhou exclaimed, Miss, you possess such skills. Make a note of this. We must report it to the general upon our return. Inside the box lay a crystal stone radiating a mesmerizing blend of red and blue hues, exquisite and translucent, with what appeared to be a flickering flame at its core. Unfortunately, before Lingling could examine it closely, Zhong Dai and I snatched it away. Just then, Li Zheng and his men climbed the mountain. Brother, Lingling called out to Li Zheng, who was accompanied by several officials from Sheila, as well as a youth clad in green, seemingly of a similar age to Ji Hanzhou. The young man exuded an air of elegance, wielding a folding fan, a perpetual smile gracing his lips, radiating warmth and sunshine. Wow, who is this handsome young man? He is far too attractive, even more so than my brother. And he keeps smiling, reminiscent of the sunny younger student who pursued me in my past life. The young man's visage struck a chord with Lingling. Her gaze fixated upon him. The green-clad youth puzzled. Where did that voice come from? No one is speaking. He glanced at Li Zheng, who remained unresponsive. And a terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that only I can hear this voice? This young man bears a striking resemblance to my brother. Since he has come with my brother, he must be a friend of his. I must have my brother introduce us later. Hearing his little sister's infatuated thoughts, Li Zheng mused, if you knew the truth, you would surely regret it. The green-clad youth's eyes widened in realization. Aha! The voice I heard must belong to my new sister. Observing the expressions of those around him, he concluded that he was the only one privy to this revelation. Could it be that I am the chosen one, the child of destiny? Li En's lips curled into a self-satisfied grin. Li Zheng paid him no mind. Aware that his younger brother's mind was ever a bit peculiar, he turned to Lingling and addressed the matter at hand. Is the wealth contained within the cave? Indeed. We just checked. There are also 800 taels of tribute silver, Lingling confirmed. Li Zheng exchanged glances with the officials from Sheila, signaling for their subordinates to enter and retrieve the treasure chests. Zhong Dai and I cast a dismissive glance at Li Zheng and promptly approached the green-clad youth. President, here is the item you misplaced. She presented the crystal stone she had just found to the young man. Thank you for your hard work. Settle the balance with Old Wan. The youth offered a token expression of gratitude. Lingling was taken aback. Zhong Dai and I was sent by this young man? Was the sole purpose to retrieve a stone? What kind of exorbitant gem warrants such elaborate efforts? Lingling's expression was one of skepticism. As the soldiers entered the cave to retrieve the treasure chests, Lingling tugged at Li Zheng's sleeve, inquiring about the green-clad youth. Noticing his little sister's urgency, Li En's smile deepened. Li Zheng rolled his eyes at him and said, Little brother, why not come over and introduce yourself? Lingling was bewildered. Little brother? What? He is my third brother? Isn't it stated in the book that the third brother went bankrupt and lost a fortune? Yet he appears to be a frivolous dandy. How could he be lacking in funds? Earlier, Zhong Dai and I even referred to him as president. What is going on? Lingling was left speechless, astonished by her third brother's true identity. Hearing the incessant chatter of his little sister's thoughts, Lian found her amusing. At the very least, in terms of intelligence, she bore a striking resemblance to their family, far superior to that foolish Li Qinshui. I am Lian, the third son of the Li family. Little darling, let me hear you call me third brother, he said, lifting her chin with his fan and scrutinizing her features. Lingling felt uncomfortable. This third brother of mine is wasted on such a handsome face, yet his demeanor is frivolous and lacking in decorum. Lingling's current impression of third brother had diminished significantly. Lian, before he could even respond to the previous statement, an even more heart-wrenching remark followed. If I hadn't seen the real person today, I would never have believed that such a frivolous young gentleman could be an ultimate sycophant. Since childhood, he has known that the female lead is not his biological sister, yet he has always harbored great affection for her, which has only deepened with the passage of time. Oh, third brother, you are about to squander your entire fortune for Li Qinshui, leaving you in crippling debt. In the end, you might even be beaten to death by debt collectors. And that heartless Li Qinshui, from beginning to end, has merely been using you. She has never truly cared for you. While you are being killed, she will be shamelessly living her life with the male lead. Li En. His heart felt as if it were riddled with wounds. Chapter 17. Unlike me, a young master with endless wealth, even though he was unaware of the meaning of the term sycophant, after listening to his younger sister's extensive remarks, he began to grasp the situation. He had indeed harbored feelings for Li Qinshui, as she had been raised alongside him since childhood. However, it was precisely because of this familiarity that he understood her true nature, knowing that she was deceitful and far from virtuous. With each disappointment he faced, any remaining fondness was extinguished by her own actions. To squander his family's wealth and accumulate insurmountable debt? To be beaten to death by debt collectors? Such an outcome was utterly inconceivable. He was a businessman. How could he be foolish enough to engage in such a losing venture? Yet, how did his sister come to know all this? The successful extermination of the bandits was largely thanks to Lingling. She was indeed a significant contributor. Lian praised her. Upon hearing this, several officials from Shile approached. They bowed to Lingling and Li Zheng. Thank you, General Li and Miss Li. You have truly aided us immensely in Shile. I assure you, I will report to His Majesty with utmost accuracy. And Shile will not withhold a single coin or grain promised to the general. Upon hearing this, Li Lingling suddenly comprehended. No wonder my elder brother agreed to assist in the extermination of the bandits. It turns out the stingy emperor of Xile has promised provisions. Beixuan, located in the north, had a frigid climate unfriendly to vegetation, thus relying heavily on imports for grain. It seems this time, the emperor of Xile has indeed invested significantly. Otherwise, my elder brother would not easily involve himself in such matters. However, assisting Xile in exterminating bandits and rescuing the common folk has greatly increased my merit points. Even this memory-erasing charm is remarkably effective. Li Lingling glanced at the still-sleeping Zhouya and signaled for the officials to send her home. The two brothers of the Li family, upon hearing this, could no longer remain composed.
What is this charm?
Does my sister possess magical abilities? Li Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Ji Hanzhou, who was commanding subordinates to move the treasures. His eyes seemingly conveying, "We must discuss everything that has transpired these past few days later." Li Lingling brought Shuang before her two brothers and recounted Shuang plight, hoping they would assist in liberating her from slavery. However, this matter proved quite complicated. As foreigners, they had no authority to free Shuang from bondage. At most, they could purchase her, allowing her to escape the slave camp. Yet, even those with slave status remained slaves for life. Even if they left the camp, they would still be subject to humiliation, likely faring worse than before. Li Zheng devised a clever plan. "Lingling, if you truly wish to save her, why not take her back to Beixuan? Once in Beixuan, it would be within our family's domain. Protecting a mere female slave would be a trivial matter." Li Lingling looked at Shuang and asked, "Would you be willing to leave your homeland and accompany us to Beixuan?" Upon hearing this, Shuang's face lit up with joy. She immediately knelt before the Li siblings, clasped her hands in salute, and said, "Having been abducted to this mountain stronghold, I thought I had no way to escape. I never expected to meet Miss Li. It is you who has saved my life. Not only would I return to Beixuan with you, but I would also gladly serve you as a humble servant." Li Lingling smiled with satisfaction and quickly helped her to her feet. "If you are willing, you may become my personal maid. After all, I have just returned to the Li family and have no servants at my side." Through her observations over the past few days, Li Lingling deemed Shuang to be kind-hearted, courageous, and perceptive, suitable to be by her side. "Elder brother, please help me redeem Shuang."
Li Lingling pleada.
Tugging at Li Zheng's sleeve with a charming demeanor. Before Li Zheng could respond, Lian spoke first. "Lingling, you should seek assistance from me, third brother. Elder brother still needs his funds to support the army, unlike me, who has an abundance of wealth." As he spoke, Lian deliberately brushed off his sleeve, revealing the adornments on his hands. A man with an orange-glazed bracelet on his wrist and 3 extravagant rings on his fingers. On his right thumb, he sported a fine white jade ring engraved with unknown patterns, reminiscent of an identification token from some place. On his left middle finger, a ruby ring as large as a fingernail, clearly not an ordinary piece, akin to something from the palace. On his right pinky, he wore a solid gold ring, which appeared rather mundane. How ostentatious! Li Lingling's limited vocabulary could only describe third brother with this term. "Third brother, as I have just returned home, shouldn't you, as my elder brother, present me with a gift?" Thus, Li Lingling hinted, glancing at Shuang encouraging him to use his wealth to redeem her. Lian felt slightly taken aback. He had anticipated seeing his sister plead with him, but found himself outmaneuvered instead. Amused, he licked his lips and chuckled softly. Indeed, the children of the Li family were not lacking in intelligence. "By the way, third brother, what is the story behind Zhong Danyang? What was that gemstone she gave you just now?" This was what intrigued Li Lingling the most. Regarding this matter, Lian did not conceal the truth. In Beixuan, there was a brothel called Drunken Red Dust, where the girls appeared no different from ordinary courtesans, yet were, in fact, bounty hunters. Zhong Danyang was one of them. A year prior, Lian had hired several martial arts experts to pose as bodyguards while transporting goods past Yansu Mountain, where they were ambushed by mountain bandits. Lian, who was not in need of money, was unconcerned about the goods lost in the attack. However, he had misplaced the sacred ice fire stone of Beixuan. Only a few brothers were aware of this incident, and he had not yet dared to inform his parents. To retrieve the ice fire stone, he could only enlist Zhong Danyang to infiltrate the bandit camp, seeking an opportunity to reclaim the sacred stone. Unexpectedly, it coincided with Li Lingling, Li Zheng, and others arriving to reclaim the tribute. Although Lian was aware that Li Lingling was also in the camp, he did not deliberately instruct Zhong Danyang to care for her. He merely wished to test Li Lingling's capabilities. He was genuinely impressed. The ice fire stone. "I don't believe it has been mentioned in the book," Li Lingling pondered. "Oh well, It doesn't matter. There are countless things not mentioned in the book. Just like my several brothers, whose identities are equally ambiguous. The book states that third brother is a failed businessman. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that his identity is far from simple. Just now, Zhong Danyang even referred to him as president. I must find an opportunity to probe into third brother's background. Li Lingling's mind was already racing with calculations. Lian declared, as long as his sister approached him sincerely, he would ensure she learned everything about their ancestry. However, Li Zheng believed it was better not to let Li Lingling learn too much about their family's situation too soon to prevent her from becoming a frivolous young lady without knowledge or skills. As they conversed, the treasures within the cave had already been cleared out. The officials from Shile approached to report. Generally, the treasures hidden by the bandits are all here. We have calculated that these should all belong to you, General. As they spoke, Li Lingling followed the direction of their pointing finger, observing that the treasures were at least as tall as her calves. Upon her estimation, combined with the half of the tribute, it amounted to thousands of taels. Seeing the wealth, Li Lingling disregarded her image and lunged forward. Money, 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 I love you. Love you, just like a mouse loves rice. She sang the song unabashedly in her heart. The two brothers, away from home, thought it was imperative to broaden their younger sister's horizons. After all, with such a meager amount of money, she displayed an utter lack of worldly experience. Upon their return to Beixuan, wouldn't she be utterly humiliated? Chapter 18. Truly, the road of enemies is narrow. Observing Li Lingling's lack of ambition, Li Zheng cast a glance at Lian, signaling him to rein in their younger sister. Lian gently tapped Li Lingling's head with his fan, indicating that she should exhibit a little decorum. Upon returning to the inn, the bandits from the mountain stronghold had also been imprisoned by the soldiers of Shile. In the days to come, the Li family planned to head northward back to their homeland. At noon, Lian took Li Lingling to the slave camp to redeem Shuang'er. The so-called slave camp was a vast mining site. Beautiful and obedient female slaves might receive the favor of the overseers and perform lighter tasks. In contrast, male slaves and those female slaves lacking in beauty were relegated to laborious work, hauling ore and mining. Although Shuang'er was quite attractive, her prickly demeanor made her a source of both affection and disdain among the overseers. Having escaped for over 10 days, returning now would likely lead to her demise at their hands. Today seemed peculiar. Outside the slave camp, Li Lingling spotted several carriages from prominent families in the city approaching. Among them was the carriage of Li Qinshue's grandfather, from the Xian Wang mansion. Having been the daughter of a minister for over a decade, the original owner had some familiarity with the carriages of the city's aristocracy. Inheriting the original owner's memories, Li Lingling could easily recognize them. By the time the siblings arrived, the carriages had all coincidentally arrived as well. Watching the noble young ladies alight from their carriages, each radiating grace and elegance, Lian couldn't help but steal glances. Had Li Lingling not tugged at him, his gaze might well have fallen from his head. Look at third brother, the lovesick fool. No wonder one Li Qinshuo could make you lose your mind. A natural playboy, enamored with flowers, hopeless indeed. Li Lingling suspected that Lian had deliberately chosen this moment to redeem someone, fully aware that the young ladies would be present, just to feast his eyes on beauty. How could a once fine and sunny young man reduce himself to such a peeping Tom?
Li Lingling 그리고 달통고.
Her affection for Li and diminishing considerably. Lian, however, remained unfazed by her thoughts. After all, the appreciation of beauty is a universal desire. Who among the youth is not a bit frivolous? Miss, your handkerchief has dropped. In a moment of distraction, Lian had successfully initiated a conversation with one of the young ladies, his simple act of picking up the handkerchief imbued with an unexpected magnetic charm. Li Lingling couldn't help but admire him. She clapped her hands softly and murmured, "Thirdly, a master wooing." Nevertheless, today was indeed unusual. It was rare for these noble young ladies to come personally to select slaves. What wind had blown them here today? Li Lingling pulled Shuang'er closer, inquiring with caution, "Do you know why all these young ladies have come?" Shuang'er pondered for a moment before responding, "Isn't today the 15th of the month?" As if that needed asking. Even if Li Lingling were dim-witted, she couldn't possibly forget the date. Each 15th of the month, there were fighting matches in the slave camp, where male slaves would grapple and compete, attracting the attention of young gentry, ladies, and even ordinary citizens who could come to watch. Those who caught their eye could be purchased on the spot. This was their sole legitimate opportunity to escape the slave camp, making it highly coveted. But alas, it was far easier for men to leave than for women. Having grasped the gist from Shuang'er's explanation, Li Lingling understood. These slaves could be bought and sold at will, regardless of whether one was a civilian or an official, as long as one had the wealth. Anyone could possess a slave. The matches served as the only means to demonstrate the male slave's strength and valor. Third brother, let's go. Lingling called out to Li En, pulling him further inside. Li En, still reluctant to part from the noble young ladies, appeared every bit the lovesick fool. The arena for the matches was separated from the mining area. To ensure the safety of the spectators, the male slaves could only enter the arena once the matches commenced. Upon entering a two-story building reminiscent of a tavern, they were greeted by a throng of spectators eager to watch the matches. In the center, a gambling ring was bustling with activity. I've heard there's a formidable contender today. I bet he'll win. If he does, I'll reward you with 100 taels. The gamblers, their eyes alight with fervor, pulled out their silver to place bets.
Lingling stole a curious glance.
It was quite lively. Unfortunately, they had never been before and had no idea how the fighters measured up. Otherwise, they might have considered wagering themselves. Lian was indeed a playful spirit, both flirtatious and reckless. It was a mystery how he had survived under the guidance of their elder brother, Li Zheng. I recall there was once a slave known as Mighty Tiger, the pride of the arena. Many high-ranking officials sought to purchase him at exorbitant prices. I wonder if he is the one they speak of, Schwanger explained to the Li siblings. As they chatted and laughed, they remained blissfully unaware that they were being watched. Isn't that the false daughter of the Ministry of Rights, Li Lingling? This ungrateful wretch was raised by the ministry for over a decade, without any gratitude. I've heard it was she who exposed Minister Li's collusion with mountain bandits to rob tribute silver. A few acquaintances of Li Lingling whispered nearby. Who is that handsome young man accompanying her? I've never seen such a dashing fellow in the city. A similarly infatuated young lady inquired of those around her. Li Qinxue stepped forward, her eyes brimming with disdain. That is Lian, the third son of the Li family, my former third brother. He dabbles in small businesses but has only incurred losses, putting on a brave front while being nothing but a spendthrift. Her assessment of Li En was as scathing as it was unrestrained. Don't be upset, Shui. Look at them, they are clearly here to buy slaves. Once they find someone they fancy, we'll simply outbid them. You mentioned that Li En is a failed businessman. They surely lack the funds to compete with us. The speaker was Yan Yunshu, the fourth princess of Xile, and a close friend of Li Qinxue. Despite her youth, she had a cunning and ruthless disposition. Thank you.
Shaya.
Since my father was imprisoned because of Li Lingling, I've been in a foul mood. I truly appreciate you bringing so many friends to accompany me here today. Yan Yunshu's mother, Consort Rong, had a good relationship with Lady Li, thus fostering a friendship between Li Qinxue and herself. Li Qinxue possessed the talent to charm others. She could easily win over anyone she desired, even from the royal family. In just 2 months back at the Li family, she had managed to befriend both the second prince, Yan Yuni, and the fourth princess, Yan Yunshu, one her betrothed, and the other her close friend. Moreover, the mother of Yan Yuni and Yan Yunshu, Consort Rong, was currently the most favored among the concubines in the Xile imperial harem. By nurturing good relations with them, Li Qinxue felt she had secured a protective umbrella. You must be feeling quite distressed about Minister Li's situation. Fear not. Soon you shall see how my friends will help you seek vengeance.
Today,
we must teach Li Lingling a lesson. Yan Yunshu was wholeheartedly devoted to Li Qinxue. Though she was a pampered young lady, her heart was not particularly malicious. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so candid with Li Qinxue. Alas, she remained unaware that Li Qinxue's friendship with her was merely a means to gain more opportunities to see her brother, Yan Yuni. Chapter 19. Alas. This miss is deficient in virtue. In a small room at the innermost part of the second floor, the Li siblings located the overseer of the slave camp, who was a matron in charge of female slaves. Upon seeing Schwanger, the old woman was instantly engulfed in fury, bellowing, "Ah, you little wretch! Have you stolen away and been brought back?" Mere words could not quench her ire, and she advanced to seize Schwanger's arm, intent on striking her.
Lingling hurriedly intervenat.
It was true that Schwanger was an escaped slave, yet now, this young lady intended to purchase her. I inquired earlier, and the slaves here are worth no more than 5 taels of silver. Third brother, fetch the money. Upon hearing this, the old woman immediately objected. For, who would not desire to earn a bit more silver? My dear girl, for 5 taels, you can only acquire an old servant. Just look at Schwanger. Her beauty warrants a position as a concubine for the young master. As a personal maid, her appearance would certainly bring you honor. The old woman's lengthy discourse was merely an attempt to inflate the price. Lian could not be bothered to indulge her further. Then tell me, how much do you want? At the very least, 10 taels. The old woman believed she was demanding a considerable sum, and upon hearing this, Lian nearly burst into laughter. He regularly bestowed more silver than that on the young servants at home. As he produced a 10-tael silver ingot, a man clad in the garb of an officer burst into the room with great urgency. Lu Po, schwanger cannot be purchased. He leaned close to Lu Po's ear and whispered something, prompting her to change her stance, now wearing a fawning smile as she looked at Lian. I apologize. Young master, we have plenty of female slaves available. Perhaps the two of you would like to peruse others? A chill ran through Schwanger, and she tugged at Li Lingling's sleeve, her eyes pleading. Li Lingling had promised Schwanger that she would rescue her, and no matter what, she was determined to take Schwanger away today. I have set my sights on Schwanger. What you said earlier about not being able to sell her, what's that about? Li Lingling pointed at the officer and demanded, is it that you believe our offer to be insufficient? Lian raised an eyebrow, producing another silver ingot. It's not about the money, it's simply that she cannot be sold. I have the authority here, and if I choose not to sell, then she will not be sold. The officer, now agitated, resorted to using his status to intimidate. The overseer of the slave camp held the rank of a 7th-grade official, not a mere soldier. His position instilled fear even among those of similar rank, who often felt compelled to show him respect. However, this tactic, which worked on others, proved ineffective against the Li siblings. The slaves in this camp belong to the state, to the emperor. You are merely an official managing the camp. What right do you have to say she cannot be sold?
Li Lingling retorta vehemently.
Lian echoed her sentiment. Indeed, if you cannot provide a reasonable explanation today, we shall take Schwanger with us. As the Li siblings stood their ground, neither side willing to yield, the voice of Yan Yunshu carried from outside. Simply state the truth. This princess merely wishes to purchase a slave. There is no need for subterfuge. The girl named Schwanger cannot be sold to you because this princess also intends to buy her. Upon seeing the newcomer, the expressions of the Li siblings darkened, especially when they spotted Li Qinxue behind Yan Yunshu, causing Li Lingling to feel overwhelmed. Truly, it was a case of enemies crossing paths. She muttered under her breath. Accompanying Li Qinxue and Yan Yunshu were several other noble ladies, all casting disdainful glances at Li Lingling, as if she had committed some unspeakable offense. Li Lingling shot them a glare in return, and chose to ignore them. Your Highness, the officer and Lu Po hurriedly bowed to Yan Yunshu. The 4th princess of Shila? Is this the infamous friend of Li Qinxue from the original tale? This little brat, spoiled and willful, has no idea what kind of spell Li Qinxue has cast upon her to make her so devoted to serving her. Yet, this princess does not seem particularly astute. She trusts Li Qinxue as a friend, oblivious to the fact that Li Qinxue would kick her into a brothel without a second thought. Lian swore he had tried very hard not to laugh, although he was unsure how Li Qinxue had such power to kick Yan Yunshu into a brothel. His sister's thoughts were truly amusing. So, what if you are the 4th princess of Shila? Even a princess must adhere to the order of arrival.
Li Lingling boldly countered.
Yan Yunshu, shedding her previous arrogance, spoke calmly. Li Lingling, this princess is aware that you have transformed into the sister of the unyielding general of Beixuan. However, do not forget, generals must also pay their respects to a princess. Indeed, Yan Yunshu sought to leverage her status. Li Lingling, unable to contain her annoyance, pouted and shot her a discontented look. While the general holds lesser status than a princess, it is evident that Yan Yunshu has come today to provoke me, seeking to avenge Li Qinxue. As if to confirm this thought, Li Qinxue, standing behind Yan Yunshu, urged, 4th princess, let us just look at other female slaves. There is no need for you to offend the unyielding general of Beixuan on my behalf. As Li Qinxue spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, presenting a pitiful visage that tugged at Yan Yunshu's heartstrings. Li Lingling, upon hearing this, could only shake her head in resignation. Indeed, she is the sister of Yan Yuni. Just like her brother, ensnared by Li Qinxue's charm. Is the female lead truly made of gold? How is it that so many are enamored with her? The world of the female lead is one that this supporting character can never comprehend. Sister Lingling, whatever you desire, I shall not compete with you. 4th princess, let us depart. Li Qinxue feigned an air of generosity, allowing Schwanger to leave, hoping to elicit gratitude from Li Lingling. Li Lingling, without needing to look, recognized that she was merely playing the role of a white lotus. This is emotional manipulation, but alas, this lady has no morals to bind. Hee female lead. You cannot ensnare me. Lian felt detached from the situation, merely observing Li Lingling's solitary performance. Miss Li, I must clarify that Schwanger was our initial interest. There is no question of allowing her. Should you wish to contest this, I assure you that news of the 4th princess and the prince's bullying will spread throughout the imperial city. Li Lingling smiled innocently, a facade of purity adorning her features. Oh, but this matter will only gain momentum as we travel northward. Li Qinxue was left speechless with fury. The noble ladies accompanying her were not to be trifled with either. Li Lingling, you are the one who sent your foster father, who raised you for over a decade, to prison. Such ingratitude and heartlessness have made you infamous in the imperial city. Upon hearing such humiliations directed towards Li Lingling, Lian could no longer contain himself. Regardless of Li Lingling's actions, she was a member of the Li family, and any reproach must be addressed by family alone. These were merely daughters of Shilla officials. How dare they presume to educate a member of the Li family? Before Li and could defend his sister, Li Lingling continued in response to the noble lady's words. Oh, so this is how you perceive me. Minister Li colluded with bandits, harmed villagers, and embezzled tribute silver. I acted in righteousness against kinship, remaining true to the Shilla dynasty that nurtured me. Since you believe me to be ungrateful and heartless, might it be that your father has also engaged in collusion with bandits, harming the populace? Chapter 20. You say I am well matched with a fool. You truly are my sister. Though Li Lingling was younger and shorter than the noble ladies, her words commanded a presence that eclipsed theirs. Coupled with the righteousness of her stance, she stood tall. The noble lady, intimidated, took several steps back. Li Lingling, do you have evidence for such claims? You are slandering me. The noble lady's legs trembled. Whether it is slander or not can easily be discerned. Li Lingling merely bestowed a mysterious smile upon her. In my experience, none of the officials close to the male lead, Yan Yuni, are innocent. If her father were truly virtuous and incorruptible, what would she have to fear? It is evident that she feels guilty for her misdeeds. Lian was taken aback by her younger sister's profound understanding of the political affairs in Chile. It seemed that upon returning home, her sister would undoubtedly be of tremendous assistance to Beixuan. Lingling, dear sister, please cease your quarrel. It is entirely my fault, I misspoke. And I implore you not to be angry with me. Li Qinxue, witnessing their unrelenting dispute, began to theatrically lament her plight. To Li Lingling, it felt as though she were witnessing a classic drama unfold before her eyes. The iconic line echoed in her mind, please, do not continue fighting. She stifled a laugh, swearing she had summoned all her strength, yet the absurdity of the situation was simply too humorous. In such a tense environment, her amusement seemed utterly out of place. Yan Yunshu could no longer contain herself. This notoriously headstrong princess was on the verge of an outburst. Li Lingling, do not forget, this maidservant is not yet your possession. I see you are quite fond of her. While I may not be able to deal with you, I can certainly make her wish she were dead. Do not forget her contract of servitude. At this juncture, Yan Yunshu gestured toward the camp commander, who immediately grasped her intent and retrieved the contract from his bosom. Just as he was about to hand it to her, a dagger suddenly pierced his wrist. The pain caused him to falter, and the contract fell to the ground. Lian swiftly stepped forward and seized the document. Now, the contract is in our possession. From this moment forth, Shuang is my family servant. With a smile upon her face, Lian regarded Yan Yunshu and the others. Your elder brother is a general of Beixuan, while you are merely a bankrupt owner besieged by debts. How dare you offend this princess? Yan Yunshu had heard such information about the Li family from Li Qinxue, who had long suspected her ulterior motives, hence the family's true circumstances were never disclosed to her. At present, even Li Lingling was unaware of Li An's true identity. Princess 4, what would happen to the Zheng family's business if the waterways between Beixuan and Dongji were to be severed? Lian suddenly posed a question that seemed somewhat tangential to the current discourse. The Zheng family's trade could only reach Beixuan and Dongji by water. We command the largest fleet in all of Chile, Yan Yunshu replied with pride. Lian smirked in response. If your actions today prevent the Zheng fleet from setting sail, may I inquire whether you, Princess 4, alone could bear the ensuing losses? Although Yan Yunshu did not fully comprehend Li An's implications, she detected a blatant threat in his tone. What do you mean? She asked warily. The business of the Onmin Merchant Association spans the entire continent. Coincidentally, the Zheng family's goods destined for Beixuan and Dongji must dock at the Onmin-controlled ports of Jiaozhou and Longzhou. Even more coincidentally, the president of our association happens to be a childhood friend of the leader of the Mo High Pirates, the Falling Whale Gang. Lian spoke these words with a smile that sent shivers down the spines of all present, all while toying with the white jade ring that signified his status. Observing their expressions as though they were merely part of a performance, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. I knew third brother's identity was far more than that of a mere bankrupt businessman. I never anticipated he would be the president of Beixuan's largest merchant association. The Onmin Merchant Association, which once dominated trade across 4 nations at its peak, Lingling mused, recalling all that she knew about it. Upon hearing her astonished thoughts, Li An's lips curled into a smirk. So, dear sister, do you now comprehend my prowess? He basked in his moment of triumph, but it was short-lived as a wave of sighs echoed in his mind. Alas, even the mightiest association is of little use, for the academy project they are about to invest in is a derelict venture. In truth, the project itself is not flawed. Rather, the issue lies in its location. To put it bluntly, it is merely unfortunate. The academy was established just as famine struck the city. The populace fled, and inevitably, the academy found itself devoid of students. Liam was taken aback.
What?
Yet, the revelations did not cease there. However, there is no need for premature concern, for prior to this calamity, the Onmin Merchant Association's accounts had already suffered a loss of several million taels. Liam lamented. Indeed, surprises abound each year, but this year's are particularly numerous. As he pondered the continuation of Lingling's monologue, she shifted topics. The Falling Whale Gang is quite impressive, although the leader's daughter possesses the intellect of a child. She seems well matched with third brother. Lian retorted, really? You think I am well suited to someone so simple-minded? You truly are my sister. Before he could finish his critique, Lingling's thoughts continued. However, the leader's daughter is not actually his biological child. He is merely raising her for his master. His master possesses questionable morals, having colluded with the antagonist in the novel, causing harm to many innocents. Yet, the protagonists are not without their flaws. It remains unclear who the true good and evil are. Li An was left bewildered. It was difficult to grasp. The characters she referred to as protagonists were Yan Yuni and Li Qinxue, but who then was this antagonist? Moreover, was their world merely a narrative to her? After Li An revealed his identity, Li Qinxue, Yan Yunshu, and the other noble ladies were left in astonished disbelief. Gazing at their incredulous expressions, Li Lingling felt a rush of exhilaration, while she too found it hard to believe. Considering that her elder brother was a revered general of Beixuan and her third brother the president of the foremost merchant association, it seemed quite reasonable. So, Princess 4, do you still wish to keep this maidservant? Li Lingling relished the experience of using her status to intimidate. Yan Yunshu glared at her, her eyes sharp enough to cut, wishing she could eliminate Li Lingling on the spot. Swear, let us take our leave. Li Qinxue, recognizing the predicament facing Yan Yunshu, wisely acquiesced. Though she had failed to teach Li Lingling a lesson today, she had been outmaneuvered instead, leaving her both mentally and physically unsatisfied. She cast a furious glance toward Li Lingling, her rage nearly palpable. What are you staring at? Your eyes resemble 2 black beans, no matter how you glare. They are no bigger than mine. Li Lingling shot back, intentionally belittling her. Perhaps the original author did not depict things clearly. While reading, Li Lingling had not thought much of it, but now that she had traversed into this world, she realized that, given Li Qinxue's appearance, it was unfathomable that she could attract the affections of everyone from the male lead to the 8th male lead, were it not for her protagonist halo. Chapter 21. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Only you may be sacrificed. After indulging her tongue's whim, Li Lingling finally turned her attention to her third brother, Lian. Oh no. Third brother is Li Qinxue's devoted admirer. Surely, he must be upset with my remarks. Li An's expression darkened. How did we return to this topic again? My dear sister speaks incessantly of devoted admirers. How could I possibly become angry with you over something so trivial? Li Lingling braced herself for criticism and disdain from her brother, yet nothing of the sort transpired. Just as it had been when she first encountered her elder brother, he had not reproached her for pushing Li Qinxue's head into the door's sea. What is happening? Shouldn't the entire family adore the heroine? Shouldn't third brother, consumed by romantic thoughts, protect the heroine at all costs? Is he planning to confront me when we return home? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Li Lingling stole a glance at Lian, who appeared to be intently observing something. Yet, before him lay nothing but the ordinary scenery. Third brother's profile is absolutely breathtaking, a veritable vision of beauty. Not to mention, when third brother revealed his identity and confronted Yan Yunshu, the way he twirled that ring was incredibly dashing. There exists a palpable sensation of being a clandestine mastermind, and I too must persuade third brother to procure a ring for me, emulating his ostentation. She suddenly realized that the allure of pretentiousness can be quite addictive. Li inexplicably found the white jade ring on her finger unappealing. Habitually, he rotated the ring a couple of times, furrowing his brow in irritation. Since Frost's matter has been resolved, if there is nothing further, shall we return? Lian suggested. Lingling nodded in agreement, grasping Frost's hand as they followed Lian. Having concluded their affairs in Chile, the trio of siblings prepared to journey northward back to their homeland. On the road, while idly conversing in the carriage, Lingling inquired of her elder brother about the bandits. She wondered whether the mountain bandits captured at Yanxushan had divulged the identity of their puppet master. No sooner had they departed the imperial city than trouble erupted within its confines. The second-in-command and other bandit subordinates were imprisoned together, while the chief bandit was confined in a solitary cell. The whip marks adorning his body indicated that the guards had subjected him to severe torture. Yet, he steadfastly refused to betray his accomplices, claiming that all activities of the bandit stronghold were supported by Minister Li. However, the officials of Chile were entirely disbelieving of his words. Unable to extract any useful information from the chief bandit, they turned to the second-in-command and the other subordinates. But those individuals merely acted under the chief's orders and were utterly oblivious to the machinations behind the scenes. The chief bandit was a tough nut to crack. No matter the torture inflicted upon him, he insisted that his only co-conspirator was Minister Li, revealing nothing of the others. Just as the interrogating guards prepared to concede defeat, a youthful figure, scarcely of age, arrived at the prison. The second prince. The guards were taken aback at his presence. How could the esteemed second prince sully himself in such a filthy place? Yan Yuni was adorned in a robe of golden brocade, his exquisite black boots gracing the floor beneath him, and his handsome visage, with brows like ink strokes, epitomized the noble bearing of a quintessential male protagonist. You may leave. I wish to speak privately with the chief regarding my disgraced prospective father-in-law. The engagement between the second prince and the minister's daughter was no longer a secret within the imperial city. Upon hearing him mention Minister Li, several guards speculated that the minister had some matter to communicate through the second prince to the chief bandit. Even if they sensed something amiss, they dared not disobey the second prince's command. Once the guards had vacated the premises, the chief bandit cast a pleading gaze toward the second prince. Your Highness, please save me. I, along with Minister Li, have pilfered these tribute silver pieces, all for your sake. The chief's desperate yearning for survival was palpable. However, his words displeased Yan Yuni immensely. A flicker of annoyance crossed Yan Yuni's brow. Both the chief and Minister Li must not be allowed to live. They possessed far too many secrets, and should those secrets escape their lips, his position as a prince would be jeopardized. Do not fret. As long as your life-ensuring charm remains intact, you shall not perish. With that, Yan Yuni produced a small wooden box containing a beetle the size of a fingernail. The chief leaned closer, his eyes wide with terror, for the creature was already lifeless. Yan Yuni, aspiring for greatness, understood the necessity of caution. He administered poison or charms to those he employed beforehand, ensuring their compliance for better control. Noticing the terror in the chief's eyes, Yan Yuni smiled softly, offering reassurance. Fear not, this is Minister Li's life-ensuring charm. This one, however, belongs to you. He produced another similarly sized wooden box, from which a wriggling black insect emerged. In the next moment, he tipped the insect onto the ground and, with his shoe adorned in intricate serpent patterns, crushed it mercilessly. The chief, witnessing this entire procedure, fell into despair. With the death of the life-ensuring charm, his own internal organs would surely rupture. I apologize. You and Minister Li know too much. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. If this prince wishes to sleep soundly, sacrifices must be made. Yan Yuni feigned humility as he departed, casually uttering, Amit Ba as he left. No sooner had he exited than news of Minister Li's explosive demise echoed from another cell. Approximately half an incense stick's worth of time later, the chief met a similar fate, his death mirroring that of Minister Li's. Aside from the guards within the prison, the two men had only encountered the second prince. And even if suspicions arose regarding Yan Yuni's involvement, there was no concrete evidence. Furthermore, Yan Yuni was the most cherished prince of the Chile emperor, and his mother, Consort Rome, was the most favored among the concubines. To dare question him would likely lead to one's own demise. Upon returning to the palace, Yan Yuni was confronted by his irate sister, Yan Yunshu. Brother, someone is bullying me and Sister Shuer. Will you not intervene? Yan Yunshu managed to shed a few tears, pouting as she implored her brother. Shuer has been implicated as well. Upon hearing of Li Qinshua's troubles, Yan Yuni appeared far more anxious than when he had learned of Yan Yunshu's plight. His fondness for Li Qinxue was genuine, though not yet fervent. He merely perceived her as possessing greater utility compared to Yan Yunshu. Presently, the position of crown prince in Xile remained undecided, although all ministers deemed the elder prince, being the legitimate firstborn and possessing a forgiving disposition, the most suitable candidate. The Xile emperor favored his most beloved son, Yan Yuni. Regrettably, the selection of a crown prince was a matter of national significance. Despite being the emperor, his word was not absolute. Yan Yuni believed that if he wished to ascend to the throne, he must rely on his own efforts. The Prince of Jin, a member of a different lineage, would serve as his most formidable ally. As the sole granddaughter of the Prince of Jin, he naturally needed to cultivate a favorable relationship with her. Indeed, it was all due to that false daughter of the minister's family, Li Lingling. It was utterly perplexing how her fortunes had soared, with her elder brother transforming into the unyielding general of Beixuan, and now, her third brother emerging as the president of the Beixuan Chamber of Commerce. Brother, did you know? This third Li is actually the president of the Beixuan Chamber of Commerce. As she recounted this, Yan Yunshu still bore the look of one who had been excessively startled. She went on to inform Yan Yuni of the conflict that had transpired between the Li siblings and those in the slave camp. Chapter 22. This house has excellent feng shui. It can attract wealth. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Yan Yuni furrowed his brow tightly. In any case, they have already returned to Beixuan. For the time being, we shall have no further dealings with them. This matter, bear it for now. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years hence. We shall address it upon our next encounter. Yan Yuni offered a perfunctory comfort to Yan Yunshu. Lacking discernment, Yan Yunshu naturally accepted her brother's reasoning and ceased to pursue the issue. However, the Li siblings remained etched in Yan Yuni's memory. Were it not for their interference, Minister Li and Yan Shushan's stronghold would not have been exposed, resulting in a significant loss of 2 valuable commanders and nearly 10,000 taels of silver and gold. This debt would eventually require reckoning with the Li family. The journey from Xile to Beixuan was not a short one. The Li siblings ambled along, and by the time they reached the territory of Beixuan, over half a month had passed. Upon the return of the unyielding general, the border defense troops cheered in unison. Li Lingling, throughout the journey, had also enjoyed a scenic view. Beixuan was unlike Xile. Even in April, the cold winds persisted, necessitating the wearing of cotton clothing in the mornings and evenings. From the border city to the capital of Beixuan, there remained 3 days of travel. Li Lingling felt as though her backside would shatter after over 20 days in the carriage. The capital's splendor surpassed that of the imperial city. As they entered, Li Lingling was eager to explore the marketplace. Observing her impatience, the Li brothers deduced that the confines of their household would undoubtedly prove inadequate to contain her. The carriage wended its way from the bustling district toward an opulent residence perched on the hillside within the city. Is this our home? It appears quite luxurious. It befits the status of an elder brother as a general and the third brother as the chamber president. Li Lingling was undeniably content with this residence in her heart. However, she was unaware that this was not her true home, but merely a small courtyard belonging to Li Yan. Typically, the family members were preoccupied with their own affairs, seldom returning home. Whenever they gathered, it was usually at this courtyard of Li Yan, leading the 2 brothers to believe it prudent to settle their younger sister here. After all, returning to the actual family home was a distant prospect for Li Lingling, contingent upon the approval of the family patriarch. As Li Lingling meandered through the estate, she noted its grandeur and opulence, yet it felt devoid of warmth and vitality, strikingly desolate. There were hardly any servants present. No officials, no stable hands, no guards, nor even a cook, only 3 elderly matrons tasked with maintaining cleanliness. Fortunately, the residence remained unoccupied most of the time. Otherwise, those 3 would be overwhelmed with the labor of upkeep. Casting a glance at Schwanger, who was busy relocating her belongings, Li Lingling felt relieved to have brought her along. Otherwise, she would have found herself without anyone to prepare her meals. Elder brother, which room will I be staying in? She inquired, gazing at the expansive estate, momentarily struck by indecision. The rooms in the back courtyard are yours to choose from. The front courtyard is where we reside, Li Yan succinctly informed her. Li Lingling did not hesitate. She was aware of the customs of ancient times, wherein women typically occupied the back courtyard. The front rooms were generally intended for the male members of the household, and even the few bedrooms were predominantly their quarters. She merely acknowledged with an "oh" and began to guide Schwanger towards the back courtyard. Elder brother, why not summon the 5th brother back tonight to prepare a meal for our little sister? Li Yan felt a twinge of sympathy for Li Lingling, who had just returned home to find no one to cook for her. Li Zheng sighed, thinking it unnecessary to trouble the 5th brother over a mere meal. Although the fifth brother was a capable cook, he suggested they take Lingling out for dinner instead. You should send someone to procure a few servants and hire some temporary workers. Now that our little sister has moved in, our visits here will increase. And our parents might also come by. We must be prepared in all respects. It cannot be subpar. Li Yan nodded in agreement, acknowledging his elder brother's foresight. By the way, elder brother, I wish to take our little sister to the Merchant Association. For the past few days, he had been preoccupied with the issues Lingling had previously mentioned regarding the Merchant Association, and now that he had returned to the capital, he felt anxious about it. Very well, you shall be responsible for her supervision today. I have some matters to attend to in the military, and will not dine with you tonight. It seemed that Li Zheng had finally found an opportunity to extricate himself. Li Yan, not oblivious to the situation, understood that his elder brother wished to avoid the burden of looking after a child, and was passing that responsibility to him. If possible, he hoped to call back the second brother, the fourth, and the fifth to allow Lingling to meet them. His unspoken intent was for them to assist in caring for their little sister, as she was, after all, a sister to them all. And the responsibility of looking after her could not rest solely on one person. Upon hearing this, Li Zheng retorted, "Do you truly consider any of those three reliable?" Li Yan's spirits immediately sank, and he ceased further discussion. Lingling is not like other young ladies who are difficult to please. As long as you keep an eye on her and prevent her from causing any trouble that might attract grandfather's attention, everything else should be manageable. Li Zheng advised once more. Understood, elder brother. I shall do my utmost. Without needing Li Zheng to elaborate, Li Yan had already discerned that Lingling was not to be underestimated. Despite her seemingly innocent and harmless demeanor, she was quite capable and strong-willed. They intended to keep the news of the return of the family's biological daughter under wraps, for if those opposed to the Li family in the capital learned of it, countless troublemakers would likely seek to provoke Lingling. They were not particularly concerned about her safety. They feared instead that she might dismantle their adversaries' strongholds, causing a significant uproar. After all, Li Zheng was a renowned general. Maintaining order among the citizens of the city fell within his jurisdiction. Once Li Zheng departed, Li Yan proceeded to the back courtyard, where he found Lingling and Schwanger opting for two adjacent rooms near the pond. Concerned, he inquired, "Won't living by the pond be too damp?" In response, Lingling explained, "Elder brother, you may be unaware, but I have assessed the feng shui of this room. It is auspicious and ensures that the occupant will attract wealth. However, Schwanger need not stay beside me. I was just encouraging her to move to another room."
Schwanger.
Holding Lingling's hand, sweetly urged, "Miss, please allow me to remain by your side. There's no one else in this house, and I would be frightened alone at night." Hearing this, Li Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Schwanger was evidently determined to stay close to facilitate her care of Lingling. Such a devoted maid was indeed a rare find. From now on, any servants chosen for Lingling would need to meet this high standard. By the way, there are currently very few attendants in the household. You will need several maidservants. Let me calculate and arrange for some, Li Yan said, knowing that Lingling was no ordinary young lady, and thus her needs could not be met with the same standards as those of other young mistresses. I prefer to handle matters myself. Having Schwanger assist me is sufficient. I truly do not require maidservants or matrons. Moreover, a larger number would complicate management, and I lack experience in overseeing servants. The truth was, Lingling was quite socially anxious. In her previous life in the realm of cultivation, she had pursued immortality in solitude, often residing alone in a cave. Suddenly integrating into the world of ordinary people made her value peace and quiet. Very well, should you require anything else, do not hesitate to inform me. Chapter 23. With a grand gesture, all were acquired. Li Yan acquiesced to her desire to forego maidservants, yet he insisted on hiring cooks, stable hands, and the like. Although Schwanger could cook and tend to horses, it would be unreasonable to overburden her with all these responsibilities. Now that the issue of accommodation is resolved, I must find a place to conceal my valuables.
Lingling musa internali.
Previously, she had acquired nearly 300 taels of silver, without a single soldier being lost when they took down the bandits. And with the jewelry and pocket money given to her by Li Zheng and Li Yan during this time, her little treasure trove had grown considerably. This was all her lifeline. I must save more money. When the family faces trouble due to the female protagonist, I will need funds to escape. Both elder brother and third brother treat me well. I should take them with me when I flee, which will require even more money. Alas, I wonder how much is enough, but one can never have too much money. Upon hearing the thoughts of this little money grubber, Li Yan realized that she was not merely a miser. She intended to save money for herself and her elder brother, proving his affection for her was not in vain. His little sister was grateful and conscientious, a true gem. She was indeed preferable to the ungrateful Li Qinxue, who was like a wolf raised in the household. Suddenly, he found himself fond of this little sister even more, yearning to take her to the market to buy everything she desired. With this thought in mind, Li Yan suggested, "Since our little sister has just returned, how about the third brother takes you to the market to see what you may need, and buy it back?" At the prospect of shopping with her third brother, Li Lingling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she envisioned a grand scene. With such a wealthy third brother, I must perform well today to persuade him to cover my expenses. I hope he will wave his hand and say, "Little sister, buy whatever you fancy. I will pay." Then, as I am dazzled by the choices, he will clear his throat and declare, "No need to choose. I will purchase the entire street." Imagining such a scenario filled Li Lingling with delight, while Li Yan, overhearing her inner thoughts, resolved to fulfill her wishes. "Young miss, third young master, you may go. I will stay behind to help the young miss set up her bed and tidy the rooms," Schwanger said thoughtfully. Li Lingling nodded with satisfaction. "Schwanger, be good. When I return, I shall bring you delicious treats from the capital." As she spoke, she tiptoed to gently pat Schwanger on the head. The siblings stepped onto the bustling street, and Li Lingling was immediately captivated by the warmth and hospitality of the citizens of Beixuan. Compared to the people of Shilei, the folk here were more simple and genuine. Even strangers at the stalls would engage in cheerful conversation with one another, displaying a remarkable openness. As Li Lingling wandered through the marketplace, her heart brimmed with joy. Seeing her delight, Lian couldn't help but feel pleased as well. "Third brother, which of these two hairpins do you think is more beautiful?" Li Lingling inquired, holding up two exquisite hairpins. Lian, however, was too preoccupied with the radiance of her smile to pay heed to the accessories. To be honest, his dear sister was far more enchanting than Li Qinxue. It was a pity he had once been infatuated with Li Qinxue in his youth. Now, reflecting on it, he realized that her beauty paled in comparison to that of his own sister. "If you like them, then purchase both. After all, money is not an issue," Lian advised. Li Lingling nodded in agreement, her enthusiasm palpable. "Only children make choices. Having lived 2 lifetimes, I shall take them all," she declared. "However, I wish to ask third brother which one suits me best, as the other will be for Schwanger." Upon hearing his sister's heartfelt sentiments, Lian felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. How kind she was to that little maid. She hadn't even thought to gift anything to him or their eldest brother. "Humph. Third brother, do tell me which one looks better on me, and which would be more suitable for Schwanger. She is now my maid and must be adorned beautifully as well. When I take her out, it will reflect well on you both, won't it?" Li Lingling thought to herself. After all, the household servants represented their master's dignity. This thought immediately uplifted Li An's spirits. It turned out that, even in selecting a hairpin for her maid, she was considering his and their eldest brother's honor. His heart swelled with gratitude. "Don't fret. Buy them all," he declared with a flourish, pulling out a thick stack of silver bills and casually counting several before handing them to the vendor. The vendor, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly fainted as he received the notes, tears of joy streaming down his face. As if in disbelief, he pinched his own hand to confirm the reality. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young lady. All these goods are yours." With that, the vendor abandoned his stall and dashed off with the banknotes. Li Lingling stood there, dumbfounded. What just happened? Did my daydreams at home just come true? Lian chuckled softly. Then, with a grand flourish of his folding fan, he proclaimed to Li Lingling, "Sister, choose whatever you desire. Third brother shall cover the expenses. If you find it too difficult to decide, we could purchase the entire street of shops, though the streets belong to the state and cannot be bought." He felt compelled to clarify.
Li Lingling gasped in astonishment.
I must be dreaming. She mimicked the vendor's earlier action, pinching her arm.
"Ouch!"
she exclaimed, startled by the pain. Lian doubled over with laughter. His sister was simply adorable. After arranging for the delivery of Li Lingling's chosen items to their home, Lian led her to a money exchange. "Third brother, did you run out of silver from buying so many things, which is why you need to exchange money?" Li Lingling asked anxiously. "Oh no. My old habit of excessive shopping is impossible to break. Third brother's earlier encouragement to spend freely must have been a test. How could I have been so unguarded and easily ensnared? What will I do now? Will he dislike me for this? Will he tell the others in the Li family? Will our parents think I am a girl without the grace of a princess, yet with the frivolity of one, squandering money like a gold digger?" Worry swirled within her. Lian remarked, "Sister, there you go again, fretting over trivial matters." He felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps she had been neglected for too long and craved affection, which was why she felt so insecure. If only he and the family had brought her back sooner, perhaps her disposition wouldn't be so sensitive.
What are you talking about?
I brought you here to deposit money, he said tenderly, ruffling her hair and smiling indulgently. Deposit money? Li Lingling asked, puzzled. Didn't he eldest brother give you some money earlier? Today, I brought you here to familiarize yourself with the place. In the future, you can come with Schwanger to deposit your funds. After all, you won't be spending much while in the Li household. Whatever you need, just ask me and eldest brother. We will surely provide for you. Lian assured her confidently. Li Lingling was taken aback by this treatment. Shouldn't these privileges belong to the main character, Li Qinxue? Is it because Li Qinxue has caused third brother so much heartache that he now treats me so well? Li Zheng. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. Chapter 24. Is third brother such a spendthrift? However, it wasn't entirely unfounded, after all. He was the third son and had discerned Li Qinxue's true nature at a very young age. His infatuation had ceased at that point. As for Li Lingling's concerns that their family would be doomed by Li Qinxue, there was no need for such worries. Even with Li Qinxue and the second prince of Xile, Yan Yuni, they could never bring the entire Li family to ruin. After leaving the money exchange, Lian successfully bartered a meal at the capital's top-ranked restaurant, Zui Xianlu, for Li Lingling to accompany him to a merchant association. In light of the sumptuous feast, I shall join you at the merchant association, third brother. After all, I should become acquainted with your subordinates. Li Lingling strutted with an air of authority, excitement bubbling within her at the thought of showcasing her prowess once again. Third brother, what is your merchant association like? In the books, it was described that the Onmin Merchant Association initially thrived by trading small goods, gradually branching into shipping and agriculture, cultivating rare and exquisite medicinal herbs in the border city of Pengcheng to the west of Beixuan. The most lucrative aspect was undoubtedly the income from restaurants, tea houses, and inns that catered to leisure and entertainment. To simultaneously satisfy customers' dining, entertainment, and shopping needs, he even opened a seaside pleasure boat in the bustling coastal city of Zizesity, aptly named Ji Fusheng. Indeed, this pleasure boat has encountered financial difficulties. According to the original story, third brother typically manages the headquarters in the capital and does not oversee this pleasure boat closely, leaving it in the care of a once respectable friend who has fallen on hard times. Initially, this person was diligent, but seeing the profits from Ji Fusheng, he grew envious and began to cook the books, deceiving third brother. In reality, he had already drained the entire boat's resources, transferring the wealth to a distant cousin, acquiring multiple properties all under that person's name. Li Lingling's thoughts echoed continuously, while Li An's fan snapped under the strain of his frustration. He struggled to suppress the urge to confront the man. It had been years since he last visited Pengcheng. He could hardly believe Ji Fusheng had been so mismanaged. The Merchant Association was a 3-story building situated at the end of the most bustling street in the capital, complete with mountains, water features, and pavilions in the courtyard, a picturesque sight. Although the Onmin Merchant Association was not the most opulent establishment in the capital, to Li Lingling, who had yet to see the world, it was a grand revelation. Upon entering, everyone present greeted Li An with respect and deference. Li An escorted Li Lingling to the 3rd floor, which served as his office. No one was permitted to ascend without his express consent. Upon witnessing the president personally accompany a young girl of merely 10 or so years to the 3rd floor, the members of the business association cast curious glances at Li Lingling. Who is that girl? They murmured. Didn't he the president just return from Sheila? How could he bring an outsider upstairs? The gossipy maidservants huddled together, speculating. Could she be someone the president brought back from Sheila? After all, he does seem to prefer those younger than himself. Do you remember the young lady from the Whale Fall gang? She was only around 11 or 12. He certainly took a liking to her, ignoring all the other beauties. Li An, eager to attend to pressing matters, remained oblivious to the idle chatter of the maids. However, Li Lingling, trailing behind him, caught snippets of their conversation. Is Sango really that extravagant? She pondered. But they're not entirely wrong. Sangodas have a fondness for the young lady from the Whale Fall gang. In the original narrative, they were indeed together. And it was quite a heart-wrenching romance. For reasons unknown, the young lady seemed somewhat less intellectually endowed than others, her mind not as sharp. Yet Sango remains unwavering in his devotion, deeply enamored. Lian felt exasperated by her remarks.
To him,
his feelings for the young lady from the Whale Fall gang were merely those of brotherly affection. His kindness and care stemmed solely from the bond he shared with her father, the leader of the gang. How had these rumors twisted his intentions into something so sinister? Now, he had no time to clarify the nature of his relationship with the Whale Fall gang. He needed to resolve matters concerning the Jiafisheng painting boat swiftly. After ascending the stairs, the siblings overheard the maids gossiping, when a dapper young man in a white robe emerged to put a stop to their chatter. Do you wish to jeopardize your positions here? How dare you gossip about the president? Each of you will forfeit 5 days' wages. Hearing of the penalties, the maidservants bowed their heads, silently chastising themselves for their indiscretion. My apologies, Manager Wan. We shall not do it again. After offering their apologies, they hurried away. Manager Wan ascended the stairs and, upon reaching the junction of the second and third floors, called out, President, I have settled the final payment for Madame Zhong Dai. She mentioned that should you require her services again, she would be willing to offer you a discount. Hearing Wan Yubai's voice, Lian rushed to the staircase, responding, all right. I understand. Just as Wan Yubai was about to depart, he was halted by Li An's call. Wait a moment. President, is there anything else you require? Li An's gaze was piercing. Please gather all the ledgers of Jiafisheng and bring them to the third floor. Both Wan Yubai and Li Lingling were taken aback. All of them? Wan Yubai sought clarification, uncertain if he had misheard.
Indeed, all.
Li Lingling's inner thoughts revealed that she had only mentioned the diligent work of old Zheng in previous years. But she had not specified when he began to manipulate the accounts. Lian, at 17 years of age, had established the Onmin Commercial Association at 13. Jiafisheng had only commenced operations at 15, thus the accounts spanned a mere 2 years, 24 months, a task easily investigated. Wan Yubai was puzzled. Why did the president suddenly wish to scrutinize the accounts? Typically, he only oversaw the affairs in Longcheng, and the accounts from other locations were rarely of concern unless substantial expenditures occurred. What had transpired to provoke such ire upon his return from Sheila? Li Lingling shared in the confusion. What has happened to Sanga today? She mused. He has never shown interest in the accounts of Jiafisheng. Why is he suddenly so diligent in auditing them? Could it be that he has discovered something amiss? Li Lingling felt a flicker of admiration for her brother. Realizing he was not merely a lovesick fool, Lian replied, if it weren't for your insights, I might have remained oblivious. Perhaps my own foolishness has summoned a sister as astute as you to enlighten me. He suddenly regarded his sister as a savior. Shortly thereafter, Wan Yubai approached, bearing 2 large stacks of ledgers. After placing them on Li En's desk, he was about to leave when Lian called out again. Please hold on. After instructing Wan Yubai, he turned to Li Lingling, his expression beseeching. Sister, could you assist me in evaluating this subordinate? Chapter 25, however. Li Lingling lacked the ability to overhear thoughts, and thus could not divulge Wan Yubai's background to Li, and Wan Yubai, perhaps growing impatient, inquired, President, is there anything else you require of me? Just as Lian was about to respond, Li Lingling's thoughts echoed in his mind. Wan Yubai is a commendable individual. Ever since he was saved from despair after failing the imperial examination, he has remained loyally by the president's side. Alas, good men often meet untimely ends. The main characters believe the Onmin Commercial Association obstructs their plans, discovering that a shipment poses safety risks, leading Emperor Beixuan to punish the president. With no evidence to vindicate himself, the president will be condemned, and Wan Yubai will willingly shoulder all blame in his stead. Li Lingling sensed that Wan Yubai, much like Ji Hanzhou, was a rare and loyal companion. Had they remained steadfast beside their brothers, perhaps the outcomes would have been different. Upon hearing his sister's thoughts, Lian lifted his gaze to the scholarly figure of Wan Yubai, who, despite appearing physically weak, possessed remarkable loyalty and courage, an exceedingly rare quality. Old Wan, do you truly expect me to sift through all these ledgers alone? Lian teased. Wan Yubai paused, sensing that the president was requesting his assistance in reviewing the accounts. Yet, he felt an inexplicable allure in the proposition. Seeing Wan Yubai's silence, Lian stood, moving to procure a chair for him. Come, Old Wan, sit beside me. We shall examine them together. With that, Lian placed a hand on Wan Yubai's shoulder, guiding him to sit, while he himself settled down. First handing a ledger to Wan Yubai before taking one for himself. Wan Yubai. Li Lingling? What is Sanga planning? She wondered. I can't shake the feeling that he intends to impose some unspoken rules upon Manager Wan. Oh dear, if Sanga has a penchant for beautiful women, does he also have an inclination for handsome men? Li Lingling dared not pursue the thought further. Just moments ago, Sanga had gazed at Wan Yubai with an intensity that transcended ordinary brotherly affection or camaraderie. Lian remarked, what is wrong with expressing gratitude to my future savior? He shot a teasing glance at his sister, who seemed to revel in her mischievous thoughts. Observing the sibling duo lost in their fanciful musings, Wan Yubai broke the ensuing silence. President, may I inquire about this young lady? Li Lingling bore a striking resemblance to Lian, leading Wan Yubai to surmise her identity without further introduction. "This is my younger sister, the biological daughter of our family," Lian simply stated. Subordinate Wan Yubai. "It is a pleasure to meet you, young miss," Wan Yubai said with a courteous bow, smiling warmly. Lingling returned his smile, thinking, "Manager Wan certainly carries himself like a gentleman. However, I must restrain my feelings. He is Sanji's man, and I cannot harbor such thoughts." Meanwhile, Lian, while reviewing the accounts, noted the myriad expressions flitting across Wan Yubai's face. "By the way, please relay that the association will withdraw its investment from the Academy's project." He adjusted his demeanor, steering the conversation back to business. Wan Yubai still wore a puzzled expression, questioning the suddenness of the situation. Although he was unaware of the chairman's predicament, it was evident that the recent return, coupled with the scrutiny of accounts and withdrawal of investments, had profoundly unsettled him. "You may inform them that while we are open to investment, the site selection must rest solely with me," Li Zhang declared, her gaze cool and commanding. Without further inquiry, Wan Yubai nodded in acquiescence. "I understand. I shall draft a letter to notify them." As he prepared to leave, Li Zhang grasped his wrist firmly. "Not so fast. Let us first examine these ledgers together." Before she could finish her sentence, a cacophony of shrill cries echoed in her mind, reminiscent of a hen being slaughtered. "Ah! What am I witnessing?" Third brother has grasped Minister Wan's wrist. What will he do next? In broad daylight, under the clear heavens. Is this content accessible without a fee? As a seasoned fujoshi, Lingling had already concocted an elaborate narrative of romance between third brother and Minister Wan in her imagination. Li Zhang's countenance darkened further. His younger sister, though young, was remarkably astute. He resolved to clarify matters with her. First, he harbored no inclination towards the same sex. Second, his regard for the young lady of the Whale Fall gang was purely one of benevolence. Having spent barely an hour at the trading association, Li Zhang was on the verge of madness from the incessant thoughts of Lingling. Fortunately, she had quieted down and taken up one of the ledgers to assist in the examination. The ledger she was perusing detailed accounts from July of the previous year. "I recall distinctly that last year, during the Qixi festival at Jifusheng, a grand celebration was held in Beixuan. It is implausible that a whole month would yield merely a few hundred taels. There must be some nefarious dealings by that old Zheng." As her thoughts lingered, Li Zhang too discerned a discrepancy. "Old Wan, look at this ledger. It pertains to the accounts from the end of last year. Given the long and frigid winters in Beixuan, I allocated 200 taels for the purchase of cotton garments for our subordinates at Jifusheng." He pointed to a series of numbers for Wan Yubai's inspection. Lingling hurried over to join the scrutiny. The figures bore the marks of tampering. Original entries had been maliciously erased and replaced with new ones. But with the obliteration, we cannot ascertain what was inscribed prior. Wan Yubai furrowed his brow. As Li Zhang contemplated a solution, Lingling stepped aside, tearing off a small piece of rice paper and began inscribing with a brush. Curious, Wan Yubai glanced over. "Miss Lingling, what is it that you are drawing? It resembles a talisman?" With a grin, Lingling replied, "Your eye for detail is commendable, Minister. This is indeed a talisman, specifically a revealing talisman, originally intended for use on demons, but it serves well in this context." She affixed the talisman over the series of altered numbers. Gradually, characters began to manifest like stars, seemingly absorbed by the sequence of figures. Once the characters faded, the previously obscured numbers became visible, revealing an increase of exactly 200 taels. The ledger, with its black and white entries, now laid bare old Zheng's fraudulent accounts, confirming his embezzlement of Jifusheng's revenues. In a fit of rage, Li Zhang slammed his hand upon the table, the force echoing through the room, startling both Lingling and Wan Yubai. "Old Wan, take my ring and journey to Pringcheng. Do not extend any courtesy to old Zheng. Present this evidence to the local authorities. This matter shall be made public." He removed the ring from his thumb and handed it to Wan Yubai, then pounded his fist on the table again, his frustration boiling over. He mused to himself that he had never wronged old Zheng, knowing the hardships he faced. He had offered assistance, only to be met with such betrayal. The fault lay with him for failing to discern true character. Li Zhang's heart was utterly crushed, and he felt no inclination to show mercy to old Zheng. He instructed Wan Yubai to report the incident to the authorities. "Yes, I shall go to Pringcheng at once," Wan Yubai responded with a bow. "By the way, what of the future storekeeper for Jifusheng?"
Li Zhan,
Without a moment's hesitation, replied, "You may handle that matter." Wan Yubai repeatedly objected, "But if I leave, who will manage affairs in the capital? If the chairman has matters to attend to, who will make the arrangements?" With a sigh, Li Zhang lamented the scarcity of capable individuals within his vast trading company. The tension between the two men appeared quite peculiar to Li Lingling, third brother, and minister. One truly cannot be apart. How delightful this is. Of course, one must indulge in all matters to maintain a well-balanced diet, she mused. Li Zhang, his expression darkening, chose to ignore her. Old Wan, do you have any recommendations for a candidate? Before Wan Yubai could respond, Li Zhang unceremoniously delegated the responsibility to him. You may take charge. Find someone suitable to fill the role. After all, the Onmin Trading Association has few talents. The slightly clever ones are not sufficiently loyal, the honest ones lack intellectual acuity. Dealing with these subordinates has been a constant headache for Li Zhang. Very well, I shall carefully consider this election. After performing the customary farewell, Wan Yubai exited. Li Lingling, observing third brother's enigmatic behavior today, scratched her head in confusion. What is going on? In the original text, third brother was entirely unaware of Ji Fu Sheng's situation. Have I unwittingly traversed into a pirated version of the story? The plot has diverged so drastically. Li Lao San was momentarily taken aback, pondering if their world was indeed a narrative that his younger sister had read, which explained her uncanny foresight regarding impending events. By the way, what was the nature of the talisman you drew earlier? Li Zhang pressed for details. Oh, it's nothing, Li Lingling dismissed, quickly crafting another talisman. This time a memory erasure talisman she had used before. She slapped it onto Li Zhang's forehead, causing him to feel a sudden dizzying sensation. Third brother. My current merit points are insufficient, and my magical abilities are limited, so I can only assist you with talismans, allowing you to experience their power for free.
Indeed.
Earlier at Yansu Mountain, she had erased the memories of those who had witnessed her drawing. Seizing the moment while Li Lingling was lost in her own musings, Li Zhang discreetly removed the talisman and crumpled it into a ball, tossing it aside. Her talismans had no effect on him, though she remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Having overheard her mention merit points before, and recognizing that his sister had facilitated him twice, he resolved to assist her in return. Merit points? How does one acquire such a thing? Is it through good deeds? Contemplating this, he discreetly issued orders to everyone within the Onmin Trading Association. In recent times, the southern suburbs had experienced devastating floods, obliterating several villages. Countless lives had been lost, and the survivors were desperately seeking refuge in the city, hoping for aid from the authorities. Henceforth, all members of the Onmin Trading Association were to extend a helping hand to any citizens in need. Moreover, under Li Lingling's name, he donated a considerable sum of several hundred taels to assist the affected populace. Consequently, her name echoed throughout the capital. As people began to take notice of this generous benefactor, curious about the kind-hearted individual behind the funds. Meanwhile, Li Lingling, oblivious to the stir she had caused, lounged at home, enjoying grapes, while substantial merit points were credited to her account. Li Lingling exclaimed, "People are simply seated at home, and merits fall from the sky." She felt as though she had been struck by a windfall. However, as news of the situation spread throughout the city, even while dining in a restaurant with Shuang Er, she overheard discussions about her generous deeds. That Miss Li Lingling is truly a great philanthropist. I hear her contributions were facilitated by the Onmin Trading Association. Do you suppose she is the chairman's little lover? Who knows? However, her surname is Li, which is indeed from the northern Xian kingdom. Could it be that she has ties to the royal family? Li Lingling, accompanied by Shuang Er, sat at a table not far from them, quietly listening to the gossip while eating. Miss, the third young master truly means well, but is causing trouble, Shuang Er could not help but remark.
Li Lingling siga.
Acknowledging that her brother's intentions were to do good, for the merit truly did accrue to her. What nonsense are you all spouting? How could President Enmin possibly be interested in such an insignificant person? Just then, a woman clad in luxurious brocade entered, trailed by a gaggle of young maidservants, bellowing like a shrew at the common folk. Hurry, hurry! The county princess of the Long Princess's household is not to be trifled with. The commoners, seemingly terrified of this county princess, hurriedly fled, leaving their meals untouched. They suffered no loss, but the innkeeper was unfortunate, missing out on the payments for several tables. County Princess Ru Yang, the innkeeper hastily emerged from behind the counter to pay his respects to the young lady. Li Lingling shot a glance at the princess, inwardly scoffing. Just another brainless little ruffian, like Yan Yunshu. TSK, 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 carrying a whip. Does she know martial arts? She seems slightly more competent than Yan Yunshu. Who dares speak? Ru Yang exclaimed, her gaze locking onto Li Lingling and Shuang Er, having just heard the voice of a girl who seemed to be of similar age. As she approached their table, she stood beside Li Lingling, observing them as they ate. Li Lingling had already sent someone next to her and pretended not to notice, continuing to eat until Shuang'an nudged her, signaling her to look back. Only then did she feign surprise at Ru Yang's presence. "Oh, this young lady is looking for me? Is there something you need?" Li Lingling mumbled with her mouth full, her words indistinct. "Impudence. This is the daughter of the Long Princess, County Princess Ru Yang." A sycophantic maid shouted from behind Ru Yang. Only then did Li Lingling put down her chopsticks and perform a perfunctory bow. "We are new arrivals in the capital and do not recognize the County Princess. Please do not take offense." As she spoke, Ru Yang confirmed that the mocking voice she had heard earlier indeed came from the girl before her. But considering the girl had been eating and had not spoken, how could this be explained? "Did you not hear when this County Princess said to leave?"
Ru Yang demanded angrily.
"Is this tavern yours? Even if you are a County Princess, you cannot be so unreasonable."
Li Lingling grumbled inwardly.
Ru Yang once again caught the familiar inner voice. What is happening? Could this girl be some sort of monster? Regardless of her true nature, Ru Yang was determined not to let such disrespect slide. Resolving to assert her authority, she raised her voice. "Come, drive them away." "Hold on." Li Lingling was unwilling to depart empty-handed. She aimed to extract some benefit from the County Princess. Chapter 27. Cherish life. Stay away from the royal family. Shuang'er sensed that the County Princess was not easy to deal with and felt a twinge of worry. She was about to pull Li Lingling away when she noticed Li Lingling circling the princess, scrutinizing her as if evaluating a valuable antique.
"County Princess Ru Yang."
"Quite impressive indeed. In 3 days, your face will be ruined by your own grandmother, the mother of the Long Princess's husband." "Ru Yang?" Hearing this shocking inner voice, Ru Yang trembled. What nonsense was this girl spewing? Her grandmother was her beloved nanny. How could she allow such a thing? Moreover, this girl didn't even know the County Princess, so how could she possibly know her grandmother? "County Princess, I see joy in your brows and a hint of romantic allure in your eyes. Is there some recent good news?" Li Lingling employed her fortune-telling skills. Before Ru Yang could respond, her maid chimed in. "You have sharp eyes. Our County Princess is about to marry the newly appointed top scholar, Lord Feng Yuan." Only after the maid finished did Ru Yang shyly exclaim, "Mind your tongue."
Li Lingling exchanged a knowing smile. "Precisely."
"I noticed the conflicting energies between joy and malice in your demeanor. It seems someone wishes for this engagement to be thwarted." Ru Yang frowned at this. "Impudence. A young girl like you, so unrefined, dares to swindle in front of our County Princess." The maid scolded sharply. Li Lingling remained unfazed, fully aware that the princess would not believe her. "Dear young lady, allow me to share a few lesser-known secrets about your household, if I am accurate. May I request a small fee for my fortune-telling?" This statement piqued Ru Yang's interest. "Very well, do continue. I am curious to hear what this young girl has to say." Their exchange in the bustling hall below was observed from the second floor by a figure clad in soft blue, a delicate-looking young man with exquisite features. Leaning against the railing, he watched Li Lingling and Ru Yang with intrigue. Who is this girl? How does she possess such formidable power? Allowing me to hear her thoughts. The young man intended to observe closely, chuckling at the amusing remarks made by Li Lingling. Meanwhile, Li Lingling was revealing secrets about Ru Yang with reckless abandon. A few years ago, the County Princess secretly kept a young male concubine, but alas, he was of a different inclination. It was he who suggested that the princess request the emperor for a marriage with the top scholar, Lord Feng, as he had already secretly formed a bond with him. As Li Lingling's outrageous claims escalated, the surrounding patrons could hardly bear to listen, and the innkeeper turned away in embarrassment. Ru Yang's attendants sighed repeatedly in dismay. One maid, sensing the precarious situation, shouted, "How dare you spread rumors about the top scholar? You must be a charlatan looking for trouble. If this reaches the scholar's ears, you can expect to be imprisoned." Before the maid could finish her sentence, Ru Yang intervened. "Young lady, what else do you know?"
"Speak on."
"Do not worry. If this reaches the scholar's ears, I will take the blame." Yet, Li Lingling had no intention of continuing. "Want to know more?" She extended her hand towards Ru Yang, signaling for payment. "Do you think my information comes free? Even if you are a domineering princess, you must pay me." Ru Yang was amused by her inner voice, thinking this girl had quite the discerning eye, complimenting her appearance. The generous Ru Yang promptly pulled a jade pendant from her waist and presented it to Li Lingling. Upon receiving the pendant, Li Lingling felt its weight. Such a large piece, it must be worth a fortune. Her eyes sparkled with visions of silver. The books say that when County Princess Ru Yang discovered her new husband was of a different inclination, She subjected Lord Fengyuan to a brutal punishment and banished him from northern Xian. In a precarious state, Lord Feng encountered the benevolent heroine Li Qinxue, who, along with the male lead, saved him, turning him into their most formidable strategist. When the male lead's cavalry trampled through northern Xian, Feng Yuan returned for revenge against Ru Yang, imprisoning her in a cellar for 17 years, treating her like a dog. As she spoke of Ru Yang's dire fate, she dared not imagine the consequences. At that moment, Ru Yang, hearing these thoughts, broke into a cold sweat, her clothes nearly dampened. Who is she? How does she know so much? Could she be a celestial being sent to save me? Upon contemplating this, Ru Yang felt a profound respect for Li Lingling. She grasped Li Lingling's hands, her demeanor flustered as she exclaimed, "Dear sister, I find an extraordinary affinity between us. Why not accompany me back to the princess's residence to meet my mother and forge a bond of sisterhood?" Ru Yang was indeed a forthright individual.
Li Lingling, bewildered,
thought to herself, what is happening? Just moments ago, she was skeptical of me. And now she wishes to form a sisterly bond? Could it be that the princess harbors feelings for me? She instinctively took several steps back, wary of getting too close to the princess. Observing her unspoken thoughts, Princess Ru Yang pondered, is this young lady frightened by Feng Yuan's incident? Poor child, how unfortunate. Meanwhile, the young man in blue upstairs, having overheard Li Lingling's inner musings, found himself both amused and perplexed. While Li Lingling was lost in thought, Ru Yang had already taken a full bag of silver from her little maid. With a generous flourish, she placed it in the palm of Li Lingling's hand. Is it not merely silver? This princess possesses ample wealth. Should my little sister wish to become sworn siblings with me, she is always welcome to visit me at the Grand Princess's residence. As my sister, I assure you, you shall sleep on a bed made of silver. Upon hearing such tempting words, Li Lingling struggled to suppress her inner turmoil. No, I cannot agree to this sisterhood. Feng Yuan is a madman. He cannot contend with a princess under royal protection, and he will surely direct his wrath towards me. Moreover, the royal family is far too chaotic, akin to the Yan clan of the Xile dynasty. Cherish life, steer clear of royalty. Li Lingling graciously declined Ru Yang's kind offer, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, but I only require this reward in silver." She continued, "Unbeknownst to you, I have 5 brothers at home, and they are unlikely to approve of my casual recognition of kinship with others. However, regarding what I previously mentioned, Your Highness should exercise caution and remain vigilant against the old matriarch and Lord Feng." Li Lingling chose her words carefully, refraining from saying anything further. Ru Yang did not press for more details, as she had already gleaned enough from Li Lingling's sentiments. Before departing, Li Lingling did not forget to request of the innkeeper, "I must trouble Your Highness to settle the bills for the guests who were frightened away earlier. Otherwise, the losses will unfairly fall upon the innkeeper, who merely seeks to provide for his family. While these losses may seem trivial to you, they are not for him." The innkeeper, upon hearing Li Lingling advocate for him, gratefully leaned forward and bowed deeply in appreciation. Chapter 28. This young lady can discern their past, present, and future. Seeing this, Princess Ru Yang found the young girl quite amusing. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Are you acquainted with this innkeeper?" Li Lingling shook her head truthfully. "I had not met him until today." Ru Yang then asked, "Why do you speak on his behalf?" Li Lingling smiled at the inquiry. The inn was filled with the rich aroma of wine, yet the innkeeper himself bore a strong scent of medicine, and his seemingly opulent attire had clearly seen many years. It was evident that he had a sick relative at home, and all the profits from the inn were likely devoted to their treatment. With just a simple observation, Li Lingling had deduced the general situation. Hearing her words, the innkeeper quickly affirmed, "What the young lady says is true. It is indeed my elderly mother who is ill. I had even invited the renowned healer, Master Mu, known as the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, today." As he spoke, the innkeeper glanced around, searching for Master Mu's presence. How curious. He was just here. The innkeeper recalled that many patrons had fled due to Princess Ru Yang's frightful presence, and it was possible that Master Mu had taken the opportunity to leave as well. "Oh, perhaps he has departed. I shall introduce him to Your Highness, and the lady at another opportunity." The innkeeper also offered a polite bow of apology. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted, calling for the innkeeper. The young man in blue, who had been observing from the second floor, descended the stairs. He appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, adorned with a half-mask that revealed only his beautifully shaped lips, which were as lovely as those of a woman. The flowing fabric of his garments cascaded elegantly, surrounded by an aura of refined grace akin to a gentle stream. He resembled a piece of exquisite jade, delicate and fragile.
Oh.
It seems the healer has ascended to the second floor, the innkeeper chuckled. The blue-clad youth stepped in front of Lingling, scrutinizing her carefully.
Princess Ruyang.
He acknowledged her with a courteous bow, then stated, I can attest that this young lady speaks the truth. The innkeeper indeed has an ailing mother. Princess Ruyang was not one to oppress the weak. With a sense of bravado, she proclaimed, if something has been damaged, it is only right to compensate for it. Those commoners who are frightened away by me, I shall make amends. Witnessing her boldness, Lingling felt a tinge of admiration for this headstrong princess. I did not expect this princess to be so principled. Since her heart is not malicious, I shall shield her from misfortune. Both Ruyang and Master Mu were intrigued, eager to discover Lingling's next move. Lingling dipped her finger into some tea, then opened Princess Ruyang's palm and inscribed a talisman upon it. What is this? Master Mu was captivated. It was a talisman known as the lie detector, usable only once. Should the princess wish to ascertain who has deceived her, she need only grasp the hand of the individual in question, and she would discern their true thoughts. Princess Ruyang was taken aback. Lingling sighed. She had already anticipated that the princess might not fully believe her. However, she was under no obligation to assist. Your Highness, remember, this talisman has but a single use. Do not employ it indiscriminately. Before departing, Lingling reiterated her warning, fearful that Ruyang might hastily test the talisman on some inconsequential individuals. By the way, Your Highness, it would be wise to consult with physicians and healers frequently in the coming days. Within 3 days, your visage may be marred.
Ruyang stod instuned silence.
Reflecting deeply on Lingling's words, contemplating those in her family who might wish her harm. One was her own grandmother, and the other, her yet-to-be-married fiancé. A sudden sensation of alienation washed over her. She could not fathom why those close to her would treat her thus. Lingling and Schwanger left the inn in succession. This is truly remarkable. With merely a few words, she has the audacious princess wishing to be your sworn sister. Schwanger was at a loss for how many times she had been captivated by Lingling's prowess. Alas, what is this? Your ladyship possesses many talents. Lingling replied with a mysterious smile. Indeed, I can discern the past, present, and future of everyone on the bustling streets. Then, with an air of generosity, she tossed the pouch of silver to Schwanger. Here, consider this a token for accompanying me today. It is compensation for encountering the domineering princess and not having a proper meal. Schwanger caught the pouch but shook her head, refusing to accept. Miss, this is your fortune. I cannot take it. Lingling smiled gently, taking Schwanger's hand. Silly girl, keep it. Save it for your dowry. In a few years, I shall have my brothers help you find a good husband. Lingling may not have many virtues, but her loyalty to her siblings and friends was unwavering. Just as the pair departed the inn, Master Mu hurried after them. He could not let this extraordinary girl, who could hear thoughts, slip away. Young lady, please wait. He appeared delicate and frail, indeed, as he struggled to catch his breath after only a few steps. Upon hearing her name called, Lingling turned back. Is the healer calling for me? Lingling, aware of the subtle inquiry, pondered whether the matter she had just discussed with Princess Ruyang had prompted this Dr. Mu to seek her assistance. Yet, she hesitated to expend her precious merit on the trifling fortunes of inconsequential individuals. Sure enough, the very thing she feared came to pass. Miss, I too wish to consult you for a divination or perhaps procure a talisman, Dr. Mu declared. Noticing Lingling's silence, he quickly upped the ante. Rest assured, the fee will be more than what Princess Ruyang offered, he indicated with a glance at the purse in Schwanger's hand.
Lingling skufaligli.
Retorting that Princess Ruyang had not merely given her a bag of coins. With that, she jingled the white jade pendant she had tied around her waist. Dr. Mu instantly comprehended her implication. From his ample sleeve, he produced a small porcelain vial and said, This elixir, which I personally concocted, is called 3 Days of Life. Its efficacy matches its name. Regardless of the severity of the injury or the complexity of the poison, it grants a 3-day reprieve, allowing time for healing or detoxification. Lingling accepted the vial, finding it familiar. I recall the original book mentioning that General Bu possesses several immortal soldiers, undying and immune to poison, yet they indeed disappear for a time after being injured or poisoned. Could it be that they consumed this very medicine? Dr. Mu, having caught the name she contemplated, smiled with pride within. He had indeed aided his elder brother significantly. When he had traveled the realms seeking the ingredients for this medicine, his brother had been the first to object. However, this young girl seemed to know many of his brother's secrets and bore a resemblance to him. Could she perhaps be an illegitimate daughter? But that could not be, as his brother was only 21, merely 10 years her senior, thus making it improbable. Unaware of Dr. Mu's inner thoughts, Lingling merely noted the shifting expressions on his face. It seems Dr. Mu is entangled in some predicament. Saving a life would also accumulate merit for me. Perhaps I should expend a bit of my spiritual energy to lend her a hand? She considered. Sensing her reluctance to assist him with divination, Dr. Mu felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. After all, he had no pressing matters requiring her help.
Miss.
Never mind the divination. Simply inform me where I might find you again, should I need your assistance later. Lingling sighed and shook her head. It seems fate has brought us together. I might as well give him a reading. After all, Dr. Mu's 3 days of life medicine is rather remarkable. Moreover, I can't shake this inexplicable sense of familiarity with him, despite this being our first encounter, and he has been wearing a mask, so I haven't even seen his face. Upon hearing her thoughts, Dr. Mu felt a similar sensation. There was a peculiar familiarity about this young girl, along with an instinctive protective urge toward her. As fate would have it, we are heading home. If you do not mind, you may accompany me for tea, he offered warmly. Perhaps influenced by the hospitable nature of the Beixuan people, she had become increasingly generous herself. Furthermore, she felt a growing fondness for Dr. Mu. He certainly could not be a villain. Before long, the trio arrived at Li's residence. As they walked along the path leading to the hillside manor, Dr. Mu harbored doubts. Isn't this my third brother's private residence? Could this young girl truly be my brother's illegitimate daughter, residing here? This is my home, Lingling explained. I live here with my elder brother and third brother. They are often busy, only able to visit me sporadically. In truth, she did not require their company. Living alone in such a spacious manor with ample provisions and servants was quite comfortable for her. Dr. Mu looked at her in astonishment. Besides your elder and third brothers, who else resides in your household?
Lingling replia?
Is he trying to check my household registration? Realizing his surprise had caused him to lose composure, Dr. Mu collected himself. I merely wish to inquire if you do not feel lonely by yourself? He asked gently. Not at all.
Lingling replia dismissibeli.
I have 5 brothers, yet I have only met my elder and third brothers. The others do not take me to meet them, and I cannot seek them out myself. Dr. Mu nodded with a smile, a sense of shame washing over him. He had not returned to this manor in months. He had been wandering to cure the ailments of others and had only recently returned to the capital on the orders of his third brother to attend to a patient. Not long ago, his third brother had written to him, mentioning that the newly returned little sister had uncovered the fraudulent dealings of Lao Zheng regarding the accounts of Ji Fuxing. Lao Zheng had been imprisoned due to overwhelming evidence presented by Wan Yubai, yet he was unrepentant, having tampered with the latest month's accounts. Those who had come into contact with those accounts fell victim to poison. The accountant, the assistants, and even Wan Yubai himself, 7 or 8 individuals in total, were now suffering from the effects of the toxin. Li Zhang had hastily summoned a physician, but the poison was extraordinary, and the physician was at a loss. Thus, he had placed all his hopes on his fourth brother, Li Mu, who was renowned for his medical prowess.
Fortunately,
Li Mu did not disappoint. With a mere needle prick, the poison was neutralized, taking less than a morning's time. During lunch at an inn, he had casually written a prescription for the innkeeper's gravely ill mother, leading to his subsequent encounter with Lingling when she was divining for Princess Riyang. As thoughts swirled through his mind, the two found themselves seated, sipping tea. Lingling poured a cup and offered it to Li Mu. Dr. Mu is concerned I might feel lonely, yet little does he know how delightful it is to sip tea alone in this courtyard. Upon hearing the young lady's thoughts once more, Li Mu further confirmed that his ability to perceive her inner musings was likely due to their blood relation. No wonder she bore a resemblance to his elder brother. She was indeed his biological sister. Truly, the Li family lineage was blessed with beauty, far surpassing that of the illegitimate sister Li Qinxue, who had diminished the family's aesthetic. I have yet to learn how to address you, Li Mu inquired gently. My name is Lingling. You may call me Lingling, she replied with a sweet smile. Li Mu couldn't help but smile back. Lingling, what a lovely name. As the fourth brother, it was embarrassing that he did not even know his own sister's name. Garden flowers gently weep in the spring rain. Most suited for bathing in the spring breeze, Li Mu mused, spontaneously crafting a poem that included both their names. As they conversed, Li Zheng suddenly returned from outside. Hearing from the guards at the entrance that his sister had brought back a mysterious masked man, he felt his temper rising. He was eager to see whom his sister had taken a liking to this time. He rushed into the courtyard and, upon seeing the two of them seated politely over tea, his mood began to calm. Elder brother, you have returned? Lingling greeted, gesturing for him to join them. Li Mu also looked up at this moment, and as he faced Li Zheng, both were momentarily taken aback. Upon recognizing Li Mu's identity, Li Zheng's expression darkened, though not with anger. Fortunately, it was only his fourth brother whom Li Lingling had brought back. Had it been any other man, his temper might have been truly uncontrollable. Li Zheng sat beside Li Lingling, listening as she introduced her fourth brother. Have you returned home after months away, too ashamed to face anyone?
Li Zhen remarca.
Taking a sip of tea, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Li Lingling was taken aback. Who is he referring to? Didn't I just return home? Li Mu seemed to respond to Li Lingling's unspoken thoughts, realizing that his elder brother was indeed addressing him. You cannot hide from me.
Li Mu,
having reached a compromise, extended his slender fingers to remove his mask. As the mask fell away, Li Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment, regardless of his identity. He was simply too exquisite. Wow. He is undoubtedly a handsome boy with a delicate appearance, even more beautiful than the leading performer at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. His eyes seemed to speak, sparkling with emotion. Oh my goodness, this young gentleman seems to know my elder brother. Who is he? Li Zheng was rendered speechless by his little sister's infatuation. He recalled her reaction upon first meeting the third brother, wearing a similar expression. Li Zheng thought, could it be that she will fall for every brother except for me? Meanwhile, Li Mu, who could also hear his sister's thoughts, felt a surge of joy. Her taste is indeed commendable. She praises my looks. Li Zheng set down his teacup and cast a look at Li Mu, silently urging him to introduce himself. Li Mu understood the cue and flashed a smile at Li Lingling. Greetings, little sister. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Mu, the fourth son of the Li family. Li Lingling gasped in surprise, her mouth forming a small O. Why is it that every handsome man I come across is one of my brothers? With such stunning looks among my brothers, any of them could easily overshadow the male lead. Tisk tisk. At this thought, she suddenly let out a dramatic sigh. Curse that author. Is there something wrong with them? Why are all the supporting characters so extraordinarily handsome? With such strikingly beautiful brothers surrounding her, Li Lingling felt it would be quite challenging to find affection for any other man. Hearing her exuberant praise, both Li Mu and Li Zheng felt a swell of pride. It is undeniable. The genes of the Li family are remarkably strong. Before their cheerful mood could dissipate, the voices of Li Lingling's complaints echoed in their minds. The original text states that the fourth brother is frail and sickly, suffering from a congenital heart condition. I used to think about making money to treat him. With his miraculous medical skills, who would even need to treat him? At these words, Li Mu felt an overwhelming urge to defend his honor. He indeed was frail and sickly, and his heart condition occasionally flared up. After all, how could he have chased after Li Lingling and her companions out of the tavern without being out of breath? It must be said, the fourth brother is truly stunning. Li Lingling exclaimed once more. Li Mu, listening, couldn't help but smile. But alas, in a few years, Yan Yuni will be poisoned by his sworn enemy and will be on the brink of death. When the elder brothers learn of this, fearing their beloved sister Li Qinxue will be heartbroken, they will all go to accompany her. However, by that time, the eldest, second, and third brothers will have already fallen victim to her schemes, leaving only the fourth and fifth brothers to stand by Li Qinxue's side.
Li Qinxue,
not knowing where to find a quack doctor, will attempt to cure Yan Yuni with poison. In a desperate bid to save Yan Yuni, the already frail Li Mu will test the toxins himself, with a predictable and tragic outcome. How utterly lamentable. As Li Lingling's thoughts trailed off, Li Mu was drenched in sweat, his forehead glistening. He anxiously wiped the perspiration away, astonished. Was she truly speaking of him? A renowned healer like himself needing someone to test medicine? Furthermore, he had no connection to the unfamiliar Yan Yuni, nor would he concern himself with the poisoned Li Qinxue. That detestable woman was loathsome at first glance. Shaking his head, he turned to meet Li Zheng's gaze. The notion of his elder brothers being harmed by Li Qinxue sent a chill down his spine, and he broke into a cold sweat. Li Mu silently vowed, now that I am aware of this, I must ensure that Li Qinxue does not succeed. I will not allow her and that Yan Yuni to bring ruin upon our family. Li Lingling called out to him, fourth brother. Li Mu looked up, squinting against the glaring sunlight, unable to suppress the instinct to close his eyes slightly. His enigmatic gaze, combined with his long lashes, made him resemble a sleepy puppy just awakening, adorably innocent. The boy was merely 14 or 15, at the cusp of blossoming into maturity. Fourth brother. Today we encountered that princess. She must have learned your name. 3 days hence, after her disfigurement, she will surely seek your treatment. I wonder. Would you be willing to treat such a willful and domineering little princess? Li Lingling asked curiously. Li Mu chuckled softly. As a healer, I act with compassion. If she truly comes to me, I will assist her as best I can. However, little sister, what was that talisman you drew for her? Reflecting on this, Li Mu felt as though he had unlocked a door to a new world. Each of the children of the Li family possessed their unique talents, yet none were skilled in the mystical arts. He had a peculiar premonition that with his sister's return, the Li family would surely soar to new heights. What are you discussing? What little princess?
Lisena pruaka, casually inquiring.
The princess of Ryong, the one from the grand princess's residence, Li Lingling replied nonchalantly. Li Zheng furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Li Mu. The matter of the Ryong princess was indeed something the Li family must address. Fourth brother. Come with me for a moment, Li Zheng said, rising to beckon Li Mu aside.
Li Lingling pouta.
What secret conversation are the elder brother and fourth brother having without me? Alas, I am ultimately an outsider in the Li family. Upon hearing her self-deprecating thoughts, both Li Zheng and Li Mu felt a twinge of concern, yet some matters could not be disclosed to Li Lingling at this time. The two moved a few meters away to a pavilion, ensuring that Li Lingling could not overhear them before speaking. What is going on with Ryong? Does our aunt know about this?
Li Zheng inquired urgently.
Li Mu recounted everything Li Lingling had thought, including his own ability to hear her inner voice. The bond among the brothers of the Li family was exceptionally strong. The four younger brothers were almost raised by Li Zheng himself, and they held great respect for their elder brother, confiding everything to him. So, elder brother, what is the situation? Li Mu asked. How is it that I can hear our sister's thoughts? Is it a spell she cast, or is there something wrong with my body? And our sister can actually perform magic. Li Mu's worldview had been thoroughly shaken. Seeing his bewildered expression, Li Zheng patted his shoulder. Regarding the ability to hear their sister's thoughts, he had already discussed it with the third brother a few days prior. Regardless, their sister had never meant them harm and had consistently used her thoughts to assist them. Li Zheng remained composed as he took a few steps closer and asked, Fourth brother, is she truly our sister? Li Mu was caught off guard by the question, yet he instinctively replied, Of course. Even if she has been away from the Li family for 11 years, she is undoubtedly our sister. After all, the blood of the Li family and her resemblance to us cannot be mistaken.
Li Mu affirmed. Li Zheng nodded in satisfaction.
In that case, what is there to worry about? Enlightenment dawned on Li Mu as he looked at his elder brother. Perhaps it was because heaven knew that the Li family was about to be brought to ruin by Li Qinxue and Yan Yuni. Aware that their entire Beixuan would fall to these two, that they sent our sister to save us. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the second and fifth brothers should also be able to hear our sister's thoughts. Once we have the opportunity to summon them back, we will know for certain.
Li Mu speculated.
Upon hearing this, Li Zheng's expression grew increasingly vigilant. Moreover, this matter is a secret among the brothers of the Li family and must never be disclosed. Otherwise, it could bring calamity upon our sister and potentially lead to the annihilation of the Li family. Li Mu grasped his elder brother's meaning, solemnly nodding in agreement. Regardless, he is not one to be gossipy. Although the other brothers may be unreliable, each of them understands the gravity of the situation. And Duan Ran would not engage in such thoughtless actions. Rest assured, elder brother, my little sister has wandered for 11 years. Her previous life in the Li family was hardly enviable. Henceforth, we brothers shall strive with all our might to treat her well, compensating for the years lost. 3 days hence, on a clear morning, Li Mu indeed received an invitation from the princess's residence, the missive bearing the esteemed title of the princess. The purpose of summoning the esteemed physician was not merely for healing ailments. Upon encountering Ru Yang, Li Mu discerned that, as his little sister had stated, her visage was marred by numerous red sores, compelling her to conceal her face behind a veil. The princess, seated with Ru Yang in the reception hall, observed Li Mu adorned with a mask and curiously inquired, is it that the esteemed physician conceals his true face due to unsightliness? Or is it a deliberate effort to shield his identity? Through their earlier exchanges, the princess vaguely recognized Li Mu's voice as familiar, reminiscent of one of her royal nephews. Yet, with 4 imperial brothers, the number of royal nephews of a similar age was countless. She seldom associated with them, rendering her unable to discern his identity. His masked appearance only fueled her curiosity. It must be due to unsightliness. Should my appearance frighten the esteemed ladies, it would be a grave sin indeed, mused Li Mu. The princess perceived that this physician was relatively young yet quite articulate, and thus ceased to press him further. Pray, examine the princess first. Should you succeed in your treatment, "A bounty shall be yours," she declared with an air of haughtiness. A maid tied a red thread around Ru Yang's wrist, and Li Mu proceeded to take her pulse through the string. After a brief moment, he found confirmation and chuckled softly, realizing his little sister had indeed spoken the truth. "Might I inquire, esteemed princess, does the matron of your household suffer from a cough?" The princess paused, her expression swiftly shifting to one of disdainful amusement. "Does the esteemed physician possess the means to treat her affliction? Coughing is a trivial matter to remedy. However, my visit today was at your behest, not for the purpose of treating her ailment, hence I shall not intervene." Li Mu intentionally flattered the princess. With her noble status and the commendable reputation of her husband, marrying a princess necessitated that the entire family cater to her whims. Her mother-in-law had long harbored discontent regarding this arrangement, feeling it unfit for her to serve her daughter-in-law. Consequently, it was common knowledge throughout the capital that the mother of the prince, Mrs. Zhou, despite residing in the princess's palace, seldom interacted with her and lived a secluded life in the back courtyard, entering and exiting through the rear gate, rarely engaging with the front of the palace. Aware of the discord between them, Li Mu had no intention of making himself a nuisance by treating Mrs. Zhou's ailments. The princess, satisfied by his words, queried further. "Then why inquire about her cough?" In the princess's residence, every word and action required utmost caution. Li Mu, presently only a traveling physician, though revered by common folk as a healer, had to tread lightly in the presence of royalty. Invariably, remedies for coughs included the herb Yanhua, which was the true cause of the princess's disfigurement.
Li Mu replied candidly.
Upon hearing this, Ru Yang felt a surge of astonishment. The girl from the tavern had indeed warned her to be cautious of her grandmother. "Mother, it must be Grandma who wishes to harm me. No one in our household has ever procured Yanhua, yet Grandma, suffering from a cough, requires it on hand. Not only her, but also the top scholar, Feng Yuan. He and Chu Xiang have plotted together to eliminate me once they wed, so they can be together." Ru Yang's emotions surged, her agitation palpable. Witnessing her daughter's erratic behavior, the princess was filled with contempt. "Do not be so easily swayed by the words of a charlatan," she admonished. "Feng Yuan is the top scholar personally appointed by your royal grandfather. How could he wish you harm?" Shaking her head, Ru Yang refuted, "My grandfather would not harm me. But Feng Yuan and Chu Xiang certainly would. Perhaps even Feng Yuan has deceived my grandfather." "Mother, one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. We cannot be certain that Feng Yuan is virtuous." The princess, while stern, held a deep affection for her only offspring Ru Yang, and would not tolerate any harm befalling her. "Mother, perhaps we should seek out the girl who read my fortune that day? She truly possesses remarkable insight and can discern everything," Ru Yang implored once more. The princess, somewhat swayed, was interrupted by Li Mu's timely interjection. "I am aware of the young lady's whereabouts. I can lead you to her." Upon hearing this, Ru Yang cast a grateful glance at Li Mu. "How can you present yourself in such a ghastly state?" The princess scolded sharply. Ru Yang, unwilling to accept her appearance, touched her face, realizing she could not venture out until her complexion improved. Otherwise, the entire capital would mock her. "I can fetch her on your behalf," Li Mu offered with perceptiveness. "You too shall accompany the esteemed physician to seek her out," the princess instructed a nearby maid with a glance, prompting her to follow Li Mu. The siblings had meticulously planned this approach. Li Mu would first gauge the situation alone, as any direct association with him would cast doubt on their credibility. Their presence at the tavern had already led to suspicions of deception, and to avoid further complications, Li Lingling had to proceed this way. An hour later, Li Lingling arrived at the princess's residence. Upon entering, her stream of thoughts was unceasing.
"Wow.
So this is the princess's residence? It's not all that impressive, really. It seems even less grand than Third Brother's estate. Oh, is that a stone lion? They seem to be wholesale."
Li Mu, a stone lion.
Hearing this, he glanced at the so-called stone lion on the ground. "This is no stone lion. It is a gilded bronze lion, a privilege reserved for royal residences." Seeing Ru Yang again, she was taken aback by the sight of her swollen face. "Princess, did I not caution you to be wary of your grandmother? How could you?" Li Lingling shook her head, feeling sympathetic for Ru Yang's plight. She was preoccupied with the princess's disfigurement, neglecting to notice the high-ranking princess seated above. It was Li Mu who reminded her to pay her respects to the princess, after which she performed the royal greeting as he had instructed. Observing her manner, Li Mu shook his head. No wonder the older brothers had chosen to keep her in Third Brother's private residence, preventing her return to her parents. The royal family indeed had many protocols to adhere to, unlike the freedom of the outside world. Possessing the original owner's memories, Lingling could easily masquerade as a well-bred young lady, though acting was time-sensitive. I, young Lady Lingling, have the honor of meeting the princess. Lingling performed a respectful curtsy, meeting the princess's gaze directly. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the princess bore a striking resemblance to herself and her brothers. Particularly in the eyes, both had the same phoenix-shaped eyes. Are you the one who warned Ru Yang to guard against her grandmother and the scholar? Such a young age. And yet you possess such prophetic abilities? The princess scrutinized Lingling. In her heart, Lingling retorted, what of it? I've spent centuries honing my craft, akin to a mountain hermit, and possess a modicum of fortune-telling skills. The princess. What was that? Who spoke? Your Highness, it is I, the young lady.
Lingling replia.
Chapter 32. Carrying sunflower seeds, ever ready to listen to the play upon hearing the voice of the young girl, Lingling. The Grand Princess was struck with terror, her eyes widening in disbelief. She was certain she had not misheard. The voice she had just heard was unmistakably that of the girl. Yet, her lips had not moved. What could possibly be the explanation for this? What has come over the Grand Princess? Why does she suddenly appear so pale? Could it be that she, too, has fallen ill? Lingling observed, wishing for her fourth brother to check on the Grand Princess's condition. The Grand Princess. She was absolutely convinced that the voice she had heard belonged to the young girl. If her mouth had remained still, could it be that she had heard the thoughts of the girl instead? Contemplating this, she glanced at the expressions of those around her. Sensing that they were oblivious to the phenomenon, the Grand Princess was further baffled. Was it possible that she alone could hear this? Could it be that she was a chosen one, bestowed with the fortune of immortality? Sighing, Lingling whispered to Li Mu, fourth brother. Please take a look at the Grand Princess. I feel her complexion is quite poor. Upon hearing this, Li Mu stepped forward. Grand Princess, may I also take your pulse? You do not appear to be well. The Grand Princess replied, No, I am merely startled by that young girl. It is quite foolish of the Grand Princess. She believes her bond with the Duke is profound, unaware that he has long been maintaining a clandestine relationship behind her back. That mistress has been serving old Lady Zhou with utmost diligence, more attentively than a personal maid. Oh, but wait. The Duke's mistress is none other than the Grand Princess's own maid of honor. Lingling could not restrain herself from voicing her thoughts internally. The others.
Limu, a scandalous revelation.
He felt that every interaction with his younger sister brought forth intriguing tidbits, and he resolved to carry sunflower seeds with him in anticipation of future dramas. Princess Ruyang, heavens! My father is even more indulgent than I am. Does he not fear that my mother might tear him apart? The Grand Princess. She was rendered speechless from her fury. A year ago, her devoted maid had abruptly resigned to marry, only to discover that her husband was the very one she had wed. The audacity of it all. To reside in her own princess palace for so many years without gratitude, and to dare stir trouble under her nose. As her anger flared, the Grand Princess further overheard Lingling's thoughts, which were akin to a spectator at a play. This old Lady Zhou is truly no virtuous person. Her disdain for the Grand Princess extends even to her own granddaughter. Upon learning that the Emperor had betrothed Princess Ruyang to the top scholar, she recalled her own niece, Zhou Yanyan. Zhou Yanyan had also been engaged by the Emperor to a debauched young lord from the Jinyuan Marquis' household. And now she was creating a scene at home. Old Lady Zhou, who had long been profiting from the Grand Princess's palace to support her maternal family, naturally intended to extend her help, believing only the newly minted scholar was worthy of her granddaughter. The imperial decree of the marriage was inescapable. Hence, she planned to disfigure her own granddaughter before the wedding, ensuring her niece could take her place when the time came, thus allowing the wrong to become right. This matter could not be too publicized by the Grand Princess, as replacing a bride would be tantamount to treason. In time, old Lady Zhou would coerce the Grand Princess to recognize her granddaughter as a goddaughter, slowly replacing the disfigured Ruyang in the Grand Princess's palace. Thus, the Zhou family would effectively become the rulers of the princess's estate. With a sigh, Lingling lamented. Li Mu, Ruyang, and the Grand Princess remained silent, fearful of missing any vital information. Alas, the unfortunate Duke remains blissfully unaware of this. His heart still belongs to the princess. But the bonds of familial duty are difficult to sever. Upon hearing the last statement, the Grand Princess felt a flicker of comfort within her heart. However, she could not let her guard down simply because the person in question was the Duke's mother. Lingling refrained from mentioning the matters regarding Chu Xiang and Feng Yuan, But the Grand Princess could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Young girl, earlier you advised Ruyang to be wary of her grandmother and fiancé. We have discerned the reason for caution regarding her grandmother, but what of the esteemed scholar Foam?" Just as Lingling was about to disclose the information, she suddenly realized there were too many people in the room. "Your Highness, may we speak privately?" she inquired, glancing at the surrounding maids. The Grand Princess instantly comprehended her intent. "You all may withdraw," she commanded.
Yes.
Watching everyone exit the room, the Grand Princess's gaze fell upon Li Mu, as if questioning why he, an inconsequential presence, did not leave.
Lingling interjecta.
Dr. Mu is here to understand the situation thoroughly so that he can prescribe the appropriate remedy for the princess. The Grand Princess scrutinized Li Mu for a moment. Very well, she conceded, for some reason feeling a peculiar kinship with the young doctor and the girl, allowing him to remain as the ensuing discussion would pertain to Feng Yuan. The four of them gathered closely, attentively watching Li Lingling. "Princess, is there someone named Chu Xiang in your courtyard?" To spare Ruyang's dignity, Li Lingling deliberately refrained from revealing Chu Xiang's true identity. However, only Ruyang's mother, the Grand Princess, remained in the dark. "There is such a person," Ruyang replied. "Precisely. Chu Xiang and Feng Yuan share a rather intimate relationship," she stated, making a gesture with her thumbs pressed together for clarity. The Grand Princess found herself struggling to maintain her composure, clearing her throat awkwardly. "Get to the point," she ordered. Li Lingling nodded. "The crux of the matter is that these two intend to use Feng Yuan's marriage to the princess as a cover for their clandestine affection. Even if the princess were to discover their relationship, she would never suspect their true intentions. Henceforth, while they may find satisfaction in their arrangement, our princess would be left to live as a widow." With a heavy sigh, Li Lingling took Ruyang's hand in a gesture of consolation. The Grand Princess exchanged a glance with Ruyang, resolute in her determination not to allow her beloved daughter to suffer such a fate. Having devised a clever plan, she could eliminate old Lady Zhou, while simultaneously ensuring Feng Yuan could not harm her daughter. "I wonder if Dr. Mu has a method to temporarily keep those blemishes on Ruyang's face, without jeopardizing her health?" the Grand Princess inquired ominously. Ruyang sensed an unpleasant premonition. Her mother intended to exploit her. "Mother, this blemish is too unsightly. I do not wish to be disfigured." Seeing her daughter's tearful visage, the Grand Princess felt a pang of sympathy.
Fear not, my dear.
"We shall simply leave these marks on your face temporarily. I have devised a strategy to use these blemishes against your grandmother, making her pay the price." The wicked determination on her face made Li Lingling somewhat apprehensive. Truly, a woman raised in the treacherous court understood the intricacies of palace intrigue. Li Mu shook his head in disapproval, as this was precisely why he held disdain for royalty. Alas, they were born into this world with no means of escape. However, as the fourth son, he had 3 elder brothers above him, and such matters would not trouble him. Chapter 33. Silence is more noisy than speaking. Li Mu smiled with contentment, glancing once more at Li Lingling. Surely this was a situation his younger sister would also find distasteful. "The medicine requested by the princess is beyond my capabilities. However, I can teach the princess how to disguise herself, and once her face returns to normal, we can use pigments to recreate the blemishes," he proposed. Upon hearing this, Ruyang's eyes sparkled with delight. "What a splendid idea. Let us do as you suggest," she exclaimed joyfully. Li Lingling gazed at her elder brother for a long moment. "Disguise? Fourth brother, you truly possess remarkable skills. Are you capable of anything under the heavens?"
Li Mu.
The younger sister is overly flattering. On his own, he may struggle to conquer the heavens and the earth. However, he believes that together, the 6 siblings are more than capable of triumphing over the world. "By the way, dear sister, I have yet to inquire about your name." Ruyang grasped Li Lingling's hand, for she truly regarded her as a benefactor. "I am Li Lingling. You may simply call me Lingling," she responded with a sweet smile. Upon hearing her surname, the Grand Princess expressed her curiosity. "How intriguing. It is indeed the royal surname. It seems we are fated to connect. Perhaps we were kin centuries ago." Li Lingling offered a polite smile, inwardly murmuring, "I would rather not be related to you. With relatives like you, I can only anticipate misfortune." The 3 of them. Ruyang could no longer contain her indignation. Even though it was merely a thought she had overheard, the disrespect towards her mother ignited her desire to retort. Yet, just as she was about to explode, she remembered that she must not reveal to Li Lingling her ability to hear her thoughts. Otherwise, she would cease to confide in her altogether. After all, she still relied on her inner musings for salvation. Moreover, judging by the expressions of her mother and physician Mu, they likely could not hear her. She could not divulge this extraordinary ability that was hers alone. As Lingling heard her younger sister's thoughts while eavesdropping on the Grand Princess and the Duchess, her mind remained preoccupied with contemplation. Since all 5 brothers could perceive their sister's thoughts, could it be that others sharing her bloodline could also hear her? Such as the Grand Princess and Ruyang, who merely concealed their abilities. Lingling, you must come to the princess's residence more often to keep me company. What do you enjoy eating? What are your preferences? Do let me know, and I shall arrange for it in advance. When you visit the princess's residence in the future, you need not concern yourself with formalities. Consider me as your elder sister. Feel free to be at ease. Ruyang grasped Lingling's hand, lamenting her lack of a sister of similar age, hoping fervently that Lingling could indeed be her sister. Seeing her emotions so sincere, Lingling felt touched, and her heart began to reflect. Alas, the young Duchess is rather delightful, yet undeniably pitiable. Given her unfortunate fate, I shall reluctantly offer her a reading, Lingling thought. Pulling 3 copper coins from her pocket and tossing them thrice into the air, the divination instantly forming in her mind. The 3 bystanders were baffled by her actions, merely awaiting the outcome in silence. The divination indicates that there should be someone wholeheartedly devoted to the Duchess, unwavering until death. Let me see who that person is. Ruyang, Lingling, and the Grand Princess leaned in eagerly towards Lingling, trying to overhear her thoughts. I've seen it. Lingling opened her eyes in her consciousness, her eyes glimmering with light. It is he? The 3 eavesdroppers. Who is it? Little fortune-teller, do hasten to reveal. It is none other than the young Lord Shurjiani from the genuine Marquis. Quite remarkable. Though he is notoriously known as a dandy, his martial prowess is exceptionally high. On the day of the Duchess's first appearance, I saw her wielding a whip. If the 2 were to unite, they could engage in martial training together, which is indeed splendid. The 3. Ruyang. So it is Shurjiani. That lad secretly harbors feelings for me. The Grand Princess, the genuine Marquis, is indeed a commendable match, yet my father has already betrothed Zhou Yenner to Shurjiani. Lingling. The young lord from the Shur family shares a good rapport with my elder brother. If Ruyang were to marry into their family, it would indeed strengthen our ties. Regarding Ruyang's marriage prospects, Lingling completed her thoughts, and all 3 expressed satisfaction with this prospective match. The Grand Princess continued to strategize in her mind. What does the Duchess think of young Lord Shur? Lingling inquired, referencing the individual she had perceived earlier. Upon mentioning this person, Ruyang suddenly blushed. Matters of marriage are ultimately decided by one's parents. The Grand Princess cast a glance at her bashful daughter, realizing that she was indeed pleased with Shurjiani. Otherwise, she would not have uttered the phrase about leaving such decisions to their parents. As this thought flitted through her mind, Lingling's thoughts arose once more. It seems the Duchess has come to an understanding. She is aware that the young lord has feelings for her and is pleased by it. I can joyfully ship this couple now in the original narrative. The young lord married that wasteful Zhou Yenner and subsequently faced calamity. The Zhou family embezzled disaster relief funds, even implicating the genuine Marquis in their downfall. Had the genuine Marquis still been intact, with the young lord at the helm, even if my elder brother were to perish, Yan Yuni would not have been able to trample upon our Beixuan. The 3. What astounding revelations had they just overheard? Ruyang and the Grand Princess regarded Lingling once more, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Lingling, why are they staring at me like that? I have hardly spoken a few words. I have not breached any royal decorum. Lingling, you have said far more than you realize. Some people are noisier when they remain silent than when they speak. The Grand Princess. Who is Yan Yuni? That name sounds reminiscent of the Western Lei royal family? What audacity for a mere small nation to invade our illustrious Beixuan. Truly overestimating their capabilities. Ruyang, I did not foresee that Shurjiani would prove so useful in the future. This will not do. I must marry him. When Western Lei invades, I shall ride alongside him to battle. Ruyang could hardly contain her excitement. She cast a hopeful glance at the Grand Princess, wishing to wed her childhood friend, Shurjiani. The Grand Princess comprehended her intentions and devised, why not fulfill your ruthless grandmother's wishes and arrange a marriage exchange? Perhaps due to their ability to hear Lingling's thoughts, both the Grand Princess and Ruyang placed immense trust in her, extending their confidence to Lingling as well. The Grand Princess shared her plan with the group. As her words concluded, she inquired, Miss Lingling, what do you think of this strategy? Lingling nodded vigorously, giving the Grand Princess a thumbs up. The Grand Princess beamed with pride, exuding an air of assured victory. Miss Lingling, Physician Mu, should Ruyang successfully marry Shurjiani, We can ensure that Zhou and Feng Yuan experience the consequences of their actions. You too shall be the grand benefactors of my princess's residence. Whatever rewards you desire, I shall gladly grant. The authority and status of the Grand Princess were unparalleled. Even if Lingling and Lingling made exorbitant demands, she would strive to fulfill them. Your Highness, I am merely a physician. Healing and saving lives is my duty, Lingling stated, expressing polite formalities. Upon finishing, he nudged Lingling, signaling her to share her thoughts. Lingling hastily bowed and remarked, Indeed, I too prioritize saving lives. If I can expose the hypocrisy of old Lady Zhou and the scholar while facilitating the union between the Duchess and the young lord, I too would accumulate some merit. Naturally, aside from the notion of merit, she also coveted the prospect of substantial wealth. If only the Princess and Duchess could reward me with some monetary gifts. That would be splendid. After all, once the Li family and Beixuan have been undone by the Li's, I will have yet another person to flee with. My fourth brother's health remains precarious. He may fall ill on the escape route and require medicine, all of which demands funds. Chapter 34. Where needed, there shall be movement. Hearing Lingling's inner thoughts, Lingling was struck as if by lightning, his body trembling. He stood there, silent and dazed, gazing at Lingling. The tremors of his shoulders revealed his inner shock and disbelief. His younger sister was saving money to assist in their escape? Truly, blood is thicker than water. She is indeed a wonderful sister. During this time, both of you are welcome to reside in our princess's residence. Do not stand on ceremony with us. The Grand Princess warmly invited, seemingly regarding them as no outsiders. Moreover, should this matter come to fruition, I shall reward you both with 1,000 taels of silver each. What do you think? The conditions proposed by the Grand Princess were simply irresistible to Lingling. Heaven knows how blissful that little girl would be upon receiving such silver. Of course, it is no trouble at all. I am most grateful for your generosity, Your Highness. Lingling responded with a flattering smile akin to that of a sycophant. The Grand Princess appeared to favor her even more, recognizing Lingling's intelligence and charm. If only she could introduce her to her own brother, the Crown Prince of Beixuan. Surely he would secure his position as the heir apparent. After Li Mu took Ru Yang to treat her face, the Grand Princess also wished to take Lingling to meet the elderly matriarch, Madame Zhou. Lingling was acutely aware of the secrets she possessed, and she simply wished to hear Lingling divulge every scandalous detail about the Zhou family. Yet, she still sought verbal consent from her first. Would you care to accompany me to meet Madame Zhou? Let us see just how duplicitous that old woman truly is. Lingling replied, As I am currently in your Highness's service, I have no choice but to comply for the sake of 1,000 taels of silver. In the future, I shall merely be a brick in the Grand Princess's estate, to be moved wherever needed. With a slight smile, Lingling added, I would be delighted to accompany your Highness and remain ever ready to offer my counsel. The Grand Princess nodded in satisfaction. The two soon arrived at the rear courtyard of the princess's residence, where the Grand Princess's unexpected presence sent a wave of anxiety among the servants, who feared something grave was amiss. Upon hearing of the princess's arrival, Madame Zhou felt a bead of sweat form on her palm, her heart racing with apprehension. Could it be that the princess had discovered Ru Yang's condition was linked to her? No, she must remain composed and ensure she does not expose herself. As the Grand Princess entered, Madame Zhou bowed and inquired cautiously, What brings your Highness to the humble abode of this old woman today? With a forced smile, she tread carefully, fearful of offending the princess with her words, all the while harboring malicious thoughts about her. Upon seeing her glare at the princess, Lingling defended her. Just look at that expression. What has the princess done to earn such disdain from you? Truly a heartless old hag, who feasts upon the princess's generosity while secretly wishing for her downfall, scheming against her and her daughter, all in an attempt to monopolize the entire princess's estate. Do you believe that marrying off your daughter to the princess is a misfortune? It is the princess who has endured a stroke of ill fate by marrying into your family. The Grand Princess exclaimed, Well said. She longed to applaud Lingling for her words, which she had wished to voice to Madame Zhou herself. However, the moment was not yet ripe. Patience was required. Please, take a seat, sister-in-law. Let us converse, the princess replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Although Madame Zhou was the Grand Princess's mother-in-law, she had to lower her status out of respect and refer to her as sister-in-law. And who might this young lady be? Madame Zhou inquired, noticing the resemblance between Lingling and the Grand Princess. This is my newly acknowledged goddaughter, who will be residing here henceforth, the Grand Princess declared, leaving Lingling bewildered. When had she agreed to be her goddaughter? Godmother. Lingling realized the Grand Princess was deliberately provoking Madame Zhou, who had previously attempted to adopt her nephew or some male relative under her name, but had failed to do so.
Now,
The Grand Princess had chosen a mere wild girl as her daughter instead of her nephew or niece, which must have enraged Madame Zhou to no end, though she dared not voice her discontent. Upon entering the inner chamber, Madame Zhou offered her place of honor to the Grand Princess, taking a lesser seat beside her, her unwillingness practically written across her face. Is your daughter Yen preparing to leave the nest soon? The Grand Princess initiated her plan for revenge. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. She is a month behind Ru Yang, Madame Zhou replied, her face lighting up at the mention of her daughter. The Grand Princess chuckled lightly. I have heard that Yen has been quite rebellious lately, apparently unwilling to marry the young Marquis. This topic opened the floodgates for Madame Zhou's grievances. Indeed, that young Marquis is nothing but a debauched scion, utterly unlearned. Yen has always been gentle, kind, and fragile. Should she marry him, who knows how she would be treated? She lamented her daughter's fate, contrasting it with Ru Yang's fortunate match with a top scholar. Madame Zhou's tone was laden with concern for Yen as if she were her own granddaughter, while Ru Yang, carrying her bloodline, felt like a mere acquaintance. The Grand Princess, accustomed to such behavior, was not particularly angered by it. In that case, why not arrange a marriage exchange between our families? She suggested enticingly. Madame Zhou's eyes brightened at this, intrigued. What does the princess mean? With a knowing smile, the Grand Princess continued, this morning, for reasons unknown, Ru Yang developed a multitude of red spots on her face, and the physicians are at a loss. Even the palace doctors cannot treat her at present. With the wedding date approaching, how could we, as elders, allow her to marry in such a state? Madame Zhou sensed the opportunity and, without waiting for further discussion, she approached the Grand Princess herself. Sister-in-law, you know that their marriage was decreed by the Emperor and cannot be altered. In desperation, I could only think of this marriage exchange. Let Ru Yang recover for a month before her wedding. Rest assured, I will not neglect Yen after her marriage, on the third day of her return. I shall also adopt her as my goddaughter, allowing her to reside in the princess's estate. The Grand Princess's proposal was immensely tempting, and Madame Zhou eagerly nodded in agreement, fearful of losing the opportunity. Lingling, who understood the implications of the Grand Princess's words, couldn't he help but chuckle inwardly. The timing of the princess's goddaughter adoption is impeccable. 3 days after the wedding. I fear that before the newlyweds even return, both Feng Yuan and Zhou Yen shall find themselves imprisoned. Perfect. They want to even have a chance to honeymoon before being sent to the capital's dungeon for eternity. Unable to contain her amusement, Lingling stifled a laugh. The Grand Princess, too, struggled to suppress her mirth, pinching her thigh to stifle her laughter, tears brimming in her eyes, leaving Madame Zhou utterly perplexed. What is going on? One moment you're laughing, the next you're crying. Could it be the result of Ru Yang's disfigurement, leading her to marry a ruffian like Shi Jianyi, causing you such sorrow? She ventured to console. In truth, that young Marquis is not so bad. He possesses great martial skills and will surely be a man of worth. The Grand Princess suddenly adopted a frosty demeanor and retorted, if that is the case, then let us not proceed with the exchange. I shall petition His Majesty to postpone Ru Yang's wedding to the scholar. Chapter 35. Having reaped the benefits of others, one must assist them in their endeavors. Madame Zhou, upon hearing this, immediately struck her own lips. I must refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. Your Highness, please reconsider. The Emperor is of advanced age and hardly attends to state affairs, and we must not trouble him over the matters of these younger generations. The Grand Princess nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Madame Zhou had finally spoken something sensible. If sister-in-law has no objections, then we shall finalize this arrangement. With Yen's wedding approaching, should you require anything, feel free to draw from the treasury. After all, she will soon be my goddaughter. And we must not allow her to lack in grandeur. Madame Zhou relished such words. She had long desired to manage the household affairs. This old woman, at such an advanced age, can hardly expect to live many more years, yet she remains so greedy. Lingling couldn't help but scoff. The Grand Princess wore a smile that concealed a cruel intent, as if she wished to devour Madame Zhou whole. Though she harbored no fondness for Madame Zhou, she had respected her for nearly 20 years due to her marriage to the prince, treating her with kindness and granting her a lavish life within the grand estate. Yet, Madame Zhou, ungrateful and scheming against her own daughter? In that case, let her most beloved niece become a sacrificial pawn in this scheme. Let her truly understand the meaning of to harm others is ultimately to harm oneself. Just as she felt a modicum of her resentment dissipate, she heard Lingling's thoughts beside her. Oh, why is there a figure standing by the window? Is she eavesdropping on the conversation with the Grand Princess? Upon looking over, the Grand Princess was astonished to discover that the silhouette increasingly resembled her personal maid, Fendai. Had it not been for Lingling's mental prompt, she might have nearly forgotten about her attendant. My sister-in-law. A year ago, my maid Fendai mentioned she wanted to return home to marry. I wonder what became of her afterward. Did she come back to the capital after her marriage? Recently, someone had mentioned seeing her in the alley outside the back gate. The Grand Princess intentionally remarked this to fluster Madame Zhou. Just moments ago, one of the maids had claimed to have seen her again. Do you think if we go to the back gate now, she might still be there? Her tone was laden with insinuation. This provoked Fendai, who had been eavesdropping by the window, to feel a surge of caution and hurriedly flee. The Grand Princess attempted to pursue her, but was blocked by Madame Zhou. Surely, the princess must have been mistaken. Such a thing never occurred. The old woman had never laid eyes on her. Madame Zhou's psychological fortitude was quite strong, as she could lie without a blush or a racing heart. The Grand Princess cast a meaningful glance at Lingling, urging her to capture the girl. To secure Lingling's esteemed assistance, the Grand Princess had truly gone to great lengths, even parting with her prized jade bracelet. Here, Lingling, take this and go amuse yourself. The implication was clear. She was to seek out Fendai. Thank you, foster mother. Lingling accepted the bracelet and obediently departed. She dashed into the courtyard, standing where Fendai had previously lingered, and took out a piece of yellow paper used for talismans, deftly folding it into a tracking charm to locate Fendai. At that moment, Fendai was hurriedly traversing the garden, taking a small path towards the back gate, desperate to escape the princess's residence. She cast wary glances over her shoulder, fearful of being discovered. Yet, no matter how cautious she was, she could not evade Lingling's tracking charm. Miss, why are you in such a hurry to leave? To find the prince consort. Fendai instinctively replied, only to realize her slip of the tongue a moment later. She abruptly turned to see Lingling approaching her with a sweet smile, exhaling in relief. She thought it was just some random person, but it turned out to be merely a young girl, easily deceivable, or perhaps a target to eliminate. With that thought, she picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Lingling without hesitation. Lingling merely had to shift her body slightly to evade the incoming projectile. Fendai threw several more stones, growing weary in her efforts, yet Lingling continued to evade them effortlessly. Fendai, being clever, knew to retreat towards the back gate while throwing stones. As she neared the gate, Lingling ceased her playful demeanor. Fendai, do you find this bracelet beautiful? Lingling suddenly inquired, leaving Fendai perplexed.
Huh?
She was bewildered. What was the meaning of this question? Why was this little girl asking her such a thing? Nevertheless, the bracelet did appear somewhat familiar. The princess gifted it to me. So, does receiving someone else's favor obligate one to assist them? The princess has treated you well. Why then, do you seek to entice the prince consort and become a mere concubine, lower than a maid? As Lingling pressed closer, Fendai's heart raced with panic. She believed her actions to be flawless. How did the princess and this girl know? No, it's not my fault. It's the old lady. She forced me. Fendai hastily shifted the blame onto Madame Zhou. Lingling had no time for such discussions. Any matters should be addressed with the princess. In a flash, she moved swiftly behind Fendai and struck her at the nape of her neck with a deft hand. Fendai was successfully knocked unconscious. Without further ado, Lingling dragged Fendai's limp body towards the Grand Princess as if she were hauling a sack. Upon witnessing this scene, Madame Zhou was left in shock. You killed her? She carries my son's child. She is 3 months along. After speaking, Madame Zhou realized she had inadvertently let slip her secret, and no explanation could clarify her words now. This revelation ignited the Grand Princess's fury, wishing to eliminate Fendai herself. To slay a maid who seduced her master would tarnish her own hands. Lingling, faja, picked up the teacup that the Grand Princess had just set down and poured its contents onto Fendai's face, waking her from her slumber. The tea was no longer hot, but the remnants in the cup splattered Fendai, rendering her appearance akin to a filthy maid who had just cleaned a chamber pot. Sister-in-law, do you not intend to explain why Fendai was found here? And why she carries the prince consort as child? The Grand Princess demanded angrily. Madame Zhou was at a loss for words and decided to abandon pretense. Isn't it common for men to have multiple wives and concubines? The prince consort is human too. Besides, Fendai has no official status. She is merely a mistress, and this will not impact your standing. The Grand Princess could no longer suppress her rage. What nonsense is this? It seems Madame Zhou has long harbored intentions for Fendai to replace the Grand Princess. Seeing the Grand Princess's anger spiraling out of control, Lingling desperately signaled her with her eyes. Please, Grand Princess, understand my gaze. Do not lose your temper now. It is not the time for confrontation with Madame Zhou. Just endure a few more days. Once Zhou Yen'er is married, we will expose everything and let His Majesty render judgment upon Madame Zhou. The Grand Princess's fury was tempered by Lingling's voice. Patience was still required. The day of the grand wedding was only 5 days away. Even if she was furious, it wouldn't hurt to wait a few more days. A slight smile graced her lips. Sister-in-law, what you say is unfounded. You know I love the prince consort. If he truly desires concubines, you may certainly discuss it with me. I would not mind having several. Chapter 36. I have my eye on you. Her unexpected generosity and unusual demeanor left Madame Zhou feeling perplexed and taken aback. The Grand Princess, aware that she must not let Madame Zhou discern any flaws, declared, however, since you have concealed this matter from me, there shall be punishment. Madame Zhou knew that the Grand Princess was not one to be trifled with. With the marriage of Ruyang approaching, this princess hereby orders you both to transcribe 300 scriptures for her blessings. Upon hearing this mild punishment, Madame Zhou finally relaxed. It seemed she must maintain decorum until her niece's marriage, ensuring that her own actions did not jeopardize her niece's lifelong happiness. Thank you, Your Highness. Fendai also hurriedly expressed her gratitude. After the Grand Princess departed with Lingling, the latter's worried thoughts echoed in her mind. Princess, you must never reveal what you know, nor any of our plans to the prince consort. Though he loves you, he loves his mother, Madame Zhou, even more. He is a quintessential mama's boy. Should you and Madame Zhou both fall into water, he would undoubtedly save her. As Lingling contemplated these matters, she occasionally glanced at the Grand Princess. Alas, the bond between the princess and the prince consort is profound. How can I convey my criticisms of him without inciting her ire? She felt as if she might perish from worry, yet the Grand Princess, hearing her thoughts, couldn't help but smile. Indeed, she loved the prince consort. But despite being coerced by Madame Zhou, he had still wronged her, and she intended to sever their entangled fate. As the Grand Princess of Beixuan, one of the most revered women in the realm, she would not tolerate even the slightest grain of sand in her eyes. She has already devised a plan. Once the matter concerning Ruyang is resolved, she intends to part ways with the prince consort, banishing his entire family from her princess palace. In recent days, the princess has been discreetly gathering evidence against the Zhou family for their malfeasance towards Ruyang. Ruyang frequently lures her male companion, Chu Xiang, with his charms. Perhaps due to the impending marriage, Feng Yuan visits the princess's palace almost daily, bringing small trinkets for Ruyang. Occasionally, these gifts are food items, while at other times, they are toys for children. However, Ruyang finds none of these gifts appealing, though Chu Xiang is utterly enamored with them. It dawns on Ruyang that these gifts are merely a pretext for Feng Yuan to court the one he truly loves. Although their affection is same-sex, Ruyang does not harbor any disdain for such matters. Had they been forthright from the beginning, she might have even lent them her support. Now, having learned of their intentions to manipulate her into leading a life of solitary widowhood, she cannot possibly let them off easily. In addition to Feng Yuan, the young Lord Shurjiani has also been frequenting the princess's palace. The news of Ru Yang's disfigurement has not eluded him. Upon hearing it, he forsook his usual indulgences in entertainment and instead scoured the vicinity for remedies to aid her. Appreciative of his efforts, Ru Yang, with Li Mu's consent, has taken some of the herbs he has brought, confident they pose no risks. Today, Shurjiani has come again, bearing medicinal herbs and her favorite meteor hammer to cheer her up. Dressed in a vivid blue outfit, his high ponytail accentuates his youthful charm as he strides confidently through the princess's palace, one hand clutching the herbs and the other lugging 2 hefty iron hammers.
Lingling,
now quite familiar with him, cannot help but internally comment. Alas, he shows no restraint. The princess is on the brink of marriage. Yet, he continues to seek her out for martial practice. Nevertheless, this Princess Ruyang, despite being a girl, has an affinity for such weaponry. One must admit, those iron hammers are indeed impressive. One swing could likely crush Granny Zhou. As Ruyang approaches the entrance, she overhears Lingling's unceasing thoughts. Use the meteor hammer to smash Zhou? She cannot bear the thought of allowing such a filthy mind to burst beneath her hammer. Noticing Lingling's expression of disapproval, Shurjiani promptly inquires, "What is the matter? Are you interested in my hammer too?" Li Lingling retorts, interested in your hammer? I have no fondness for weaponry. You should take it and amuse the princess. With a playful grin, Shurjiani saunters inside. Watching him depart, Li Lingling muses, what a delightful pair. However, the young lord's vivacious demeanor reminds me quite a bit of my third brother. I wonder if my brothers are acquainted with Shurjiani?
Ruyang.
Intrigued by Li Lingling's thoughts, reflects that her family seems to have quite a number of brothers. If they require assistance, she could ask her mother to help secure them some minor official positions. Once inside, Shurjiani places the iron hammers on the table, prompting Ruyang to rush over and inspect them. Wow, this meteor hammer is exactly what I've always wanted, she exclaims, brimming with excitement. Shurjiani, puffed with pride, replies, indeed. I personally crafted this with a blacksmith. It took me nearly half a year to create. You have no idea how taxing it is to forge iron. As he rambles on, Ruyang gazes at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Gradually, Shurjiani becomes aware of her lingering gaze, and his voice diminishes until he falls silent, staring back at her in astonishment.
What?
Is there something on my face? He touches his cheek, finding nothing amiss. Ruyang shakes her head, unable to resist. She extends her arms and embraces Shurjiani. He stands frozen, as if struck by a sudden spell, his heart skipping a beat. Jiani, thank you. Ruyang expresses her gratitude, releasing him afterward. Shurjiani is taken aback, wondering why she chose to embrace him. Suddenly, he finds himself regretting the engagement, wishing instead to marry her. Just as this thought flits through his mind, Ruyang softly asks, if I were to marry you instead of Feng Yuan, would you be willing? Shurjiani is momentarily dumbfounded, feeling his scalp tingle. What are you joking about? Our marriages have already been arranged. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it is impossible for His Majesty to alter them. His words tumble out, as he dares not meet Ruyang's gaze. I meant if, she reiterates. Shurjiani falls silent, contemplating the possibility of being with Ruyang, his childhood companion with whom he has shared countless memories. Her wild spirit, reminiscent of a boy, has always followed him in martial arts training. The thought of their impending marriages, which would sever their bond of camaraderie, no more drinking, fighting, or practicing together, fills him with a sense of loss. You're quite the tomboy. Marrying the top scholar, he might struggle to cope with your spirited nature. You train in martial arts while he excels in literature. I doubt you would share much in common. Recently, I learned a bit about Feng Yuan. His family is not well off, yet he embodies a rather domineering masculinity. If you marry him, he is likely to impose restrictions upon you, stifling your freedom. Given your strong-willed nature and formidable skills, you could very well turn his esteemed household into chaos. At this point, Shurjiani bursts into laughter, finding the situation amusing. Hearing this, Ruyang can no longer contain herself, silent tears streaming down her face, stinging her freshly healed skin. Shurjiani swiftly produces a silk handkerchief to dab her tears. How can you still be crying at this age? He gently reproaches. Jiani, if I were willing to marry, would you take me? Again, this question arises, seemingly unavoidable. If only time could rewind to the day of the royal engagement, I would rush to the Golden Lawn Hall and plead for the hand of Princess Ruyang. But the reality is stark. He suddenly seems to have an epiphany. His eyes lighting up as he grasps Ruyang's hand excitedly. Yang, why don't we elope? Ruyang is taken aback. Li Lingling gasps, young lord, how can you say such a thoughtless thing? This is a royal engagement. Elopement is a capital offense. Are you willing to risk your life and implicate the princess in your folly? Watching them, Li Lingling feels a pang of concern. Alas, our plans cannot be revealed to Shurjiani just yet. Young lord, bear with it for a few days. Once Zhou Yen'er and Feng Yuan are wed and Zhou is captured by the authorities, then the princess's happiness will follow. Li Lingling feels that her rapport with Shurjiani has improved recently, and as a friend, she wishes to comfort him. Ruyang, elated by Shurjiani's suggestion of elopement, affectionately grasps his hand, whispering in his ear, Jiani, just one more day, and I'll surprise you. What surprise? Are you expecting your grandfather to help you annul the engagement? Shurjiani is filled with curiosity. After all, her grandfather is a sovereign whose words hold great weight. He cannot assist her in this matter. But I can. Ruyang winks playfully at him. Just wait for the spectacle. Shurjiani no longer inquires further, shifting the conversation to Ruyang's facial condition. Tomorrow is the wedding. How can you bear to show up with this face? He feels a pang of sympathy for her. What girl wouldn't want to look stunning on her wedding day, yet she must endure with a face marred by blemishes. Fear not, I assure you. When my wedding day comes, I will be the most exquisite bride of the year. She smiles brightly at Shurjiani. Li Lingling stood at the doorway, munching on sunflower seeds that fourth brother had mysteriously procured while watching the affectionate antics of the couple. During her stay at the princess's residence over the past few days, she had unwittingly witnessed several grand performances. This couple is truly delightful. Sweeter than candied lotus seeds. As she spoke, she fished a candied lotus seed from her pocket and popped it into her mouth. The flavor was exquisite. She had initially assumed that in this world, there would be little in the way of delectable treats, but to her surprise, the culinary skills of the northern Xian people were indeed remarkable, particularly the dishes from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Unfortunately, they were prohibitively expensive. She couldn't justify indulging herself. Having only visited the establishment once with her brother since arriving in the capital, understanding her sentiments, Ruyang suggested, "What's the big deal about the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion? Since Lingling enjoys it, let us simply invite their chef to the princess's residence to prepare meals exclusively for us." Tomorrow marked the grand wedding, however. The atmosphere in Ruyang's quarters was devoid of any celebratory spirit. In stark contrast, the guest room in the backyard, where Zhou Yenna resided, buzzed with lively festivities. To honor her granddaughter's marriage, Madame Zhou donned a fresh red attire. Although Shi Jianyi was a bit eccentric, he could sense that something was amiss. Perhaps Ruyang's earlier remark about surprising him tomorrow was indeed meant to be a surprise. He kept his observations to himself and engaged Ruyang in conversation for a while before taking his leave. Throughout the night, the Long Princess was plagued with anxiety, unable to find rest as she worried about Zhou Yenna and Feng Yuan's wedding. Early the next morning, Li Lingling also rose with the others, reflecting on the difficulty of earning a meager wage. It was quite absurd for someone of her stature in the realm of immortal cultivation to be reduced to taking odd jobs. With her veil draped over her head, Zhou Yenna exited the gates of the princess's residence, marking the successful first step of their plan. The princess publicly accompanied the bridal sedan to the scholar's residence to witness their vows, while Ruyang, along with Li Lingling and Li Mu, disguised themselves as ordinary townsfolk to sneak in. However, they were unable to gain entry, as the gatekeeper at the scholar's residence barred them from entering. In a fit of frustration, Ruyang opted to scale the wall into the backyard, with Li Lingling following suit. Poor Li Mu, lacking martial prowess and being physically frail, could not join them and could only anxiously pace outside. After much contemplation, it became apparent that to prevent the revelation of their identities, he indeed should not enter. Ruyang and Li Lingling remained outside the bridal chamber until evening, when Feng Yuan lifted the veil, revealing Zhou Yenna's face. He was met with a look of sheer terror, awakening him from his stupor.
"How could it be you?"
"Where is Ruyang?" Feng Yuan asked incredulously.
"What do you mean by that?"
"Although I am not yet a princess, the princess has promised to acknowledge me as her goddaughter and bestow upon me the title of princess in 3 days. It is merely a matter of time. You marrying me is not a loss at all. Moreover, Yenna genuinely admires the scholar." As she spoke, Zhou Yenna shed her outer robe and, with delicate hands, ensnared Feng Yuan's neck. Feng Yuan, who had an inclination for men, found himself utterly overwhelmed by the scene, breaking out in a cold sweat. Misinterpreting his reaction as disdain for her and a deep affection for Ruyang, Zhou Yenna declared, "Feng Lang, now that we have exchanged vows and entered the bridal chamber, after cooking the rice, you must acknowledge this union." She wrapped her legs around Feng Yuan, pushing him onto the bed in a manner reminiscent of a determined seductress.
"Oh,
how thrilling!" Li Lingling reveled in the spectacle. Ruyang, almost forgetting that an 11-year-old girl was beside her, admonished, "This is not suitable for children. You must not watch." With an air of feigned concern, she shielded Li Lingling's eyes while enjoying the unfolding drama herself. Li Lingling thought to herself, having been thrust into the body of a mere child, she had accepted it. Although Zhou Yenna possessed a certain charm, Feng Yuan, not being straightforward, remained impervious to her seductions. Summoning all his strength, he pushed Zhou Yenna away, his clothing disheveled, and sprinted out of the scholar's residence. "Action!" Ruyang commanded, sending Li Lingling on her mission. "All right, princess, do take care," Li Lingling cautioned before dashing to the front courtyard. Ruyang, seizing the moment, stealthily followed Feng Yuan, eager to see if he would fall for the trap. Meanwhile, on the street, Feng Yuan, disheveled and wandering, crossed paths with Chu Xiang, who had been incited by Ruyang to seek him out at the scholar's residence, late into the night. Having just been terrified by Zhou Yenna, Feng Yuan, upon seeing his true beloved Chu Xiang, threw caution to the wind and rushed towards her. "Ah Xiang, are you here to find me? You cannot imagine how deranged that woman is," Feng Yuan lamented to Chu Xiang. Under Ruyang's influence, Chu Xiang, clearly in an altered state, gazed at Feng Yuan with reddened eyes and questioned, "Didn't you say that after marrying the princess, we would often be together? Why did the princess tell me yesterday that you adored her to the point of desperation? Just a few days prior, you were showering her with gifts." Chapter 38. Naturally, there were wise guides. Faced with Chu Xiang's emotional turmoil, Feng Yuan felt utterly overwhelmed. What had started as a joyous wedding had spiraled into this chaotic mess. How had it come to such a state? "Ah, Xiang, you mustn't listen to her nonsense. The woman I wed today in the bridal chamber is not the princess but Zhou Yenner, the daughter of the Zhou family." Feng Yuan, being the scholar, was still sharp-witted. Connecting the dots from the evening's peculiar occurrences, he suddenly realized he had been ensnared in a scheme. No, it was Ruyang. She must have sensed something amiss. Enlightenment struck Feng Yuan, and he immediately intended to turn back to the Long Princess's residence to clarify matters with Ruyang. Yet, Chu Xiang offered him no such opportunity. Having been drugged by Li Mu with a potent aphrodisiac, Chu Xiang was now in a state difficult to control. Without regard, she shed her garments and began to undress Feng Yuan, whose attire was already loose, right there in the street. Witnessing the scene, Ruyang reflected on her prescient foresight. Thankfully, she had sent Li Lingling to find someone, sparing her from witnessing such an eye-watering display. "Oh, who is this, engaging in such public displays?" Ruyang's voice, like an incantation, reached Feng Yuan's ears. He struggled against Chu Xiang, yet she held him tightly, making it impossible to break free without risking harm to her. "How affectionate," Ruyang observed, reveling in the unfolding drama, almost wanting to applaud. "Ruyang, have you plotted against me? And what of Zhou Yenner?" Feng Yuan, with Chu Xiang clinging to him, forced himself to stand, pointing a finger at Ruyang as he shouted, "If it were the princess I married instead of her, would you be so terrified as to flee the bridal chamber into the street in search of your true love?" Ruyang regarded them with an amused expression. Feng Yuan fell silent. "When did you find out about my affair with her?" He could not wrap his mind around how Ruyang could possess such cunning and intellect. Naturally, there were wise guides. Ruyang was aware of her limitations. Had Li Lingling not revealed everything, she might have remained blissfully ignorant. As her words fell, the Long Princess arrived with Shi Jiani, Feng Yuan's parents, and a retinue of Shi family guards. The Shi family guards were the imperial guard of the capital, tasked with the safety of the palace and the entire city. "Feng Yuan, you have deeply disappointed this princess. Thank goodness I did not marry the princess off to you," the Long Princess barked, witnessing Chu Xiang still clinging to Feng Yuan. "My son, how could you commit such a ludicrous act? You are ruining your future." Feng Yuan's mother echoed in distress. "Long Princess, how shall this matter be resolved?" Shi Jiani inquired dutifully, resembling an obedient little dog. Given that Feng Yuan and Chu Xiang were not guilty of capital offenses, the Long Princess could not resort to extrajudicial punishment. She could only have Shi Jiani temporarily confine them in prison, awaiting the emperor's judgment. After all, it is a profound disgrace for the imperial examination to produce a successful candidate who would engage in such disgraceful behavior on the streets. Meanwhile, Li Lingling informed the elderly matriarch Zhou, who was attending a feast at the residence of the top scholar, about the incident involving Feng Yuan and Chu Xiang. Aside from the matriarch, the vast majority of guests at the wedding were also aware of the matter. Upon hearing this, Zhou felt a pang of sympathy for her niece and did not care for the reputation of the top scholar's residence. She promptly led a crowd of guests straight to the bridal chamber. At that moment, Zhou Yenner was still sobbing in the wedding room. "Oh dear, what is the matter? Has that rascal Feng Yuan been bullying you? Tell your great aunt all about it." Zhou Yenner was already weeping in gasps. The guests were astonished to discover that the bride was not the princess of Ruyang, but rather a daughter of the Zhou family. "What? Has the bride changed?" they murmured. "Wasn't the top scholar supposed to marry a princess?" Hearing the whispers, Zhou scolded them. "Isn't the princess simply the daughter of the grand princess? The princess has agreed to accept our Yenner as her goddaughter. She will be a princess in her own right, so why shouldn't she marry the top scholar?" His Majesty only said the princess should marry the top scholar. He did not specify which princess. "Our Yenner shall henceforth be Princess Yenner." Her declaration of Princess Yenner indeed elicited a chuckle from Li Lingling. "Ha ha ha, Princess Yenner, how amusing. To privately bestow a title of princess is indeed a grave crime, akin to conspiracy and treason, warranting the execution of one's entire clan." Among the guests, a youth of barely 18 cast a frightened glance at Li Lingling. What is this girl capable of? Why can I hear her innermost thoughts? Is it me who is unwell, or is there something amiss with her? Having been well-versed in the classics since childhood, he refused to entertain such supernatural notions, yet the situation was indeed perplexing. He concluded that perhaps he was simply exhausted and experiencing auditory hallucinations.
What are you laughing at?
Zhou shot a disapproving glance at the giggling Lingling. Lingling hastily changed the subject. All of that is of little consequence. The most pressing issue now is that the groom, Lord Feng, has fled. And we do not know his intentions, having dashed out in disarray. The crowd gasped in shock. They had never anticipated that a wedding would unfold into such a dramatic spectacle. Zhou exclaimed, I have no idea what he has run off to do. Perhaps we should all go out and search for him. It is late, and we must prevent any further mishaps. Lingling suggested. The doorman indeed saw a man in red attire covering his face dash out the door. However, the man was too swift, and he did not realize it was the top scholar himself. Upon hearing this, Zhou could no longer remain idle. She had to help her niece retrieve the runaway groom. Let us go see where he has gone. With that, Zhou took the lead, followed closely by Zhou Yenner. Lingling joined in, subtly guiding everyone toward the location that Ruyang had already planned. When they arrived, the princess, Ruyang, and others were already confronting Feng Yuan. Yet they arrived just in time to witness the whole truth, including Chu Xiang, who was provocatively draped over Feng Yuan. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This wedding was indeed worth attending. The contributions were truly well spent. They resolved to listen intently and observe closely, eager to recount the events to their friends and family later. Zhou and Zhou Yenner were utterly devastated. They glared at Feng Yuan, wishing they could strike him and Chu Xiang down. Zhou, being a fierce and unyielding woman, charged at them in a fit of rage. Feng Yuan, despite everything, continued to protect Chu Xiang, indicating that their bond was indeed unbreakable. Oh my, this matriarch Zhou is quite spry. A dogfight, how splendid. Lingling savored the unfolding drama with delight. Both Zhou and Feng Yuan were hardly virtuous. Was it not merely a case of dogs biting dogs? The Grand Princess found this analogy quite fitting. Amidst the crowd, the young scholar once again perceived Lingling's thoughts. And he was certain this time it was not a figment of his imagination. He was neither hysterical nor under the influence of any hallucinogenic substances. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Chapter 39. Not lacking such a heartless grandmother after venting her frustrations on Feng Yuan, Zhou finally realized that this entire affair was likely orchestrated by the Grand Princess, Ruyang, and Lingling. She angrily confronted the Grand Princess. You wicked woman. You must have known all along that Feng Yuan was no good, deliberately arranging for Ruyang to switch places with Yenner, making her the laughingstock of the entire capital. Lingling found this amusing. Oh ho, how quick to react. It is not the wickedness of a villain that is frightening, but the cunning of a villain. The Grand Princess replied with a cold smile. Sister-in-law, if you claim I wish to harm your niece, then let me ask you, when you harmed your own granddaughter, why did you not show her any mercy? With that, she produced a piece of paper from her voluminous sleeve. This is the testimony from your maidservant. You used the herb in the cough remedy, Yanhua, to poison your own granddaughter, disfiguring Ruyang's face. How do you intend to repay this debt? She shouted, slamming the document against Zhou's face. Zhou Yenner hurriedly picked it up, trembling as she opened it, her countenance one of disbelief as she looked at Zhou. Great. Is this true?
Zhu Yenner asked weakly.
Zhou could not muster a response. She was rendered speechless by fear. Ruyang interjected. Of course it is true.
Yenner.
You are truly fortunate. She is my grandmother, yet she would poison me just to see you marry into a good family? I could easily tell you that your dear great-aunt simply wishes for you to marry the top scholar and live a good life, while I take your place to wed a frivolous young marquis. Just look at my face. What has she done to it? Ruyang abruptly lifted her veil, revealing her face smeared with red paint in the shape of a grotesque red envelope. The terrifying sight caused the delicate Zhou Yenner to recoil in shock. Grandmother. My face is ruined. You must give me Zhou Yenner's face. Ruyang cried out, lunging towards Zhou Yenner like a vengeful spirit.
Zhu Yenner, easily frightened,
fainted at the sight. Ruyang smirked in triumph. Seeing her niece unconscious, Zhou panicked, shaking her shoulders to rouse her. When she failed, she turned to Ruyang, yelling, If anything happens to my Yenner, Ruyang, you will not escape unscathed. With that, she glared fiercely at Ruyang. Ruyang felt the lump in her throat, tears of sorrow swelling within her. She could not comprehend why her own grandmother would treat her this way. Her nose tinged with bitterness. She struggled to hold back her tears. Beside her, Zhijian, unable to care for the onlookers, wrapped her in an embrace to comfort her. There. Let us not stoop to their level. You still have your mother, your grandfather loves you, and you have me. We are not lacking for a grandmother.
Lingling.
Hearing Zhijian's words of comfort, felt inclined to commend him. Young Marquis, you truly know how to offer solace. I also believe that the princess has everything she desires. We are not in need of such a heartless grandmother. Sister-in-law, what more can you say now? The Grand Princess interrogated. Zhou began to play the sympathy card. Kneeling at the Grand Princess's feet, begging pathetically, Your Highness, after all, I am your mother-in-law. Even if I have grown muddled and made mistakes, I implore you. For the sake of the prince, spare me. The Grand Princess kicked her away. The prince's face? The prince has been keeping a mistress behind my back, bringing me nothing but disgrace. He ought to have been dismissed long ago. What face does he have left? Upon hearing the Grand Princess's words, the surrounding guests expressed their astonishment. This family truly was insatiable. They had married into the Grand Princess's household, yet dared to seek a mistress. Was that not courting disaster? Had I wed the princess in those days, I would have revered her like a celestial being. That wretched old woman, truly devoid of virtue, has brought calamity upon her descendants. The splendid future of the prince consort has been utterly squandered by her folly. Hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Zhou realized the gravity of her misstep, but it was far too late for repentance. Jian Yi, the crown princess called out. Jian Yi, with reluctance, released Ru Yang and stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. Confine Zhou and Feng Yuan to the dungeons, and first thing tomorrow, report this entire affair to His Majesty for him to decree their punishment. The crown princess stated without a hint of courtesy.
Understood, vinc repied.
He commanded his subordinates to escort them away and requested all guests to depart. It was evident to all that Zhou and Feng Yuan were destined for dire consequences. In the realm of Beixuan, it was common knowledge that the emperor held his only daughter, the crown princess, in the highest esteem. With 4 sons but only a single daughter, she was particularly treasured. Moreover, as the child of the empress, she had been doted upon since her youth by both the emperor and empress. To offend the crown princess was akin to disturbing the very heavens. Once matters were settled, Lingling happily bounded over to the crown princess and Ru Yang. Your Highness, what shall we do about Chu Xiang and Zhou Yener? She inquired, pointing at the writhing Chu Xiang and the unconscious Zhou Yener. Their crimes do not warrant death. Let them go, the princess commanded. I extend my early congratulations to both of you. Now that the enemies have been cleared, you may live in peace henceforth. Lingling busily chimed in with sweet words as they joyfully returned to the princess's residence. The young scholar, having observed their retreating figures, felt a tumult of emotions. That young lady is indeed from the princess's household? How is it that I can hear his thoughts? I must find a time to pay a visit to my aunt, the princess. With the affairs at the princess's estate concluded, Ru Yang and Jian Yi's matters allowed Lingling to rest easy. That night, she slept remarkably soundly, even forgetting about her elder brother, who had not attended the wedding at all. He's grown, and can't possibly get lost. I shall leave him be. Meanwhile, Li Mu, in an effort to conceal his identity, refrained from mingling with the wedding guests. Instead, he remained hidden in the shadows. After Jian Yi took Zhou and Feng away and the guests dispersed, he spotted a familiar figure among them. Second brother, Li Bai. Upon seeing his brother, Li Mu, who had not seen him in a long while, hurriedly followed him back to the residence of their third brother, leaving his younger sister behind, as she was well cared for at the princess's estate. As dawn broke, the warm April sun enveloped the earth. Lingling awoke naturally from her slumber in the guest room of the princess's residence, where a young maid was already preparing her wash water. Miss Li, you have finally risen. The princess has looked for you twice. Seeing you still asleep, she could not bring herself to wake you, the maid informed her. Upon hearing that Ru Yang sought her, Lingling felt a twinge of confusion. What could she want now that everything is resolved? Could she be urging me to vacate the princess's residence? Lingling exclaimed internally, feeling quite wronged. As Ru Yang approached the room, she overheard Lingling's thoughts and wore an expression of exasperation. This young girl certainly had a vibrant inner monologue. She would never be lonely. As she entertained herself with her own thoughts. Chapter 40. Is sister so magnificent? Ru Yang politely knocked on the door. Hearing the sound, Lingling rushed over upon realizing it was Ru Yang. Sister, you've sought me thrice. Is there something you need?
Ru Yang smiled gently,
taking her by the arm and urging, hurry and freshen up. I'm taking you to enjoy some delicious food. As she spoke, she affectionately tapped Lingling's nose. Lingling beamed with delight. Wow, sister, you're so loving. To eat something delightful right after waking up is truly wonderful. Seeing the young girl's cheerful thoughts, Ru Yang couldn't help but smile in return. At that moment, they felt utterly carefree. Lingling donned a flowing, sky-blue dress that seemed ethereal. A gift from her fourth brother just days prior. She noticed that her brothers always chose items in their favorite colors for her. For instance, her eldest brother favored black. Her third brother leaned towards vibrant green, while her fourth brother selected deep blue, reminiscent of the ocean. Returning to the Zue Xiang building after a fortnight, Lingling found herself longing for the flavors of the place. Ruyang appeared to be a frequent visitor, as her royal status allowed her the means to indulge often. After skillfully ordering a few of her favorite dishes, she pushed the menu toward Lingling. The menu was devoid of images, merely a list of names, leaving Lingling at a loss as to what each dish entailed. Embarrassed, she glanced at Ruyang. "Sister, perhaps you should order. I'll eat whatever you choose." Ruyang generously produced a pouch of silver, tossing it to the waiter, and reassured Lingling, "It's all right. Order whatever you desire. There's no need to worry about the cost." The waiter chimed in, "Indeed, how could the princess ever be short of money?" Lingling thought. "What we lack is not money, but comprehension. Do you have any recommendations?" she asked, flipping through the thick stack of the menu, which was indeed filled with an array of culinary delights, as Zue Xiang building was famed for its vast offerings. "Fear not, young lady. Our establishment has branches in every city across the nation. All our dishes are meticulously crafted by our renowned chef, ensuring an unforgettable dining experience," the waiter boasted enthusiastically. Lingling pondered, who exactly is the chef, so capable of such feats? Before she could dwell further, the waiter eagerly added, "You've chosen wisely today. It happens to be the day our head chef personally oversees the kitchen. If you spend over 888 taels, he will prepare a dish for you himself." Lingling gasped, "How much? 888 taels? No, we'll just have something light." The figure seemed extravagantly excessive to her. She feared becoming accustomed to such luxury, and then, should Beixuan fall to Chile, she would find herself fleeing with her brothers, reduced to gnawing on dry biscuits. "Miss, Your Highness, do not miss such a rare opportunity. Our head chef only chooses one location each month for his personal touch. If you miss this chance, who knows how long it will be before our capital sees him again," the waiter continued to persuade. Ruyang's interest peaked. "Then just bring us enough dishes to meet the price." Lingling was taken aback. Is sister truly this extravagant? No wonder she is a princess. Even if we have money, we must not be so wasteful. I must remind her to save. As she contemplated how to advise Ruyang on frugality, she overheard Ruyang telling the waiter, "Forget the previous orders." The waiter's expression fell instantaneously. Yet Lingling's face lit up with relief. But in the next breath, Ruyang proclaimed with even greater boldness, "Bring the entire menu to me." Lingling was left speechless. The waiter exclaimed, "Certainly, Your Highness. Please hold on. I shall relay your order immediately." He dashed off, beaming with excitement. Disregarding the possibility of inciting Ruyang's ire, Lingling spoke candidly. "Princess, there are only the two of us, and this menu is so extensive. How could we possibly consume it all? If we cannot finish, it would be a shame to waste food, especially considering the countless refugees in the city struggling to find their next meal. As a member of the royal family, you ought to refrain from living such a lavish lifestyle." She was genuinely infuriated. The squandering of food was the utmost disgrace. After voicing her thoughts, she felt a sense of relief, but soon became anxious at the prospect of having angered the princess. However, Ruyang was not as furious as Lingling had anticipated. "Do you not know what to order? Then simply order one of everything to sample," Ruyang declared with an air of authority.
Lingling musa.
"Is this what it feels like to be the subordinate of a domineering princess? Fear not. We shall use public chopsticks, taking only what we can eat, and whatever remains, we shall bestow upon the beggars on the streets." Ruyang, fully aware of the scarcity of food, could not entertain the notion of waste. Upon hearing Lingling's words, she exhaled in relief, her lips curling into a faint smile. Who would have thought this little princess would show concern for the suffering of the common people? Lingling felt considerably reassured. Ruyang remarked, "Humph, little girl, there is much you remain oblivious to. This princess is not as unreasonable as you presume. And as for the fourth princess of Chile, Yan Yunshu, she is not worthy to compare to even a toe of mine." This thought flitted through her mind before she swiftly chastised herself. As they neared the end of their meal, Ruyang inquired of the waiter, "Did you not mention that we could have your master himself cook for us?" The waiter nodded vigorously. "The princess may select the dishes, and I shall summon the master to prepare them." Ruyang declined. "We have nearly finished our meal. There is no need for additional dishes. Bring your master out. I have questions for him." The waiter hurried off to comply. Moments later, he returned, visibly distressed, and informed Ru Yang that their master refused to see her. Ru Yang exclaimed, "How can a distinguished princess be denied an audience?"
Sensing her temper rising, Lingling hastily intervened.
Fearing that Ru Yang might act impulsively and cause a scene. "Princess, let it be. I find this establishment's offerings rather mediocre. There is nothing particularly special about them. Why do you wish to meet the master?" Upon hearing Lingling's assessment, Ru Yang quickly retorted, "Do you truly believe the food is unappetizing?"
Lingling fibat.
"It's not as good as my sister Shuang's cooking." "Then it is settled. I initially intended to invite the master to the princess's residence as a private chef. But if you do not fancy his dishes, we shall forego it." Just then, a voice, belonging to a boy no more than 2 years older than Lingling, emerged from the shadows. He was stout and short, resembling a diminutive winter melon. "Welcome to Zue Xianglu. If you find the previous dishes unpalatable, might I be granted the opportunity to present another dish? Should it still fail to impress compared to your sister Shuang's cooking, you may certainly summon her for a culinary contest." As the boy revealed himself, the waiter rushed over to explain Ru Yang's identity. What of royal connections? This winter melon of a boy seemed undeterred by the status of the princess and dared to offend her. Ru Yang, feeling quite displeased, noted that few dared to speak so audaciously in her presence. This commoner was remarkably bold. Lingling, on the other hand, felt a pang of guilt. While Shuang's cooking was indeed delightful, it could hardly rival that of a professional chef. To avert revealing her untruth, she pulled Ru Yang aside and whispered her deception. Understanding that Lingling had lied to avoid trouble, Ru Yang felt a twinge of shame. She was now even more inclined to invite the master of Zue Xianglu to the palace, solely to prepare meals for Lingling. "Will your master not come out to meet us?" Ru Yang asked the waiter. The waiter's expression tightened as he glanced at the boy. "This is the founder of Zue Xianglu, our esteemed master chef, Gui." The crowd gasped, "The master chef is a child." Anticipating their astonishment, the waiter continued, "You may not yet grasp, but Zue Xianglu operates under the auspices of the Honeymooned Merchant Association and is considered part of it. Thus, anyone wishing to cause trouble here ought to consider their own capabilities in dealing with the association." The mention of the Honeymooned Merchant Association left Lingling bewildered. "What? Zue Xianglu is connected to my third brother?" Ru Yang interjected. Lingling's third brother is also a member of the Honeymooned Merchant Association? The master chef, Gui, questioned. "What voice do I hear? Did I just hear a girl speaking? Wasn't the room silent a moment ago? Who is this third brother she mentioned? Do I know him in relation to Zue Xianglu?" Before Chef Gui could ponder these matters any further, he was interrupted by Lingling's apology. "I apologize, dear master. My earlier remark about the food being subpar was a falsehood. In truth, the dishes at Zue Xianglu are exquisite. It is the finest dining experience I have encountered." Lingling offered her highest praise. In her previous life, while cultivating in a cave for centuries, she had not tasted the joys of earthly cuisine. The memories of the original owner revealed that the Leaf family had always maintained her figure, never allowing her to indulge, hence she had never experienced such delectable flavors. Therefore, her words were heartfelt. Seeing Lingling's delight, Ru Yang genuinely wished to invite Chef Gui to their residence. "Master, as you can see, my sister adores your cuisine. Name your price. What would it take to have you cook for us at the princess's residence?" In response, Chef Gui smiled calmly, exuding a maturity beyond his years. "Many have sought to have me cook for them. Surely the princess is aware of the customary queue? My schedule is currently full, and it may take until May for you to receive my services. I shall send my assistant to check and inform the princess of the agreed time." Yet Ru Yang remained unsatisfied. "What do you think you are? My invitation to the princess's residence is a privilege. Do you dare to hesitate? Believe me, I could simply have you taken back to cook." Lingling interjected. She has reverted to her former, spoiled self. "Sister, temper your emotions. The master is but a young lad and may be frightened by your demeanor." Lingling hurriedly soothed her sister's back. "In light of my little sister, I shall let you off this time," Ru Yang declared, maintaining her haughty tone. Chef Gui remained silent, while the waiter could not contain his temper. "Our master is not someone easily engaged. Last year, during the Emperor of Beixuan's birthday banquet, they offered an entire mountain on the borders of Beixian and Dongji for our master to prepare a meal." The crowd gasped in shock, and Lingling's mouth fell open in astonishment. She was utterly dumbfounded. How incredible must the chef be if the Emperor of Beixian would bestow a mountain for his culinary skills? "I wish to experience the artistry of this master chef firsthand." Didn't he, the waiter, mention that if we spent a total of 888, the master would cook for us? That promise has yet to be fulfilled. Upon hearing her thoughts, Ruyang recalled the same. She too was eager to witness the prowess of the master chef. As if sensing their thoughts, Chef Gui turned to leave. Wait, you still owe us 2 dishes. Ruyang called after him. The waiter approached, explaining, Dear guests, please take a seat. The master has stated that you are the highest spenders today, and he has already gone to prepare 2 dishes for you personally. Ruyang crossed her arms and proclaimed with pride, Now that's more like it. On this side of Lingling, she instructed the waiter to pack the leftover dishes for later distribution to beggars and stray dogs. In less than half a stick of incense's time, the waiter approached, carrying 2 plates of food. As he drew within 100 meters of Ruyang and Lingling, the tantalizing aroma wafted towards them. This delightful scent also captivated other diners in the hall, who suddenly felt that the dishes prepared by the other chefs at Zui Xiang Lu paled in comparison to those crafted by the culinary god, Gui. No wonder he was so sought after by the nobility across the continent. Despite his youth, he truly deserved the title of culinary god. Lingling gazed at the 2 plates with sparkling eyes. Exchanging a glance with Ruyang, she couldn't contain herself and immediately picked up a piece, disregarding the heat. The texture was exquisite, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips, allowing her to savor the essence of the ingredients complemented by a medley of seasonings. It was simply sublime beyond description. Wow, this meal makes me want to compose a poem. This dish exists in the heavens, yet how rare it is to taste on earth. If I could indulge in such delectable cuisine every day, or even every few days, I would willingly sacrifice several decades of my cultivation. Lingling felt herself transforming from a serene and ascetic practitioner into a veritable gourmand and treasure seeker. Her thoughts were heard, and the culinary god Gui, observing from the shadows, smiled. Though he was unfamiliar with this young lady, her musings were rather amusing. Bring someone here. He beckoned to a few waiters nearby. Investigate the origins of this girl. I want to know everything about her by today. Despite his plump figure, there was a certain charm to him when he was earnest. The Zui Xianglu in the capital was the flagship establishment, having been in operation the longest, and many of the staff had worked there for years. They had never seen the owner take such interest in matters beyond cooking. The young waiters scrutinized Lingling's appearance, whispering among themselves, could it be that the owner has taken a fancy to this girl? Does he wish to take her as a concubine? Indeed, they thought. Since members of the royal family were generally despised, and this girl was the godsister of Princess Ruyang, she would naturally be viewed with disdain as well. Chapter 42. Fame brings fear. She fears social interactions after their hearty meal. The 2 also delivered food to the beggars and homeless individuals they encountered. The city gates in the north were teeming with refugees, beggars, and the destitute. Exiting the northern gate and returning to the princess's residence, it was already afternoon. Shi Jianyi had come looking for Ruyang again, having already consumed 2 pots of tea at the princess's abode. Upon seeing Ruyang and Lingling return, he hurriedly approached them. Where have you 2 sisters been wandering today? He inquired, seeking conversation. Lingling, brimming with joy, replied, Sister Princess took me to dine at Zui Xianglu, where I had the pleasure of tasting dishes prepared by the esteemed culinary god Gui himself. Not one to hold back, Shi Jianyi playfully flicked her forehead. So, what if it was the culinary god Gui's dishes? I had the chance to enjoy them last time I visited General Buzheng. Upon hearing Shi Jianyi mention Li Zheng, Lingling smiled and earnestly advised Ruyang. Sister Princess, once you marry, you must keep a close watch on the young Marquis to ensure he hones his martial skills further. He shouldn't spend all his time at brothels, he should read more military texts. Shi Jianyi, concerned with his dignity, shot Lingling a disapproving glance for exposing his shortcomings in front of Ruyang. Seeing this, Lingling feigned fear and playfully hid behind Ruyang. Enough, Jianyi. You are an adult now. Why are you squabbling with a child? Besides, Lingling has a point. I've known you since we were children. I am well aware of your aversion to studying. Having already gleaned from Lingling's thoughts about Shi Jianyi's future, Ruyang held a deep affection for him, yet felt the weight of responsibility. However, with Shi Jianyi no longer required to marry Zhou Yenner, perhaps those concerns Lingling voiced would not come to pass. With this thought, Ruyang smiled lightly. With her protection, Lingling felt emboldened and cheekily made a face at Shi Jianyi, unafraid of inciting his ire now that their relationship had improved. Young Marquis, we've known each other for some time now, and today I shall bestow upon you a fortune-telling, Lingling declared, wishing to impart some wisdom. Oh, at such a young age, you dabble in divination? Shi Jianyi remarked skeptically. Ruyang shot him a warning glance, urging him to speak respectfully. Shi Jiani could only look at Li Lingling with a mix of belief and doubt. Young Marquis, you must maintain a good relationship with General Buzheng. In approximately 3 years, the second prince of Xilei, Yan Yuni, will lead an army to invade our northern Xian. In that battle, you must assist General Buzheng. Li Lingling believed that having Shi Jiani join her elder brother on the battlefield might save him, as Shi Jiani's skills in northern Xian were second only to her brother's. Shi Jiani dismissed her concern. Rest assured, as long as there's war, this young marquis will not be absent. At just 18, his smile radiated with youthful exuberance, embodying the spirit of ambition. Oh, Lingling, such matters of warfare are hardly the concern of a young girl like you. Fear not, should Xilei come, I'll deal with that second prince, Yan Yuni, myself. Li Lingling chuckled at his bravado. Perhaps Ru Yang, now shielded from Feng Yuan's threats, indeed possessed such capabilities. Very well. Just remember to protect General Buzheng when you reach the battlefield. Li Lingling's foremost worry remained her elder brother. Enough of these distant future discussions. Would you like to know the punishment that awaits Zhou Laotai and Feng Yuan for their treason? Shi Jiani teased. Ru Yang and Li Lingling both leaned in with eager expressions. According to Shi Jiani, the emperor was furious. Though Feng and Zhou would not face execution, they would receive severe punishment, and their crimes would be publicly declared. Zhou's offenses were deemed more grievous than Feng Yuan's, resulting in 300 strokes of the rod. Not even a robust youth could survive such a beating. Feng Yuan fared slightly better, receiving 70 strokes, perhaps allowing him to escape with his life. The sentencing was set for 3 days hence. The princess also issued a letter of divorce to her husband, ordering him to take his mistress and vacate her residence. It was said that the prince pleaded with the princess to reconsider their past, only to receive a resounding slap before being expelled. As the esteemed princess of northern Xian, she showed no mercy to anyone who betrayed her. Ruyan felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing this outcome. Throughout her life, she had little impression of her father, instead believing he preferred the company of her grandmother over her and her mother. Li Lingling, however, grew anxious, for she had informed the princess and others about this matter, and now feared retribution. If the revenge were to fall solely upon her, she would not be overly concerned. Yet now, with so many brothers and family, she feared they would be implicated due to her actions. Nevertheless, I must say, resolving this issue for the princess has significantly increased my merit points. Now my magical prowess can form formations. Once I return home, I shall draw talismans for each of my brothers to carry, which should mitigate any major issues. Thinking of her brothers, Li Lingling realized she had not returned home for several days. Elder brother and third brother have not come to visit me at the princess's residence. Humph, have they forgotten about me, their little sister? Now that the princess is safe, Li Lingling intends to bid farewell and return home. Upon hearing her thoughts constantly mention her several elder brothers, Ruyang finds it difficult to part with her. After all, they are both in the same capital, and the two families are not too far apart. However, Ruyang's curiosity about Li Lingling's brothers grows stronger. After seeing the young lady off, Ruyang reflects on her earlier musings, intrigued. What does she mean by merit points? Can one truly gain them by doing good deeds? To verify this notion, Ruyang, under Li Lingling's name, constructs a shelter for the citizens whose homes were destroyed by a recent flash flood, located at Taojing Street near the North City Gate. Before Li Lingling even reaches her doorstep, she learns of a staggering sum of merit points credited to her account. Li Lingling? Why does this mysterious merit keep falling from the sky? The last time, the merit points gifted by Li Yan had her the talk of the town, and now, must she not become a celebrity in the capital? Fame can be a burden, and Li Lingling, being socially anxious, shies away from the limelight. Unbeknownst to her, a young man dressed as a waiter from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion has been stealthily following her since she left the princess's residence. Miss has returned. The doorman, seeing that Li Lingling has come back after several days, hurriedly informs the household. Are my brothers home? Li Lingling inquires with curiosity. The fourth young master seems to have brought a friend back. The new servant is still unfamiliar with everyone. Please do not take offense, miss. The doorman apologizes. Li Lingling nods, understanding that the household staff were prepared for her return at Li Yan's behest, so it is entirely reasonable they might not recognize newcomers. The waiter from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, observing the familiarity with which the doorman addresses Li Lingling, finds it rather suspicious. Seizing the opportunity as Li Lingling walks away, he rushes forward, offers the doorman a silver coin, and inquires, "Brother, may I ask who that young lady is?" The doorman, weighing the coin in his hand before pocketing it, responds, "That is our young lady, the cherished pearl of several young masters, our beloved little sister." In the main hall, Li Mu is seated across from a scholar clad in white, both enjoying tea. Wow, is this the fourth brother's friend? He looks like a scholar. So aloof and dignified. His every gesture exudes elegance and grace. Lingling continues to shower compliments. The familiar thoughts resonate in the minds of Li Mu and Li Bai, eliciting knowing smiles from both. Li Mu chuckles at his little sister's infatuation, recalling her starry-eyed admiration upon their first meeting. Li Bai smiles, pleased by his sister's flattering remarks. He had thought himself the most ordinary-looking among his brothers, yet today, her praise brings him great joy. Fourth brother, do we have guests?
Lingling politeli graets Li Bai.
This person clearly belongs to the officialdom, my fourth brother. A wandering physician, must not be a friend but rather someone seeking treatment from him. She speculates, unable to resist glancing at Li Bai. Li Bai, feeling playful, decides to tease his new sister endowed with mysterious powers. Greetings, Miss Li. He bows in return, his voice warm and soothing. Lingling feels as if her ears are enveloped in bliss. This scholar's voice is simply enchanting. It carries a gentle magnetism, evoking feelings of romance. Upon hearing her thoughts, the two brothers turn pale. They worry that with her infatuation, any handsome stranger might easily win her heart. What to do? Second brother, Li Mu, sensing his sister's naivete, nudges Li Bai, urging him to temper his teasing. Li Bai responds with an enigmatic smile and asks Lingling, I have heard from Li that the matter regarding Princess Ruyang was revealed to you through divination. I humbly wish to request your assistance in a fortune-telling, may I? Recently credited with an inexplicable fortune of merit points, Lingling is more than willing to share her abilities. Isn't it just a simple divination? A trivial matter. Please do share your name and birth date, and I shall assist you. If you find it inaccurate, you need not pay. Upon hearing Lingling's intention to charge Li Bai, Li Mu's heart races with anxiety. Li Bai, however, chuckles heartily. Very well, we shall agree on that. I am Chen Bai, recently turned 20, Li Bai begins, but before he can finish, a shrill scream pierces through his thoughts.
What?
Those around fourth brother are indeed not ordinary people. Chen Bai, the foremost strategist of Beixuan. He is also the head of the 100 Knowledge Hall. Omniscient and omnipresent, given enough leverage, he could unveil even the most confidential matters within the 4 nations. Lingling gazes at Li Bai with newfound respect. I had thought him merely a newly appointed scholar. How blind I was. However, even if rumors claim that his 100 Knowledge Hall knows all, I doubt he is privy to matters as trivial as the Emperor's daily routines or the affairs of concubines. Li Bai, upon hearing this, feels as if his head might explode. Li Mu, drenched in cold sweat, realizes that should such scandalous words come from their lips, the stern and principled second brother would surely reprimand them severely. Before Li Bai can suppress his irritation, he hears Lingling's thoughts. What a pity! What a pity! The original text did not clarify, only stating that Chen Bai ventured to the West Fortress 2 years later and subsequently vanished without a trace. Even those within his 100 Knowledge Hall could not ascertain his whereabouts. Contemplating this, Lingling directly advises, young Master Chen Bai, please try to avoid going to the West Fortress within the next 2 years. It may help you evade a dire fate. At this moment, Li Bai is already filled with trepidation. Earlier, during his conversation with fourth brother, he learned that everyone can hear their sister's thoughts, and many of her revelations have been corroborated as true. Could her mention of her fate truly be linked to the West Fortress? Regardless, it is indeed an ominous place. Best avoided. Thank you, Miss Li. I shall remember your advice and endeavor to refrain from visiting the West Fortress, Li Bai replies nonchalantly. Alas, what a handsome young man. How could he go missing in the West Fortress? If only I had more information about Chen Bai, perhaps I could offer him some insights.
Wait. Lingling suddenly exclaims.
The two brothers turn to her in unison. Did you foresee something else, miss? Li Bai inquires politely, while both brothers perk up, eager to eavesdrop on her thoughts. Indeed, let me ponder a moment longer. Chen Bai is the top strategist on the Lingling list. Last year, he was approached by Deputy Minister Sun, who sought his counsel in a bid for the position of Minister of Justice. Another contender for the same position, Deputy Minister Chen, hailing from humble origins, could not afford an equally skilled strategist. Learning of Sun's engagement with the illustrious Chen Bai, he felt the world was so unfair to the impoverished and, overwhelmed by despair and fear of Chen Bai's prowess, tragically chose to end his life by drowning. His elderly mother, harboring resentment towards Deputy Minister Sun, set fire to the entire Ministry of Justice on the day he was promoted. Not only did the minister's son perish, but many innocent personnel from the Ministry of Justice also suffered grave consequences, resulting in heavy casualties. Numerous accumulated criminal cases were also reduced to ashes. As Lingling contemplated this, a sense of exhaustion washed over her, and she sighed. The most critical point was that a witness to a case had been burned alive, rendering the aggrieved unable to seek justice. This victim, like Chen's mother, was devoid of the will to live, yet unwilling to accept a swift demise. Unable to find anyone else to exact revenge upon, they resolved to target Chen Bai instead. However, Chen Bai's whereabouts were elusive, and he was unable to locate him through his own means. Ultimately, he chose to ally himself with the book's principal antagonist, embarking on a quest for vengeance against the world alongside him. Lingling mused that this individual was indeed quite mad, even more so than the male protagonist, Yan Yuni. It was no wonder he could conspire with the great villain. The two brothers listening to this narrative were utterly engrossed, especially Li Bai, who could scarcely fathom that by merely accepting a commission to assist someone, he could inadvertently instigate a series of tragedies. Alas, this young Master Chen truly is unfortunate. Moreover, that Minister Chen is rather disappointing. To give up without even trying? How could he bear to leave his mother behind? Truly unfilial, Li Bai calculated in his mind. Earlier that morning, the old Minister of Justice had planned to resign and return home after handling matters concerning the Zhou family and Feng Yuan. These two were to be publicly executed in 3 days, and Minister Sun, who would replace the old minister, was scheduled for 4 days hence. It seemed necessary for him to speak with Minister Chen soon, to counsel him against despair. Chapter 44. What a farce of a foreign country. Though Lingling found this affair excessively theatrical, it was, nonetheless, a truth recounted in the original narrative. She held a persistent belief that the death of Minister Chen was not solely due to his failure to secure the ministerial position. Young Master Chen Bai, you must exercise caution regarding Minister Chen of the Ministry of Justice. As you assist Minister Sun in attaining the ministerial post, Minister Chen will undoubtedly harbor a grudge. Before Lingling could finish her warning, Li Bai interjected with a simple thank you. She was momentarily taken aback. She had yet to articulate her thoughts. So why was Chen Bai expressing gratitude to her? I shall handle this matter properly. You have my thanks, little sister. Upon hearing this address from him, Li Mu nearly spat out his tea. Second brother, are you no longer feigning ignorance? Lingling was equally perplexed. Young Master Chen Bai, what do you call me? It took her a moment to process, but when she scrutinized Chen Bai's features, she realized that he bore a striking resemblance to herself and her brothers. With 2 brothers yet unseen, could it be that he is my second brother?
Lingling speculata.
Li Bai chuckled softly. This little girl was indeed astute. Li Mu poured another cup of tea for his elder brother, quietly advising, since little sister has already made a guess, second brother, do not tease her further. Hearing fourth brother's words, Lingling felt a surge of delight. Could it be that I guessed correctly? Yet soon, doubt crept in. Wait. Fourth brother is not a mind reader. How would he know what I surmised? Li Mu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Wasn't the eldest brother's intention to bring little sister back to raise the family's collective intelligence? He felt that little sister's intellect was not lacking at all. Lingling, come here. Li Mu beckoned for Lingling to sit beside him. I shall no longer jest. This is our second brother, Li Bai. Li Bai lifted his gaze, smiling gently yet with an air of authority at Lingling. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Lingling instantly felt a sinking sensation. Second brother Li Bai? Indeed. The original narrative was deceiving. It claimed that second brother was a destitute scholar, yet here he stands as the foremost strategist of Beixuan. Good heavens! How many secrets has our family concealed from Li Qinxue?
Li Bai inquiret, Li Qinxue.
Upon hearing this familiar name resonate in Lingling's mind, he took a sip of tea, his expression tinged with disdain. Li Qinxue, a person devoid of wit, yet perpetually plotting. Her petty maneuvers have long been uncovered by me, yet she remains blissfully unaware. It is quite amusing to witness her self-destruct. However, if second brother and young Master Chen Bai are indeed one and the same, I believe I now understand how he met his demise. I recall that during her pursuit of Yan Yuni, Li Qinxue inadvertently caused a death. At that time, it was second brother who took the blame and was executed, while she lived a life of carefree ease. Li Bai's grip on his teacup tightened, nearly shattering it. Had he not been preoccupied with thoughts of his elder brother, the cup might have crumbled to dust. Would he condemn an unscrupulous person like Li Qinxue? What a farce of a foreign country. He had heard from his brothers that little sister was a celestial being, all-knowing. Yet now he sensed that she, too, could be unpredictably insightful. As for Li Qinxue, that matter could wait. The pressing concern was Minister Chen. However, based on his understanding of Minister Chen, he did not seem like someone who would abandon his mother and seek his own demise. Was there some hidden intricacy at play? Contemplating this, Li Bai furrowed his brow in deep thought. No. He must devise a way to bring little sister along to meet Minister Chen. Perhaps she held knowledge of other pertinent matters. Little sister, earlier you cautioned me to be wary of Minister Chen. Do you possess any secrets regarding him? Li Lingling regretfully shook her head, admitting that she had yet to meet Minister Chen in person and was unaware of many circumstances. If second brother requires it, I could accompany you to meet Minister Chen. Li Bai responded. That is precisely what I wish to hear. Excellent. Then I shall rely on you. He was eager for her assistance. With little sister's help, their efforts would undoubtedly yield greater results. Li Lingling's eagerness to volunteer was not solely motivated by the potential repercussions for the citizens of Beixuan, but rather a pure curiosity regarding the truth behind Minister Chen's alleged suicide. Minister Chen's mother had also been in poor health. Fourth brother, why not accompany us? Perhaps seeing her will improve her condition, allowing him to open up to us. Li Lingling proposed. Li Mu had no objections, considering he had nothing pressing to attend to. It is my duty to heal and save. Second brother, little sister, I shall join you. By now, the afternoon had waned, and the trio of siblings planned to seek them out the following morning. As they conversed, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Alas, young sir, this is private property. If you wish to enter, I must first inform my superiors. Inform whom? Has this young master not returned for months, and now the household has changed owners? The dispute at the door was between the culinary Master Gui and the doorkeeper of the Li residence. Master Gui insisted that this was his home and that he should be allowed entry, while the doorkeeper adamantly refused to admit a stranger. The two were embroiled in a heated argument. What is the commotion at the door? Li Mu inquired, concerned by the raised voices. That voice sounds remarkably like fifth brother.
Li Bai ponderat.
Upon hearing this, Li Mu rose to investigate, and Li Lingling hurriedly followed, curious to witness the unfolding drama. Reluctantly, Li Bai had to accompany them as well. At the entrance, Master Gui continued to argue with the doorkeeper. He had just sent a servant to gather information on Li Lingling, who had entered the residence and was identified as a member of the Li family. Master Gui immediately recognized Li Lingling's identity, suspecting she was the younger sister who had been mistakenly swapped with Li Qinxue years ago. He had recently heard that their elder brother had gone to Sheila for negotiations and was bringing the younger sister back. However, having been away from home for so long, he did not recognize Li Lingling, which explained why he had failed to identify her at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Nonetheless, he was quite astonished at his ability to hear her thoughts, prompting him to return home for a closer look. To his astonishment, after months away from home, he found himself barred from entry by the family's doorkeeper, who insisted he must wait outside until formally announced. Li Gui felt a twinge of embarrassment. My lord, irrespective of who you may be, you must wait outside until I notify the household. Pray tell, what is your name? If you claim to be the master of this abode? The doorkeeper was dutifully performing his role, refusing entry to anyone he did not recognize.
Ligi, exasperat?
Stamped his foot in frustration. Returning home had proven to be quite the ordeal. Listen well, I am Li Gui, the fifth son of the Li family, and you shall regard me as your master, he declared angrily, pointing at the doorkeeper. Oh, I shall inquire with Miss Lingling to see if she knows you. The doorkeeper replied, unyielding. Just then, Li Mu and Li Lingling hurried over, having overheard the commotion. Upon spotting his fourth brother, Li Gui rushed forward. Fourth brother. He won't let me in. If not for Li Mu's own objections, Li Gui would have felt like shedding tears in front of him. Regardless of the splendor he might exhibit outside, he was, after all, merely a 12-year-old child. This chubby little fellow is my fifth brother, TSK. Wasn't it said in the original text that he was too fat to walk? Who would have thought he is the proprietor of Zui Xianglu, the world's foremost culinary genius? Now I understand why that server mentioned Zui Xianglu is under the jurisdiction of the Onmin Merchants Association. Li Lingling's silent musings were easily overheard by the brothers. Li Mu introduced Li Gui and Li Lingling, saying, This is our newly found little sister. This is your fifth brother, Li Gui, renowned as the culinary genius Gui. Li Mu intentionally highlighted the fifth brother's identity, knowing that if she could discern their fates, she would also be aware of the circumstances surrounding the fifth brother's demise. He awaited the juicy gossip with anticipation. Yet, Li Lingling remained unusually silent, not uttering a word. Second brother is also present. Upon seeing Li Bai, Li Gui respectfully bowed. It was then that Li Lingling began to tease. Our family certainly excels in manners. No matter which brother it is, Their upbringing is commendable. What kind of parents could raise them this way? Determined not to be outdone, Li Lingling resolved to make a good impression on Li Gui, hoping that it would facilitate future culinary endeavors, especially given the culinary genius's remarkable skills. Reflecting on the dishes she had savored that morning, Li Lingling suddenly felt hungry despite having eaten so much. Greetings, fifth brother. She mimicked the noble ladies, offering a polite bow to Li Gui. Hearing her call him fifth brother nearly brought tears to his eyes. Previously, Li Qinxue had scorned him for being merely a cook and had never referred to him as a brother. Could you repeat that for me?
Li implorat.
His tone exceedingly humble, akin to a pet seeking affection from its master. Li Lingling, what is this? Is my fifth brother behaving like this? Oh well, all my brothers have their peculiarities. Perhaps this is just one of his quirks. Once her thoughts settled, she noticed the expressions of Li Bai, Li Mu, and Li Gui, all of which were less than pleasant. Li Lingling, what is wrong with my brothers? Could it be that they harbor dislike for one another? Hence their silence and gloomy faces upon meeting? The three brothers. No, they are merely responding to your influence. Fifth brother. Li Lingling obediently called out sweetly. And upon hearing her voice, Li Gui's spirit soared. Unable to contain himself, he grasped her shoulders and scrutinized her features. 3 parts resembling their father. 7 parts their mother. She was undoubtedly his biological sister. He hastily added, fifth brother possesses no remarkable talents, unlike my other 4 brothers. I am merely a cook. Please do not think less of me, little sister. Li Gui was already weary from Li Qinshue's disdain and feared that this new sister would also shy away from him due to his humble profession. Li Lingling, however, vehemently disagreed with his self-deprecating remarks. Fifth brother, you must not speak of yourself in such a manner. Professions and passions do not dictate worth or status. I believe that your pursuit of your passion, undeterred by the opinions of others, is a sign of great bravery and merit. Furthermore, to achieve the status of culinary genius at such a young age, your innate talent and relentless effort far surpass the ordinary. Li Lingling's words completely won over Li Gui. Yet he still questioned, do you not believe that a gentleman should distance himself from the kitchen? This was a phrase Li Qinxue had often repeated. Observing the fifth brother's insecurity waiting for her response, Li Lingling pondered, why does he ask me this? Could it be that Li Qinxue disapproved of him being a cook, thus undermining his self-esteem? Li Gui, little sister, you are truly astute. However, how could the likes of Li Qinxue ever shake my confidence? I have always dismissed her words as mere nonsense, never allowing them to affect me. Wait, could it be that he is testing my response? If so, then he must be pleased with my answer. Noticing his sister's suspicious demeanor,
Li mushat Li Gui agler.
The third brother had noted that their little sister lacked a sense of security, yet Li Gui continued to probe her, seemingly intent on unsettling her further. Fifth brother, what is wrong with finding contentment in the kitchen? The saying that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen signifies that a virtuous man is compassionate and does not revel in bloodshed, thus keeping the kitchen at a distance. It is meant to teach kindness and reduce harm, not to suggest that men should abstain from cooking. As long as you focus on preparing more vegetarian dishes and reduce your meat intake for the sake of health, it will suffice. Li Lingling's words prompted nods of agreement from her brothers. Li Bai smiled warmly, remarking, little sister is wise and kind-hearted. We, as your brothers, have much to learn from you. This statement was heartfelt. Had he not been privy to Li Lingling's inner thoughts regarding the aftermath of Minister Chen's death, he feared the entire populace would suffer dire consequences without even realizing the peril they faced. Upon hearing Li Lingling's insights, Li Gui was overwhelmed and embraced her tightly. Thank you, little sister. He felt a surge of emotion. Had it not been for the presence of a lady, he would have wept openly. Li Lingling gently patted his shoulder, which was only half a head taller than hers, offering him comfort. You are right. Pursue whatever you desire, just as I do. Li Mu, the fourth brother, felt a profound resonance with her words. According to their true identities, whether as divine healers, culinary geniuses, tycoons, or strategists, none of these paths were of their choosing, yet they had all wholeheartedly pursued their passions. Li Mu regarded Li Lingling with admiration, recognizing her clarity and intellect. To gain such a remarkable sister was truly a stroke of fortune for the entire Li family. In his view, it was entirely appropriate to introduce her to their parents and grandfather. Fifth brother, you need not bear such pressure. You are the youngest son of the family and need not constantly measure yourself against your brothers. Li Lingling suddenly interjected without context. Li Mu and Li Bai were left bewildered, but Li Gui shook his head in refusal. True, I am the youngest son, but with your return, As one of your brothers, I cannot allow myself to be a burden to you. Li Gui felt himself becoming a devoted admirer of Li Lingling.
Li Lingling xuclat sufli.
Fifth brother, now that we have recognized each other as siblings, shouldn't you prepare something delicious for me? She asked playfully. I shall cook as much as you desire. Little sister, I could do so every day, without hesitation. Li Gui's declaration was not mere rhetoric. Since Li Lingling had returned home, the brothers seized every opportunity to be with her. Very well, I shall seek Schwanger to procure some ingredients. Li Lingling gleefully skipped away. As the little sister finally walked away, Li Gui could not restrain his curiosity and inquired with his second and fourth brothers about the matter of being able to hear their sister's innermost thoughts. Chapter 46. The Heart Knots of Minister Chen. Having just learned of this, Li Bai was equally intrigued. Their eldest brother suggested they regard their sister as a celestial being, descended to guide mere mortals like themselves. Li Gui felt an urge to question, Eldest brother, are you truly serious? The third brother also mentioned that they should engage in more acts of kindness in her name to bolster her spiritual power, believing that once she amassed enough, she would be able to assist them even further. Li Bai felt a strong urge to chastise the third brother, to scheme even against one's own sister, truly a merchant. For no business is without cunning. That evening, the 6 siblings of the Leaf family gathered for dinner, a modest family feast. Li Lingling gazed at her 5 brothers, overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. In this lifetime, how wonderful it is. With so many family members, I shall no longer be lonely. Family, I vow to perform more good deeds, to accumulate merit, and to protect you all diligently. Hearing her heartfelt thoughts, the others were deeply moved. Had she indeed been so solitary in her past life? How pitiful! Li Zheng served her some food, saying, Silly sister, you are the youngest in the family. Should any trouble arise, your eldest brother and the other 4 will shield you. You need not bear the weight of protecting the family alone. The following morning, Li Lingling accompanied her second and fourth brothers to Minister Chen's residence. It was surprising to find that a dignified vice minister of the Ministry of Justice resided on one of the most dilapidated streets of the city, quite near the northern part of the city on Peachview Street. Initially, the 3 siblings were taken aback. Is this truly where a minister resides? Observing the modest brick house that fell short of common standards, Li Lingling lamented the dire poverty of this Minister Chen. No wonder he had contemplated ending his life. Li Bai explained, From my understanding of Minister Chen, he is indeed a commendable official, honest and upright. His humble living conditions stem from his generous donations of the majority of his salary to the victims' families of the cases he oversees. In terms of character and personal capability, he was more than qualified to be promoted to the position of Minister of Justice. However, his humble origins paled in comparison to that of his equally talented and dedicated counterpart, Minister Sunday. Upon hearing his second brother's words, even Li Lingling, who usually believed in the equality of all individuals, could not help but sigh. 2 capable subordinates, one with no power or influence, the other with immense familial clout. Any leader would naturally choose to elevate the latter. The latter not only hailed from a distinguished lineage, but also possessed remarkable personal qualities. Alas! In this age, one need not fear the wealthy second generation. Rather, one should dread the combination of wealth and diligence, not leaving a single opportunity for the impoverished. Li Bai, sensing Li Lingling's current sentiments, felt she might harbor some resentment towards the affluent. It appeared necessary to discuss with their eldest brother the delay in introducing her to their parents and grandfather. Moreover, the Ministry of Justice operated on principles of teamwork. Perhaps due to his background, Minister Chen had always felt out of place, often solving cases independently, which significantly hampered efficiency. Li Bai continued, These 2 observations are precisely why Minister Chen failed to secure the position of minister. My assistance to Minister Sun was merely an acknowledgement of public sentiment. Compared to the affable and adept Minister Sun, Minister Chen's disadvantage is far greater than just starting from different lines. His background remains his greatest dilemma. Even if he were to attain a high official post in the future, unless he resolves this inner turmoil, it will inevitably become his most significant issue. Just from listening to his second brother's words, Li Lingling could envision how cautious Minister Chen must be in his daily interactions at the ministry, fearing rejection and judgment based on his origins. Let us proceed to meet Minister Chen, Li Mu interjected, breaking their train of thought and leading the way to knock on the Chen family's door. After a few knocks, an elderly lady with unsteady steps opened the door. Presumably, she was Minister Chen's mother. Who are you looking for? Upon seeing 3 young individuals of distinguished demeanor, the elderly woman paused, her voice timid. Good day, madam. We are friends of Minister Chen. Might he be at home? Li Bai bowed politely and inquired. His demeanor exuded warmth and elegance, alleviating the elderly woman's apprehension. He has gone out. I do not know what he is up to, but he should return soon. Minister Chen's mother replied. In that case, would it be possible for us to wait inside? The mother welcomed them warmly into the house. The courtyard was strewn with unchopped firewood. From what Li Bai understood, Minister Chen was known for his meticulousness, and it seemed unlikely that he would leave his yard in such disarray. This indicated that he had been chopping wood before leaving in haste, unable to tidy up. Please have some tea. The elderly mother soon brought them rough ceramic bowls filled with coarse tea from a small jar atop the cupboard. The region of Beixuan, situated in the cold mountains, did not produce tea. It was all imported from the southern kingdom of Xi, making their tea quite expensive, though still within reach. However, it was evident that she cherished the meager supply, reserving it for guests. It was clear that Minister Chen's family was indeed impoverished. Though my son holds the position of vice minister at the Ministry of Justice, he truly has very few friends, as the cases handled often provoke animosity. If my son has inadvertently offended you three in any way, please do inform this old woman. I shall do my utmost to make amends, she said humbly. Does Minister Chen frequently offend others? Li Mu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. The elderly mother sighed and nodded, her eyes filled with resignation and fear. Li Lingling also nodded, finding another clue regarding the reasons behind Minister Chen's despairing thoughts. Do not worry, madam. We are not here to cause trouble, Li Bai reassured her. On the contrary, we are his friends, here to engage in conversation. Perhaps due to Li Bai's sincere and gentle demeanor, the elderly woman gradually relaxed her guard. As they conversed, Minister Chen returned from outside. Upon seeing guests in his home, his initially joyful expression quickly turned tense, as though fearing for his mother's safety. He hurriedly stepped forward and ushered his mother behind him. Young Master Chen Bai? Minister Chen was utterly astounded to learn that the renowned strategist Chen Bai had come to visit him. Mother, let us step outside to talk. You can use the firewood I chopped to prepare dinner. Understanding that they had matters to discuss, his mother discreetly left. Once his mother was out of earshot, Minister Chen gestured for the three to step outside. Young Master Chen Bai, have you come regarding my competition with Minister Sun for the position of Minister of Justice? If so, you need not worry. I have no intention of contesting any further. I have come to terms with it. Minister Sun's diligence and dedication rightfully merit the position of minister. He could not help but let out a bitter smile. Even Li Lingling could discern that there remained a sense of discontent within him. I fear you speak sweetly. While secretly harboring thoughts that Minister Sun only succeeded due to nepotism, Li Bai acknowledged Li Lingling's insight, for her words, though blunt, contained truth. He directly asked, Minister Chen, do you truly hold such thoughts? His gaze bore into Minister Chen's eyes as if attempting to unravel all his hidden emotions. Chapter 47. I only wish for you to live well. Minister Chen, feeling guilty, could not meet his gaze. Even if I feel discontent, what can a commoner like me possibly wield against him? Moreover, he has the esteemed first strategist you, assisting him, regardless of my efforts. You will certainly ensure his success in becoming the minister. Li Lingling shook her head in response. It is hopeless. He has never recognized the root of his own shortcomings. The true reason for his failure has consistently been attributed to his unchangeable origins and the irrelevant influence of his second brother. Li Lingling felt exhausted, as did Li Bai. He earnestly explained the genuine reasons for the rejection to Minister Chen, but the latter appeared unconvinced. If you have come today merely to inform me of the reasons for the rejection, I am already aware. Please take your leave. With no common ground for conversation, Minister Chen was disinclined to engage further. The three siblings found themselves at a loss in the face of his unyielding demeanor. Minister Chen, please do not be so hasty in dismissing us. This esteemed gentleman, known as the living Hua Tua, has been invited by young Master Chen to attend to your mother's ongoing health issues, Li Lingling introduced. This was their secondary plan, focusing on Minister Chen's mother. Having met Dr. Mu previously, Minister Chen, well-versed in matters of the world through his position at the Ministry of Justice, quickly recognized him. No wonder young Master Chen is renowned throughout the realm. He even has the esteemed Dr. Mu at his service. Minister Chen relented. His mother's health was of utmost importance. And with Dr. Mu at his doorstep, it would be unreasonable to deny him the opportunity to examine her. Then I must trouble you, esteemed doctor, he said, bowing respectfully as he ushered the three into his residence. Dr. Mu proceeded to take Minister Chen's mother's pulse. After a brief moment, he arrived at a conclusion. It is not a serious ailment, merely some dizziness caused by wind. I must trouble the minister for paper and ink. I will prescribe some remedies for your mother. After 3 consecutive days of acupuncture, the symptoms should alleviate. However, it is imperative that she refrain from overexertion in the future. Upon hearing this, Minister Chen and his mother regarded Dr. Mu with looks of reverence, as if they were beholding a living bodhisattva. Their gratitude was palpable, to the point where they nearly bowed down to express their thanks. After a heartfelt exchange of appreciation, Minister Chen cautiously inquired, "Might I ask what the fee for your services is?" Dr. Mu chuckled lightly, glancing at Li Bai. "Fear not, Minister. Young Master Chen has already settled the fee." At this, Minister Chen turned his gaze towards Li Bai. "Young Master, may I inquire as to the amount of this fee? I must repay you, as I believe in the principle of no reward without merit." Li Bai shook his head with a smile. "I do, however, have a request for you to fulfill." Minister Chen raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "Is there truly something that young Master Chen requires of me? If it lies within your capabilities and adheres to the law, I would gladly traverse fire and water for you." Li Bai smiled faintly, recognizing Minister Chen's sense of gratitude. He deemed him a valuable asset. Such individuals must be preserved, for they would assist in purging evil and punishing wrongdoers in our northern Xian court. "I merely require you to continue living well, Minister Chen." "What kind of task is this?" Minister Chen's mother, somewhat bewildered, approached and urged, "Young Master has done my family a great favor. If there is anything you require of my son, do not hesitate to command him." Li Bai adopted a serious demeanor, placing a hand on Minister Chen's shoulder. "I wish for you to live well, but it is not merely about survival. You must alter your approach to life. Cultivate good relations with your colleagues at the Ministry of Justice, and enhance your own capabilities. When the court is in need, you must be prepared to contribute to Northern Xian at any moment. Additionally, take care of your mother. I feel a strong affinity for her and will often visit." Li Bai felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that the Northern Xian court boasted numerous officials dedicated to the welfare of the nation and its people. He felt an obligation to care for the families of these officials on behalf of his parents and grandfather. Dr. Mu shared similar sentiments. He also advised Minister Chen, "Your willingness to use your own salary to support the families of victims, even at the expense of your own living conditions, is truly commendable." Dr. Mu expressed deep admiration for this noble act, bowing slightly to Minister Chen. He too was moved, planning to travel and practice medicine, offering his services to impoverished citizens without charging them any fees. He regarded it as a way to accrue merit for Lingling, allowing her to enjoy greater blessings and a life of peace and health. Lingling harbored similar intentions. "Once my savings are sufficient for our family's escape, I will donate any surplus to charitable causes, aiding the common folk." Alas, with 5 brothers now, the expenses for our escape will be 5-fold compared to before. "I truly do not know how much I need to save." Hearing Lingling's lamentations, Li Bai felt a surge of emotion. Although he did not fully grasp the reasons for their family's impending escape, the thought that his sister was saving money for their collective welfare filled him with warmth. "Minister Chen, in your future casework, if you encounter impoverished citizens in need of assistance, feel free to underreport to the court, requesting the emperor to open the treasury and create more benefits for the people." After uttering these words, Li Bai sighed deeply, nearly revealing his true identity. "Is it truly possible for His Majesty to allocate funds for the relief of the populace?" Minister Chen asked incredulously. "Indeed, it is possible. Although our esteemed sovereign is aging, he is a wise ruler. If you hesitate to disturb him over such trivial matters, you may approach the Crown Prince. He can allocate funds in Lingling's name to assist the common people. If your own resources fall short, you may request some from your wealthiest brother." The merits accrued by his sister were of paramount importance. After Minister Chen assured them repeatedly that he would not take any drastic actions, the 3 siblings of the Li family finally took their leave from the Chen household. Lingling, cautious as always, reminded her brothers to send some covert guards to watch over Minister Chen, for it is better to be safe than sorry. Concurrently, Li Bai dispatched individuals to the Ministry of Justice to monitor recent reports seeking the individual who, driven by vengeance, had resorted to violence against the world due to the death of a witness. In the following days, Lingling maintained her usual routine, remaining at home while blessings seemingly rained down upon her. Many of the good deeds credited to her were not actions she had performed herself, yet they still counted towards her merit. After her 3rd brother had assisted her in accumulating merit previously, she assumed it was he who continued to do so, unaware that all her brothers, even the Princess of Ruyang, were contributing to her growing fortune of virtue. One evening, as the Li siblings gathered for dinner, Li Bai's hidden guard suddenly returned, supporting a bloodied figure. Dr. Mu hastily took the person in hand, leading him to a room for treatment. The family's dinner was thus disrupted, rendering them unable to eat. "Young Master, I was assigned to watch over Minister Chen. Today, while accompanying him in the streets, I do not know what offense he committed, but he was beaten to this extent. Had I not been there to assist him, it is likely that Minister Chen would have been killed, one of the guards reported to Li Bai. The family was now acutely aware of the precarious situation surrounding Minister Chen. Alarmed, they all exchanged worried glances. Did you manage to identify the assailants?
Li Bai inquira tensiosely.
I have investigated. They are merely local thugs, ruffians without a master. They will commit any wrongdoing for the right price. Upon hearing this, the family fell into contemplation. This was indeed a troubling predicament. Chapter 48. The Theft of Poetry for Profit. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Justice reported that a young man named Zhou Wenfeng had come to lodge a complaint. His age, appearance, name, and the details of his grievance matched precisely with what echoed in Li Lingling's heart. He claimed to be a student from a town on the outskirts, preparing for the annual poetry competition. Having penned several poems, he had left them carelessly in his dormitory, only to discover their disappearance in the days leading up to the event. Initially, he had dismissed it, but on the day of the competition, he found someone else had used his poems, prompting him to investigate. He also brought forth a witness named Zhang Sheng to the ministry, who testified that the poems had indeed been stolen by a fellow student named Song Jinlai from the academy. This matter is ripe for adjudication. Zhou Wenfeng's investigation has indeed yielded fruitful results, as the poetry was pilfered by Song Jinlai. Despite the seemingly affluent connotation of his name, Song Jinlai's family has long since fallen into disarray. His theft of Zhou Wenfeng's verses was merely a means to procure monetary gain. Li Lingling contemplated the underlying truths she had come to know. Upon hearing her sister's revelations, Li Bai prepared a certificate, which he entrusted to a subordinate to deliver to Minister Sun, thus allowing him to take the lead in this affair. Within the document, he discreetly included a strand of golden thread from his garment. This exquisite thread, known as the cold spirit silk, was sourced from the frigid mountains of Beixuan, a royal tribute worth its weight in gold, unattainable even by the wealthiest commoners. Li Bai presented this item alongside the certificate concerning Zhou Wenfeng's case to Minister Sun, a seasoned official who, after years of service, could easily discern Li Bai's intentions and true identity. An hour later, having received the items, Minister Sun, initially engaged in his evening meal, donned his official attire upon sighting the cold spirit silk and promptly returned to the Ministry of Justice. That very night, he expedited the review of Zhou Wenfeng's case and incarcerated Song Jinlai for the theft of the poetry. Both the jailer and Zhou Wenfeng himself were left astounded by the swiftness with which the ministry handled the case. Naturally, Zhou Wenfeng, filled with skepticism, sought to uncover the truth and learned of young Master Chen Bai through the words of Minister Sun's servant. It was then that he realized that the assistance he had received was covertly orchestrated by young Master Chen Bai. Grateful for this support, Zhou Wenfeng silently vowed to find a way to meet young Master Chen Bai in order to express his gratitude in person. During this same hour, Li Mu had successfully treated Minister Chen's injuries. Fortunately, there were no internal wounds, only superficial injuries that, while appearing grave, posed no threat to life. Thank you, Divine Dr. Mu, Minister Chen uttered weakly. He attempted to rise to bow to Li Mu and Li Bai, but was halted by Li Bai. Rest and recuperate.
Li Bai urgea.
Indeed, you have already 1 foot in the realm of the dead. It is fortunate that my fourth brother possesses exceptional medical skills to save you. Li Lingling added. As soon as she uttered these words, she realized she might have inadvertently revealed the extraordinary secret that the foremost strategist and the premier physician were brothers. She quickly covered her mouth, her eyes widening in alarm, her heart racing. Oh no, if my fourth brother and second brother come to resent me, I would be utterly unjustified. Li Mu, however, paid little heed to the matter of identity. Li Bai also felt that knowing was inconsequential. If they wished to learn Minister Chen's secret, they must first share their own. Upon hearing Li Lingling's words, Minister Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. Miss, are you saying that young Master Chen Bai and Divine Dr. Mu are both your brothers? After exchanging glances with Li Mu and Li Bai, receiving their affirmation, she nodded at Minister Chen. At last, Minister Chen understood why young Master Chen Bai could summon Divine Dr. Mu at will. Indeed, the entire family was remarkably capable. Now that you are aware of our secret, let's exchange yours. Pray tell, why were you assaulted? Who instigated those ruffians to attack you?
Li Bai inquira testuteli.
Minister Chen lay back against the bed, staring at the drapes for a long while without uttering a word. Li Lingling, perceiving his reluctance to divulge the truth, urged. If you do not share the reality with us, we cannot assist you. She added, speak up, perhaps we can indeed be of help. She intended to employ a diplomatic approach. If Minister Chen remained reticent, They would not press him further, for they had already resolved Zhou Wenfeng's case. And their ultimate goal was merely to prevent him from succumbing to darkness. As for Minister Chen's well-being, they could only do their utmost. Perhaps fate had already decreed his demise? Even with her noble intentions, Lingling could not contend with the king of hell for a soul. A few days ago, I took on several cases involving students from the local academy who came to complain that their poems had gone missing. Minister Chen gradually began to recount his experiences. Upon hearing this, the three siblings grew increasingly agitated. Wasn't Zhou Wenfeng's complaint also related to this? Clearly, this matter had stirred considerable unrest. I have uncovered some leads. It seems that the missing poetry was likely stolen by classmates, and they were sold at a shop called Nanshanghai. Minister Chen continued. I investigated the proprietor, who adamantly claimed ignorance regarding the origins of the poetry, suggesting that I should interrogate the students who sold the poems. For a stationery shop to suddenly amass such a collection of poetry raises suspicions. Lingling, brimming with curiosity, eagerly voiced her thoughts. Your observations are astute. I share the same sentiment. However, Minister Chen lamented, there is no evidence at Nanshanghai. Everything appears normal, and even if I wish to investigate, there is no avenue to pursue. His expression was one of profound frustration. Li Mu, intrigued, queried, so, did the owner of Nanshanghai send someone to assault you? Li Bai deemed it unlikely. The proprietor of Nanshanghai is clearly one who operates in silence, not one to expose himself over such a trivial conflict. It was those academy students who attacked me, as I had thoroughly investigated this case and severed their source of income. Minister Chen clarified. Li Mu and Li Bai nodded in understanding, yet Lingling furrowed her brow. However, I still do not comprehend how this relates to his attempted suicide. None of our current troubles seem sufficient to drive Minister Chen to such an extreme measure. He must be concealing something from us. Lingling was convinced that the matter behind Minister Chen was far from simple. Alas, without a critical piece of information, I could not deduce the truth. She began to fidget anxiously. Second brother, fourth brother, I am determined to investigate Nanshanghai tonight to uncover its secrets. Since this issue has crossed my path, I must pursue it relentlessly. I cannot allow these scholars' original compositions to be usurped. I must also assist Minister Chen in determining the true reason behind his attempted suicide. Otherwise, we will remain unable to save him. Despite the resolution of Zhou Wenfeng's case, Lingling believed that every encounter was fated, and saving a life was worth more than the construction of 7 pagodas. She was resolute in ensuring Minister Chen's survival. Very well, I shall accompany you, Li Bai responded. Observing the students trading another's poetry for profit, Li Bai felt a profound sense of sorrow. Those students had squandered a decade of scholarly pursuits. He would not permit such scoundrels to fester within the academy, which was meant to cultivate the pillars of Beixuan. This matter, he would scrutinize thoroughly. Chapter 49. Prince Yu and Yen Yui in the capital. There is no curfew. The nighttime is even more vibrant than the day. The location of Nanshanghai is somewhat secluded, resulting in a lack of foot traffic on that street. Lingling and Li Bai stealthily made their way through the darkness. She felt that only by entering under the cover of night could they unearth significant clues. Upon arriving at the entrance of Nanshanghai and gazing at the towering courtyard walls, Li Bai realized he was at an impasse. He suddenly regretted accompanying his sister at night, akin to a thief sneaking about. Lingling calmly produced some yellow paper and red cinnabar from her belongings, crafting a flying talisman, which she affixed to Li Bai's back. With a firm pat on his shoulder, she exclaimed, "Let us go." In an instant, Li Bai soared into the air as if propelled by a rocket. Had it not been for Lingling holding onto the fabric of his shoulder, he might have been utterly terrified. With her guidance, Lingling helped him land safely. Items such as purchased poetry would certainly not be displayed prominently in the storefront. Thus, Lingling deliberately headed towards the storeroom. Upon seeing the large golden lock on the door, Li Bai found himself at another impasse. Yet beside him, his younger sister deftly removed the delicate U-shaped hairpin from her head and skillfully twisted it in the keyhole a few times, successfully unlocking it. Li Bai was once again taken aback. This was the extent of his sister's prowess. "Lingling, how is it that you can pick locks?" He couldn't help but inquire, curiosity bubbling forth. "I didn't know how before, but I learned from third brother," she replied nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders as if the matter were of no consequence. "So, you wouldn't teach me?" Li Bai lamented, feeling that his sister had been led astray upon her return. As they entered the storeroom, Lingling produced a fire starter from her pocket. Li Bai could only marvel at the thoroughness of her preparations. He was, after all, merely a frail scholar. This was his first time climbing over walls, sneaking into another home, and rummaging through someone else's belongings. Suddenly, it dawned on him why Li Qinxue had always looked down on him. It was because he was so rigidly conscientious, wholly reliant on his intellect, and utterly averse to bending the rules. The storeroom of Nanqing Studio was spacious, yet impeccably organized, with everything laid out clearly. Li Lingling bypassed the shelves entirely and headed straight for a locked cabinet. After another bout of deft lockpicking, she successfully retrieved its contents, the account books of Nanqing Studio and all the poetry collected by the owner during this time. Additionally, there was a jade pendant. Second brother, look at this, she said, eager to show Li Bai, knowing his extensive knowledge. By the dim light of the fire starter, Li Bai murmured. The quality of this jade is warm and full-bodied, unlike that of common folk. It resembles a royal tribute. Tomorrow, I shall take it to the Beixuan and have the hall members investigate, he added. Just then, Li Lingling heard footsteps outside the door. Fearing exposure, she quickly gathered the poetry and the jade pendant, and together with Li Bai, they fled. This nocturnal expedition, it seemed, had yielded little of value aside from the pendant. The siblings speculated that the root cause of Minister Chen's suicide might be closely linked to Nanqing Studio. The following morning, Minister Chen still lay in the guest room of the Li residence. Li Mu, carrying a medicine box, had gone alone to the Chen household to administer acupuncture to Chen's mother. After finishing her meal, Li Lingling lay idly on her bed, gazing at the jade pendant, hoping to uncover some clue. However, by noon, Li Bai returned. Li Lingling hurried over to inquire if he had made any discoveries. There is a lead regarding the jade pendant. Its quality indeed suggests royal lineage, but it belongs to the Western Lei royal family. The patterns, do they not resemble the family crest of the Zheng clan from Western Lei? As he spoke, Li Bai produced a piece of paper bearing a drawing that resembled the jade pendant in Li Lingling's hand. Her pupils dilated in shock. The Zheng family was the maternal clan of the male protagonist, Yan Yui. It appeared this matter was entwined with Yan Yui as well. If my memory serves me correctly, Yan Yui's grandfather, though a merchant by origin, had a profound love for literature. His only lifelong regret was not having achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations. Could it be that the male lead is collecting all this poetry to please his grandfather? But why would he travel thousands of miles to Beixuan to gather poetry? Do they have no scholars in Western Lei? Or are the people of Western Lei simply too foolish to compose good poetry? Li Lingling pondered, unable to grasp the situation. However, upon hearing his sister's musings, Li Bai couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Indeed, the people of Western Lei are rather dull. He continued, today, I encountered someone at Beixuan, Zhou Wenfeng, who had reported yesterday. Li Lingling's attention was immediately piqued by this revelation. Zhou Wenfeng has done well for himself. He has managed to track down second brother. She thought, bemused, for in the original text, Zhou Wenfeng had sought revenge against Li Bai for years without success. He brought us some news. All the stolen poetry has been exhibited at the poetry conference, and the organizer of this event is none other than the Prince Yu of Beixuan. Li Lingling's mind raced as she searched for information about Prince Yu. Isn't he the younger brother of the Grand Princess? So, it follows that the owner of Nanqing Studio was collecting poetry for Prince Yu. Prince Yu was the illegitimate second son of the Beixuan emperor, born to a palace maid who died shortly after his birth under mysterious circumstances. There were rumors that the empress had harmed his mother, but since the empress's death years ago, such matters had become untraceable. However, this Prince Yu has the worst relations among his siblings, including the crown prince, the grand princess, and the fourth prince, Liang Wang. It seems what he desires is not merely the crown prince's position, but perhaps their lives as revenge for his mother. What are you discussing?
Li Mue's voice interrupted Li Lingling's thoughts.
He had just returned from the Chen household, still unaware of the leads discovered by Li Bai. Before the siblings could explain, Li Mu's attention was drawn to the drawing of the Zheng family crest. Isn't this the design from the jade pendant you brought back last night? He asked, his tone casual. Indeed, this is the family crest of the Zheng clan from Western Lei, Li Bai replied. As their conversation unfolded, Li Mu's expression shifted, brows furrowing and eyes widening in realization. This design, I have seen it before at Prince Yu's residence. At these words, both Li Lingling and Li Bai were struck with astonishment. Prince Yu is colluding with the Zheng family? Li Bai reacted immediately. No, it is more likely that he is in league with the second prince, Yan Yui. Li Lingling asserted, a foreboding feeling creeping over her. She suddenly connected the recent incident involving the theft of tribute silver related to her elder brother, suspecting Prince Yu's involvement behind the scenes. This all begins to make sense. Minister Chen must have uncovered something about Prince Yu, and, fearing retribution, was left with no choice but to take his own life. Exchanging glances, the brothers, with a jade pendant in hand, departed one after the other. "Hey, second brother. Fourth brother, where are you going?" Lingling called after them. Li Bai offered no response, but Li Mu smiled gently, saying, "We are going to investigate this matter in our own way. We shall return with results to share with you shortly." Chapter 50. Who are you really? The words of Li Bai had already caused the defenses in Chen Shilong's heart to collapse, yet his face still bore an expression of calm indifference, an air of ignorance, as if oblivious to all that transpired. Observing his demeanor, Li Bai felt compelled to exert pressure on him through his status. After all, it was precisely this aspect that Chen Shilong feared. With a soft chuckle, he brushed off the dust from his sleeves and produced a handkerchief embroidered with golden threads from within his ample robes. Cold spirit threads? Who exactly are you? The defenses within Chen Shilong crumbled entirely this time. The fear etched upon his face was unmistakable and unreserved. Truly, one who could contend for the position of Minister of Justice was indeed discerning. Li Mu crossed his arms and smiled appreciatively. Chen Shilong composed himself and pondered. "Miss Lingling addressed you as second brother and fourth brother. When I was assisted here last night, I vaguely saw that there seemed to be 5 of you brothers. Judging by your numbers and ages, you cannot possibly be the crown princes." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Bai interrupted him, simultaneously affirming his conjecture. "Indeed. Since you have deduced our identities, it is time to unveil the truth, is it not?" Beneath Li Bai's seemingly cultured demeanor lay an unmistakable threat. Chen Shilong blinked. Realizing that he had not observed closely enough, how had he failed to recognize their identities when he had seen them during the day? "Let me speak." Ultimately, he acquiesced. "Wait a moment, I will summon my younger sister." Li Mu did not forget to call for Lingling. Li Bai nodded in agreement. A short while later, everyone had gathered, and Chen Shilong finally divulged the truth. Indeed, as the Li siblings had surmised, Chen Shilong had uncovered the involvement of Prince Yu. The ruffians who had assaulted him in the street were also hired by Prince Yu as subordinates. Some days ago, I discovered Prince Yu's intentions. He is aware that I am competing for the position of Minister of Justice and wants me to assist him once I am elected. Should I fail to win or refuse to aid him, he would not spare me or my mother. In order to ensure my mother's safety, prior to your arrival, I had indeed contemplated taking my own life. This matter is known only to me within the entire Ministry of Justice. Upon my death, Prince Yu's schemes would remain forever concealed. As he spoke, Chen Shilong's spirits sank deeper. He lamented that he lacked power and influence, and even the family of Sun Shilong could not contend with Prince Yu. However, the siblings before him were different. Perhaps only their identities could completely expose Prince Yu's conspiracy. "I know that you are all capable individuals. I implore you to assist me." Chen Shilong felt as though he would kneel before the 3 siblings if he were able. "Do not be hasty. This matter cannot be rushed," Li Mu reassured him, as he noticed the wound he had just bandaged was reopening due to his agitation. Li Lingling stroked her chin, pondering. It appears that Prince Yu's theft of poetry was intended to flatter Lord Zheng. What then is the nature of his collusion with Yan Yunzi? Contemplating this, Li Lingling continued to inquire. "Do you know what schemes Prince Yu and Yan Yunzi are concocting together? I have gathered incriminating evidence against them, all of which is neatly organized and kept at the bottom of my cabinet," Chen Shilong replied. Upon hearing this, Li Bai swiftly rose and exited to summon his hidden guards to investigate. It was at this moment that Chen Mu arrived at the Li residence, seeking an audience. A servant came to report, and Li Mu hurried out to check. Chen Mu brought with her a letter, claiming it was from an unknown individual who had requested her to deliver it to her son. When Li Mu had visited to administer acupuncture to Chen Mu earlier, he had mentioned that Chen Shilong was at their home, prompting her visit. Upon seeing the letter brought by his mother, Chen Shilong's hands trembled. "Son, what does it say?" Observing his evident fear, Chen Mu asked with concern. Chen Shilong shook his head, striving to maintain a calm demeanor in front of his mother. Not wanting her to worry excessively, he handed the letter to Li Mu, who, along with Li Lingling, leaned in to read it. The contents were a blatant threat. One could hardly imagine that even a powerless official like Chen Shilong could face such intimidation. Is it any wonder that he would seek to end his own life? He has been driven to despair.
Li Lingling lamenta.
Li Mu glanced at Chen Shilong and his mother, relieved that he had only one elderly mother and no other relatives. Had he had more family, it would have been far more challenging to protect them. "Aunt, during this time, please do not return home. Stay with us instead."
Li Mu warmly invited.
Chen Shilong expressed his gratitude, turning to his mother. "Mother, it is my fault. Ever since I joined the Ministry of Justice, I have made enemies, and you cannot enjoy your twilight years in peace." With a choked voice, Chen Mu refuted her son's words. My dear son, you are righteous and kind, always wishing to serve the court and the people. Making enemies is inevitable. I am old, and death will come sooner or later. Pursue your ambitions without restraint. Do not let me become a shackle that binds you. It is said that a man does not easily shed tears, yet here was Qin Shirlang, a hardened man, reduced to sobs, having held back his grief until now. Lingling tugged at Li Mu, pulling him outside to give Qin Shirlang and his mother some privacy, as she had matters to discreetly inquire of her fourth brother. Fourth brother, what shall we do now? After all, we are dealing with Prince Yu, a member of the royal family. Who dares to hold him accountable? Lingling asked with concern. At that moment, Li Mu still clutched the threatening letter given to him by Qin Shirlang. His grip tightened, crumpling the paper. His eyes seemed to harbor an impenetrable darkness. When second brother returns with more evidence, we shall consult with eldest brother about how to resolve this matter, Li Mu replied. Lingling nodded in agreement, recognizing that eldest brother, being a first-rank general, held sufficient authority to address this issue. Chapter 51. Must the capable bear the burden? When Li Bai returned, the night had fully descended. In the front hall of the Li residence, Lingling and Li Mu had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing that Li Bai had obtained the evidence mentioned by Qin Shirlang, both were filled with delight. Through this information, the siblings learned that the Zhou clan had poisoned Princess Ru Yang under the instigation of Prince Yu. Prince Yu had promised the Zhou clan that they could assist the top scholar, Feng Yuan, in attaining the position of chancellor. Should he ascend to the throne, the Zhou family would be considered founding heroes, with Zhou Shi positioned as the matriarch, a first-rank lady. Having long felt wronged by the Grand Princess, Zhou Shi was naturally tempted by this prospect, even considering leading the entire Zhou family to support Prince Yu. Their plan appeared commendable, but alas, no one had anticipated that the newly appointed top scholar harbored a penchant for same-sex relationships. Alas, Qin Shirlang's evidence is of little use. It merely establishes a connection between him and the Zhou clan, painting a grand picture. To accuse a prince based on this is virtually impossible. Lingling's melancholic thoughts echoed in the minds of her two brothers, each furrowing their brows in concern. Hiring thugs to assault a high-ranking official could surely be considered a crime? Li Mu thought of Qin Shirlang, who had been beaten nearly to death. Yet the one who had employed those ruffians was not Prince Yu himself, but merely his household servants. He could easily shift the blame onto them and absolve himself. If we charge him with such a crime, not even the emperor would act. At most, Beixuan's law would only penalize him for poor oversight of his servants, perhaps imposing a fine of a few months' salary, hardly a significant punishment. Li Bai glanced at Lingling, noting how perceptive she was. Her ability to analyze the situation and discern the intricacies of her thoughts was impressive. Indeed, given the current lack of evidence, our task is to seek more compelling proof.
Li Bai afirmat.
His mind raced furiously, his brow furrowing unconsciously. He had to devise a more effective strategy, and could not simply stand by while King Yu acted with impunity. If only he could uncover the correspondence between him and Sheila.
Li Bai siga.
This was a dilemma known to all, but the crux lay in how to locate it. I could stealthily infiltrate King Yu's manor at midnight to search for evidence.
Lingling contemplata.
No. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Li Bai slammed the table, vehemently denying the notion. He had forgotten that he had overheard his little sister's thoughts, and his action undoubtedly bewildered Lingling. Lingling exclaimed, "What do you mean, no?" Ahem. Li Mu coughed lightly, reminding Li Bai that he must not allow their little sister to realize they could hear her thoughts. Otherwise, she would cease to express her secrets internally, and they would be left in the dark about many matters. Moreover, he still wished to enjoy the gossip for free. I just thought of the idea to explore King Yu's manor at night, but given his cautious and meticulous nature, his residence would surely be guarded by numerous attendants. To enter effortlessly was out of the question, let alone roam freely within in search of evidence. Li Bai rationalized his previous reaction. Lingling had also considered this. A royal manor could not be infiltrated as easily as a mere shop like Nanchang's High. Suddenly, Li Mu had a spark of inspiration. Sneaking in might be impractical, but we could enter through the front gate. Li Bai and Lingling. Fourth brother has a brilliant plan? Lingling hurriedly leaned closer to him, inquiring. I have treated King Yu's ailments before, so I have some rapport with him. His headaches tend to strike most frequently during the sweltering summer months. We can use my role as his physician as a legitimate excuse to enter King Yu's manor openly. Surprisingly, this idea from Li Mu was indeed the most suitable at present. Upon hearing this, Lingling's heart soared with delight. My brothers are becoming quite clever. Too intelligent for their own good. I feel there is no need for me to meddle at all. She felt once again that she could simply relax. However, Her brothers had already meticulously planned everything. They had received advance intelligence from their eldest brother, Lingling. The eldest said their little sister preferred to lounge about all day and was quite indolent. She even indulged in improper literature, lacking any skills. Naturally, her brothers could not allow Lingling to remain idle at home. Little sister, you are quite capable. You will accompany fourth brother on this trip to the royal manor.
Li vaig instructar.
Lingling, is the capable one destined for more toil? 200 taels of silver. Having understood his little sister's character, Levi wasted no time in negotiating with her, directly offering the money. If we encounter danger in the manor, you will protect me, and I shall reward you with even more silver, Li Mu added enticingly. Seeing the glimmer of gold in Lingling's eyes, the two brothers exchanged knowing smiles. All right, it's a deal. I am not doing this for the silver. I am merely concerned that fourth brother might encounter trouble in the royal manor. As a frail physician, I must closely protect him and serve as a competent bodyguard. Although the two brothers were unfamiliar with the concept of a bodyguard, they found her self-justifying thoughts amusing. By the way, King Yu's ambitions lie with the eldest princess, the crown prince, and Prince Liang. Currently, the matters concerning the eldest princess have been handled appropriately. But the crown prince and Prince Liang still need to be cautioned about King Yu. Lingling expressed her concerns. Levi nodded. Leave this matter to me. I possess some influence in the court. It will be no trouble to visit the crown prince and Prince Liang and exchange a few words. Lingling need not worry about her brother's capabilities. What she needed to focus on now was devising a plan to counter King Yu and uncover evidence to suppress him. As long as King Yu remained in power, the eldest brother, a first-grade general, would eventually fall victim to the collusion between King Yu and Yan Yuni. Nor would the second brother, a strategist, be spared. Once their connections were implicated, it would hasten the downfall of the entire Li family. For the sake of her family, and for herself, she had to give her all. After gathering her modest belongings, she prepared to reside in King Yu's manor alongside her fourth brother in the coming days. The gentle morning light was soft, and in late April, the capital was in full bloom. This was the most beautiful time in the city. The same could be said for King Yu's manor. The persona he projected to outsiders was that of a leisurely prince fond of gardening and fish-keeping, spending his days at the manor in tranquil leisure. In reality, however, he was clandestinely engaging with unknown figures, biding his time, feigning innocence, all while plotting revenge for his birth mother and aspiring to seize the crown prince's position. Dealing with such a duplicitous character, Lingling feared for her brother's safety. Li Mu remained as he always was, wearing a mask, perhaps to maintain an air of mystery. Even when treating patients, he donned a mask. Dr. Mu, Miss Mu, please wait here. Our lord will arrive shortly. A young servant of the manor guided them to the front hall, instructing a maid to serve them tea. Lingling did not disclose her name, merely stating that she was the sister of Dr. Mu, leading the servant to naturally assume she also bore the surname Mu. The tea in this manor was indeed extraordinary. As a leisurely prince, he could not afford such fine tea merely on a salary. It was evident that Prince Yu was a connoisseur of tea.
Lingling remarked in a teasing tone.
She recognized the tea upon sniffing it. It was from Sheila, which she had consumed since childhood, so she was well acquainted with it. Miss, you jest. This tea was gifted by the prince's friends. Our lord enjoys poetry and literature, cultivating friendships far and wide. The guests at the manor are numerous, naturally bringing with them many treasures from across the continent, the maid explained on behalf of King Yu. Lingling nodded in understanding. Before either could say more, King Yu arrived. Chapter 52. Eager to return and embroider the dragon robe, the newcomer donned a pale moon-white long robe with a straight collar, and the matching belt lent an air of elegance and simplicity. His hair was tied high, adorned with an unembellished white jade crown, reflecting his demeanor of purity and restraint. At first glance, one would never associate this individual with the phrase seizing the throne. Truly a cunning fox masquerading as a harmless sheep, harboring malice beneath a facade of innocence. If he genuinely wished to avoid vying for the throne and simply desired to be a leisurely prince, why would he adorn his robe with a pattern of dragons? Lingling found herself increasingly disliking King Yu. Hearing her words, Li Mu scrutinized him closely. Dragons?
He saw none.
Could it be that his little sister possessed extraordinary vision? How could she discern the dragon motifs when to his eyes King Yu wore an exquisitely simple robe devoid of patterns? The sudden voice of the young girl left King Yu momentarily dazed. King Yu, what is happening? What voice is that? No one spoke just now. Where did it come from? Yet, the owner of that voice had managed to perceive the dragon motifs embroidered with fish silk? Truly an eye for detail. This fish silk is unlike ordinary threads. It is transparent and colorless, visible only under specific lighting. Thus far, no one had ever detected the uniqueness of his attire. Just as he marveled, he heard the girl's voice again. He has several similar garments. Some are embroidered with horned dragons, while others even feature five-clawed true dragons. Truly, one invites calamity upon oneself with such recklessness. The girl's candid remarks embarrassed King Yu. How could this girl know such details? Meanwhile, Li Mu had an ingenious idea. The act of a royal embroidering dragon robes in secret constituted a grave crime of treason. If he could present King Yu's privately embroidered dragon robe to the emperor, it would facilitate his prosecution considerably. Unbeknownst to him, King Yu possessed the ability to hear the innermost thoughts of the young girl. He intended to personally address the garments intricately embroidered with dragon and jiao patterns. As anticipated, he remarked, "I apologize, Physician Mu, but I have unfinished matters to attend to. I kindly ask both of you to wait for a moment longer." With that, he bowed apologetically to Li Mu. Li Lingling, observing his inclination to depart so soon after his arrival, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What could be so urgent? Is he in a rush to return and embroider a dragon robe? King Yu mused, this unknown voice truly seems to understand him well. Could it be that a parasite within him has gained sentience? He considered that perhaps an explanation was warranted, but just as he was about to speak, he heard the girl's voice again. Alas, this King Yu, so wise yet momentarily foolish. He is convinced that the Empress was responsible for his mother's demise. Unaware that his mother is very much alive, albeit in a lowly guise unworthy of recognition, having been arranged by the Emperor to take vows at Xianghua Temple. If you doubt this, you may seek out a nun named Jingxi at Xianghua Temple. She is indeed his mother. How can he conspire with foreign powers and turn against his own kin when his mother prays for his well-being daily? Does he honor the Buddha or his mother with such treachery? Li Lingling rolled her eyes at King Yu, her expression one of disdain. Upon hearing these words, King Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. Who was speaking? How did this voice know such intimate details? He scanned the room, and the maidens who met his gaze immediately bowed their heads in fear. The voice belonged to a girl, identifiable by age and gender. He was familiar with the two maidens present. It was neither of them. Thus, only one possibility remained. Fixating his gaze upon Li Lingling, he inquired with suspicion. And who might this young lady be? Oh, this is my younger sister. She has been left unattended at home, so I brought her along this time.
Li Mu replied nonchalantly.
Lingling, come forth and greet His Highness King Yu. At this, Li Lingling approached King Yu, offering him a respectful bow, yet remained silent. To ascertain the identity of the voice, King Yu initiated a casual conversation with Li Lingling, asking, "How old are you, young lady? What are your interests?" Who asks such questions upon first meeting? Li Lingling thought nervously, casting a glance at Li Mu. I am merely making small talk. Your age is akin to that of my own children, so perhaps we may interact more in the future. King Yu exuded an amiable demeanor, resembling a kindly elder, devoid of any regal arrogance. Had Li Lingling not been aware of his ulterior motives, she might have been easily deceived. This man was cunning, his facade ingeniously crafted. Noticing Li Mu's nod of encouragement, she finally spoke. I am 11 this year, and I enjoy lying down. King Yu. Li Mu, a vein of frustration appeared on his forehead. His sister was utterly forthright. He hurriedly added, Your Highness, my sister's health is not the best, so she usually rests at home. King Yu finally grasped the situation but was not enlightened by her preferences. Rather, it was her voice that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had heard moments ago. It seemed that the thoughts he had overheard were indeed those of the girl before him. Such extraordinary occurrences were a rarity in this world, and this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. However, now was not the time for contemplation. He needed to attend to the dragon robes and subsequently visit Jingxi at Xianghua Temple. Indeed, I am rather busy at the moment. Please make yourselves comfortable within the estate, King Yu expressed, bowing once more in apology and instructing his attendants to prepare guest quarters for the siblings. As he departed, he emphasized that they were to be treated with the utmost courtesy befitting of the royal residence. Li Lingling suddenly felt that King Yu's demeanor diverged significantly from the character described in the original text, resembling a rather eccentric middle-aged man. Indeed, this must be a facade. He is deliberately presenting himself in such a manner to bewilder others.
Li Lingling reassured herself. Now,
the siblings had inadvertently secured unrestricted access to the residence of King Yu. They resolved to investigate his study. The study was simply adorned and lacked any guardians. It was not locked, indicating a lack of concern regarding the privacy of its contents. After searching thoroughly, They found no evidence of King Yu's collusion with Yan Yuni. However, just as they were about to leave, Lingling's attention was drawn to two vases, one on each side of the bookshelf. To her astonishment, she discovered that the flowers in the left vase were, in fact, artificial. The two vases were identical in size, and, without close inspection, who would suspect that one was a mere imitation? Fourth brother, come look at this. If I am not mistaken, this must be a mechanism for a hidden room or secret compartment. Gently rotating the vase, she confirmed her suspicion. The bookshelf opened automatically, revealing a door equipped with a combination lock. How advanced? A combination lock?
Lingling Musha.
Realizing that the unlocking techniques she had learned from Li and would be of no use here. Allow me to give it a try, Li Mu offered. King Yu's passcode would likely be based on his own birth date, that of his mother, the late princess, or perhaps his children's birthdays. Lingling was unaware of these details, but Li Mu was well informed. After several attempts, he successfully unlocked the door using the time of the princess's passing. King Yu certainly harbored deep affections. Even after many years since the princess's death, he had not remarried. The fact that he used the date of her demise as a password revealed his perpetual longing for her. Chapter 53. My illness is yet unresolved. The true extent of the hidden chamber lay beneath, housing a plethora of weapons and armor. It was clear that King Yu harbored treasonous intentions.
Li Mu lamented.
The siblings had discovered evidence of King Yu's collusion with the Zhou family, but no proof of his alliance with Yan Yuni. Fourth brother, are you certain you once saw the Zheng family emblem within King Yu's residence? Lingling began to harbor doubts. I am certain I did not missee it, nor could I have misremembered.
Li Mu asked it confidently.
Search diligently once more. There may still be clues. However, no matter how extensively they searched, even uncovering King Yu's schemes involving the prince's concubine to sow discord between the prince and his consort, they could find no evidence of his collusion with Shilei. Li Mu was particularly intrigued by the matter of the prince's concubine plotting against the princess. This is a family affair of the prince and should remain confidential. It is not something to be publicly discussed, Li Mu cautioned Lingling sternly. Why do I sense that whenever my brothers mention matters of the royal family, especially those concerning the prince, they seem so uneasy? As if they are anxious, concealing something? Lingling chose not to respond to Li Mu's observations. Lost in her own thoughts, Li Mu mused, my younger sister is exceptionally astute. I fear our family's true identity cannot remain hidden from her for long. Once the situation with King Yu is resolved, I shall confer with my brothers about bringing her back to claim her heritage. Lingling, you must keep this matter confidential. Do you understand? Li Mu reiterated, his expression grave. Though Lingling did not comprehend the reasons behind his insistence, she resolved to comply with her fourth brother's wishes. Rest assured, I understand. However, it seems there are no leads here. We should take our leave. Should the people of King Yu's residence discover our presence here, it may be too late to escape. Lingling proposed. Xianghua Temple was the nearest temple to the royal palace, one of the temples most favored by the royal family. It is but a brief carriage ride from the residence of Prince Yu, taking no longer than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. After burning the dragon robe, Prince Yu hastened to Xianghua Temple, entering with purpose and making his way directly to the western courtyard where the nuns resided. Xianghua Temple is quite expansive, divided into eastern and western courtyards. The east is designated for the monks' meditation rooms, while the west is reserved for the nuns. The temple holds strict adherence to gender distinctions, and even as a prince, he could not simply intrude upon the domain of the nuns. After a while, he spotted a nun exiting and approached her with courtesy, inquiring, esteemed master, might there be a bhikkhuni by the name of Jingxi within the temple? Upon hearing the name, the nun scrutinized Prince Yu with a hint of suspicion and asked, are you not the second prince, Prince Yu? Although Prince Yu does not frequently visit temples, the monks and nuns of Xianghua Temple are accustomed to high-profile individuals and quickly discerned his identity. Indeed, he affirmed, hastily pressing on with his query regarding the whereabouts of his birth mother. Master, is there truly no one named Jingxi? The nun shook her head, replying, I have not heard of such a person. Disappointment etched across his features. Prince Yu frowned, feeling a twinge of bitterness. He bitterly chuckled at his own naivety, having taken the heartfelt words of a young girl so earnestly.
Thank you, master.
After he had distanced himself, the nun clasped her hands in prayer before her chest, muttering to herself, Amitabha, what a transgression. A practitioner should not speak falsely. I have erred. She suddenly realized the urgency of the matter and resolved to inform the abbess and report to His Majesty. Returning to the palace in despair, Prince Yu promptly summoned Li Mu and Lingling. Your Highness has concluded your affairs?
Li Mu ventured cautiously.
Yes, I find myself with ample time now. Prince Yu, undeterred, sought to engage further with the siblings, hoping to glean some insight into the heart of the young girl. Has your recent ailment returned?
Li Mu inquired.
The divine physician's miraculous hands have restored me. My malady has not troubled me for years. Prince Yu expressed his gratitude for Dr. Mu, reflecting on how much longer he would have endured the affliction without his aid. The siblings exchanged glances, realizing they had found no evidence of Prince Yu's collusion with the Western forces, and thus deemed it prudent to take their leave. Sensing their intention to depart, Prince Yu employed every possible means to retain their company. I believe my headache has not yet fully abated. Perhaps the physician could lend his expertise once more. Prince Yu was truly at his wit's end. Lingling was taken aback. The original text did not imply that this cunning Prince Yu was also a skilled performer. Prince Yu remarked, for those who strive to achieve their goals, the minutiae are of little consequence. Very well, let us remain at the palace for a few days. Li Mu eventually acquiesced. Regarding the truth of whether Prince Yu's birth mother was indeed as his sister had suggested, Li Mu was intrigued by the matter. Upon hearing that the cherries in the back courtyard of Xianghua Temple had ripened, he proposed, since we have some free time this afternoon, why don't we go indulge in cherries and offer our prayers? Lingling pondered. Why has fourth brother suddenly taken an interest in Xianghua Temple? Prince Yu's birth mother is a nun there. Visiting Xianghua Temple could be beneficial. If we assist Prince Yu in locating his mother, perhaps he may reform and cease his animosity towards the 3 children associated with the Empress. At that moment, Prince Yu longed to eavesdrop on Lingling's thoughts. If he could not find her himself, perhaps the sister of the divine physician might succeed where he had failed. We must go, Prince Yu declared with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Observing his demeanor, Li Mu could not help but cast him a curious glance. What I mean is, since Dr. Mu does not often reside in the capital and returns only occasionally, it would be splendid for him to enjoy himself while here. This season, when all flowers bloom, my children are of similar ages to you both. If you are willing, I shall arrange for them to accompany you during your stay. You young people share common interests and can enjoy each other's company. While Prince Yu spoke thus, he secretly hoped his children would be able to draw out Lingling's innermost thoughts. If his son proved capable, he could marry this girl who held so many secrets, facilitating his eavesdropping. Even if his son failed, he had a daughter. If she could become close friends with Lingling, their frequent interactions might eventually yield more profound revelations. Prince Yu believed that securing this girl would enable him to effortlessly realize his vengeful and ambitious schemes. Yet, the prospect of potentially finding his birth mother soon made him question the relevance of his grievances and ambitions. They seemed utterly trivial compared to the comfort of being a leisurely prince, unconcerned with state affairs. On this visit to Xianghua Temple, Prince Yu made a grand entrance. As soon as their carriage arrived, the temple's monks gathered around them. Lingling experienced firsthand the opulent lifestyle of one of high status. Even the act of offering incense and praying was conducted with great fanfare. Observing fourth brother's ease and familiarity, Lingling mused, my brothers are also individuals of standing. Perhaps they have even encountered the Emperor of Beixuan? Am I merely a hindrance to their stature? Seeing Lingling's cautious demeanor, Li Mu felt a pang of sympathy. He was determined to swiftly lead her to reclaim her noble heritage. Chapter 54. His Majesty prohibits our mother-son reunion. The abbess escorted the 3 of them to a meditation room designated for receiving guests. As they sipped tea and engaged in light conversation, Lingling seized the opportunity to inquire about Prince Yu's birth mother, Jingxi. Having already discerned the truth from her heart, Li Mu and Prince Yu both listened intently. Upon hearing the name Jingxi, the abbess's expression became noticeably uneasy, aware of the reasons for their visit. She would naturally refrain from divulging the truth. Unable to ascertain Jingxi's whereabouts, Lingling's curiosity deepened. This is odd. Prince Yu's mother, known as Jingxi, must have taken up residence here. Prince Yu feigned ignorance, asking with genuine curiosity, might that bikini named Jingxi be someone you are acquainted with, my lady? Li Mu also adopted an inquisitive demeanor, fixated on Lingling. Fearing Prince Yu's disbelief, Lingling withheld the true identity of Jingxi.
Indeed.
She is someone I am familiar with. I have come here today with a desire to meet her. Upon hearing this, Prince Yu, filled with enthusiasm, declared, in that case, I shall exert every effort to assist you in locating her. Shall we ask the abbess to summon all the monks in the temple, so we may identify her one by one? Lingling shook her head, asserting that Prince Yu's approach was ill-conceived. From the abbess's demeanor, it was evident that she intended to conceal Jingxi's existence. Summoning the entire temple would not yield results. Hearing this, both Prince Yu and Li Mu nodded in agreement. Then, Do you have any suggestions, Miss Lingling? Prince Yu asked in a hushed tone, as if afraid their plans would be overheard by the monks. We should feign leisure within the temple and search separately. Jinxie has a slight limp in her right leg, a remnant from an unfortunate incident during childbirth. Li Lingling deliberately directed this statement towards Prince Yu. Beneath his facade of indifference, Prince Yu's heart ached for his mother. Once he found her, he vowed to honor and care for her, sparing her from further suffering. Li Lingling ventured alone to the nuns' meditation rooms in the western courtyard, while Li Mu and Prince Yu searched the main courtyard and its surroundings. The temple housed a modest number of nuns. Yet there were numerous meditation rooms in the western courtyard, often frequented by noble women seeking respite. Li Lingling meticulously searched each room, employing her knowledge to divine Jinxie's appearance. However, after traversing an entire row of houses, no one was in sight. The same could be said for Yu Wang and Li Mu's vicinity. Still, they encountered no one near the temple. If Jinxie was deliberately evading them, they would naturally be unable to locate her. Nevertheless, Li Lingling had her own methods. She swiftly retrieved some yellow paper and a vermilion brush from her small satchel and drew a tracking talisman. After pricking her finger to draw blood, she inscribed Jinxie's information onto the talisman. Compared to her previous endeavor of tracking Fendai at the princess's residence, this time proved more cumbersome, as the talisman first needed to identify the target. Watching the yellow talisman soar away, her consciousness became intertwined with it, as if it were carrying her throughout the temple grounds in search of her quarry. In her mind's eye, she magnified every nook and cranny of the temple, even the slightest crevice. A moment later, she found it. The talisman alighted beside a nun who was sweeping the ground, and Li Lingling sensed this connection, hastening over. When she arrived, Jinxie was still engrossed in her task. Ordinary individuals could not perceive the aura of the tracking talisman, hence she remained oblivious to its presence. Amitba, how did a guest come here? This rear courtyard is not open to the public. Please return the way you came, Jinxie said, astonished to see Li Lingling. This place lacked even a door. How could it possibly be open to outsiders? Li Lingling had climbed over the wall to enter. So Jinxie or anyone else wishing to come and go would likely have to use a secret passage. Master Jinxie, I have come to find you, Li Lingling stated forthrightly. Perhaps I should address you by your secular name, Wei. The maiden's voice rang clear and melodious, akin to the tinkling of a nearby stream. Upon hearing this, the nun trembled slightly, halting her sweeping as she scrutinized the young girl before her with heightened vigilance. Regardless of what the girl knew, the nun had already renounced worldly ties and possessed nothing of significance. Are you perhaps attempting to use my identity to coerce Yu Wang or His Majesty? If so, I advise you to abandon such thoughts at once. Wei's tone was neither servile nor arrogant. Though she had surpassed 60 years, her physique remained robust. Madam Wei, I have no malicious intent in coming here. I merely wish to take you to meet your son, Yu Wang. He, too, is currently searching for you throughout the temple. Li Lingling replied, her youthful visage making her feel a sense of intimacy in addressing Wei as Madam, facilitating their conversation. Upon hearing mention of Yu Wang, a cloud of sorrow enveloped Wei's features. Little girl, your presence here must be fate. I shall divulge the truth to you. It is not that I do not wish to meet Yu Wang, but rather that His Majesty forbids our reunion. Years ago, Wei Hua, merely a lowly palace maid in the Yangxing Palace, bore a striking resemblance to the Empress. Her diligence and understanding endeared her to her superiors, garnering the Emperor's favorable impression. During that time, the Emperor and Empress's relationship had soured over a political dispute. The Emperor chastised the Empress for meddling in affairs, prompting her to withdraw into a cold war with him. One fateful night, the Emperor, inebriated and seeking solace, mistook Wei for the Empress, leading to an encounter that resulted in Wei's pregnancy. Though her status was insufficient, maternal ties could elevate her position, potentially bestowing upon her titles such as Kai Run or Jieyu. However, due to her striking similarity to the Empress, the Emperor refrained from including her in the harem to avoid further strife. After giving birth to the second prince, Yu Wang, she was sent to Xianghua Temple, where a secluded dwelling was constructed for her to live out her days in solitude. As for Yu Wang, he was raised by the palace's female officials and nurses. Since the birth of her child, Wei had not laid eyes on her son. Listening to this tale, Li Lingling felt deep sympathy for the mother and son. The Emperor, in his desire to avoid inciting the Empress's wrath, had kept Yu Wang's existence a secret. It was only after the Empress's passing several years ago that the Emperor dared to publicly acknowledge his identity, granting him a title and the estate he currently resided in. As long as my Yue lives well, I, an old woman, have no further desires, Wei stated. Despite her isolation in this remote place, she remained well-informed about external affairs. She was aware that her son had been granted the title of prince and had already married and started a family, living a comfortable life. For her, that knowledge was enough. Madame Wei, how can you be so obedient? The emperor forbids you from seeing your son, and yet you comply, remaining here for 40 years? Why do you not escape? Even if the emperor were to hold you accountable, Yu Wang possesses the means to protect you. Li Lingling thought to herself that if she were in such a predicament, she would never allow herself to be confined for 4 decades. Hearing the words of this young girl, Wei sighed, gazing at her with a tender affection. Little girl, you are still too young. Once you become a mother, you will understand the helplessness and bitterness that accompany such circumstances. Li Lingling wanted to retort, asserting her centuries of cultivation did not render her a mere child. Yet, in her previous life, she had solely focused on her practices, lacking any real experience with the emotions of the world, regardless of her age. She remained oblivious to such matters. Chapter 55. Bearing the hopes of all upon her shoulders. Chapter 55. Bearing the hopes of all upon her shoulders, however. The understanding of these matters was of little consequence to Li Lingling at present. Her sole responsibility was to bring Wei before Yu Wang. Her mind whirled with possibilities. It seemed she would have to expend even greater magical energy to create a substitute. Madame Wei, I possess a method to help you leave this place without anyone noticing. Wei regarded her with a curious expression. That is impossible. There are guards at the entrance, and meals are delivered daily. If they were to discover my absence, it would be you who would face the consequences first. As a mere palace maid confined for over 40 years, Wei was understandably fearful of the emperor and those who oversaw her. Even if Li Lingling explained her plan, she remained too afraid to depart. With no other options, Li Lingling divulged to Wei the plots involving Yu Wang's collusion with Zhou to harm Ruyang, the conspiracy with Shi Lei to usurp the throne, and the threats made against Minister Chen to coerce a suicide. Upon learning that her son had committed such heinous acts in pursuit of vengeance on her behalf, Wei was overwhelmed with guilt. Therefore, madam, if you do not come with me, if Yu Wang does not see you with his own eyes, he will never believe you are alive. He will not rest until he has eliminated the empress, the crown prince, and the Liang Wang. Such was the current state of affairs, although evidence of Yu Wang's collusion with Shi Lei had yet to be uncovered. The intentions behind the embroidered dragon robe and concealed weaponry were evident. If what you say is true, then I shall accompany you, Wei declared resolutely. Even if I am punished by the emperor upon my return, I would gladly sacrifice myself to ensure you no longer brings harm to others. Wei's tone was unwavering, her principles intact. Li Lingling lamented silently. With such a virtuous mother, how could Yu Wang be so callous? However, once Yu Wang sees Wei and learns the truth, he will no longer seek revenge against the crown princess, the crown prince, and the Liang Wang. Perhaps Wei can persuade him to abandon his quest for the throne. As long as he does not conspire with Yan Yuni, my elder brother and second brother may still have a chance of survival. Contemplating these possibilities, Li Lingling felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. Whether she could convince Yu Wang to cease his pursuit of the throne hinged entirely on Wei. Madame Wei, please assist me by gathering some branches and your old clothing. Perhaps due to Wei's ascetic lifestyle, Li Lingling felt an inexplicable closeness to her. This Madame Wei truly was an amiable and kind-hearted elder. What do you need these for? Soon, Wei had gathered everything Li Lingling requested. To make a straw doll, to create a puppet, Li Lingling stated plainly. Before Wei could fully express her astonishment, Li Lingling deftly began to shape the branches into the form of a small figure. Once again, the figure made of twigs was draped in the outer garment of Wei Shi. When everything was ready, she uttered an incantation and drew a drop of blood from her fingertip, allowing it to fall onto the forehead of the figure. In the blink of an eye, the twig effigy transformed to resemble Wei Shi, as if they were identical twin sisters. Wei Shi stood in astonishment, rendered speechless by the sight before her. Success! Li Lingling suddenly exclaimed, infusing the counterfeit Wei Shi with a surge of golden light, endowing the effigy with vitality. It could now walk, speak, and even express simple facial emotions. Wei Shi was treated to an unexpected spectacle, realizing that her son had indeed become quite talented, surrounded by such extraordinary individuals. After completing the figure, Li Lingling turned her attention back to Wei Shi, retrieving a disguised talisman used previously at the Shilei stronghold, and affixed it to Wei Shi's back, transforming her appearance to that of Shuang. Yes, this is much more appropriate. This way, we can evade detection.
Li Lingling ris susuret her.
Madame Wei, shortly I shall carry you away. If you feel frightened, you may close your eyes, but please refrain from shouting. The fewer people who notice us, the less likely we are to be revealed. Li Lingling explained in advance. Rest assured, young lady, I shall do my utmost to avoid causing you trouble. Wei Shi nodded in agreement. The two approached the spot where Li Lingling had previously scaled the wall. Li Lingling glanced at Wei Shi to confirm her readiness. And upon receiving a nod, she grasped Wei Shi's shoulder, leaped upward, and effortlessly cleared the 2-meter-high courtyard wall. Upon landing, Wei Shi, still shaken, patted her chest. Li Lingling, determined to erase any memory of this experience from her mind to prevent future complications, swiftly employed another talisman to wipe away only the memories related to her casting of spells. Meanwhile, on the side of Li Mu and Prince Yu, the two had turned every possible corner in search of the limping nun, yet to no avail. They soon abandoned their search and returned to the Zen room to await Li Lingling's return, firmly believing that her abilities would surely lead to the discovery of the missing person, placing their hopes solely upon her. As Prince Yu sipped tea nonchalantly, his thoughts wandered to the possibility that if Li Lingling truly managed to locate his mother, she would become his ancestor. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Lingling returned, accompanied by the disguised Wei Shi. How was your excursion? Did you enjoy the cherries and pay your respects? Perhaps we should return now, she urged as she entered, prompting Li Mu and Prince Yu to head back to the royal residence. Seeing the unfamiliar maid by her side, Prince Yu felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that she had not found his mother either. However, he couldn't help but notice the tears glistening in her eyes, filled with such warmth and kindness. Before he could ponder further, Li Mu rose and said, Your Highness, it is getting late. We should indeed return to the residence to prepare for dinner. With that, he assisted Prince Yu to his feet. Yes, let us go, Prince Yu replied, his heart heavy with regret, leaving him without the desire to continue his prayers. The disguised Wei Shi kept her gaze fixated on Prince Yu, yearning to embrace her son whom she had not seen for nearly 40 years, longing to behold him fully. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Li Lingling grasped her hand, signaling that it was not safe to act impulsively. Wei Shi, understanding the young girl's capabilities, resolved to heed her counsel without further protest. Once the four were aboard the carriage, Wei Shi could no longer contain her feelings for Prince Yu, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at him. Hush, everyone. Quiet, Li Lingling signaled for silence, tearing off the disguised talisman from Wei Shi, restoring her to her original appearance. The transformation was so dramatic that Prince Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Mother! Wei Shi cried, throwing herself into Prince Yu's arms. He stood, momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Li Lingling, as if questioning, Is this truly my mother? Li Lingling nodded gently. I apologize, Your Highness. I deceived you earlier. The person I sought, Jingxi, is not merely an acquaintance. She is your biological mother, Wei Shi. She has been confined in a separate courtyard behind the western yard. Had I not stumbled upon her by chance, I would not have been able to meet her. Having already discerned everything from Wei Shi's thoughts, Prince Yu comprehended the situation entirely. Yet, in his euphoric reunion, his mind felt blank, as if the entire world had shrunk to just him and his mother, leaving no room for anyone or anything else. Chapter 56. His cunning may not amount to 800, but it certainly exceeds 300. Upon their return to Prince Yu's residence, Li Lingling once more employed the disguised talisman on Wei Shi, presenting her solely as Shuang'er, Li Lingling's maid. That evening, as the four dined together, the servants of Prince Yu's household gazed enviously at Shuang'er, for as a maid, she was remarkably allowed to dine at the table. Unable to contain himself, Prince Yu served her dishes, and after repeated reminders from the Li siblings, he decided to distribute the bounty evenly among all three. Li Lingling. The servants are in awe. As the meal progressed, everyone's imagination soared. Later that night, having settled Wei Shi, Prince Yu sought out Li Lingling to express his heartfelt gratitude. Observing a man of similar age to her parents weeping before her, Li Lingling felt somewhat uncomfortable. Dr. Mu, Miss Mu, you two are truly the benefactors of my Yu residence. Whatever debt I owe you, I shall repay it as you desire. As long as it is within my power, I will fulfill your requests, Prince Yu declared, wiping his tears. Having felt as if he had exhausted 40 years' worth of sorrow in a single day, upon hearing Prince Yu's offer to satisfy their requests, Li Lingling and Li Mu remained silent. Fulfill our requests? We only hope you will cease your vendetta against the 3 children of the Empress and confess the misdeeds you've committed to the Emperor yourself, especially your collusion with Shile, treasonous acts, and the hiring of assassins to attack court officials, forcing them to take their own lives. It is truly a great act of mercy for me to assist someone like you in finding your mother. Li Lingling contemplated that she could summon her elder brother to apprehend Prince Yu. However, Prince Yu, upon hearing Li Lingling's words, appeared somewhat bewildered. He acknowledged that while he did harbor vengeful thoughts against the Long Princess, the Crown Prince, and the Liang King, and had indeed promised Zhou Shi great things, he would never stoop to the disgraceful actions of colluding with Xile, committing treason, or assaulting court officials. Such accusations were utterly unfounded. Noticing his perplexed expression, Li Mu directly inquired, "Your Highness, you would do well to explain these matters to me." With that, he revealed the evidence he had discovered in Prince Yu's study earlier that day. Li Lingling was taken aback by his boldness, her eyes widening in alarm. "We're doomed. Is fourth brother seeking a death wish? We are still on enemy territory, with no reinforcements. How dare you confront them so brazenly? Truly audacious." Li Mu shook his head. His willingness to confront Prince Yu directly was based on his confidence in his ability to keep him in check. Observing the evidence in Li Mu's hands, Prince Yu's expression remained calm, having already anticipated that they were aware of the situation and was not taken aback. "Other accusations are not mine to pursue, but your intent to harm the Crown Princess is something I cannot ignore,"
Li Mu declared,
removing his mask to reveal his true identity. Upon recognizing his face, Prince Yu was genuinely astonished. "It's you," he exclaimed in disbelief.
Li Lingling ponderat.
Does fourth brother's true appearance also ring a bell for Prince Yu? Why does it seem as though Prince Yu is so surprised to see him? Hearing Li Lingling's thoughts, Prince Yu was filled with curiosity. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the family of his elder brother. Could she possibly be the long-lost daughter they had recently found? She does not recognize me. It seems that these brothers, who have been away from home, have yet to guide her in acknowledging her roots. Nevertheless, this young girl has assisted me in locating my mother, and thus, I harbor no regrets in this life. I accept these circumstances. Grant me a moment, so that my family may enjoy a few days of blissful togetherness. After all, you possess the evidence, and I cannot escape. Just 3 days. I willingly consent to accompany you and confess my transgressions." The King of Yu shrugged his shoulders, aware that his previous schemes and desires for vengeance had been misguided. Yet it is too late for repentance now. He gazed up at the roof, realizing that all of this was of his own making. When his eyes met Li Lingling's, he pondered whether everything could have been different had he encountered this little girl sooner. However, he was not greedy. There was still room for redemption. "Very well. We shall grant you 3 days. During this time, my sister and I will remain at the royal residence, keeping a close watch on you." Li Mu's eyes seemed to penetrate the depths of the King of Yu's heart, sending a chill down his spine. Li Lingling was perplexed as to who had bestowed such courage upon fourth brother. The typically gentle and timid fourth brother now possessed an unexpected aura of authority. As the hour grew late, the King of Yu took his leave. After his departure, Li Lingling seized Li Mu's hand and inquired about the earlier events. "Fourth brother, why is the King of Yu so fearful of you?" Her curiosity was piqued. "Once the matter with the King of Yu concludes, you shall understand," Li Mu responded cryptically. "All right then, I shall embrace the notion that knowing less will prolong my life." During their brief stay at the royal residence over the next 3 days, Li Lingling exercised utmost caution, fearing that the King of Yu might seek revenge. She even insisted that Li Mu eat first, only picking up her chopsticks once she was assured that the food was safe. Despite being in the King of Yu's palace, Li Mu devised a means to relay their circumstances to Li Zheng and Li Bai. At dawn 3 days later, Li Zheng and Li Bai arrived, accompanied by Director Chen and a contingent of soldiers, ready to apprehend the King of Yu. To Li Lingling's astonishment, the King of Yu offered no resistance and willingly followed Li Zheng. "Brother, what is going on?" Li Lingling was utterly bewildered. "Fourth brother, you are fully aware of this matter. You shall accompany us to report to the Emperor and explain everything," Li Zheng instructed.
Understood. Li Mu replied, 본인이 낳고 exchange.
"Lingling, you shall go with fifth brother. Any matters can be discussed upon our return," Li Zheng directed Li Lingling. Just then, Li Gui emerged from behind Li Zheng, leading Li Lingling into the King of Yu's palace to gather their belongings. By the time they emerged, the 3 older brothers had already taken the King of Yu away. Li Lingling glanced at her chubby fifth brother and realized that he would be her companion for the time being. "Fifth brother, why do I get the impression that you all are hiding something from me? This seems to be related to the royal family. I sensed it ever since the incident with Princess Ruyang and the Grand Princess." Li Lingling attempted to extract information from Li Gui. Although he appeared to be simple-minded, he was far from naive. The siblings were all highly intelligent, and despite his round face, Li Gui was no fool and understood her insinuations. "Oh, dear. Please don't ask me. The eldest has spoken, and I cannot divulge anything for now." Li Gui found himself in a predicament. How about this? I shall take you to Zui Xianlu for some delicious food, and let's not dwell on other matters for the time being. Surprisingly, fifth brother had his own way of charming her. Li Lingling had no resistance to delectable food and readily acquiesced. Upon their arrival at Zui Xianlu, Li Gui's young assistant, the waiter, approached them. "Master, Miss Lingling," he greeted, then turned to Li Gui with a distressed expression, lamenting, "Master, the competitors are wreaking havoc in our kitchen. You must see for yourself. It's become a chaotic mess." Hearing this, Li Gui chuckled lightly, unperturbed. A bit of smoke from cooking is entirely normal. It is no cause for alarm. Since this competition for selecting the imperial chef is taking place at our establishment, we must ensure everything is in order. Chapter 57. She only moved herself to tears upon hearing the innkeeper's words. The waiter had no further retorts. Just as Li Gui was about to offer additional advice, a startled scream from Li Lingling echoed in his mind. "Oh my heavens! Did I hear correctly? It is truly a selection for the imperial chef? We're doomed. Fifth brother is going to be poisoned and turned into a eunuch." Li Gui was taken aback. At this very moment, fifth brother has caused a certain Jiang Dagua to be disqualified. That person now harbors resentment towards fifth brother, having bribed a waiter at our establishment to poison him with a deadly toxin, intending to render him a eunuch. Upon hearing this, Li Gui's hair stood on end. No wonder his younger sister had refrained from sharing her imminent plight. She had been waiting for him to discover it. Compared to his brothers, he seemed the most unfortunate and innocent. This was truly an unwarranted calamity. He silently committed to memory the name of the individual who was about to poison him. "Is there a participant named Jiang Dagua among those competing today?" Li Gui inquired of the nearby waiter. The waiter, caught off guard, stammered, "How would I know who is who?" "I shall check for you immediately," he replied, forcing a smile. "Yes, bring him to me," Li Gui commanded. Li Lingling, astonished, thought, "Why is fifth brother suddenly mentioning Jiang Dagua? Did they know each other previously? Is there something brewing? I must pay close attention."
Li Lingling fukusa intanli.
Following fifth brother closely. Soon, Jiang Dagua was brought forth. The siblings Li Lingling and Li Gui had already retreated to Li Gui's private room. Separated by a translucent screen, they prepared to meet Jiang Dagua. "You must be Jiang Dagua?" Li Gui intentionally positioned himself to the side of the screen, eager to discern the appearance of the one plotting against him. Li Lingling, intrigued, waited behind Li Gui, eager to catch a glimpse once he moved aside. The scoundrel was indeed named Jiang Dagua, and he had come to participate in this year's selection for the imperial chef. Jiang Dagua bowed in response. Being singled out by the judges before the competition commenced, he felt immensely honored and excited. "Why do you wish to become an imperial chef?" Li Gui casually asked. "My family runs a soup dumpling shop, and I have been immersed in cooking from a young age, learning the craft from my parents. However, my parents wish to pass the shop to my elder brother since I am not the eldest. Unable to bear this injustice, I left home to forge my own path. I heard about the palace recruiting chefs and decided to try my luck. If selected, I could hold my head high before my parents and brother," Jiang Dagua explained. Li Gui nodded. This reasoning seemed acceptable. However, Li Lingling remained skeptical. The family fortune should be shared equally between brothers. If it is unfair, due to parental bias, that is one thing. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Dagua's willingness to resort to poisoning reflects poorly on his character. "With so many competitors today, what will you do if you are not selected?" Li Gui inquired further. Li Lingling, curious, watched her brother, wondering if he intended to eliminate Jiang Dagua right away. He is merely 12 years old, has never held a girl's hand, and does not wish to marry so soon. Facing this question, Jiang Dagua hesitated. After a moment, he awkwardly replied, "Respected master, I believe I will not lose, so I have never considered the possibility of being disqualified." Upon hearing this, Li Gui shook his head in disappointment. This individual was impulsive and overly ambitious, clearly not of good character, even if he possessed remarkable culinary skills. Placing someone like him in service of the emperor would likely lead to disaster within 3 days, resulting in his execution. Keeping him from selection would be a means of safeguarding his life. You must understand that the palace is unlike the outside world. Every word and action requires utmost caution. Any minor misstep could offend His Majesty. Jiang Dagua shrugged nonchalantly and stated, "Those matters are best left to the eunuchs. As a royal chef, my sole responsibility is to prepare meals in the kitchen." Li Gui sighed once more, lamenting, "A child who cannot be taught. Such ignorance is truly beyond redemption." After a brief conversation, Even though he was unaware that he would soon poison her, Li Gui's impression of him was exceedingly poor. He waved his hand, signaling for the attendant to escort the man away. Fifth brother, I perceive that this Jiang Dagua possesses questionable character. Should you allow him to prevail today? He may very well seek retribution against you in the future, Li Lingling cautioned her brother. Perhaps I could draw a talisman to temporarily impair fifth brother's sense of taste. Thus, he would be unable to judge the dishes and would not serve as a judge. As long as Zui Xianglu can extricate itself from the obligation of selecting a royal chef, fifth brother will have no further dealings with Jiang Dagua. Having prepared her scheme, Li Lingling felt genuinely moved by her own thoughtfulness towards her brothers. Yet, that sentiment was hers alone. Evading the issue does not resolve the problem.
Li Guia sartà.
Moreover, being fully aware that Jiang Dagua is an unstable element, he should not be permitted to bring harm to others. Consider it a merit accumulated for my little sister. This matter shall rest upon my shoulders. Li Gui smiled warmly. Little sister, do you not agree that evaluating culinary delights necessitates a consensus of taste from a larger audience? Li Lingling was taken aback. What does fifth brother mean by this? She nodded as if compelled. Then let us allow all the citizens to participate in today as royal chef selection, enabling everyone to choose the most delectable flavor. With that, he summoned his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements. The unexpected change left Li Lingling somewhat bewildered. What new trick is fifth brother attempting?
Li Gui replia.
I have no desire to become a eunuch, nor to lose my sense of taste. Your intentions are commendable, little sister, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. The individuals preparing for the competition in the kitchen were perplexed upon hearing the last-minute alteration to the judging criteria. However, Jiang Dagua faced the situation with equanimity. Regardless of who the judges may be, I shall emerge victorious. He was confident that the head manager of Zui Xianglu had sought him out for a private conversation, indicating her favorable opinion of him and an intention to secure his selection. The sudden change in evaluation standards was merely a test of his abilities. This head manager is truly going to great lengths to ensure my selection. The competition commenced an hour before noon and concluded precisely at midday. The dishes prepared were to serve as lunch for the citizens present, who were required to rate them from 1 to 10. The top 3 scorers would be considered candidates for the royal chef position and would advance to the next assessment. Consequently, all contestants were compelled to showcase their culinary expertise. Just before the competition began, Li Lingling accompanied Li Gui to the observation platform prepared for them on the 3rd floor. The vantage point with the best view in the entire Zui Xianglu. Knowing that Li Lingling was present, the attendants had thoughtfully arranged 2 chairs and prepared some dried fruits and candy treats that young ladies typically enjoyed. Li Lingling was thoroughly pleased. Fifth brother, your attendants are quite considerate. She praised them without reservation. What are their names? The 4 attendants hurried to her side, seizing the opportunity to make an impression. I am Sheng.
I am Tu Kai. I am Yang Lei.
The 4th attendant had not yet introduced himself when Li Gui's mind was suddenly filled with the earlier piercing screams. With an expression of accustomed annoyance, he remarked, Little sister, have you become possessed by a groundhog? It is this Yang Lei. He is in league with Jiang Dagua. Do not be deceived by his outwardly amiable demeanor. He is a gambler, deeply in debt to the gaming house, unable to repay his dues. He not only assists Jiang Dagua in his nefarious plans but also frequently extorts tips from guests. Should they refuse, he deceitfully claims it is your wish, tarnishing your reputation. At that moment, Li Gui's expression darkened more than the bottom of a frying pan. Chapter 58. At last, the right person has been called. Li Gui could tolerate many things, but he could not abide anyone maliciously damaging his reputation or that of Zui Xianglu. Little sister, you stay here. I shall be gone for a quarter of an hour, Li Gui said as he rose. Oh, do return swiftly.
Li Lingling responded absentmindedly.
Li Gui chuckled, little sister. You truly cannot bear to be apart from me for even a moment. Your love for me is evident. Li Lingling, who had no such thoughts, did not quite understand why Li Gui was smiling foolishly, but his earlier remark, wait for me for a quarter of an hour, struck her as remarkably charming, evoking a sense of seeing a powerful figure. He is merely a 12-year-old chubby boy, always pretending to be mature. Isn't that exhausting? Having taken just a few steps, Li Gui pondered, is this truly the image I portray in my little sister's eyes? He cast a bitter glance at his own belly, and a thought emerged. He must lose weight. This time, even if it were solely for his little sister, he was determined to succeed in his weight loss endeavor. Li Gui's presence or absence did not impede Li Lingling from enjoying the competition. She savored the candied treats at hand while sipping the tea offered by the attendants. She scrutinized the appearance of the young attendants, selecting the most youthful and handsome one to massage her shoulders and legs. Lingling mused, in my past life, I wasted centuries meditating in a cave, never experiencing such a splendid existence. Meanwhile, the competition below had reached its most intense phase. With a total of 11 contestants, both male and female, young and old, all had completed their dishes, which were being brought to the patrons for tasting by the attendants of Zue Xianglu. The first contestant presented a dish with an ostentatious name and an equally unimpressive appearance, earning low scores from the sampled citizens. Clearly, it was all show without substance. The subsequent dishes were similarly mediocre until the fifth contestant, a young girl, unveiled her creation, prompting even Lingling to applaud in delight. This was truly a culinary masterpiece, embodying the perfect harmony of color, aroma, and flavor. The girl, around the same age as Lingling, wore a playful dress in a bright yellow hue and sported a long braid cascading over her chest, exuding a lively charm. Her dish was, to date, the most satisfying of all. The following contestants produced dishes that were decent but unremarkable until Jiang Dagua made his entrance, presenting a bowl of soup dumplings, yes, merely a bowl of the most common street food. The audience was taken aback. Lingling, having just returned to her seat, remarked, indeed, a hopeless case. What is this? For a prestigious royal chef selection, you present us with a bowl of soup dumplings? Indeed, this dish is so common that even the farmers are tired of it. Do you expect the emperor to dine on this? The gathered citizens voiced their discontent, engaging in heated disputes with Jiang Dagua. The attendants of Zue Xianglu attempted to intervene, but Li Gui halted them. He wished for the public to handle someone like Jiang Dagua. The people's eyes are keen. They can discern good from bad, beauty from ugliness. What of soup dumplings? Do you know how delicious they truly are? Do not disparage what you do not understand. Jiang Dagua defended his dish. This is the emperor's meal. You think you can earn the right to be a royal chef with mere soup dumplings? We shall not give you a single point. Several irate citizens shouted. Jiang Dagua rolled up his sleeves, seemingly eager to confront the citizens. The attendant responsible for the event kept signaling to Li Gui, seeking his direction. Finally, Li Gui nodded, permitting them to step in and restore order. Silence. The competition has not concluded. Any grievances can be settled outside once the event has ended, the head attendant bellowed, successfully calming the guests and Jiang Dagua. The competition resumed. Soon, the time arrived for the evaluation and scoring. Among the 11 participants, the one who scored the highest was the girl in the yellow dress. Indeed, my instincts did not lead me astray. This young lady possesses remarkable talent. Lingling held a profound admiration for the girl. Li Gui, upon hearing this, followed his younger sister's gaze and also noticed the girl in yellow. What a troublesome presence. Li Gui sighed in exasperation, rising to seek out the young lady. Lingling, puzzled, thought, oh, does fifth brother know this girl? Could she possibly be his beloved, my future sister-in-law? Li Gui nearly choked on his own frustration. Such words must not be carelessly uttered. Should third brother hear it, he would undoubtedly make his life miserable. Her name is Ji Lu, the young lady of the Falling Whale gang.
Li Gui hastily explained to Lingling.
Third sister-in-law. Lingling's eyes widened in surprise. Li Gui sighed, finally feeling relieved that he had addressed the right person. The original text did not mention that third sister-in-law possessed culinary skills. She had always had a fondness for food, gradually becoming quite particular about her palate. I had taught her a few culinary tricks, ensuring she had a skill to rely on. Who would have thought this girl would be so extraordinarily gifted, nearly surpassing my own abilities? Reflecting on Ji Lu's culinary prowess, Li Gui adopted the demeanor of a proud mentor witnessing his disciple's success, feeling quite gratified. Lingling continued to observe Ji Lu. How fortunate to love food and remain slender. By the way, fifth brother, isn't there a slight issue with third sister-in-law here? She wanted to inquire subtly about Ji Lu's intelligence, fearing it might be impolite. At the age of 8, she had a rather unpleasant experience, causing her intellect to remain frozen at that age. Fourth brother mentioned that should she endure another shock, she might return to normalcy.
For now,
let her continue to live without worries, Li Gui succinctly explained. Lingling nodded, albeit with limited understanding. The original text primarily focused on Li Qinxue and Yan Yui, thus offering only a brief overview of these minor characters. Lingling knew very little and realized that to uncover more about these lesser-known individuals, she would need to expend some magical energy for divination. As they conversed, the siblings descended to the first floor. Her score was nullified, allowing the fourth-place contestant to take her place. Li Gui pointed at Ji Lu and instructed the steward managing the competition. Very well, esteemed manager. The steward promptly complied. Upon hearing that her score would be voided, even a child with the intellect of an 8-year-old was displeased. Who would do such a detestable thing?
You look out that.
Inquiring loudly, Li Gui stood behind her, and only after she had asked around did she finally notice him. Little Gui brother? Upon seeing Li Gui, Ji Lu beamed, seemingly forgetting about the competition. She hurried over to Li Gui and Li Lingling. Why are you here? Did you go to find little and brother? Li Gui gently asked. I did see him. He said there was a competition today, so I came by myself, Ji Lu explained. Li Lingling shifted to the side, feeling that the Li brothers seemed quite fond of recording events, making her feel somewhat superfluous. Alas, I may never truly fit in with the Li family. Li Lingling already felt out of place among her elder brothers. Hearing her unspoken thoughts, Li Gui finally noticed that Li Lingling had retreated to the steps at the back. After just a few exchanges, he had inadvertently let his younger sister withdraw into herself again. Chapter 59. This person deserves 1,000 cuts and to be exposed in the wilderness. Before Li Gui could offer comfort to Li Lingling, Lian playfully tapped on the window, making a silly face at her. Li Lingling, bold and unafraid, was genuinely amused by third brother's antics. Third brother, are you not bored? How old are you? Li Lingling chided, though internally she was filled with joy. Lian candidly replied, to make my sister smile, even if we are already quite old, as long as Lingling needs it, I, Li San, will always do so. Hearing this, Li Lingling felt a warmth spread in her heart, as if her meridians had been unblocked. Little and brother, Ji Lu sweetly echoed. Witnessing the interaction between Li En and his younger sister, Li Gui felt a sense of inadequacy when it came to understanding a girl's heart. It was undoubtedly Li San who excelled, remaining untouched amidst the myriad of flowers. Lian entered the room, playfully pinching Ji Lu's slightly chubby cheeks. In the brief moment I didn't keep an eye on you, you've entered the Imperial Chef competition. Do you wish to enter the palace? Lian feigned annoyance. Ji Lu, disregarding the setting, hugged his waist and exclaimed, Little and brother, don't be angry. I wouldn't go to the palace to accompany the old emperor. I prefer you much more. Li Lingling thought, caught off guard by this display of affection. Third brother, you truly are something. Li Gui also wished to commend Lian. He was indeed the most capable, able to charm any girl of any age, whether 8, 11, 18, or even 100-year-old woman. The steward responsible for the event approached Li Gui with a score sheet, esteemed manager, according to the scores from the common folk. These 3 have emerged victorious. He gestured to the 3 individuals behind him, indicating that they were the winners of the competition. Li Gui glanced at the score sheet in the steward's hand and, seeing that the people had already made their choices, decided, very well, let it be these 3. Yes. I shall summon Lord Wang from the Internal Affairs Office to review this matter. The steward bowed and departed. Humph, none of them can compare to my cooking. Ji Lu pouted, still unconvinced. Enough, Lian pinched Ji Lu's cheek, introducing her to Li Lingling. Let me introduce you. This is our family's own daughter, Lingling. Upon hearing this, Ji Lu's eyes sparkled, and she grasped Li Lingling's hand, exclaiming, Wow, you're the real sister. You're so beautiful, much prettier than that Li Qinxue. You have no idea how much I dislike her. She is always calling me foolish, but I think she is the foolish one. Ji Lu had long harbored resentment towards Li Qinxue. Due to her limited intelligence, she could not think through matters thoroughly. So even in front of Li En and Li Gui, she dared to speak ill of Li Qinxue. Fearing that the Li brothers might be angered, Li Lingling quickly attempted to shift the topic. Silly Lulu, don't you know third brother's favorite is Li Qinxue? If you say such things in front of him, how could he possibly continue to like you?
Li Lingling internalis kufa.
Lian replied. How did we end up discussing Li Qinxue again? He felt the need to clarify that he did not like Li Qinxue at all. In fact, he found her rather detestable. Before they could say anything further, a commotion erupted from Jiang Dagua's side. The soup dumplings I made are undeniably delicious. Why didn't you score me? The steward from Zui Xianglu was busy enforcing discipline. Wasn't he? It just stated that your dish is unworthy of being served to the emperor? If you're dissatisfied, you're welcome to participate again next year and prepare something better. Perhaps you might even be selected. Despite this, Jiang Dagua continued to protest. Good dishes? But I can only make soup dumplings. You all are simply biased against my soup dumplings. What is wrong with them? Why can't the emperor enjoy soup dumplings? He spends his days in the palace, utterly oblivious to the hardships of the common folk. He is nothing but a pleasure-seeking fool. Before he could finish the word emperor, a sharp voice from a eunuch cut through the air. You dare to speak so insolently. Though the voice was somewhat high-pitched, it carried an imposing authority. "We shall see who has the audacity to speak ill of the emperor. Such words warrant a loss of one's head." An elderly eunuch clad in a red robe strode in. Despite his silver hair, he was vigorous, his steps firm. "The head of the Internal Affairs Office, Lord Wang, has arrived." A young eunuch dressed in green announced behind him. Though this eunuch, known as Wang Gonggong, may not be the most favored in the emperor's court, his seniority and rank are sufficient to rival that of officials of the 5th grade. The ordinary folk present are naturally intimidated by his formidable aura. "You, Zhang Dagua, gaze upon Wang Gonggong, so frightened that you dare not utter a word. Are you dissatisfied with the evaluation results?" Wang Gonggong inquires, raising an eyebrow. Let the commoners provide their assessments, taking the highest score. This is the epitome of fairness and justice. If you are discontented, perhaps you might share your grievances with me? From the harem to the court, fairness prevails. Yet Wang Gonggong perceives that Zhang Dagua is deliberately stirring trouble at this moment and has no intention of allowing him to voice his discontent. He fixates on Zhang Dagua, his gaze brimming with menace, as if he intends to devour him whole. "And no," Zhang Dagua stammers, shaking his head in denial. "Since you harbor no grievances regarding the competition, what punishment shall befall you for your disrespectful words and insults directed at His Majesty?" Wang Gonggong bellows, once more. Terrified, Zhang Dagua falls to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Someone, take him away, give him 300 strikes, a minor punishment for a significant transgression," Wang Gonggong commands. Upon hearing the punishment meted out to Zhang Dagua, Lingling's heart swells with delight. 300 strikes will surely leave his face in tatters. He just spoke ill of the emperor. This punishment is rather lenient. Naturally, Zhang Dagua seeks to plead for himself. "I was ignorant and should not have spoken so recklessly. I beg you, Wang Gonggong, spare me." He crawls to Wang Gonggong's feet, tugging at his robes, begging for mercy. Wang Gonggong surveys the surrounding commoners. "What say you? Should such a person be spared?" Soon, a robust man steps forward, declaring, "Wang Gonggong, he is Zhang Dagua, the youngest son of the soup dumpling shop at the West City corner. This scoundrel is unlearned and spends his days idling about with a gang of ruffians. Just the other day, he assaulted a man clad in red official garb. His parents did not leave the shop to him but to his elder brother, inciting his jealousy. Just yesterday, he even violated his own 6-year-old niece." Gasps of horror ripple through the crowd. The Li siblings are incensed, especially Li Gui and Li Lingling. What a narrow-minded enemy. He is the very one who assaulted Minister Chen. And he violated a 6-year-old niece? Is he even human? How could he stoop so low? This man deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces and left to rot in the wilderness. She wishes she could summon lightning to strike Zhang Dagua dead on the spot. Li Gui feels a pang of regret. He should not have shown mercy. Thinking he had not yet poisoned him, he should have dealt with him sternly. Even those unaware of Li Gui's predicament, such as Lian and Ji Lu, feel compelled to kick him a few times. Chapter 60. What can't be seen, shooting at ghosts. Chapter 60. What can't be seen, shooting at ghosts. Not only the Li siblings but the other commoners, upon hearing the robust man's words, begin to point fingers at Zhang Dagua. Some, unable to contain their anger, start throwing objects at him. Wang Gonggong, suppressing his fury, questions the robust man. "Are your words entirely true? I sell pork right next to their soup dumpling shop. I know precisely what transpires there. If you do not believe me, feel free to send someone to investigate. My sister-in-law is currently threatening suicide while holding a child." One of the eunuchs beside Wang Gonggong, upon hearing this, immediately sets off to verify the claims without needing further instruction. "Take him away first, and hand him over to the Ministry of Justice," Wang Gonggong instructs his subordinates. Several young eunuchs step forward and escort Zhang Dagua away. Li Gui also instructs his own young attendant to follow along, and perhaps embellish the tale a little. As the commotion subsides, the Li brothers step forward to greet Wang Gonggong. "This year's selection of imperial chefs has been finalized. We appreciate your personal visit," Li Gui reports. "And our thanks to the 5 culinary gods as well." Wang Gonggong nearly reveals Li Gui's true identity, but, upon noticing Li Lingling beside him, wisely chooses to conceal it. "Had I not come personally, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that such a scoundrel emerged during the esteemed selection of imperial chefs. It seems future evaluations must be more stringent, otherwise, nefarious individuals may infiltrate the selection." Contemplating Zhang Dagua's incident, Wang Gonggong feels a lingering sense of dread. Fortunately, he arrived in time, and thankfully, Li Gui did not allow Zhang Dagua to be selected. Had such a person slipped through the cracks and entered the palace to confront His Majesty, their heads would not suffice as payment. Wang Gonggong's words ring true. And I believe the selection of imperial chefs should henceforth be entrusted entirely to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I find myself overwhelmed and unable to shoulder this responsibility any longer. Seizing the opportunity, Li Gui seeks to relinquish this duty entirely. Were he merely a tavern keeper, the honor of selecting imperial chefs would delight him. Alas, he cares not for such opportunities to display himself before the emperor. Understanding Li Gui's sentiments, Wang Gonggong does not press the matter further. I comprehend. Upon my return to the palace, I shall convey this to His Majesty. Fearing that fifth brother might offend the emperor, Li Lingling's heart is troubled. Such a fortuitous task as assisting in selecting imperial chefs is something other taverns would covet. Why does fifth brother so readily refuse? Is he perhaps frightened by today's Jiangdagua? However, it is wise to decline this arduous task. This year, we have Jiangdagua. Next year, there may be Jiangdagua or Lidagua. Who knows what other dangers fifth brother might face? Hearing his younger sister's concerns for him, Li Gui is deeply moved. She is indeed his benefactor. Had she not been present today, his happiness in this life might have been jeopardized. Previously, he witnessed her and Princess Ru Yang generously distributing leftover dishes to beggars in the northern part of the city. This time, he too shall decree that from now on, each month on this day shall be designated as the day for Zui Xianglu to distribute provisions. Each branch shall be required to provide clean meals to the impoverished in various regions, just as the main store in the capital does. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for today, Wang Gonggong says, bowing as he departs. Safe travels, Gonggong, Li Gui and Lian reply, performing a respectful gesture. As Wang Gonggong turns to leave, it seems he suddenly recalls something. He glances at Lian but addresses Li Gui. That person you have not seen in a long while, it is time to pay a visit. The brothers exchange glances at this remark, remaining silent. Wang Gonggong requires no response from them and simply departs. Li Lingling and Ji Lu are perplexed by Wang Gonggong's cryptic words. Who has he not seen in a long time? Where ought they to return? Li Lingling glances curiously at her two brothers. Li Gui intentionally steers the conversation away, asking Li and third brother, did you not mention there would be an archery competition tonight? Now that the selection of chefs has concluded and I have no other engagements, shall we go to watch your competition? Li Lingling is baffled. An archery competition tonight. She cannot fathom why they would shoot in the dark when visibility is non-existent. Observing Li Lingling's confusion, Ji Lu interjects, Lingling, you may not be aware, but brother excels in martial arts, particularly in lightness skill and archery. Tonight's competition simulates nighttime combat, which is quite practical. Li Lingling. Isn't third brother a merchant? And he is also skilled in archery? What a versatile talent. Lian, you flatter me. It sounds quite enjoyable. Let's all go watch. Noticing Ji Lu's eager expression, Li Lingling does not wish to disappoint her. She takes Ji Lu's hand, agreeing to go and watch. Seeing Li Lingling and Ji Lu getting along so well, Lian chuckles softly. His biological sister is indeed more benevolent than a mere adopted sister. She not only disregards Ji Lu's intellectual shortcomings, but also interacts with her harmoniously. Thus, he feels a profound sense of gratitude towards Li Lingling. As Li Lingling was about to depart from the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a rather intriguing scene. The scoundrel, Yang Lei, who had schemed to harm fifth brother, was seen hastily retreating with a bundle, looking rather dejected. Oh, has he been dismissed? Fifth brother truly possesses great wisdom. The group boarded a carriage and soon arrived at the outskirts of the city. Lian had a stable in this area, seemingly harboring a passion for equestrianism, and he had raised more than 10 splendid steeds. Seizing the opportunity before dusk, he took Li Lingling to broaden her horizons. What do you think, little sister? These are all treasures of mine, Lian remarked, affectionately patting the head of a nearby horse. Li Lingling was nearly dazzled by the array of horses, each a different hue and breed, yet all exuded a valiant spirit, their muscular forms testament to their strength. Wow. These horses must be quite valuable, right? She inquired, her curiosity piqued as she examined each one in turn. Indeed. These are the finest breeds I have sought after for years from the Four Symbols continent. We have the snowland horses from Beixuan, the plateau horses from Xilei, the sea-treading horses from Dongji, and the short-legged horses from Nanxin. After his introduction, Lian deliberately approached a short-legged horse and measured its height against Li Lingling's. The 11-year-old girl, having endured a meager upbringing with the Li family in Xilei, was not particularly tall. Fifth brother, Li Gui, who was merely a year her senior, towered over her by a head. This little red horse suits you quite well, Lian said, pointing to a chestnut-colored short-legged horse. Li Lingling felt slightly offended. Third brother, do you dare to challenge my dignity? I could draw a circle and curse you. Don't underestimate her height. She could leap and still reach your knees. Third brother, please cease your teasing. Noticing Li Lingling's genuine annoyance, Li Gui interceded on her behalf. I may not be tall either, but I can ride a larger horse. Lingling, when you have the time, I can teach you how to ride. The new friendship was indeed a blessing for her. Ji Lu affectionately patted the head of a white horse and added, this one seems quite suitable for you. She was genuinely assisting Li Lingling in selecting a horse, which touched Li Lingling's heart, prompting her to grasp Ji Lu's hand, internally lamenting, such a kind-hearted girl. My third brother is unworthy of her. I hope Lu will break up with him and shine on her own. Li Yan was taken aback. His refusal to let Lingling ride a larger horse was purely for her safety, considering her lack of riding experience. It was prudent to start with a smaller horse. Just as Li Yan was about to clarify his intentions, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the camp. The stable was enclosed by a fence only as tall as a person, allowing one on horseback to easily observe the scene within. Is there still time to indulge in such frivolities? Have you considered how you shall serve as my scribe should you lose tonight's competition? Upon hearing the voice of a youth, Li Yan hastily turned his head to don a mask. Fortunately, the distance was sufficient that the rider could not discern the details of the individuals present. Seeing that third brother, like fourth brother, concealed his true identity, Li Lingling began to harbor suspicions that her brothers might be hiding other identities as well. However, with outsiders present, it was not prudent to unveil third brother's secrets. With a visitor arriving, Li Lingling naturally approached to inspect. As she drew closer to the rider, they both recognized each other's countenance.
Oh.
I had thought that president and surrounded himself with beauties. You truly must be famished to not even spare a thought for an underage girl. The individual mocked, raising his chin. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Yan retorted furiously. Before he could engage in a quarrel, the eccentric master of yin and yang, Li Lingling, interjected. Oh. Does this young master find himself lacking, and thus seeks to indulge in baseless fantasies upon witnessing men and women together? So unattractive in appearance, yet so vile in thought. The young man was rendered speechless by Li Lingling's retort, while Li Yan stood beside her, exuding an air of readiness to confront. The young man glanced down at his steed, scoffing at the thought of being deemed inadequate, and deemed the girl too young. President, and if you were not famished, how could such a crude girl capture your attention? The young man insisted, firmly believing that Li Lingling was Li Yan's new paramour. This time, before Li Lingling could defend herself, Li Yan shouted angrily, how much garlic and scallions did you consume before coming here? Your breath reeks. I would appreciate it if you showed some respect. She is my sister, whom I have searched for 11 years only to find her. Upon hearing this, the young man, Qin, felt a pang of regret. Although he harbored animosity towards Li Yan, it was truly disgraceful to jest about a young girl's reputation. Indeed, and I, too, and the fiancé of young master and Ji Lu chimed in, eager to join the fray. As Li Gui pulled her back, Li Lingling noticed that fifth brother had donned a mask at some point. Li Lingling mused, what a mystery. How ashamed must my brothers be to conceal their identities. It turned out that the young lady of the Whale Fall gang was also present, and Li Lingling felt a twinge of respect. Qin dismounted and approached the Li siblings. First bowing to everyone before nonchalantly addressing Li Yan, as night is fallen, might I inquire when our competition shall commence? Just as Li Yan was about to respond, he sensed Li Lingling's underlying concern. I observe a faint grayish hue at the center of Qin's brow. I wonder if he has recently encountered some misfortunes? His troubles are inconsequential, but may they not entangle my third brother in their web of suffering? No, I must calculate. With that thought, Li Lingling retrieved 3 copper coins from her small satchel and began her calculations. Seeing her engrossed in her divination, the Li family refrained from interrupting. Conversely, Qin scoffed. Who would have thought that president and sister is well-versed in divination? Pray tell, were you a traveling sorceress before returning home? He could hardly contain his derisive laughter. And as he chuckled, his entourage joined in mockery. Li Yan shot them a fierce glare. Do you not recall your place? If you dare to disrespect her, you will find yourselves at odds with the entirety of the Onmin Commercial Association. The consequences of such folly were not to be taken lightly. And, with the Whale Fall gang, Ji Lu added, bolstering their stance. Instantly, Qin's followers fell silent. Their social standing paled in comparison to Qin's, and they merely sought to gain favor from him. However, should they fail to reap the benefits from Qin while incurring the wrath of the Onmin Commercial Association and the Whale Fall gang, it would undoubtedly be a foolish endeavor. Having completed her calculations, Li Lingling gazed at the fickle followers behind Qin and silently mourned for him for a moment. Alas, poor Qin, he considers these individuals his brothers, pouring out his heart while they plot against him in secret. To earn a quick profit, they have set up private betting for tonight's competition. One among them, having wagered on Qin's loss, has maliciously fed his horse a toxic substance. Calculating the timing, it would manifest at the peak of the competition, when both riders are most fiercely engaged. With this revelation, she quietly inquired of Lian, third brother, "Do you know Qin's birth date and time?" For more precise information, one must consider the time of birth. Merely observing his features was insufficient. Lian whispered a series of numbers into her ear. Understanding. Lingling smiled knowingly and continued her calculations. Due to the horse's condition, Qin will fall from a slope, resulting in a permanent disability in his legs. The one who orchestrated the sabotage will frame third brother, causing Qin to misplace his animosity. From that point onward, in his quest for vengeance for his broken legs, he will impose exorbitant loans upon third brother during times of financial strain, coercing him into repayment within a short period. Failure to repay will result in beatings and various forms of torment. Yet, this fellow is deeply conflicted, despite his hatred for third brother. He shows kindness towards him after each episode of cruelty, a veritable enigma of a twisted soul. Li Yong felt a chill run down his spine, as if goosebumps had erupted all over him upon hearing this. Lingling succinctly conveyed the calculations she had made to him, urging him to promptly inspect the vicinity of his horse ranch and dispose of the poisonous seeds. Meanwhile, she positioned herself to stall Qin Yanyi, striving to delay the onset of his horse's reaction to the poison. "Is this the horse you are using for today's race?"
Lingling inquired, feigning ignorance.
"Indeed, it is. What do you think? How does it compare to your brother's?" Qin Yanyi replied, clearly cherishing his horse, even personally grooming it. Not impressive. Though Lingling was not well versed in equine matters, she perceived that Qin Yanyi's horse lacked the elegance of those in Li Yong's stable. "Humph. Your lack of discernment is evident." Qin Yanyi crossed his arms, adopting an attitude of "I shan't engage in disputes with street magicians." Lingling chose to ignore him. As time passed, and it seemed Li Yong was taking too long to deal with the poisonous seeds, Qin Yanyi could no longer contain his impatience. "Where on earth is your brother? It's already dark. Can we even begin the race?" Exchanging glances with her fifth brother, Lingling silently signaled him to assist their third brother. "Qin Yanyi, I must say, your horse truly pales in comparison to my brother's, who has no interest in taking advantage of others. Why not choose another from our stable?" Lingling suggested, with a better horse from Li Yong. The risk of Qin Yanyi being thrown from his mount would be greatly mitigated. "You little girl, refrain from making baseless claims. My horse is in splendid condition." Qin Yanyi was understandably reluctant to part with his beloved steed. "Since my third brother won't be returning anytime soon, how about you grant a favor and postpone the race by an hour?" Lingling pressed further. This way, even if the poison took effect, there would be no riders to sustain injuries. Qin Yanyi was generally agreeable, ready to acquiesce, until a young servant named Zhu Ti, who had fed the horse the poisonous seeds, interjected. "Young master, the captivating courtesans at Baihua Tower are awaiting your presence tonight." Chapter 62. Is third brother's romantic arc this exciting? Lingling's expression darkened upon hearing this. Well, the second plan had also failed. Zhu Ti was indeed cunning. "What on earth is your brother doing? If he doesn't show up for the race soon, is he afraid of me and planning to make me his book boy for a month?" Qin Yanyi shouted in frustration. Lingling shook her head at him. "He and my third brother truly are a pair of delightful adversaries." "Oh, Qin Yanyi, your current arrogance towards my third brother will surely haunt you when you send someone to torment him later. But looking at it from another perspective, your story is quite thrilling. Is this what they call the madly obsessed rivals who both love and hate each other?" Indeed, this dual male lead novel is born." Lingling wished fervently for a pen to jot down her thoughts. Just then Li Yong approached, his face a mix of incredulity and disbelief. "What kind of absurd tale is this? The rival I have known for 17 years turns out to be of the same sex. And he covets my beauty. No. I must find a suitable woman to marry quickly, lest I become the object of desire for all these surrounding men and women. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Young master."
Liang bowed in apology.
"Now that you're back, let our written competition commence." Qin Yanyi urged, eager to begin.
Lingling, aquali anxious,
tugged at her brother's sleeve, whispering, "Have you dealt with the poisonous seeds thoroughly?"
Liang nodded.
Relieved, Lingling said, "Then go ahead and race him. Should he fall from his horse, there will be no evidence to implicate you." Li Yong did not respond immediately. his thoughts lingering on the possibility of Qin Yanyi being confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life, evoking a twinge of genuine pity within him. It's just a month as a book boy, after all. He can always concede. I have other matters to attend to today. I forfeit the competition.
Li Yang declared plainly.
The crowd was left in stunned silence. Qin Yanyi exclaimed, "What is going on here? Little Yang, you are an excellent writer. Why fear this insufferable rival? Besides, if you are afraid, I can compete in your stead." Unfazed, Ji Lu, who was bewildered by the situation, rolled up her sleeves, ready to take action. Li Yang stopped her and addressed Qin Yanyi. "I truly concede. You heard me correctly." Naturally, Qin Yanyi was perplexed and retorted, "Why? What is the reason for your concession? If you are truly too busy today, we can postpone the competition by an hour, as your sister suggested." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ti immediately chimed in, "Young master, the courtesans." Qin Yanyi impatiently waved him off. "What courtesans? None of them matter more than this competition with President N. Li Yang? Li Lingling. Oh, how exhilarating. Qin Yanyi's affection for my third brother is unmistakable. You two should stop flaunting your love." Li Yang's expression darkened further. Li Gui remarked, "Is third brother's romantic arc truly this thrilling? An engaged fiancé with the intellect of a child and now a same-sex rival? Lingling, is your time estimation accurate?" Li Yang sought reassurance, once more. "Third brother, you can doubt anything, but my ability to calculate mealtime is beyond reproach."
Li Lingling asserted earnestly.
Li Yang nodded in satisfaction. "That will suffice. Young master, we have 1 hour. After that, if you still wish to compete, I shall gladly oblige." The two settled on a delay of 1 hour. During this time, Li Yang escorted them to a tent at the horse grounds for tea. He specifically instructed his servants to keep a watchful eye on Qin Yanyi's horse and report any abnormalities. As fate would have it, within less than an hour, the horse collapsed from diarrhea and weakness. When Qin Yanyi received the news, he was petrified. What happened to the horse that was perfectly healthy before? The Li siblings no longer concealed the truth, explaining Zhu Ti's actions and presenting the poisonous seeds that Zhu Ti had placed around the horse grounds beforehand. The visible change in Qin Yanyi's complexion was alarming, a deepening hue of crimson. "Zhu Ti, you and your companions dare to gamble against us? Are you truly unafraid of offending the Onmin Merchants Association and me?" Even as his subordinates knelt in supplication, his fury remained unquenched. For too long, these individuals had treated him as a fool. "Zhu Ti, your father, the 5th-ranked deputy minister, can easily resign his position. If he did not take action against Zhu Ti now, he would never quell the anger festering within him. Young master, please. You know how hard my father worked to attain this position, relying on my mother's embroidery to secure it. I beg you, grant me another chance." Zhu Ti was now in tears. "Remove your filthy hands." Qin Yanyi seethed, wrenching his robe from Zhu Ti's grasp. "Should you utter another word, I will report your attempted sabotage of my horse to the Ministry of Justice, and we shall see this through legally. A man must be strong. His heart must be resolute." Following this incident, Qin Yanyi appeared to mature overnight. Indeed, after he spoke, Zhu Ti fell silent, ceasing his pleas for mercy. Yet, observing Qin Yanyi's expression, Li Lingling discerned that the dark aura lingering between his brows had not dissipated, foreboding potential calamity ahead. "Thank you, Sister Lingling, for coming to my aid today." Qin Yanyi adjusted his demeanor and bowed in gratitude to Li Lingling. "You truly possess remarkable foresight. Had it not been for you, I would not have been able to walk again. From now on, you shall be considered my half-sibling. Should you require assistance, I shall go through fire and water for you." Seeing him in such a devoted and adoring light, Li Lingling could only shake her head and smile. "If you genuinely wish to thank me, do more good deeds for the common folk. Besides, I only offer my insights on account of my third brother." Although they had always been at odds, both held a mutual understanding in their hearts. Why not seize this opportunity to turn enmity into camaraderie, supporting one another and reaping mutual benefits? Her words were well placed, but to Li Yang and Qin Yanyi, they felt rather undignified. Their innermost thoughts had been almost completely laid bare by her, evoking a sense of vulnerability akin to running naked in public. Li Yan and Qin Yanyi exchanged glances, awkwardly uttering in unison, "Perhaps we shall reconcile another time." To which the onlookers responded, "With such a profound understanding between you, why the pretense?"
Li Yan remarca.
"He also values his pride." Li Gui added, "Fourth brother speaks truly. With our little sister, there is a veritable feast of juicy gossip to partake in at every moment. It seems he must keep a supply of sunflower seeds at the ready." Having just heard Li Lingling express her intention to engage in more charitable deeds, Qin Yanyi was struck with inspiration. He resolved to donate money at the temple the following day, doing so in the name of Li Lingling. By the way, just a few days prior, Princess Chong had encountered a celestial maiden who thwarted the schemes of her grandmother, Madame Zhou, and successfully facilitated her own remarriage, thereby avoiding the advances of the peculiar scholar. Qin Yanyi's sudden mention of this event indicated that he was quite well informed. As for me, I am rather dull-witted. I suspect that the little celestial maiden spoken of by the princess is none other than my sister Lingling. Li Lingling thought to herself, my accursed charm. It cannot be concealed any longer. I must lay my cards on the table.
Indeed, it is I.
Upon receiving this affirmation, Qin Yanyi's face lit up with joy, for it seemed he was indeed fortunate to have encountered a celestial maiden. He planned to follow her advice and donate oil money at the temple tomorrow. As the hour grew late, and seeing that the competition had concluded, he suggested, "Let us return." Lulu was beginning to feel weary. Ji Lu rubbed her eyes, adorably naive, and proclaimed, "That sounds fine." Li Yan concurred, "Indeed. It would be splendid for Yanyi to accompany us in our carriage." He extended a warm invitation. Naturally, Qin Yanyi would not miss the chance to deepen his bond with Li Yan, so he shamelessly accepted. As the group prepared to rise and exit the tent, Zhu Ti suddenly seized the curved blade that Li Yan had used for decoration and lunged at Qin Yanyi. As a son born of a concubine, if my actions cause my father to lose his position, I shall not live. If I must perish, then let no one have peace, he shouted, as he swung the blade viciously towards Qin Yanyi. Caught off guard, Qin Yanyi stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, as Zhu Ti's weapon descended towards him. In that critical moment, without a moment's hesitation, Li Yan grabbed a bow and arrow meant for riding practice and shot Zhu Ti squarely in the chest, piercing him through. Though Qin Yanyi had narrowly escaped, he remained in a state of shock. Li Gui assisted him in sitting down. Ji Lu approached Zhu Ti to check his breath, trembling as she exclaimed, "Brother Xiaoyan, you have killed someone," to which everyone gasped. This was self-defense. It does not count as murder. Though skilled in martial arts, Li Yan had never seen battle nor taken a life. At this moment, even if he tried to feign calmness, he could not hide his nervousness. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Yanyi attempted to maintain a facade of composure, stating, "Zhu Ti sought to harm me and attempted to kill me. He deserved his fate. It is of no consequence." He turned to comfort Li Yan. "This matter rests entirely on my shoulders. No matter what transpired, you need not concern yourself." His father was a first-rank grand preceptor, while Li Yan, despite being the wealthiest in Beixuan, remained a commoner. Understanding the weight of responsibility was too great for Li Yan to bear, he chose to shoulder it alone. Seeing him thus, Li Yan smiled with satisfaction. "This lad is indeed worthy of my loyalty. From this day forth, you are my sworn brother," Li Yan declared with a calm expression. Qin Yanyi nodded, seemingly unfazed. Yet soon, as if finally comprehending, he inquired, "Sworn brother?" "Indeed, a good brother,"
Li Yan afirmat.
Qin Yanyi beamed with delight. However, before the smile could fade, he noticed something amiss. "Wait, what did you just say your name is?"
Li Yan.
He expressed doubt regarding the name. With a resigned sigh, Li Yan removed his mask. "It is I." Upon recognizing his true identity, Qin Yanyi's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth to speak, but Li Yan silenced him with a gesture, urging him to remain quiet. Fortunately, his disloyal subordinates had fled amidst the chaos. As the hour was late, Li Yan requested, "I must trouble you to escort them home." He gestured towards Li Lingling and Ji Lu, instructing, "Fifth brother, you remain here to handle this matter." He then nodded towards Zhu Ti's corpse, addressing Li Gui. Before Li Gui could respond, Qin Yanyi interjected, "As an outsider, it is not proper for me to share a carriage alone with the two young ladies. Perhaps it would be better if I exchanged places with this worthy brother. Let us handle this matter, good brother." He deliberately emphasized good brother, wishing to share in the responsibility with Li Yan. Li Lingling was internally ecstatic.
Wow.
What a bond of brotherhood. I am indeed a loyal fan. Li Yan, preoccupied with the matter at hand, paid no heed to his sister's sentiments. Since Qin Yanyi wished to be involved, Li Yan saw no reason to oppose. Thus, they departed. After bidding farewell to Li Yan and Qin Yanyi, Li Gui escorted Li Lingling and Ji Lu back to the Li residence in the city. Upon Ji Lu's arrival, Li Lingling had just arranged a lovely room for her. Exhausted from the day's events, Li Lingling retired early. The next morning, however, Li Yan had yet to return.
Instead, Li Zhen, Li Bai.
and Li Mu appeared at the dining table. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Li Lingling eagerly inquired about the verdict concerning Prince Yu. Despite being the emperor's own son, even though he had concealed weapons and plotted rebellion, the emperor had shown leniency, sparing his life. He had been imprisoned in the Zongjing temple, never to be released without permission. Li Bai conveyed this news to Li Lingling. She nodded, continuing her inquiry with curiosity. And what of the Wei family? Is the emperor aware that she has emerged? Li Bai shook his head, not at present. It remains to be seen how long we can keep it under wraps. However, since you saved her, to prevent the emperor from casting judgment, we should wait until the matter of Prince Yu is resolved before approaching him to clarify. Li Lingling wholeheartedly agreed. It is possible to conceal the truth for a time, but not indefinitely. It would be wiser to confess before the emperor discovers the truth and seeks retribution. What of the collusion with Xile? Did Prince Yu reveal anything? Li Lingling's foremost concern lay with the affairs regarding Xile and the male lead, Yan Yuni. Keeping a vigilant eye on the enemy's movements was essential for proactive defense. Understanding her thoughts, Li Zheng, Li Bai, and the others had already dispatched trusted subordinates to infiltrate Yan Yuni's circle. The peculiar aspect of this situation was that, due to insufficient evidence, they had not broached the subject before the emperor. They had privately questioned Prince Yu, who, despite being pressed, adamantly denied any connection with Xile. He even boldly proclaimed that he did not recognize the Zheng family crest. Li Mu had confronted him about this, and his reaction did not suggest he was lying. Nonetheless, Li Lingling remained uneasy. Fourth brother, could you take me to see Prince Yu? Currently imprisoned in Zongjing Temple. Meeting him would be far more challenging than when he was at the prince's residence. However, Li Lingling trusted that her brothers possessed the means to facilitate this. Li Mu did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at their eldest brother, Li Zheng, who consented before he agreed to Li Lingling's request. We shall go after breakfast. He arranged. Li Lingling nodded with joy, but as she prepared to reach for the sumptuous spread laid out by fifth brother, she encountered the darkly furrowed brow of Li Zheng. Is something troubling you today, eldest brother? Li Lingling discreetly inquired of her elder brother, Li Ge. Li Gui offered no response, casting a glance at Li Zheng. Elder brother, you might as well tell our little sister, whether sooner or later. The truth must come to light, Li Bai interjected unexpectedly. Li Lingling was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Indeed, everyone seems to be harboring secrets from me. Upon hearing this, Li Zheng regarded her with a serious expression. Feeling the weight of her elder brother's authoritative gaze, Li Lingling instinctively placed her chopsticks down. Just as the chopsticks hovered above her bowl, Li Zheng's grave voice resonated. The emperor wishes to meet you. Li Lingling, still in disbelief, exchanged glances with her other brothers, who all nodded affirmatively. Li Lingling, am I truly that well known? Is it merely because of a yuan that the emperor wishes to see me? In response to her unguarded thoughts, Li Zheng clarified. Regarding the incident with Princess Riyang, the Grand Princess has informed His Majesty of your covert assistance. Consequently, the emperor has recognized your capabilities and is in need of a diviner skilled in calculations, hence his desire to converse with you.
Li Lingling nodded in comprehension.
So, it's just a meeting with the emperor? What's the big deal? Perhaps I could even secure a position as the national master. Hearing the young girl's somewhat proud proclamation, the brothers of the Li family contemplated that perhaps her dreams might indeed come to fruition. Noticing that Ji Lu had not yet joined them for breakfast, Li Lingling inquired, where is Lulu? Isn't she the one who adores food the most? A nearby maid stepped forward and replied, in response to the young lady's inquiry. She has been summoned. Miss Ji is still lingering in bed. Li Lingling couldn't help but chuckle. This Miss Ji truly resembles me in temperament, though she is even more carefree than I. Despite having a father who colludes with villains, her adoptive father is quite decent. Unlike me, if I hadn't returned with elder brother, I would have been subjected to abuse by Li Qinxue in a couple of years. Hearing this, the five brothers' expressions darkened a shade. That wretched Li Qinxue. Alas, even if I return now, Yan Yuni would still annihilate Beixuan, and our entire family would perish, leaving me no escape from death. My head aches. I must ingratiate myself with the emperor, ascend to the position of national master, and amass more wealth, so that when Yan Yuni comes, I can flee with my family. The Li brothers reassured her. Do not fret, little sister. We shall ensure that Yan Yuni, Li Qinxue, and the forces of Xile do not reach you. The matters of earning a livelihood are more than manageable with the five of us. Protecting you is also well within our means. After their meal, Li Mu took Li Lingling out. The location of the Zongjing Temple was on the outskirts of the city, and they traveled there by carriage. Upon arriving, they met with the Zongjing Temple's official, who showed Li Mu great respect, even stepping out to greet him. From the previous day's encounter with eunuch Wang, Li Lingling discerned that her brothers certainly held other identities. Like a nested doll, there were layers upon layers of deception. What had been described as simple rural folk now possessed skills and status. She began to question whether her brother's affections for Li Qinxue were not as genuine as they appeared. Or had she perhaps traversed into a pirated narrative? This is our newly found sister, Li Lingling. Before Li Lingling could ponder further, Li Mu introduced her to the Zongjing Temple's official, Miss Lingling. The official also bowed to Li Lingling, who hurriedly returned the gesture with a smile. We siblings have come to see His Highness Yuang. I hope it is convenient?
Li Mu inquired.
Certainly, certainly, the official replied, beaming with a broad smile. He elaborated. Although His Majesty has confined the prince to the Zongjing Temple, he has not prohibited visits and has not stripped him of his title. It seems he is merely upset for a few days. After all, how could there be lingering animosity between father and son? Perhaps in a few days, the prince would be released. Li Lingling was taken aback by this official's clear-headedness. They were escorted by the guards to the cell. Yuang was still inside practicing his calligraphy, with tea available to drink, resembling anything but a criminal. Upon seeing the siblings, he appeared somewhat surprised, questioning why they had returned so soon after their previous farewell. Li Lingling produced a talisman she had prepared earlier and addressed Yuang. Your Highness, although you claim not to recognize the Zheng family crest, my fourth brother indeed saw it in your residence. If you assert that you are not in collusion with the Zheng family, then why go through such elaborate measures to host a poetry competition? And why instruct your subordinate, the owner of Nanxing Studio, to purchase poetry at exorbitant prices? Li Lingling laid out the evidence before Yuang. The bewildered Yuang responded, Miss Lingling, this is a grave injustice. I truly know nothing of the owner of Nanxing Studio. The poetry competition was merely an event I organized out of leisure to entertain friends. I am genuinely unaware of any other matters. Li Lingling, skeptical, pressed the talisman against him. Should you lie this time, the talisman will ignite spontaneously. Think carefully before you speak. Yuang sighed in frustration. All I have said is the truth. You have assisted me in finding my mother. If I were to deceive you again, wouldn't that be repaying kindness with malice? I may not be virtuous, but I am certainly not ungrateful. After all that Yuang had conveyed, the talisman did not ignite, remaining firmly affixed to his chest. The siblings exchanged glances. It appeared he had indeed spoken no falsehoods. The collusion with the forces of Sheila must lie elsewhere. The owner of Nanxing Studio was likely an associate of that individual. A year ago, I visited your residence to treat your headache and indeed witnessed the crest depicted on paper, Li Mu asserted.
Ah.
That crest of the Zheng family was something I saw at the residence of Prince Jin. I found it curious and sketched it upon returning home. Yuang finally revealed a key figure. So, he is connected to the third prince, Prince Jin? But wait. The poems that were stolen and sold to Nanxing Studio were indeed showcased at the poetry competition.
Li Lingling ponderat.
Troubled by why Prince Jin would display the poems if he had purchased them. Suddenly, a foreboding thought struck her. A frame-up. It's a setup.
Li Lingling exclaimed.
To absolve himself, Yuang continued. The poems displayed at the competition were collected from the public, and each poem retained the name of its author. Hearing this,
Li Lingling furrowed her brow.
Fourth brother, let us return home to find the ledger from Nanxing Studio. Then proceed to the county office to cross-reference the list of those who stole poems. She finally understood why the students whose poems had been stolen could easily identify the culprits. They were all showcased at the poetry competition. It seemed that indeed, Yuang had no involvement. The individual who had coerced Minister Chun into suicide must be Prince Jin. After bidding farewell to Yuang, the siblings retrieved the ledger from Nanxing Studio and made their way to the Ministry of Justice. Upon a brief investigation, it was confirmed that Li Lingling's assumptions were correct. Yuang was entirely innocent. At the Ministry of Justice, they encountered Li Un and Qin Yanniai, who had not returned home the previous night. They had clarified the circumstances surrounding Zhu Tiai's death with the ministry and the Zhu family. Acknowledging their culpability, the Zhu family left promptly after reclaiming Zhu Tiai's remains. Having recorded their statements, Li Un and Qin Yanniai were now free to depart. Their paths converged, and the four of them walked together for a while. As they discussed Prince Jin, Qin Yanniai interjected. Sister Lingling, now that you have returned to the capital, you may not be aware that our Qin family also has a blood relation to Prince Jin. His birth mother, Qin Baolin, is the aunt of my father. Without her, his father might not have ascended to the position of Grand Minister. Yet, one cannot overlook the diligent efforts of the esteemed Qin Taiwei himself. His prowess in martial arts is by no means inferior to that of Li Zheng, though age has rendered him content with the affairs of court and society. By this reckoning, the Prince of Jin is your father's cousin, making him your maternal uncle, having no family in her past life. Li Lingling was naturally at a loss regarding these intricate familial titles. Indeed, Qin Yanniai puffed up with pride, considering himself part of the royal kin. Do you believe the Prince of Jin is capable of treason and betrayal? They had not disclosed the investigation into the prince's collusion with the Western Fortress to Qin Yanniai, and Li Lingling's sudden inquiry left him momentarily bewildered. He cast a timid glance at Lian, as if seeking clarification on what misstep his uncle had committed. Lian merely shook his head, indicating his ignorance, and refrained from revealing the truth. Chapter 65. Audience with the Emperor. Noticing the expectant gaze of Li Lingling upon him, Qin Yanniai earnestly contemplated the matter at hand. Although the previous generation shared amicable ties, he personally had not frequented the residence of the Prince of Jin. Without a son, the prince had only 2 daughters, leaving Qin Yanniai unable to form any close camaraderie with them. How should I put it? I believe, after all, he is a royal. Would he engage in treasonous acts merely to seize the throne? Qin Yanniai pondered aloud. Just say whether it is possible for him to commit such an act. Li Lingling's impatience grew. Qin Yanniai was meandering through his thoughts without addressing the crux of the matter. Perhaps it is possible? Lian shot him an exasperated glance, interjecting, "In essence, you are at a loss." Feeling rather humiliated, Qin Yanniai exclaimed, "Is there any way you could help us stealthily infiltrate the prince's residence?" Li Lingling posed a new question. Upon hearing this, Qin Yanniai sighed and shook his head. The Prince of Jin is inherently cautious, and his residence is perpetually guarded by numerous vigilant sentinels, fortified to the point of impenetrability. Lian concurred. Indeed, I have also heard that the guards of the prince's residence are exceptionally skilled, rivaling even those of the palace's elite imperial guards. Listening to their discussion, Li Lingling stroked her chin in contemplation. It seems the Prince of Jin indeed harbors secrets. If he were not engaged in clandestine dealings, he would not be so meticulous about safeguarding his life. Since we cannot breach his defenses, we must seek alternative avenues. Yanniai, do you happen to know of any associates he frequently engages with? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yanniai replied, "My father." Li Lingling felt a vain throb on her forehead. Besides her father, are there no other acquaintances? He pondered, shaking his head. Indeed, the Prince of Jin has few friends. His social interactions are minimal, limited to the princess and his 2 daughters, aside from my father. Finding any other companions of his would undoubtedly prove challenging. All present understood that the Prince of Jin conducts himself with utmost discretion, uncovering his collusion with the Western Fortress, compelling Minister Chun to take his own life. Would not be an easy task. Li Lingling spared Qin Yanniai further scrutiny. After parting ways at a crossroads, she instructed Li and to keep a close watch on Nanxing Zhai, the only lead they had linking to the Prince of Jin. Any signs of activity must be promptly investigated. In the ensuing days, Li Lingling began preparations for her audience with the Emperor. From attire to comportment, the standards were exceedingly stringent. Were it not for her possession of the original owner's memories, allowing her to seamlessly embody the guise of a refined young lady, her brothers would have sought the guidance of a dedicated matron to instruct her in etiquette. The day of the audience was set for 3 days hence. All 5 of Li's brothers intentionally cleared their schedules to accompany her. This inadvertently heightened Li Lingling's initial calmness into a slight anxiety. Is the Emperor truly capable of consuming one whole? Look at how nervous my 5 brothers are. The eldest among the 5 reassured her. He likely wouldn't devour you, but may very well feast upon us. Among the brothers, the eldest manages a military unit, the second oversees a sect, the third runs a trading guild, and the 5th is in charge of an inn, leaving only the 4th, the wandering physician, with ample leisure. At the break of dawn, Limu took it upon himself to escort Li Lingling to the gates of the palace, where they reunited with the other 4 before entering together. On this day, Li Lingling donned a delicate blue silk gown, her long hair cascading to her shoulders, secured with a ribbon of the same hue. A jade hairpin adorned her locks, its tail embellished with a cascade of exquisite glass beads as a decorative tassel. The opulence of her attire highlighted the youthful vivacity and charm of a young lady, rendering her both dignified and delightful. Coupled with her already breathtaking beauty, upon alighting from the carriage, the imperial guards could not help but steal glances at her. However, upon catching sight of Li Mu, who also possessed striking beauty, they promptly averted their gaze as if confronted with something formidable. So, this is the imperial palace? Li Lingling stood beside the carriage, gazing around in wonder. Not only she, but even the original owner had never set foot in the Western Fortress Imperial Palace. Observing the resplendent walls and intricately designed rooftops, Lingling could not suppress her exclamation. If this were to be transported to my previous life, it would fetch an astonishing price. I wonder if the palaces within are equally resplendent, dazzling enough to blind my titanium alloy eyes.
Alas.
I can't shake off this feeling of a rustic bumpkin venturing into the city. Listening to her sister's alternating expressions of concern, curiosity, and impatience, Li Mu felt greatly reassured. Initially, he feared that she might become anxious during the audience, but it turned out his worries were unfounded. Fourth brother, little sister. Lian called out from a distance, naturally drawing the attention of the patrolling guards. In the palace, every utterance and action must adhere to decorum, and such loud exclamations are discouraged. Yet, upon recognizing Lian's countenance, the guards did not reprimand him but instead bowed respectfully. Lian, seemingly accustomed to this, disregarded them and hurried over to Li Lingling. Following closely behind were the carriages of Li Zheng, Li Bai, and Li Gui. The brothers were dressed in attire far more formal and magnificent than usual, with their hairpins, sashes, and boots meticulously crafted from noble materials. Once inside, if His Majesty inquires, answer promptly, without extraneous chatter. Should you find yourself at a loss for words, simply cough twice to signal us to assist you, Li Zheng cautioned.
Li Lingling nuddae earnestly.
Understanding the gravity of the situation, in the presence of the Emperor, one must tread carefully, for even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences, and she had no desire to restart her journey so soon. As they traversed a lengthy corridor within the palace maids and eunuchs they passed could not help but pause to admire the 6 siblings. They were simply a feast for the eyes. Each possessed remarkable beauty. Clad in an ink-colored robe adorned with gold, Li Zheng emanated an aura of martial prowess. Dressed in a moon-white robe patterned with auspicious clouds, Li Bai resembled a serene celestial being. Lian, in a luxurious dark green ceremonial outfit and wielding a folding fan, epitomized aristocratic grace.
Li Mu,
in a sea blue long shirt embroidered with cranes, appeared strikingly youthful and handsome, almost feminine. The chubby fourth brother, donning an orange satin outfit and crowned with an orange glass hairpin, though lacking in stature, possessed a finely chiseled face that made him the most handsome of the portly. As for the blue-clad girl surrounded by their 5 brothers, despite her tender age, she radiated an otherworldly beauty. Alas, who are those individuals? Sister, you entered the palace earlier. Quickly enlighten me. The newly arrived palace maids, having caught sight of the siblings, eagerly inquired among themselves as they walked away. But you must remember this. Those 5 young lords hold significant status. The maid whispered in hushed tones, audible only to her companions. Whatever they discussed left the young maids astonished, their mouths covered in disbelief. Upon entering the palace, they were greeted by a venerable eunuch who had evidently been awaiting their arrival. Furthermore, we are indebted to Eunuch Fu for guiding us in. Li Bai, as the representative of the 6 siblings, exchanged a few polite words with the elderly eunuch. As they conversed, the elderly eunuch Fu's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Li Lingling. Having served beside Emperor Beixuan since childhood, he was a respected elder, even by the princes and princesses. The Li brothers treated him with the same deference. Observing his aged appearance, Li Lingling speculated that he must be at least 70 or 80 years old. What a remarkable longevity! She couldn't help but exclaim. If Eunuch Fu is this advanced in years, should I not address His Majesty as grandfather as well? The Li brothers nodded in agreement. Chapter 66. A typical peach blossom calamity. Navigating through a labyrinthine corridor and crossing a stone bridge, they finally arrived at the Hall of Mental Cultivation, where the Emperor resided. Wow, Li Lingling displayed an expression of awe. She approached a resplendent golden pillar, vigorously rubbing her fingers against it. Fortune favored the diligent, as she managed to scrape off a bit of gold powder. Surely this pillar cannot be made of pure gold. How much would it be worth? She yearned to carve the pillar into pieces to take with her. Hearing her thoughts, Li Gui promptly doused her enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. No need to rub, the pillar was merely coated with a thin layer of gold paint. Li Lingling. So, it's just paint. Upon entering the Hall of Mental Cultivation, she observed the palace maids and eunuchs bowing respectfully and felt somewhat unaccustomed. Inside the hall, the Emperor sat at a table, diligently reviewing memorials. Having just concluded court, the documents were piling up like mountains. Spotting Li Zheng, clad in the most conspicuous black robes, the Emperor quickly beckoned him over, casually stating, "Xiao Zheng, come assist me with these memorials." Li Lingling, taken aback, thought, what does His Majesty mean by this? Is he not being overly familiar with my elder brother? It was astonishing to witness an emperor requesting a general's aid in reviewing memorials. This emperor is quite audacious. Does he not fear a coup or usurpation for my brother? Hearing the girl's musings, the aged emperor shuddered, his hand trembling and ruining the memorial he was writing. Emperor Beixuan? What was that sound? There were only a few eunuchs in the room. Where did that girl's voice come from? Is it merely a figment of my old age? It seems I must hasten to abdicate and become a retired sovereign. After the 5 brothers performed their respectful greetings to the emperor, Lingling scrutinized the old monarch with care. He wore a simple bright yellow round-collared robe, adorned only with a single green piece button atop his hairpin. His attire appeared both uncomplicated and comfortable, yet did not diminish his regal stature. Although he had surpassed 60 years, he was in good health, untroubled, and blessed with dutiful descendants. Lingling sensed that this emperor bore no semblance of the typical imperial demeanor. To her, he resembled a kind and affable grandfather. However, upon closer inspection, she noted that his features bore a striking resemblance to herself and her brothers. Wait a moment. The thought echoed in the minds of her siblings. His Majesty's complexion is a striking blend of red and black. This is the quintessential peach blossom calamity. At this age, still attracting romantic interest. Truly, he is the most exalted man in all of Beixuan. Everyone. Brothers, the emperor is indeed robust for his age. Emperor Beixuan, this is a disaster. Upon hearing the girl's voice once more, the emperor discerned that it was emanating from Lingling, based on the tone of her earlier greetings. Yet she had not spoken aloud. How could he hear her voice? Could it be that he was perceiving her thoughts? Clearly, I am the true dragon of heaven, distinctly different from mere mortals. But what is this peach blossom calamity she speaks of? Pondering, the emperor inquired, a few days ago, you assisted the princess of the Long family in resolving the marriage of Princess Ruyang, and recently uncovered the hidden weapons of Prince Yu, who intended to rebel. What about you? Lingling replied, neither humble nor arrogant. It was indeed I. The old emperor nodded in approval, gradually asking, then tell me quietly, how has my fortune been of late? The emperor unceremoniously summoned her, reasoning that as family, he would eventually need to rely on her. Lingling's thoughts were tumultuous. She hesitated on whether to speak the truth. Alas, since ancient times, people have sought fortune-telling merely for peace of mind. Those in high positions seek favorable words from diviners, and if I speak the truth, I may offend the emperor. If my words bring trouble to my 5 brothers, it would be a grave mistake. Thus, she prepared to fabricate a lie. Just as she was about to speak, the emperor preempted her, saying, speak what you see, whatever you say, I promise I will not be angry and grant you immunity.
Lingling?
Oh, how did His Majesty discern my intent to lie? Since I have been granted immunity, I shall speak freely. The emperor, pleased, leaned in to listen. In the imperial garden tonight, concubine Li Zhao intends to seduce you, Lingling stated bluntly. Everyone. Who is concubine Li Zhao? The emperor felt a headache coming on. His harem was too vast, and he had not even met some of them. In Beixuan, he had primarily favored the empress. Weishur and Qin Baolin were unexpected, but this concubine Li Zhao was someone he had never heard of nor seen. Before the emperor could ponder who concubine Li Zhao was, Lingling's thoughts echoed once more. How could the usually non-competitive concubine Li Zhao suddenly seek to seduce the emperor? It turns out she returned to her family a few days ago and became entangled with her childhood cousin, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. She seeks the emperor to take responsibility. Everyone. What a revelation! The Li brothers had long realized that they were in for a feast of gossip alongside their little sister. If it weren't for the emperor's presence, Li Mu would have already pulled out some seeds to snack on. The emperor felt as if his 10-year-old blood clot was about to resurface. Unbeknownst to him, he had unknowingly been standing atop a vast expanse of grassland. Had Lingling not been present today, he might have fallen for concubine Li Zhao's scheme, unwittingly becoming a father to that illegitimate child and bestowing upon it a title. Contemplating this, the emperor felt his blood pressure spike, wishing to eliminate the scheming couple at once. Before he could regain his composure, Lingling's thoughts resonated again, this time filled with reproach for the emperor. In truth, I don't think we can fault concubine Li Zhao. What kind of flower-like young woman could endure being a widow in the palace? We must blame the emperor. There is no need for so many concubines when he insists on having thousands in his harem. Could he not grant them freedom to leave the palace and marry, living a normal life? Lingling truly felt pity for the women who squandered their lives in the harem. Upon hearing this, the emperor felt equally helpless. These women had been thrust upon him by the officials. He had no desire for them but was bound by rules to accept. Throughout his life, He had only ever sincerely loved his wife, the Empress, who had shared both joy and hardship with him. Since her passing, he had left the position of Empress vacant for many years. Fortunately, the Crown Princess had been managing the harem. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. Yet no matter how capable the Crown Princess was, she remained a junior, often struggling to manage the Emperor's myriad concubines. Suddenly, the Emperor felt that Lingling's words held great truth. He needed to prioritize this matter. Enlisting the Crown Princess and the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send those concubines he had never summoned out of the palace. Meanwhile, the 5 Li brothers, who could hear their little sister's thoughts, felt a wave of relief. It was fortunate that only they could perceive her thoughts, had such audacious musings reached the Emperor's ears. Their little sister would surely find herself in dire straits. To verify the veracity of Lingling's thoughts, the Emperor decided to keep all 6 siblings in the palace, citing preparations for a banquet that evening as an invitation for them to attend. Chapter 67. Little Rascals. Why haven't you come to protect the Emperor? It is a well-established custom that ordinary ministers do not spend the night within the palace walls. The royal edicts strictly prohibit such overnight stays, yet the 6 siblings from the Li family are granted the privilege to reside in the palace after attending the evening banquet. This clearly reflects the Emperor's deep affection for them. The siblings shared tea and played chess with the Emperor, embodying the simplicity of grandchildren spending time with their elder. Throughout the day, Lingling felt remarkably at ease, devoid of any sense of the social chasm that typically exists between commoners and royalty. As dusk descended following the palace banquet, the Emperor intentionally made his way towards the pathway leading to the imperial garden that Lingling had mentioned. Witnessing the Emperor's reckless behavior, Lingling had no choice but to follow closely behind with her 5 brothers, ready to shield him at a moment's notice should anything amiss occur. The 6 siblings concealed themselves within the underbrush, peering out with just their eyes visible. In that moment, they bore no semblance of noble gentlemen or ladies. They resembled 6 oversized toads instead. Gazing in the direction of the Emperor, they beheld Li Zhaoyi clad in a striking red bodice, with only a sheer veil draped over her, far more provocative than the courtesans of the pleasure quarters. Faced with her exposed beauty, the Li brothers averted their gazes, each unwilling to look directly upon her. They prided themselves on being virtuous men, and save for the 3rd brother, none had ever frequented such establishments, firmly adhering to the principle of not gazing upon that which is inappropriate. However, Lingling, lacking such decorum, was quite different. Oh my, with those alabaster arms, should she drape them around the Emperor's neck? Even at his advanced age of 60 or 70, he would find it hard to resist. How eager she is! Li Zhaoyi must be meeting the Emperor for the first time, so nervous that she cannot even fasten her belt. The 5 brothers of the Li family were taken aback by the spectacle, but just as Lingling was about to witness the most riveting part, a pair of large hands suddenly covered her eyes. Don't mind me. I can handle this, she protested. The expressions on her brothers' faces darkened, as they glared at her with a deathly stare. Lingling, now embarrassed, could only smile awkwardly. Meanwhile, the Emperor, though striving to resist Li Zhaoyi's allure, had consumed a few cups of wine during the feast, and now found himself in a haze. Hearing the thoughts of Lingling echo in his mind, he realized that the 6 siblings were lurking nearby. He bellowed towards the bushes behind him. Little rascals, why haven't you come to protect me? Upon receiving the summons, the 5 brothers of the Li family sprang forth from the foliage. The sight of so many youthful men exuding vigor caused Li Zhaoyi's face to flush crimson, and she hastily attempted to cover herself with her flimsy outer garment. Regardless of the circumstances, a woman's virtue was of paramount importance. How long have you been spying? Have you no shame, allowing an old man like me to be so trifled with? The Emperor glared at them in anger. Li Zheng, leading the way, offered a formal apology. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Zhaoyi attempted to flee, but the Emperor commanded the brothers to seize her.
Li Zheng,
being the most skilled martial artist among them, stepped forward and grasped Li Zhaoyi's garment. With a forceful tug, the gossamer fabric tore apart, exposing her smooth back. Despite it being night, Li Zheng was momentarily blinded by the sudden flash of light, hurriedly shielding his eyes. 3rd brother, go. Among the brothers, Li En had the most experience interacting with women. Known as a notorious libertine, he had dallied with many, yet remained unscathed. However, when the moment called for action, Li En faltered. Elder brother, I have a fiancée. I cannot betray Lulu. His reluctance was evident, and he grasped at excuses. Seeing her brothers in such a state, Lingling could only roll her eyes in exasperation. Not one of you is of any use. The 5 brothers and the Emperor could feel the sting of Lingling's mockery. In a matter of moments, Li Lingling had subdued Li Zhao-yi, binding her upper body with the delicate fabric of her garment. Only then did the Li brothers dare to approach. How pretentious! Li Lingling shot a glance at her brothers, who felt their dignity plummet alongside the emperor's this evening. What are you doing? Release me! Li Zhao-yi protested, her demeanor one of feigned innocence. Li Lingling paid her no heed, as did her brothers, who were not inclined to show pity. The emperor, however, sighed at the sight of her. You have always been well behaved within the palace. Why then, do you dare to entice me this night? Li Zhao-yi shot a venomous glare at the emperor, her heart seething with discontent. Had I not been forced into the palace during the selection of consorts, I would not have been separated from my childhood sweetheart, Xiaolang. Once I entered the palace, it was as if I had plunged into an abyss, and now Xiaolang is but a stranger. Having failed to earn the emperor's favor, she found herself languishing in solitude, her youth slipping away, living like a widow, the blame not resting on me. Unfortunately, the emperor was oblivious to Li Zhao-yi's inner turmoil, which would have surely sent his blood pressure soaring. While Li Zhao-yi ruminated on these thoughts, she feigned weakness. I am but your concubine, your majesty. How could there be any talk of seduction? The emperor was nearly driven to madness by her words. Do you understand that a physical examination is required before sharing a bed? Since you are so eager to engage, let us summon the royal physician to assess whether Li Zhao-yi meets the criteria for intimacy. With that, the emperor cast a significant glance towards the 5 brothers. Li Bai readily accepted the task and sent a maid to fetch the physician. Observing this development, Li Lingling could not help but reflect such wisdom from his majesty. If the physician determines whether she is with child, the truth will be laid bare. Upon hearing the emperor's intent to summon the physician, Li Zhao-yi felt despair. Should the physician discover her pregnancy, having never been graced by the emperor's favor, how could she conceal it? To have the emperor cuckolded would mean her entire family facing dire consequences. To protect her family, she would have to take her own life. Xiaolang, if fate allows, let us be together in our next life, she murmured to herself. Seizing the moment when Li Lingling was not looking, she lunged towards a large stone, intent on ending her life. Yet, Li Lingling would not permit her to succeed. With a mere flick of her fingers, Li Zhaoyi's body was compelled to return towards her. The onlookers gasped, "What sorcery is this? How can you control my body?" Li Zhaoyi cried out, her thoughts remaining her own, yet her body moved as if drawn by an unseen magnet towards Li Lingling. The emperor, taken aback by this spectacle, found it remarkable. Considering the absurdity of the situation, wherein he could hear Li Lingling's thoughts, he deemed the matter trivial. Li Lingling kindly explained to Li Zhao-yi, "This is not sorcery. It is merely my talent. When I captured you earlier, I placed an attraction talisman upon you. My recent accumulation of merit has been so bountiful that it is nearly overwhelming. Ever since I bid farewell to Qin Yanyi 3 days ago, I inexplicably acquired several million merit points. I am quite puzzled by this sudden windfall." With her ample merit points, she found herself unencumbered in the art of talisman crafting. Just the night before, she had calculated that her current merit would allow her to indulge for several months.
Li Zhao-yi.
Do you now feel a sense of closeness towards me? Do you find me likable? Li Lingling teased, throwing Li Zhao-yi a wink that even she found distasteful. The purpose of the attraction talisman was to evoke affection in others, applicable to anyone. Li Lingling felt a sense of pride in her cleverness for using the talisman to attract Li Zhao-yi. Chapter 68. The speed of enlightenment is remarkable. Seeing that Li Zhao-yi had given up on fleeing or taking her own life, the emperor approached her. Do you no longer wish to serve me? Are you still contemplating self-harm? He inquired softly. Li Zhao-yi wept, expressing that without the emperor's affection, she would rather embrace death. The emperor coldly scoffed. Do you have nothing to confess to me? If you reveal it now, I shall forgive you. However, should it be disclosed by another, I will be compelled to act according to the law. Perhaps influenced by the morning's heart-wrenching revelations from Li Lingling, the emperor felt a twinge of guilt towards Li Zhao-yi. After all, she was still quite young, even younger than several of his own children. Yet she was destined to waste her life in the palace, accompanying an old man who had no need for her presence. In the vast northern Xian palace, there were many women like Li Zhao-yi. Rather than her betraying him, it was he who had wronged them. With this thought, he felt inclined to grant her mercy. He had already issued orders allowing those who wished to leave the palace to process their exit through the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Kneeling at the emperor's feet, Li Zhao-yi's heart was a tumult of emotions. What did his majesty mean? Did he already know of her transgressions? Should she compromise and divulge everything? Li Zhaoyi found herself unable to make a decision, fearing that this matter could implicate her family and the biological father of her child. "Will your majesty truly overlook my sins?" she timidly inquired. The emperor nodded. "Speak freely. A monarch does not jest. Having promised not to punish you, I shall not break my word. Moreover, there are many witnesses here." The Li siblings also nodded in affirmation, touched by the emperor's magnanimity.
Li Zhaoyi recognized her own culpability.
Even if the emperor sentenced her to death, she would have no regrets. She bowed her head in submission, confessing, "I am guilty. Recently, my mother fell gravely ill, and I returned home to visit her. After her passing, I was overwhelmed with grief. My father had died early, and my elder brother was stationed far away. I was left to handle my mother's funeral alone, fortunate only to have my childhood cousin assist me. In the deep of night, reminiscing about the past, I inadvertently lost my way. Upon waking at dawn, it was already too late to repent. I am now with child, and I implore your majesty to grant me death and spare my family." By this point, tears streamed down her face, ruining the makeup she had applied to seduce the emperor. Fearing that he would not pardon her family, she continued to bow, her forehead now bloodied and bruised. Those present could not help but feel sympathy for Li Zhaoyi, a fragile woman, burdened with her mother's funeral. If only she had a proper husband to support her, she would not have to bear such a heavy load alone. "You mentioned your brother was stationed at the border. Do you know the name of his camp?" Li Zheng inquired with curiosity, wishing to ascertain the truth of Li Zhaoyi's claims. Li Lingling pondered. If he is stationed at the border, regardless of which direction, it would take at least 10 days by carriage to return to the capital, the center of northern Xian. If Li Zhaoyi sent word of her mother's death to her brother, it would take another 10 days for him to return. Should any delays occur, it could easily take a month for him to make the round trip. If they wait for her brother to return to handle the funeral, her mother's remains would likely begin to decay. "Do you know where your brother is stationed?" Li Zheng pressed further.
Li Zhaoyi swiftly replied.
"My brother is merely an 8th-rank Xuanjie lieutenant of the Jinshi Army's Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. As the name suggests, the Jinshi Army guards the western border. Recently, tensions have escalated between the western fortress and northern Xian, with frequent skirmishes. If not for the bravery of the border troops, who fought valiantly, how could the western fortress have sought peace and offered tribute? Although an 8th-rank lieutenant is a minor official, even the most humble soldier is a hero of northern Xian's victory. Have your mother's funeral arrangements been properly handled? If you require any assistance, feel free to speak to me," Li Zheng offered earnestly. Though matters concerning the border army were not within his jurisdiction, as a fellow general, he was eager to help. Moreover, if he were to assume another identity, the welfare of the populace would fall under his responsibility. While they conversed, the imperial physician arrived. Observing the chaotic scene, he dared not approach without the emperor's summons. At this moment, Li Zhaoyi no longer felt fear towards the physician. The emperor was already aware of her condition, and she had no need for further concealment. "Dr. Su, please attend to her forehead," the emperor called. "Yes," Dr. Su replied, stepping forward.
Li Zhaoyi, still bowing,
was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that the emperor had summoned the physician to tend to her injury. "Thank you, your majesty, for your grace," she exclaimed, bowing several more times in gratitude, diligently expressing her appreciation. As Dr. Su dressed her wounds, the emperor spoke to Li Zhaoyi. "I have ordered the dissolution of the harem. All willing concubines may leave at their discretion." The emperor's words were delivered with an air of calm, yet they struck the listeners with astonishment. Even Dr. Su, who was tending to Li Zhaoyi, trembled at the proclamation. What has come over the emperor? I had only contemplated the dissolution of the harem this morning, and now he is prepared to act on it. His realization has come at an astonishing speed. The emperor declared, "You have illuminated my path. You are my guiding light." Hearing this, Li Zhaoyi's heart soared with joy, and she questioned Li Lingling beside her. Did his majesty truly say that? Before Li Lingling could respond, the emperor interjected, "A monarch does not jest. Moreover, I have already instructed the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Crown Princess regarding this matter during the day. This emperor is truly impulsive, but what has led to his awakening?" Li Lingling thought, resting her chin on her hand. "Do not dwell on it. If you continue, I shall be exposed." The emperor teased. Until Dr. Su completed his work and withdrew, the emperor did not permit him to take Li Zhaoyi's pulse. He kept the matter discreet, with only the Li siblings privy to the truth. This was partly to maintain his dignity and partly to protect Li Zhaoyi's reputation. "You may return now. I shall pretend I did not hear what you said tonight. If anyone inquires, simply state that you collided with me in the imperial garden." The emperor thoughtfully provided her with an excuse. Hearing these words, Li Zhaoyi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards him. Your Majesty, I am deeply remorseful. Even if I leave the palace, I shall forever remember your kindness and repay you with all my heart. With that, she performed a solemn bow before the emperor. There truly is a way for you to repay the favor. The village recently devastated by flooding is in need of reconstruction. Let your husband, Xiao Cheng, assist the emperor as a means of expressing your gratitude. Li Lingling calculated, knowing that Li Zhaoyi's husband was Xiao Cheng, the deputy minister of works. The Ministry of Works was responsible for all matters related to construction, and Xiao Cheng, being a carpenter by trade, possessed exceptional skills, particularly in building houses. Li Lingling contemplated imparting the construction techniques from her previous life to Xiao Cheng, so he could lead efforts to build sturdier homes for the people. Upon hearing his sister's intentions, the Li brothers believed this idea could indeed allow Li Zhaoyi and her husband to atone for their transgressions. The emperor found Li Lingling's proposal to be quite intriguing, admiring the young girl's sense of justice and retribution. Li Zhaoyi, not long ago, the floods devastated numerous homes of the common folk. If you truly wish to repay His Majesty, it would be more prudent to have your beloved cousin assist the people in rebuilding their houses. Upon hearing this, Li Zhaoyi promptly replied, what you say is indeed correct. Xiaolang's ancestors were all carpenters, and constructing houses is his forte.
Li Lingling nodded in satisfaction.
She turned to the emperor and respectfully requested, Your Majesty, I possess a proposal for constructing houses that is sturdier than the current methods employed in the northern Xian kingdom. While it may not be entirely indestructible, it is certainly capable of withstanding certain natural calamities, such as earthquakes and floods. I humbly request your permission to present my blueprints, allowing the Deputy Minister of Works, Xiao Cheng, to oversee the construction and redeem his past transgressions. Her tone was resolute, as if she were entirely confident in her plans. The emperor, witnessing her determination, felt a surge of satisfaction. Truly, she is the daughter of Yuan and rightly so, a descendant of the Li family. Very well, I entrust this matter entirely to you, he declared. He did not forget to provide her with a few assistants. Should any issues arise, your 5 elder brothers will be at your service. The 5 brothers of the Li family, their labor was hardly valued. Li Lingling recognized the extraordinary status of her brothers. Perhaps they had connections to the royal family, and thus did not dwell on it. With the emperor's endorsement, she felt empowered to utilize her brother's assistance. After spending an evening together, the emperor was exceedingly pleased with this young lady. He resolved that she was fully capable of becoming a member of the Li family. Now that she had taken the initiative to help the commoners rebuild their homes, he was eager to see what remarkable structures this young girl would create. The 5 brothers of the Li family offered no objections to her desire to design and construct houses for the people. They understood their little sister's exceptional talents and were keenly anticipating her creations. The following morning, before departing the palace, the emperor instructed eunuch Fu to present Li Lingling with a box of treasures, purportedly as a reward for her mention of Li Zhaoyi. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am overwhelmed with gratitude, Li Lingling expressed formally. Upon opening the box, she discovered it was filled to the brim with gold, silver, and jewels. Li Lingling was dazzled by the sight and hurriedly inquired, Your Majesty, is this truly for me? The emperor chuckled. Indeed, take delight in it. Li Lingling replied with a bow. Thank you, Your Majesty. I adore it, absolutely adore it. Indeed, she had an affinity for wealth. How splendid, with these riches. The homes of the disaster-stricken populace can be constructed even more splendidly. I can allow Xiao Cheng to be generous with the materials. If the court cannot provide the funds, I shall contribute from my own resources, considering it a charitable act. The emperor, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, thought to himself, his treasury was hardly so depleted as to be unable to afford repairs for the people's homes, and certainly did not require Lingling's private funds. These coins are not plentiful. Keep them as your private savings to purchase things you cherish. As for other expenses, you have your 5 brothers to assist you. The emperor gently encouraged the naive girl. Li Lingling pondered this and agreed, deciding to deposit the contents of the small box into a bank for future use during times of need for her brothers. These 5 brothers certainly appeared to be a burden to maintain. Your Majesty, I greatly enjoyed the mulberry wine at last night's banquet. Might I be so bold as to request some more? Li Lingling asked, unabashedly. Haha, it's merely some wine, no trouble at all. However, at such a tender age, one should not indulge in drinking, the emperor advised kindly, as a guardian would a younger relative. The Li brothers, too, concurred, believing their little sister should not cultivate a penchant for alcohol. In that case, may I request some of the hibiscus pastries? I have heard they are a delicacy created by Her Majesty the Empress herself, not available for sale outside the palace. Being the little foodie she was, She would not let any delightful treat slip by. Observing her continued requests, the 5 brothers exchanged glances, conveying a sense of moderation.
Lingling, un batarrat.
Raised her chin with an expression of anticipation directed at the emperor. He was quite fond of her and did not consider her requests excessive. Very well, eunuch Fu. Take Lingling to the kitchen and have them prepare some for her. His affection for Lingling was evident in his willingness to indulge her. Here you go, Miss Lingling. This way, please. Eunuch Fu guided her out. The emperor then had the opportunity to speak privately with the 5 brothers. You 5 rascals. If you weren't here with Lingling, would you have intended to never visit this lonely old man? The emperor reprimanded them playfully. The brothers exchanged glances. And the most charming, the 3rd brother Lian, broke the silence. Grandfather, it has been some time since we last met, and you have grown even more handsome. With such a majestic presence, you are surely destined for longevity. With that, Lian stepped forward to give the emperor a shoulder massage. The emperor dismissed him. Why bother at your age? I wish to retire from this throne. Indeed, the emperor contemplated retirement daily, wishing for a life of leisure akin to that of a salted fish, just like Lingling. Li Zheng cast a sidelong glance at him. I see now where Lingling's lack of ambition comes from. He, the eldest brother and favorite, was bold enough to speak frankly to the emperor. The emperor pouted in response. Of course, Lingling is a true descendant of the Li family. She naturally bears a striking resemblance to me. Li Mu then began his own performance. He produced a small porcelain jar from his pocket. Grandfather, this is a beauty balm I just concocted, suitable for both men and women. I haven't even given it to Mother yet, as I thought of you first. The emperor took the jar, opened it, and inhaled the fragrance. Quite pleasant. He suddenly remarked, Li Mu, you little rascal, are you attempting to have me test your concoction?
Li Mu replied, Granat.
How could I ever commit such an act of disrespect? If I were to test a potion, I would seek the counsel of those treacherous ministers in your court. The emperor, greatly pleased by this, patted Li Mu's slender shoulder and exclaimed, Good lad. He suddenly recalled that his newly returned granddaughter possessed an uncanny ability to discern fortunes. Perhaps he should bring Lingling to court in the future to assist in discerning loyalty and treachery among the officials. Li Bai and Li Gui shared a closeness with the emperor that was not quite the same as their other 3 brothers. They did not possess the same charm as the 3rd and 4th brothers. However, after much contemplation, Li Gui decided to inform the emperor about the recent selection competition for the royal chef. For the emperor, who believed that food was paramount, he felt it necessary to remind His Majesty to be more meticulous and rigorous in future selections. Chapter 70. Feng Shui and Architecture upon exiting the palace. The siblings went their separate ways. The other brothers busied themselves with their own affairs, while Li Lingling accompanied her 4th brother home. For 3 consecutive days, Li Lingling rarely stepped outside, dedicating herself to sketching designs within her chambers. The architecture of this era reflects the wisdom of its people. Yet the realm of her previous life in the world of cultivation was far more advanced. By harmonizing the strengths of both worlds, she crafted several prototypes, intending to discuss them with Xiao Cheng. Before she could summon her brothers to fetch him, Xiao Cheng arrived today, accompanied by Li Jiaoyi to express their gratitude. A maid informed Li Lingling of their arrival. When she reached them, Xiao Cheng had already engaged in conversation with Li Mu for quite some time. This is a prescription for maintaining a healthy pregnancy. Please take it back with you. Li Mu casually provided Li Jiaoyi with a formula. Thank you, 4th young master. Li Jiaoyi responded with a courteous bow. As Li Lingling approached, she happened to witness this exchange. It appears that, aside from her, Li Jiaoyi and Xiao Cheng are aware of the other identities of several brothers. 4th brother. Li Lingling entered the room and called out to Li Mu. Upon hearing the voice of the young lady, Li Jiaoyi and Xiao Cheng both rose and bowed respectfully to Li Lingling, who reciprocated with a nod. Thank you, Miss Lingling. If it were not for you, we might have to wait until our next life to have the chance to be husband and wife. To prevent them from expressing their unnecessary gratitude, she coldly interjected, I am not assisting you out of mere goodwill. The citizens of Nanjiao, whose homes have been washed away by the mountain flood, will still need Lord Zhao's help to rebuild. Hearing this, Xiao Cheng smiled amiably. Of course. I shall do everything in my power to construct sturdier and more resilient homes for the populace. His tone was resolute. Even without Li Lingling's encouragement, he intended to assist the common people. Li Lingling felt quite satisfied with his diligent and benevolent attitude. Although her interactions with government officials from Beixuan had been limited, each one she had encountered was virtuous and capable. If all the officials in the court were as such, what worries would she have about Yan Yunyi conquering Beixuan? Reflecting on this matter, she could not help but think of Prince Jean and how she might find evidence to uproot this malignant tumor. This is a preliminary draft I have organized. Please take a look. I am here, so feel free to ask me any questions you may have. As she spoke, she gestured for Shuang Er to hand over the blueprint. Upon receiving it, Xiaoqing sat down to study it intently. Li Mu leaned closer to Li Lingling and whispered, I have heard of a method that can make houses more solid. Upon hearing this, both Li Lingling and Shuang Er turned their eyes toward him in curiosity. What is it? Li Lingling inquired with intrigue. Driving piles. Li Mu whispered in her ear in a very low voice. Such a harmful practice dares to present itself before me, a master of metaphysics? Fourth brother, that is sorcery. Remember, metaphysics and spells are meant to save the world and aid the suffering. If they are used for selfish purposes and to commit heinous acts, then they deserve to be punished, and such individuals will surely descend into the depths of hell. Li Lingling expressed her discontent vehemently. Li Mu nodded in understanding, feeling somewhat horrified by the notion. He hoped that such absurdities would not manifest in the lands of Beixuan, nor would there be foolish individuals engaging in such practices. After a moment, Li Lingling observed Xiaoqing, noticing that as he continued to scrutinize the blueprint, his brow furrowed deeper in concern. She asked, Lord Xiao, is there a problem? Xiaoqing remained focused, engrossed in the blueprint. Li Lingling chuckled softly. He truly is a man of science and engineering. Li Zhaoyi nudged his arm, signaling him to respond to Li Lingling's inquiry. Only then did Xiaoqing seem to awaken from his reverie and rise, apologetically saying, Mrs. Design is truly remarkable. My knowledge is limited, and it seems I must learn diligently from you in the future. Li Lingling waved her hand dismissively, thinking it merely flattery. Soon, however, Xiaoqing's brow knitted once more as he added, But there is one thing I do not understand. Why does Miss require such precise specifications for the positioning of the houses? Typically, the homes of villagers are scattered and lack any particular directional sense. Even if there is, they are arranged uniformly within a village. Yet, the orientation and placement of the houses in your blueprint seem to be meticulously considered. With a calm smile, Li Lingling responded, just as you surmised, Lord Xiao. The direction of the houses is strictly determined by the principles of feng shui. Although I have not visited that village, according to the maps from the capital, it is situated in a low-lying area. Not to mention floods, even a slight downpour can cause water to accumulate like a pond. The new location I have chosen is on the hillside. Constructing orderly row houses there is simply not feasible, and it would also complicate escape during disasters. Therefore, this design not only ensures the houses are sturdier but also increases the chances of survival for the villagers. After her explanation, the others expressed their admiration for her meticulous and prudent approach. Since that area frequently experiences flooding, why don't we design a temporary shelter in the vicinity? This would significantly reduce casualties among the populace, Li Mu proposed. Xiaoqing beamed. Both of you make valid points. I shall refine this plan upon my return. Observing their enthusiastic discussion, Li Zhaoyi interjected, I have heard that a few days ago, the Princess of Riyang constructed a charitable estate in the northern part of the city to serve as a temporary refuge for the homeless, including refugees and beggars. It was widely rumored that a great benefactor, who donated countless funds to the refugees, was none other than Miss Lingling. At that moment, I wondered what kind-hearted young lady could be behind such an endeavor. It was only that night, upon meeting Miss Lingling in the Imperial Garden, that my curiosity was finally satisfied. Hearing Li Zhaoyi speak thus, Li Lingling felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had often wondered why so many meritorious deeds seemed to accumulate around her. It turned out that not only her brothers, but even the Princess of Riyang were contributing to her fortune. A warm feeling spread through her heart, and once this busy period was over, she resolved to visit Riyang. I plan to first inspect the village's surroundings. If there are no issues, we shall commence work immediately. Xiaoqing continued with his arrangements. Li Lingling considered that since she had never been to that village, it would be prudent to accompany him to gain a better understanding of the local feng shui. When do you depart? I shall go with you. She was concerned that her brothers might object, so she intended to discuss it with them that evening. I have decided to set off tomorrow, Xiaoqing replied. Li Lingling understood that it was better to act swiftly, especially since so many citizens were waiting for homes. Very well. Then come to the Li residence to pick me up when you depart tomorrow, she instructed. After Xiaoqing and Li Zhaoyi left, Li Mu expressed his concern to Li Lingling. I have an appointment tomorrow to consult someone, so I may not be able to accompany you. Li Lingling smiled reassuringly. Fourth brother, you have matters to attend to. I can manage on my own or have Shuang Er accompany me. However, as an older brother, how could Li Mu rest easy? During dinner, Lingling shared her intention to accompany Xiao Cheng to Nanjiao with her brothers. Although they were aware of their younger sister's capabilities, they could not help but worry for her safety. However, in recent days, everyone had been too occupied to accompany her. Li Zheng mentally organized his recent tasks, assessing whether he could spare some time. Finally, he said, "I will have Ji Hanzhou accompany you tomorrow. If there are no issues in the army, I will come to find you the day after." Lingling did not want her elder brother to delay his important work because of her. She quickly reassured him, "Elder brother, do not worry. I will have Heir with me, and with Ji Hanzhou as well, there will be no issues. Do you not remember how we worked together to retrieve the lost tribute silver at the bandit stronghold in Chile? This time, we can coordinate just as effectively." Her heroic deeds of recovering the lost tribute silver and punishing a nest of bandits were well known among her brothers. Thinking of this, their worries for Lingling gradually diminished. With this matter settled, after dinner, Heiress began to pack luggage for Lingling and herself. Uncertain how many days they would stay in Nanjiao, and given that she could ride a horse, if the clothing she brought proved insufficient, she could always return to fetch more. Moreover, there was Ji Hanzhou, who would naturally handle the errands. Since their meeting in Chile, if they encountered each other at the Li residence, the two would exchange pleasantries. Li Zheng often tasked Ji Hanzhou with running errands. And since Heiress was effectively the head maid at the Li residence, their interactions were frequent. However, if Heiress wished to discuss personal matters with him, he would appear quite nervous. Each time, Heiress would tease, "This young man is exceedingly shy." Lingling was aware of the interactions between the two, and often jested about them during her leisure time. Ji Hanzhou was indeed a man worthy of trust. Aside from the scar on his face, he possessed nearly no shortcomings. If Heiress could be with him, Lingling would feel more at ease. In the present day, although the floodwaters in the southern outskirts had receded, the mountain village still bore clear traces of the deluge. As the carriage arrived, Lingling observed that the officials had already dispatched personnel to clear the debris of the houses. "Miss, Sir Xiao, the road ahead is impassable for the carriage. We must proceed on foot," Ji Hanzhou announced from outside the carriage. Upon hearing this, Heiress was the first to lean out. "Is it truly impossible to continue? It seems there is quite a stretch of road ahead." Hearing her words, Lingling also peered out to assess the situation. "Well, I've been cooped up in the room for days. I might as well take a stroll in the mountains and breathe in some fresh air. Sir Xiao, let us disembark and walk," she suggested. And with that, she was the first to leap from the carriage. Xiao Cheng followed closely behind, with Heiress trailing. As Heiress jumped down, she almost misstepped, but fortunately, Ji Hanzhou was there to support her, preventing her from falling. In that fleeting moment of contact, they felt a jolt as they quickly withdrew their arms from one another. "Thank you, Deputy General Ji." Heiress expressed her gratitude and hurried to catch up with Lingling. Ji Hanzhou cast a glance at her retreating figure and instructed a few subordinates to gather their belongings and follow after Lingling. Xiao Cheng held a hefty stack of blueprints in one hand and a brush in the other, comparing the scenes around them with the markings on the paper as they walked. Lingling, cradling a palm-sized compass, also surveyed the surroundings. Both Ji Hanzhou and Heiress had long since grown accustomed to their mistress's skills in the ways of the world.
Sir Xiao,
Remember to plant a few pine trees here once the houses are completed. It will bless the elders of the village with longevity, Lingling reminded him.
Certainly.
I shall note that down, Xiao Cheng replied, making annotations on the blueprints with his brush. As they continued their journey, they observed the surroundings. The workers clearing the remnants of the former houses noticed Sir Xiao's arrival and hastily bowed to pay their respects. The foreman, seeing Lingling holding a compass, curiously and somewhat sarcastically inquired, "Oh, when did the esteemed Sir Xiao become superstitious?" Upon hearing his taunt, Lingling shot him a disapproving glance. "Feng Shui is not merely a superstition. How can it be deemed as such?" She replied coolly, her tone laced with discontent. Sir Xiao promptly introduced her to the foreman. "This young lady's surname is Li. She has been assisting me with the repairs of the houses these past few days." He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of Li. The foreman sensed the implication in his words and cast a glance of skepticism at him. Sir Xiao remained silent but smiled faintly, the answer evident in his expression. The foreman's demeanor towards Lingling underwent a dramatic transformation as he bowed and smiled at her.
Xin Bao.
Amidst their conversation, a disheveled woman approached them, pleading, "Have you seen my child? Have you seen my child?" The group was perplexed. Surely this woman must have some mental affliction? Lingling thought to herself. The foreman, with a fierce expression, bellowed at the woman, "Begone, this is not your child." He feigned ferocity, to scare her away. When the woman hesitated to leave, the foreman summoned his subordinates to escort her away. He then turned to Lingling and the others with a conciliatory smile, explaining, "She is a villager from these parts. Her child may have perished in the flood, which has caused her mental state to deteriorate." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in understanding. Lingling felt a pang of sympathy for her. Alas, a single natural disaster can claim so many innocent lives. "I truly hope that our North Xian can experience favorable weather, free from calamities." With this thought, she found the woman pitiable, noticing the patches on her clothing. Lingling took out her purse and hurried after her. "Auntie, please wait. Though we do not know where your child is, take this money. It may be of use to you." The distressed woman, recognizing Lingling's kindness, responded clearly, "I do not want money. I only wish to find my young master. That is not my child. It is my lady's child. If he cannot be found, my lady will blame me." Lingling was taken aback. "If the child is missing, why do you not report it to the authorities?" Upon her inquiry, the woman seemed to snap back to reality, becoming even more frantic. "No, we cannot report it. If we do, my lady's reputation will be ruined." Lingling realized that what initially seemed to be a simple case of a missing child was entangled in deeper issues. Xiaoqing stepped forward as well, lamenting, "If she fears for her master's reputation, it is clear that the child must be her master's illegitimate offspring." With that, he called the foreman over again. The workers in this area had been gathered here for several days, and since the flood, they had been acutely aware of every disturbance in the vicinity.
Now,
"Tell us what exactly transpired," Xiaoqing demanded sharply. Chapter 72, an eerie matter. Seeing that both Xiaoqing and Lingling were intent on uncovering the truth, the foreman ceased to withhold information and recounted the events candidly. The madwoman, Lu, had been working as a servant in a wealthy household in the city until 3 years ago when she suddenly returned, cradling an infant. The child was remarkably handsome, bearing no resemblance to Lu and her husband. Lu did not conceal this fact, claiming the child was an abandoned offspring of a prominent family. She stated that the child had been born with an incurable ailment, leading his biological parents to abandon him. With a compassionate heart, Lu took him in, intending to raise him as best she could. However, since the child arrived at the Lu household, their living conditions improved significantly. Lu had merely raised him as a young master of a wealthy family. Normally, such matters were private affairs of the Lu family and not for outsiders to question. Yet, ever since the child's arrival, Lu's husband and biological children had all met with untimely deaths in a series of unfortunate accidents. Within a year, everyone in the Lu household had perished, leaving only the two of them, a mother and her orphan child. Subsequently, it became apparent that anyone who grew close to Lu would encounter misfortune. First, several of her neighbors faced calamities, followed by the entire village and surrounding areas suffering similar fates. In the first year, a fire broke out in the village, causing significant losses although no lives were lost. The second year saw a locust plague ravaging the entire North Xian, severely affecting grain production in their village. The third year brought about a rare epidemic that only affected the elderly and children. Until this year, when the recent flood occurred. After the flood, Lu, like other villagers, spent some time as a refugee in the city, receiving aid from charitable activities organized under Lingling's name. About 5 days ago, upon learning that the government had sent people to help construct houses, Lu returned with her child to join the others. The government had set up makeshift shelters in nearby caves to provide refuge for those who returned early, without relatives to support them. Lu was one of those fortunate ones. At this point, the foreman could not help but mention an eerie occurrence. Just the other day, when we received orders from the esteemed sir, we began digging the foundation. However, we encountered an inexplicable obstruction, as if a massive stone was buried beneath the earth. We thought it best to report this to you, sir, for your guidance on how to proceed. However, before we could send someone into the city to seek you out, nearly a night had passed, and the obstruction was removed as if nothing had ever been amiss. It was also from that moment that Lu's son went missing. The foreman's final remark took everyone by surprise. What connection could there be between the construction matters and Lu's son?
Schwanger inquired, perplexed.
Indeed, I cannot fathom it either. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. The foreman seemed rather dismissive of the issue. In my opinion, Lu's young master must have simply wandered off. Once my subordinates are free, we should send a few to the mountains to search for him. Xiaoqing nodded, deeming this the most reasonable course of action. At this point, Lu had already departed, possibly to inquire elsewhere upon realizing there were no leads regarding her child. The peculiar construction site mentioned by the foreman piqued Lingling's curiosity, prompting her to request he lead them to inspect the situation. The site was situated around a rocky outcrop, beneath which there was likely nothing more than a regular mountain structure buried. Building a house on a mountain would inherently pose challenges in breaking ground. Lingling, wielding a compass, circled the area, her brow furrowing deeper with each pass. Noticing her troubled expression, Schwanger asked with concern, "Miss, have you discerned something?" Lingling replied uncertainly, "I sense a heavy aura of resentment here." She hastily inquired of the foreman whether anyone had died on the site. The foreman naturally replied that there had been no fatalities since he took over. Yet the resentment Lingling sensed emanated from the recently departed souls. "When do your workers come here to work?" She pressed further. "They leave at the hour of Su and commence work at the hour of Een. Our camp is located to the west." Separated from the villagers by this very construction site, the foreman added. He casually mentioned that since Lingling and her companions arrived that evening, they would need to stay at their camp. The surrounding villages had been devastated by floods, leaving no better place to rest. The cave, which provided shelter from the elements and was considerably safer, had been allocated to the villagers, leaving the officials to pitch tents elsewhere. Thus, it appears that during the more than 10 hours from the hour of Su to the hour of Een, no one came to the construction site, and the workers were entirely unaware of any activities that transpired there. From this perspective, it is plausible that someone has indeed perished here recently, but their bodies were disposed of by the villagers. Lingling's mind raced with possibilities. This might be the most fitting explanation. Ultimately, these matters bore little relevance to their house construction, and she did not dwell on them further. As noon approached, the foreman suggested, "You should all join us for lunch, and perhaps leave your belongings at the camp." The four, in agreement, followed the throng of workers toward the camp. The makeshift encampment was rudimentary, merely a cluster of slightly larger tents. Above the foreman, an inspector feigned seriousness, poring over blueprints in the camp. Upon hearing reports that Lord Xiao and his party were en route, he feigned a solemn demeanor while scrutinizing the construction model. "Please, make yourselves at home. The conditions are modest. I hope it does not displease you," the foreman said, anxious that they might find the accommodations lacking, given the locale's poor conditions. Yet, the four were not ones to be finicky. Schwanger, born a slave, could endure accommodations in a slave camp. Ji Hanzhou, a military man, was accustomed to sleeping in such tents during campaigns. Xiao Cheng, hailing from a humble background, had experienced leaking roofs in his childhood home. As for Lingling, she needed no elaboration. She had spent her entire life dwelling in caves. After lunch, the foreman led them to their tent. Due to the limited number of tents, Lingling and Schwanger shared one, while Ji Hanzhou and Xiao Cheng were obliged to join them. In the afternoon, Lingling resumed her wandering with a compass, arranging feng shui. Xiao Cheng had already begun directing the workers in construction. Everyone busied themselves, and soon it was nearly midnight. Lingling and Schwanger, having traversed the mountain all day, felt as though they had exhausted a lifetime's worth of exertion. Upon returning to the camp tent, Lingling noticed Schwanger was about to offer her a massage as she pounded her legs, but Lingling gently declined, recognizing that Schwanger was fatigued as well. Noting the late hour, she extinguished the lamp, urging Schwanger to rest early. As for herself, at the stroke of midnight, she had other tasks to attend to. She planned to revisit the construction site where she sensed the resentment during the hour of Z, when the negative energy was most potent, to ascertain whether any spirits were indeed at play, perhaps due to the fatigue of the day's labor. The camp soon echoed with the rhythmic sound of snores before the hour of high. Lingling waited an additional quarter of an hour, ensuring the time was right, before stealthily exiting the tent. Chapter 73. The heavily resentful child. As she lifted the tent flap, Lingling was startled to find someone sitting outside. "Heavens!" she gasped, akin to a startled cat. Fortunately, her voice was low enough that it did not disturb the slumbering Schwanger or the others in nearby tents. However, it did rouse the man stationed at the entrance. Ji Hanzhou rose and bowed to Lingling. Bewildered, she asked, "What brings you to our tent at this late hour? Are you plotting something untoward?" She pretended to shrink back in feigned fear. Without humor, Ji Hanzhou quickly corrected himself. "I apologize for startling you, miss. It is my fault. It is my duty to guard your tent. Upon arrival, the young master specifically instructed me to remain vigilant, for the mountains are perilous, and I must protect you at all costs." Lingling understood his predicament and did not press him further. "Very well, you may remain here. I have to step out," she declared, striding ahead. Ji Hanzhou silently followed in her wake. Noticing his presence, Lingling halted, turning to face him. "I can manage on my own. Do you not trust my abilities?" Ji Hanzhou stammered that. Lingling, exasperated, suggested, "Consider this. If you accompany me, what if Schwanger?" Should she face danger alone? What then? At the mention of Schwanger, Ji Hanzhou's expression softened with concern. He did indeed worry for Schwanger. Yet he was also bound to fulfill the general's orders to protect the young lady at all costs. It seemed prudent to recommend to the general that a capable, fearless, and loyal bodyguard or shadow guard be assigned to the young lady. Her true identity had yet to be revealed. Once disclosed, the dangers would only multiply. Enough, enough. Go keep watch over Schwanger, Lingling urged, nudging him back toward the tent as he appeared lost in thought. Yet he continued to gaze at Lingling, seemingly still unconvinced. In desperation, Lingling retrieved a fire signal flare from her pocket. If I encounter danger, I will set off this signal. And you can come to my aid at any time upon seeing it. I assure you, I will only explore the construction site briefly and will not venture far. Lingling reiterated her promise, nearly wearing out her tongue, before Ji Hanzhou finally relented. She mused quietly to herself. No wonder he is a soldier trained by my brother. He is just as dull-witted and inflexible. However, reflecting on it, their concerns stemmed from their care for her. Having finally escaped the confines of the camp, Lingling swiftly made her way to the construction site, where she had sensed the resentment during the day. She was eager to uncover any issues, so she could return to the camp for a good night's sleep. As she approached, she noticed a thin mist rising from the site, a stark contrast to the daylight hours. This mist did not feel naturally occurring. It seemed as if something sinister was afoot. She performed a spell to dispel the fog. Subsequently, at the very spot the foreman had mentioned as being impervious to excavation, she beheld the spirit of a small child, appearing around 2 or 3 years old, clad in a red-brown belly band. A child had met their untimely demise. Strange. How could a child harbor such profound resentment? Let me reflect on the events that have transpired in this child's life. She muttered to herself, calculating with her fingers. As if empathizing deeply, she endeavored to perceive everything through the child's perspective. At the back door of a grand household, a young woman, scarcely 17 or 18, entrusted a baby to Lu Shi. Lu Mama, I leave Jin Bao in your care, she said, casting a reluctant glance at the child. Rest assured, miss. I shall treat the young master as my own, Lu Shi responded. Hurry, do not let anyone discover his identity, the woman cautioned once more. Lu Shi nodded, cradling the child as she exited, boarding a carriage that awaited at the door, and they departed. As the scene transitioned, Lingling felt as though a film were playing in her mind, revealing another fragment. Within a makeshift cave erected for the common folk, Lu Shi lived with 3-year-old Jin Bao, appearing as a typical mother and son. Their meager possessions consisted of a straw mat and a tattered quilt provided by the authorities. At night, Lu Shi tucked Jin Bao in. Since the tragic demise of her entire family, their living conditions had deteriorated, particularly after the flood, reducing them to refugees. Yet, Lu Shi never neglected Jin Bao, nurturing him plump and healthy. He lay peacefully beside her, and she gazed at him with maternal affection, gently patting his little belly. Although their home had been swept away by the flood, the government had dispatched workers to rebuild, filling the mother and son with hope for the future. Seeing Jin Bao slumber peacefully, Lu Shi yearned to rest as well. Just then, a sudden explosion echoed from outside the cave. Startled, Lu Shi hurried outside with several other women to investigate. Upon returning, Jin Bao had vanished. Led by the village chief, a group of men had taken Jin Bao to the construction site. The area we are digging has become unyielding. We have heard that the government is rebuilding our homes, but they are facing difficulties. Shouldn't we assist them? The village elder urged the crowd. Indeed, they chorused as if under a spell. But, elder, must we resort to such a cruel method as using a living child for the foundation? A compassionate woman inquired. Full? We are not using normal children. This Lu family's child is no ordinary boy. His origins are shrouded in mystery, and he is a harbinger of misfortune for our village. His arrival heralded the demise of the Lu family, followed by calamities, fires, locust plagues, diseases, and floods. This little demon has brought these disasters upon us. The villagers, lacking wisdom, were easily swayed by the elder's rhetoric, convinced that Jin Bao was indeed an ill omen. Who among you has not suffered due to him? The elder continued. I understand your reluctance to harm a child, but Lu Jin Bao is no mere child. He is a malevolent spirit. To rid the world of such a scourge, we must act swiftly. He continued to manipulate the villagers. The elder was adept at rallying support, gathering those who had endured misfortunes since Jin Bao's arrival. With memories of loved ones lost or imprisoned fresh in their minds, these villagers harbored intense animosity towards Jin Bao, believing their misfortunes were directly linked to his presence. Thus, They buried the still-crying Jin Bao alive, seeking to alleviate their own suffering. Even more mercilessly, to prevent his escape, they drove a coffin nail into his skull, believing that this would bind his spirit to the village eternally. The narrative halted at this juncture. Awakening from her meditation, Lingling found herself confronted by a swirling mass of black energy, the lingering soul of Jin Bao, forever trapped in this realm. The one who had devised the living foundation was cunning indeed, knowing to use coffin nails to bind souls. His scheme was clever, yet regrettably, he had overlooked one crucial detail. He had not accounted for me. A mischievous smile crept across Lingling's face as she performed a hand gesture, retrieving a piece of yellow paper from her bag and casting it into the air. The paper ignited instantly, descending to the site where Jin Bao lay interred. Bending down, she unearthed a coffin nail, as long as her forearm, from the soil. Such a malevolent tool. She glared at the nail, spat upon it, and tossed it far away. With the nail removed, Jin Bao's spirit was liberated from its bondage. She had no intention of exhuming the remains, but wished to gather everyone the following day to witness this atrocity. The child transformed into a wisp of black mist. Yearning for one last glimpse of Lingling, Lingling acquiesced, following him. The cave where the villagers resided was not far from the construction site. Upon arrival, she overheard a conversation between a middle-aged man and an old man amidst dense foliage. She instructed Jin Bao to visit Lingling while she remained hidden to eavesdrop. "Is the child dead?" the middle-aged man asked coldly. "Dead, indeed. I personally saw to his burial, and fearing the earth would not suffice, I drove a nail into his skull," the old man replied hurriedly. Lingling recognized the elder's voice. It was the village elder who had orchestrated Jin Bao's demise. "Excellent. My master is very pleased. Here is your reward," said the middle-aged man, handing the elder a bag of silver. "Thank you, the elder responded gratefully. After expressing his gratitude, he inquired curiously, "I have long wondered, were those families who suffered misfortune truly cursed by Jin Bao?" The middle-aged man shot him a disapproving glare. "That is not your concern. Do not ask questions. The more you know, the quicker you perish." With that, the middle-aged man mounted a nearby horse and departed. Lingling promptly released a tracking talisman, eager to uncover the man's identity. It seems Jin Bao's origins are quite complex. Otherwise, he would not have entangled so many individuals. Though not all the misfortunes in the village can be attributed to Jin Bao, some may have indeed been influenced by him. Lingling speculated that these individuals might have been silenced by the mysterious man and his accomplices upon discovering Jin Bao's true lineage. This thought piqued her curiosity even further. If they sought to eliminate witnesses, should they not have targeted Lingling first? Why did Lingling, who possessed the most knowledge of the truth, survive to the end? Lingling found herself deeply perplexed. However, given the gravity of the situation, she resolved to inform her elder brother of the matter, allowing him to make the final decision. She summoned the family's messenger pigeon, and once everything was in order, Jin Bao emerged from the cave. Lingling performed a simple rite for him, guiding him towards rebirth. Afterward, she returned to the camp to rest. The following morning, the mountain air was exceptionally crisp. Sunlight pierced the morning mist, enveloping the earth. While the workers had yet to commence their tasks, Lingling instructed Xiaoqing to gather everyone and to invite the villagers to the site where Jin Bao's body lay. The foreman and the overseer were aware of the young girl's remarkable identity, and even Minister Xiao heeded her, so they dared not defy her wishes. Before long, a crowd had assembled at the construction site. Among the villagers, the elder and several accomplices stood at the forefront, visibly anxious and repulsed by the location. This sentiment is evidently more pronounced in several others. The old village head, true to his cunning nature, stands composed amidst the crowd. His demeanor suggests that, even should calamity strike, he has already devised a suitable excuse. "Miss Li, why have you summoned us all here? The current season is June, the sun is relentless, and the magistrate is unwilling to endure its harsh rays." Lingling, unhurried, inquires, "Lord do you believe in the practice of zhengsang?" As her words echoed, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, and the few villagers involved in zhengsang felt their hearts falter.
Even Schunger, Ji Hansao.
And Xiaoqing wore expressions of grave concern. "Of course not. It is nothing but feudal superstition that indiscriminately claims lives, and that warrants imprisonment," the magistrate declared bluntly. Without a moment's hesitation, Lingling was pleased with his response, thinking, "It seems our officials in Beixuan are indeed not foolish. Miss, when we arrived, didn't the fourth young master mention zhengsang? Do you believe in this matter and wish to act upon it?"
Shuang timidly asked.
Aware of Lingling's penchant for the supernatural, Li Lingling frowned. Schwanger, what are you thinking? How could I possibly commit such a cruel act as Jingsang? Moreover, this site no longer requires it, for there are already bodies buried beneath. At her words, the crowd exchanged glances. Some villagers, unable to withstand the pressure, repeatedly glanced at the old village head, seeking guidance on what to do next. However, he remained unmoved, steadfast like a mountain, casting a disdainful glance over the chaos, without a hint of worry. Did the young lady say there are bodies buried beneath? The foreman, still skeptical, felt it was his responsibility to oversee the site, incredulous that a body could be hidden without his knowledge. If there is someone, why not dig them out to see? Li Lingling raised an eyebrow in retort. She gestured for the workers with shovels to commence their digging. As the workers began to excavate, the anxious villagers broke into a sweat, some even considering making a hasty retreat. Yet, those whom Li Lingling had arranged beforehand restrained them, compelling them to remain.
I'm tired.
I want to return to my cave to sleep. I do not wish to stay here, a burly man protested, struggling to leave. The young servant beside him firmly held his shoulder, preventing his escape. What can you officials do? Can you truly restrict our freedom? The man continued to shout, growing increasingly unruly, hurling insults at the workers and the officials present. Finding his noise intolerable, Li Lingling approached him, gazing at him with a deathly stare. Do you realize that insulting a magistrate is also punishable by imprisonment? The man, clearly taken aback, nevertheless dismissed her because she was merely a young girl. Do not try to scare me. Li Lingling responded with a smile, echoing his sentiment. Yes, I am indeed trying to intimidate you. If you have nothing to hide, why are you so eager to leave at this moment? Could it be that the body buried beneath is one you have slain? As her words hung in the air, the villagers involved in the killing all lowered their heads. They were so consumed with guilt that none dared meet Li Lingling's gaze. However, she did not intend for them to confess just yet, softening her tone. Since we are here, why not see this play to its conclusion? Her eyes swept over the group of individuals involved in the murder of Jinbao, ultimately resting on the old village head. Yet it was merely a fleeting glance, her thoughts running. Evildoers age but remain wicked. How despicable! How could one harm a mere 3-year-old child? For such trivial gain, they have extinguished their humanity. Chapter 75. Murderers must pay. Regardless of their reasons, before she could ponder further, a loud shout from the workers reverberated. We've found something. It's a child. Li Lingling turned to investigate, and the gathering crowd of villagers and workers surged forward. Isn't this Lu's widow's son? A villager exclaimed, recognizing Jinbao. Lu, upon hearing this, frantically pushed her way through the throng. From a distance, she immediately recognized her child, lying quietly in a small pit, her Jinbao. Jinbao! Lu screamed in despair as she lunged toward him. The onlookers hurriedly made way for her. Ignoring the dirt covering her child, she cradled Jinbao's lifeless body in her arms. The child had died 2 days prior, appearing as though he were merely asleep, resting peacefully in Lu's embrace. Indeed, there is some truth to Zheng Sang. The crowd was witnessing something unprecedented under Li Lingling's guidance. The seemingly indifferent magistrate's fury erupted as he bellowed, "You better explain this matter clearly, or I shall dispatch someone back to the capital to report to the court." Several villagers, caught up in the spectacle, were at a loss. How could we know who buried Lu's child here? This matter has nothing to do with us, they clamored, raising their voices in confusion. As Li Lingling navigated through the crowd, she observed that the true culprits stood at the periphery. The man in the blue short coat, the one with the mole on his face, and the one adorned with a silver hairpin, not to mention our village head. Li Lingling spoke up, directly identifying the villagers involved in the murder. They were already filled with trepidation, and her pointed accusation only heightened their fear.
I confess.
It was the village head's orders that we perform Zheng Sang on Lu Jinbao. One woman, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed to her knees and divulged everything. The old village had shot her a furtive glare, muttering through clenched teeth, "Useless fool." The woman continued her lament, "My lord, we cannot be blamed for this. Ever since Lu Jinbao came to the village, our households have been plagued with misfortune. Take my family, for instance. My only son perished in the fire that broke out when Lu Jinbao first arrived." Upon hearing her grievances, others joined in, kneeling to recount their own misfortunes. The man who had attempted to flee earlier finally spoke. "Lu Jinbao is a harbinger of disaster. We seek vengeance for our kin who have suffered because of him. What wrong is there in that?" Seeing their righteous indignation, both the magistrate and Xiao Cheng found themselves at a loss for words. Even Shuang'er and Ji Hanzhou began to wonder if perhaps Lu Jinbao truly was a harbinger of calamity. Li Lingling remained unconvinced, calculating as the villagers recounted their misfortunes. The crowd was uncertain about what to do next. The old village head, witnessing the tumultuous scene, wore a smug smile. Thus, even if murder was a crime, these perpetrators would likely escape severe punishment, while he would still be viewed by the villagers as the noble protector, avenging them against evil. Just then, Lu could no longer contain herself. She shouted at the villagers, "Nonsense. Your son was a cripple, and it was entirely natural that he could not escape the flames. As for your brother, he was nothing but a good-for-nothing who ended up in prison due to his own quarrels. Wasn't that bound to happen? And as for your wanton wife, who ran off with another man, can you truly place the blame on my Jinbao?" Lu spoke with clarity, exposing the villagers' misdeeds. Li Lingling's calculations came to a halt. Lu and Jinbao were indeed pitiable. The child had died unjustly, and since fate had brought her to this moment, she felt compelled to intervene. She must uncover the true culprits and seek justice for Jinbao. Having witnessed the village head's clandestine meeting with a mysterious figure the previous night, Li Lingling understood that the village head was merely an accomplice. Even the identity of that person remains unknown. No wonder they can be so composed. What a pity. Even if we capture these individuals, it would be of little consequence, sighed Li Lingling in her heart. Meanwhile, Li Zheng, accompanied by Minister Chen and the officials of the Ministry of Justice, happened to overhear his sister's lament. According to the laws of Beixuan, the murderer must pay with their life, regardless of the reason. Li Zheng's voice resounded like thunder, carrying an authority potent enough to instill fear in all present. Upon his arrival, Xiao Cheng, the supervisor, and Ji Hanzhou all stepped forward to greet him with respectful bows. "Elder brother," Li Lingling sweetly called out, hurrying to his side. "Did you receive my letter last night?" She playfully tilted her head and inquired. "Perhaps that pigeon was distracted along the way. I only received it this morning." Li Zheng replied in a mock-serious tone, his demeanor becoming even more endearing. Li Lingling, aware of the jest, yet choosing not to expose it, merely covered her mouth and stifled a giggle. Seeing her reaction, Li Zheng smiled indulgently. "I am already aware of the situation here. I have confirmed the evidence of your involvement in the burial of children. Arrest them."
With a single command,
Minister Chen dispatched his subordinates to apprehend the villagers and the old village chief. "I refuse. Why am I being arrested? I merely dug the earth. I did nothing else." It was all the village chief's instigation. The villagers protested vehemently, shifting all blame onto the old chief. Observing this, Xiao Chen clasped his hands and asserted, "General, someone has just confessed. It was indeed the chief who led this deed." Hearing this, Li Zheng scrutinized the old chief, who maintained an air of arrogance, even displaying a hint of disdain towards others. It was the first time Li Zheng encountered someone who seemed unafraid of him. Li Lingling, noting his demeanor, felt a pang of displeasure and narrowed her eyes in concern. This old man is truly arrogant. How dare he act so brazenly before my elder brother, the general? It is evident that he possesses formidable backing. Why do I have the feeling that the mysterious person I met yesterday must have considerable influence in the court? Alas. I wonder where my tracking talisman has led that individual. I should check its whereabouts when I have the chance. The young girl's thoughts continued to race. Li Zheng mused that if she were to grow old, she would undoubtedly become a nagging old woman. "Village chief, do you have anything to declare?" Li Zheng offered him a chance to reveal the identity of the person who had given him orders. "I have nothing to say. This child, Jinbao, is of unknown origin, and his own parents have abandoned him. Only the Lu family cherishes him as a treasure, yet he has caused harm to so many villagers." The village chief believed that as long as he stuck to this narrative, the villagers would still listen to him and align with him. He is not just an unknown bastard. Jinbao's birth mother is the daughter of a noble. Lu Shi, in a fit of anger, disclosed Jinbao's lineage. Chapter 76. An old bull courting young grass. Truly shameless. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, everyone present was taken aback. The daughter of a noble? Which noble? There are more than 5 individuals in the current court who could be referred to as nobles. Although some have already retired to their hometowns, they still command respect as noble. A flicker of regret crossed Li Zheng's eyes. Regardless of which noble, they are all high-ranking officials of Beixuan. If their grandchild has been harmed, it is a source of sorrow for them as well. Upon hearing Lu Shi's revelation, the old village chief's expression momentarily faltered. No wonder the person who had given him money yesterday harbored such animosity towards this child. So what if he is the grandchild of a noble? If this project cannot be completed without driving piles, how could you possibly excavate it? If he truly is the grandchild of a noble, then he has died justly. fulfilling a final good deed for us common folk. The village chief tilted his head towards the foreman and the supervisor, both of whom understood the difficulties encountered when the foundation could not be driven deep enough. Indeed, ever since Jin Bao's death, the earth has become remarkably easier to excavate. I have heard of driving piles before. It seems it really works. Several workers began to murmur amongst themselves. Noticing that the scene was spiraling out of control, the supervisor and Xiaoqing appeared quite troubled. Suddenly, a clear, youthful voice rang out. Everyone, do not believe this. It is all superstition and trickery. The reason this land can be excavated is due to someone using explosives to blast apart the rocks underground. It has nothing to do with driving piles. Lingling recalled that during her observations of Jin Bao's memories, on the night he was to be driven to the piles, Lu Shi had heard a tremendous explosion, and she had gone out with several village women to investigate. It was also because of this that she had failed to keep an eye on Jin Bao, allowing the village chief and others to abduct and bury the child alive. In that case, the explosion that night must have been caused by explosives. The moment this thought crossed Lingling's mind, the villagers and workers began to discuss again. The loud noise from the previous night was likely due to this explosives. Thus, we were able to excavate not because of driving piles, but because someone had used explosives to blast the giant stones in the ground. But the village chief is just a commoner. Even if he is an official, ordinary people cannot procure explosives. The villagers' discussions reached the ears of Ji Hanzhou and his companions. General, aside from our unyielding army and the garrison troops, no one else possesses explosives. Indeed, the destructive power of explosives is immense. A slight miscalculation could endanger the innocent. Therefore, aside from armies that need to combat foreign enemies, no other military or garrison troops, including those in various states, the imperial guards in the capital, or the palace's royal guards, possess any explosives. However, there is one individual who should not have access to explosives, yet possesses them. Li Zheng added. At the mention of this person, Ji Hanzhou's expression grew increasingly tense. Who is it? Who has the capability to acquire explosives? Lingling was extremely curious about this. She inwardly urged her brother and Ji Hanzhou to reveal the identity. Li Zheng, no longer withholding information, stated, the highest military official, Grand Marshal Qin.
Ah.
How could I have forgotten about him? He can summon all the troops at will and utilize all military weapons.
Lingling slappet her forehead, sudanni enliktenet.
However, Li Zheng could affirm that he had not provided any explosives to his unyielding army. He instructed Minister Qian of the Ministry of Justice to take the old village chief and others back for sentencing. He also dismissed the onlookers among the villagers and workers, allowing them to return to their own affairs. He and Lingling needed to extract further details regarding Jin Bao's origins from Lu Shi. Sister Lu, the child has been gone for many days. Let us assist you in his burial, Li Zheng said warmly. Lingling added, rest assured. I performed a rite for Jin Bao last night. He has already been reborn. Speaking these words to Lu Shi was meant to provide her with some comfort. Lu Shi slowly turned her head, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Thank you so much. She looked at Lingling and expressed her gratitude again. Miss Li, you are a good person. Thank you. Lu Shi was immensely grateful to Lingling, for not only had she given her a bag of silver, but she had also helped her find her son. The crowd assisted her in burying Jin Bao on the mountain. Only then did Lu Shi reveal the truth. The noble daughter she mentioned was none other than the current prime minister, Chao. Chao's family has 3 daughters. Which one does Jin Bao belong to? Li Zheng pondered and inquired. She is the youngest, the 3rd daughter, who has not yet been married. Lu Shi sighed and continued. The crowd was somewhat astonished. This was indeed an illegitimate child. But that was not the most shocking revelation. What Lu Shi said next was enough to drop their jaws. 3 years prior, at a palace banquet, the 17 or 18-year-old Miss Chao encountered the Jin prince, who was nearly 20 years her senior, and thereafter, events spiraled out of control. They clandestinely met on numerous occasions, and their fates became interwoven. Miss Chao did not mind lowering herself to become a concubine for Prince Jin. However, the prince felt it would be unjust to her and never broached the subject. It was only when Miss Chao's belly grew day by day that Prime Minister Chao discovered the truth. The Chao family, being a prestigious lineage, could not afford to suffer such disgrace and would never allow their daughter to become a concubine. Thus, Prime Minister Chao coerced Miss Zhao into terminating her pregnancy and sought to find a poor youth, indifferent to the fact that she was no longer a virgin, to marry her off hastily in order to preserve their reputation. Yet, Miss Chao could not bear to see an innocent life extinguished and insisted on giving birth, promising her father that once the child was born, she would relinquish it to another. Lu, a woman who had borne children and was of decent standing, was chosen by the father and daughter to raise the child. The Liu couple were well known to the Chao family, and, crucially, Liu herself was willing. Thus, the events unfolded from there. Now, with young Master Jin murdered, how shall my wife face Miss Zhao? I have wronged her, sobbed Liu, as tears streamed down her face. Shuang'er and Ji Hanzhou comforted her, while the siblings Li Lingling and Li Zheng pondered the identity of the child's father. That Prince Jin is truly despicable. He can stoop so low as to pursue Miss Zhao, who is 20 years his junior. An old ox gorging on tender grass, truly shameless.
Li Lingling spat in disgust.
Miss Zhao is already pregnant, yet he doesn't even consider marrying her. He is nothing but a scoundrel. She continued her tirade, and recalling Prince Jin's collusion with the Western fortress that forced Minister Chen to take his own life, Li Lingling felt an amalgamation of fresh and old grievances. Vowing that one day, she would settle the score. Li Zheng shared similar sentiments, and the brothers had already informed the princess, the crown prince, Prince Yu, and Prince Liang about Prince Jin, urging them to be cautious. However, Prince Jin was meticulous in his dealings, and uncovering evidence against him would require concerted efforts. Brother, let me sense the tracking talisman placed on that mysterious individual from last night, Li Lingling reported to Li Zheng, then began her incantations. Her consciousness traversed the streets of the capital, ultimately landing at the prince's residence. Chapter 77. Who says women have only marriage as a path? Li Lingling's eyes snapped open in fury, her anger ignited by Prince Jin's actions. She clenched her fists tightly, the veins on her neck nearly bursting forth. Observing her in such a state of barely contained rage, Li Zheng inquired with concern, "What is the outcome?" Gradually regaining her composure, Li Lingling realized that even a tiger would not harm its own cub. Prince Jin was utterly inhumane. The mysterious individual she contacted last night was indeed affiliated with Prince Jin's household. Given the relationship between General Qin and Prince Jin, it would be a trivial matter for him to procure gunpowder. Brother, what should we do about this? Jin Bao was merely a 3-year-old child. His death is a tragedy, and his spirit is heavy with resentment. We cannot allow him to perish without reason. At that moment, Li Lingling's fury felt as if it could take form. Li Zheng felt his brain cells nearly withering away from the sheer weight of the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, they had to inform Miss Zhao, as the child's mother. She had the right to know the truth. He thought that if this revelation could sever ties between the Chao family and Prince Jin's household, and perhaps even turn them against him, then their efforts would not be in vain. Li Lingling wholeheartedly agreed with her brother's perspective. A mother deserves to know the truth. Sister Liu, why not accompany us to the city? We shall seek out Miss Zhao and disclose everything to her, she suggested as they approached Liu. The thought of meeting her employer bore heavily on Liu's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Seeing her distress, Li Zheng reassured her, "Do not worry. We shall accompany you to explain everything to Miss Zhao, ensuring she bears no ill will toward you." Hearing these words, Liu felt an immediate lightness in her heart. "Very well, thank you all," she said gratefully, bowing her head in appreciation. As for the construction site, everything was to proceed as planned. Li Lingling had clearly conveyed her intentions to Xiao Cheng, entrusting him with the responsibility. The Li siblings felt at ease returning to the city. Initially, Shuang'er and Li Lingling had hoped to linger longer in the southern outskirts, but just one day passed before they returned to the capital, both feeling a sense of unfulfilled enjoyment. Upon their return, Shuang'er went straight home, while Ji Hanzhou returned to the camp, and Li Zheng led Li Lingling and Liu directly to the Chao residence. 3 years had passed, yet Miss Chao remained unmarried, though she had everything one could desire. She had lost the most vital possession of a woman, her purity. This unfortunate reality had prevented her from finding a suitor. Now in her 20s, if she remained unmarried, her only recourse would be to become a nun. Hearing of Miss Chao's tragic plight, Li Lingling lamented, "Alas, the rigid ideologies of the feudal era place undue emphasis on such trivial matters. What of her lost purity? What of her advancing age? Who says a woman's life is confined to merely marrying and bearing children? A talented and educated lady like Miss Zhao, well-versed in the arts and literature, could easily teach at a girls' academy. Once I have saved enough money, I shall establish a girls' school to ensure that daughters receive education and enlightenment. If I were more capable, I would petition the emperor to amend the laws, allowing women to participate in the imperial examinations, to hold office, and to serve the people. I would ensure that women could take up arms and defend our homeland." The turbulent waves within Li Lingling's heart inspired both astonishment and fervor in Li Zheng. Both the idea of establishing an academy and allowing women to serve in government or the military were excellent suggestions. And it seemed necessary for the Li brothers to unite with influential figures within the court to bring these visions to fruition. As they envisioned a glorious kingdom in their minds, they arrived at the gates of the Chao residence. Upon seeing Li Zheng, the young servant was about to report to Prime Minister Chao, but was stopped. "There is no need to trouble the Prime Minister. We seek only Miss Chao," Li Zheng stated directly, requesting the servant to escort them to Miss Chao's quarters. The servant, confused, perhaps being new and not recognizing Lu, was astonished at how the typically reclusive young lady had befriended the renowned general. Nevertheless, since the general had spoken, he could not refuse. Before long, he led them to Miss Chao's courtyard. Upon hearing of visitors, Miss Chao felt an immediate aversion, but as soon as she recognized Lu, she realized that something must have transpired. She hastily invited them inside, urging everyone else to leave so that they might speak privately. In the brief span of 3 years, Miss Chao appeared to have aged decades, her visage startlingly unfamiliar to Lu. "Miss, I am guilty. Please punish me," Lu cried, collapsing to the ground, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence in her current state. Seeing Lu's distress, Li Lingling, filled with urgency, took it upon herself to reveal the entire truth. Upon learning of her son's brutal murder, Miss Chao's mind erupted in chaos, her entire being spiraling out of control. The maternal love that had been suppressed for 3 years surged forth in that moment. She longed to seize a blade and storm the Ministry of Justice, seeking vengeance against the village officials who had buried her son alive. "Miss Chao, please calm yourself. Allow us to finish our explanation," Li Lingling urged, attempting to soothe her blinded heart with rage. "We have discovered that the true killer of Jin Bao is none other than the third prince, Prince Jin. Last night, I personally witnessed an individual from Prince Jin's household conversing with the village head. After their discussion, this person handed him a bag of silver, clearly a bribe to silence him." Upon hearing this, the fury on Miss Chao's face began to dissipate. She pondered and inquired, "Miss Li, can you discern the appearance of that individual?" Approximately in his 30s or 40s, with a square face, a prominent nose, and a tall, somewhat slender physique. Li Lingling articulated everything she could describe. At that moment, her distance was considerable, and given the darkness of night, she could hardly see anything clearly. What she shared was merely based on the glimpses caught by her tracking talisman. Miss Chao considered all the individuals who might fit the description, yet nothing seemed to align. In the vast estate of the Jin Prince, filled with a multitude of people, it was exceedingly challenging to deduce the identity of someone based solely on the general information provided by Li Lingling. However, could the Jin Prince truly be so heartless as to slay his own flesh and blood? Noticing Miss Gaoshao Lingling Bitsbolai, Li Lingling decided to let her witness the truth herself. She grasped Miss Chao's hand, while with her other hand, she cast a spell at her own brow, transferring the memories stored in her mind into Miss Chao's consciousness. As these images were confined to the minds of Li Lingling and Miss Chao, Li Zheng and Lu Shi remained oblivious to them. They could only observe as Miss Chao's expression grew increasingly tormented, her features contorting in anguish. Eventually, Miss Chao appeared to glimpse something that enlightened her, suddenly breaking into a cold sweat. "Miss, have you discerned who that person is?" Lu Shi hastily inquired. Miss Chao did not respond verbally, merely nodding her head. However, upon recognizing the culprit, her demeanor was markedly more composed than before. The Li siblings exchanged glances, puzzled by the unspoken circumstances, yet they refrained from probing further. "Thank you both for informing me of this matter. From now on, you shall be my benefactors. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Chapter 78. A verdant meadow above the Emperor's head. Miss Chao expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the Li siblings. Li Zheng had not contributed much to the situation. It was Li Lingling who had exerted herself, thus he did not seek to claim any credit. Nevertheless, he did harbor hopes of aligning the Chao family with his faction in the court. Miss Chao, understanding his intentions, proactively declared, "I shall certainly inform my father of this matter, even at the cost of tarnishing my own reputation, so that the world may witness the true nature of the Jin Prince."
Li Zheng nodded in acknowledgement.
Yet Li Lingling countered, "Miss Chao, I urge you to reconsider. We need not ruin our own reputations for the sake of that scoundrel. Pray do not act rashly. Do not do anything foolish, Mississippi. The Ministry of Justice is currently investigating several cases related to the Jin Prince. Rest assured, we will ensure he pays for his misdeeds, and Jin Bao's death will not be in vain." Comforted by her words, Miss Chao managed a faint smile. The Li siblings had already aided her considerably, and she could not burden them further with her quest for vengeance. Furthermore, she had conceived an exquisite plan for retribution. Just now, From the memories gleaned from Lingling, she had caught sight of that mysterious person's visage. This individual was not one of the Gene Prince's entourage, but rather someone closely associated with the Gene Princess. The Gene Princess, known for her jealousy and of noble birth, would not have found it easy to gain entry to the Gene Prince's estate 3 years ago had it not been for her status. As far as she knew, her affair with the Gene Prince had been well concealed. How then did the Gene Princess become aware of it? Regardless, that malicious woman had caused her son's demise, and she would ensure that the Gene Princess would not escape unscathed. Lingling was also contemplating, since this Miss Chow is the Gene Prince's lover. I wonder what insights she might possess about him. Perhaps I should inquire further. With this thought, she grasped Miss Chow's hand and comforted her. Miss, be at ease. You shall have children in the future. Do not allow your health to deteriorate, nor should you grieve excessively for that scoundrel. It is simply not worth it. Upon hearing these words, Miss Chow gazed into Lingling's sparkling eyes, feeling a surge of emotion. This young lady, despite her tender years, possesses remarkable clarity of thought. Thank you for your concern, Miss Li. After all, it is my own flesh and blood that has perished. If I do not mourn, would that not render me cold-hearted? Lingling let out a resigned sigh. Seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation, she asked, what do you know of the Gene Prince? Is he capable of committing treasonous acts that would endanger Beixuan? Upon hearing this, Miss Chow appeared somewhat perplexed, unsure of Lingling's motives for such inquiries. Nevertheless, she replied candidly, I do not possess much knowledge in this regard. Although I have a cordial relationship with him, I have never truly penetrated the defenses of his heart. His emotional barriers are formidable. It is not merely me, but perhaps anyone would find it challenging to elicit his trust. This sentiment echoed the words spoken by Qin Yanyi. Lingling stroked her chin, realizing that unearthing the truth about the Gene Prince would be no easy task.
What more do you know about him?
Has he ever mentioned anything peculiar?
She pressed on.
Miss Chow endeavored to recall. After a moment, she exclaimed, I once saw him with a uniquely patterned jade pendant. Just as I reached for it, he lovingly tucked it into his bosom, claiming it was a gift from his father. I assumed it was a precious item bestowed by the emperor and did not inquire further. Upon hearing this, Lingling and Li Zheng exchanged glances. A jade pendant with a distinctive pattern? Could it possibly be the family crest of the Zheng clan? She hastily asked, Miss, do you remember what the pendant looked like? Could you sketch it for me? Miss Chow, skilled in both painting and calligraphy, readily complied. She casually picked up a brush from the table and swiftly rendered an image. As she set down the brush, the expressions of the Li siblings grew grave. It was indeed the design they recognized. Miss, did he truly assert that the pendant was a gift from his father?
Lisem sugut confirmation.
Absolutely. I was seated right beside him. So close that I could not have misheard, Miss Chow affirmed with certainty. This is the family crest of the Western Lei Zheng family. If the Gene Prince claims it was a gift from his father, could it be that he is the illegitimate son of the Zheng patriarch and Qin Baolin? How utterly shocking. Lingling felt her worldview shatter. Oh dear, my brain is overwhelmed. My CPU is nearly fried with all this intrigue surrounding the Gene Prince. Li Zheng shared her exasperation, pinching the bridge of his nose, his brow furrowed. If he were truly not the biological son of the emperor, but rather a scion of the Western Lei Zheng family, then his collusion with the Zheng family would indeed make sense. He had always thought that if he were a true member of the Li family, bearing authentic Beixuan blood, he would be incapable of treasonous acts or plotting against loyal subjects. It turned out his origins were fundamentally flawed. Contemplating this, he silently mourned for his grandfather for a fleeting moment. With Li Jiaoyi in the past and now Qin Baolin, the expanse of greenery above his grandfather's head must surely be verdant. As if sensing their shared thoughts, Lingling's voice echoed in his mind. It is said that the reason Qin Baolin garnered such favor was due to the emperor's fear of dogs, yet he found amusement in teasing them. Once, he nearly fell victim to a dog bite, but fortunately, Qin Baolin intervened and took the bite on his behalf. From then on, the emperor was filled with gratitude and showered her with affection, leading to her bearing a dragon heir. Although her official title remains that of Baolin, her treatment is akin to that of a noble consort. Li Zheng? Being bitten by a dog can serve as a substitute. Being with my little sister is always a source of endless gossip. Today's revelation about grandfather is certainly ripe for sharing.
No.
I must tell my 4 younger brothers about this. How infuriating. My lips are betraying me. I can hardly suppress my laughter. Is there something amiss with that pattern? Miss Chow's inquiry interrupted the siblings' private amusement. Li Zheng swiftly regained his composure, adopting a distant demeanor, and replied expressionlessly, It is nothing, merely an ordinary design. Miss Chow need not concern herself unduly. He did not disclose the truth to Miss Chao San, and Li Lingling understood that, without concrete evidence, it was unwise to spread the matter indiscriminately. There was little else to address. She urged the young lady to rest well, and the siblings took their leave. Following her elder brother's lead, Li Lingling also performed a courtesy to Miss Chao San. After the Li siblings departed, a young maidservant from the Chao residence entered the room of the third miss, reporting, "Miss, the attire for the flower viewing banquet is ready. Would you care to try it on?" Upon hearing this, Miss Chao San clenched her fist. A flower viewing banquet? An opportunity for revenge has arrived. Princess Jean, you caused my son's demise. I shall demand your daughter's life in return. The words escaped her throat with venomous intensity. Suddenly, a playful thought crossed her mind, and she chuckled lightly. No, allowing your two daughters to perish without cause would be too lenient. Humph, I shall ensure they are in a state of despair, leaving the entirety of the Jean royal household in disgrace. She murmured, summoning the young maid and Lu Shi to her side, whispering her instructions. Whatever she uttered transformed the expressions of Lu Shi and the maidservant. Do not fret, miss. This matter shall be handled splendidly by this old servant, Lu Shi affirmed resolutely. The tragic death of Jean Bao had ignited her desire for vengeance, and the maidservant, a trusted confidant of the third miss, echoed her sentiments. Miss Chao San narrowed her eyes, exuding the air of a grand performance about to unfold. Chapter 79, selecting a personal guard as the Li siblings returned home. Princess Ru Yang arrived shortly thereafter to visit. After more than half a month apart, her facial rash had completely healed. With the matters concerning the top scholar and Madame Zhou resolved, her demeanor had visibly lightened. Under the tender affection bestowed by Shi Jianyi, Li Lingling felt that her spirits had lifted, and she seemed to radiate beauty, her complexion glowing with vitality. Sister Princess, what a delightful surprise to see you! Li Lingling exclaimed, eagerly grasping Ru Yang's arm and offering her a warm smile. By all accounts, she should have been busy preparing for her upcoming wedding to Shi Jianyi at the end of the month. Noting the confusion on Li Lingling's face, Ru Yang explained, a distant cousin from the Shi family has passed away, and Jianyi has returned to his hometown to attend the funeral. Although it was merely a cousin's death, the Shi family has formally requested an extension of the wedding date by 3 years from our royal grandfather.
Ru Yang,
Having enjoyed her time and not wishing for an early marriage, readily agreed. For her, as long as her feelings for Shi Jianyi remained unchanged, the timing of their union was of little consequence. Li Lingling felt reassured by this. Rest assured, dear princess, the young marquis is quite devoted. Not only for 3 years but even 30 years, once he learns of your affections, he will never take another as his bride. In this lifetime, he shall not betray you. With Li Lingling's steadfast assurances, Ru Yang's heart felt even more at ease. As they settled into the room, Shuang'er served them the newly concocted beauty tea prepared by Li Lingling. Changing the subject, Ru Yang broached the matter of her visit. Lingling, in just a few days, the annual flower viewing banquet at the palace will take place, and all the nobility of the city will be in attendance. The palace will be the most vibrant that day, unbound by the constraints of rank and age. All can revel freely, regardless of gender or age. Due to the northern latitude, where the weather was cooler, flowers bloomed later in the season. The 100 Flowers banquet was held only in mid-May. Li Lingling had never attended, so she was unaware of the grandeur of the event, but, recalling the recent Dragon Boat Festival banquet splendor, she imagined the flower banquet would resemble a matchmaking fair for the youth. Shall we go together?
Princess Ru Yang invited enthusiastically.
Since it was a royal banquet, entry was restricted to members of the royal family or the relatives of nobles, which is why Ru Yang considered using her status to bring Li Lingling along. I wonder if my elder brother will attend? He is quite of age. Why doesn't he seek a suitable match? She pondered, calculating that among her 5 elder brothers, only the third had a fiancé, while the others had yet to find even a close acquaintance. Alas, my brothers truly have no affinity with the opposite sex. Upon hearing her lament, Ru Yang sensed Li Lingling's desire to find partners for her brothers and quickly replied, if your brothers wish to attend, they may join us. Li Lingling shook her head, somewhat disappointed. After expressing her gratitude for the princess's kind offer, she explained, my brothers are all aloof and prefer solitude. They are not fond of gaiety. It would be better not to trouble them. We can manage on our own. Just as they returned home, Lian, who had just reached the entrance, exclaimed, my little sister finds them bothersome. Woe is me. Ru Yang nodded, refraining from pressing the issue further. By the way, what attire do you plan to wear that day? Many new embroidery patterns have arrived in the city recently. Ru Yang engaged Li Lingling in a discussion about the latest fashion trends, transitioning from fabric patterns to hairpins and gold hairpins. It was not until just before dinner that Ruyang took her leave. Lingling felt that her life was now vibrant and fulfilling, far more enjoyable than the monotonous cultivation of her previous life. However, without the merits gained from her past training, she could not wield her magical abilities freely in this life. Gazing at the resplendent twilight sky, Lingling smiled sweetly, cherishing the fleeting joys of the present. Knowing that when Yan Yui brought troops over, such dazzling brilliance might no longer grace the skies of Beixuan. As she passed by once more, Lian, seeing her basking in the sunlight, approached and poked her back. Lingling nearly jumped in surprise. "Brother, what are you doing?" she inquired hurriedly. "Let us have our dinner earlier today, and after, come with me to a place," Lian instructed.
Oh, Lingling replia. Pundaring.
"What does my brother have planned for me at this late hour?" Lian remarked. "My dear sister truly lacks a sense of security. Just know that I would never sell you off." Earlier that afternoon, their elder brother had shared with him that Ji Hanzhou had suggested selecting a personal guard for her, someone brave, skilled, and utterly loyal. Their elder brother found Ji Hanzhou's reasoning sound and entrusted this important matter to Lian. Although this unexpected additional task soured Lian's mood, the thought that only he could see to it reassured him. For his sister, he would endure any hardship without complaint. After dinner, Lian took Lingling to a mysterious place, the capital's ghost market. This locale, situated in the chaotic northern part of the city, was a haven for all manner of people, including thieves and rogues. It was a perilous place, where danger lurked at every corner. Such a venue was ill-suited for the delicate Li Bai and Li Mu, who lacked martial skills. Should any trouble arise, returning would be fraught with difficulty. "Brother, what brings us here?" Just as they arrived at the market's entrance, a stall selling wild beasts came into view, with the vendor skillfully skinning a tiger. While Lingling was not particularly frightened by such gruesome sights, a shiver ran down her spine. "I am here to select a servant," Lian stated nonchalantly. "A servant?" Lingling questioned, for their household already had plenty of servants. "To be precise, a personal guard who fears nothing and can ensure your safety," Lian clarified, sharing his elder brother's and Ji Hanzhou's intentions with her. Upon hearing this, Lingling felt deeply touched but maintained her stance. "Brother, does my elder brother not believe in my martial prowess or my magical abilities? Am I so easily bullied when I am out and about?" Lian, familiar with her tendency to downplay her skills, could only shake his head in resignation. "You are, after all, the cherished jewel of our Li family. In many situations, you cannot take matters into your own hands. Many unsavory and sanguinary matters necessitate the assistance of a shadowy figure."
Lingling nudda tutfulli.
Engaging in introspective analysis. Have I been too narrow-minded? Our family is not a humble one, and my brothers, with their distinguished identities, naturally expect me, as their sister, to navigate these matters of social standing with equal finesse. Upon hearing his little sister's inner thoughts, Lian shook his head in disapproval. The 5 brothers had never wished for her to endure the same burdens they bore. This selection of guards was genuinely intended merely to ensure she had someone to attend to her affairs, someone willing to risk their life for her protection. Chapter 80. Selecting slaves at the beast arena. As they ventured forth, a myriad of street vendors lined the path, offering an eclectic assortment of wares. Lian found himself captivated by a stall selling antiquities. He crouched down to examine a piece of ancient jade, just as he was about to pick it up. The vendor snapped harshly, "Do not touch unless you intend to buy." Lian chuckled softly, for there was nothing within the 4 symbols continent that he could not afford. "How can I ascertain the quality of your goods without examining them?" he retorted, equally brusque. Just as he reached out, he caught the resonance of Lingling's thoughts. "This is a corpse's pressed jade. Judging by its quality, it has likely been in the possession of that ancient corpse for several centuries. If you wish to court danger, then by all means take it. If you are unafraid of nocturnal visitors seeking your company, then purchase it." Perceiving the sardonic tone in his sister's thoughts, Lian hastily withdrew his hand. "Oh, backing out already?" he mused. "He is timid. He fears those nocturnal visitors." Soon, his gaze fell upon a string of flower-patterned copper coins, and as he reached to grasp them, Lingling's thoughts echoed once more. "Clearly a counterfeit. Whoever buys it is a fool." "Fine, fine. I shall buy nothing," he conceded, standing up and casting a glance at Lingling before continuing onward. Following closely behind, Lingling queried, "Why has 3rd brother spent so long without purchasing anything?" "I thought he fancied that pressed jade." Lian felt as though he were perpetually under the influence of his sister's thoughts. "3rd brother, why have we come to the ghost market to procure slaves?" Lingling inquired curiously, for after such a long walk, she had yet to see anyone selling people. "Do you see that building ahead?" Lian paused, pointing his fan toward a towering establishment not far in the distance. Li Lingling peered ahead, as he elaborated, the glorious pavilion, the premier tavern of the ghost market. At first glance, it appears no different from an ordinary tavern, yet behind its facade lies the largest beast arena in the entire capital.
Li Lingling's confusion depenat.
A beast arena? What slaves are we to select at the beast arena? Before she could voice her thoughts aloud, Lian explained further. Do you recall the slave camp we visited in Chile? They held competitions there where slaves fought fiercely. This beast arena is far more brutal, pitting living individuals against starving beasts. Those who prevail may live, while those who do not shall become the beast's evening meal. Upon hearing this, Li Lingling's complexion turned ashen. Merely listening felt utterly horrific. How could this be so inhumane? What was the difference between this and sending people to be devoured by beasts? Amidst her fear, a surge of anger welled within her. She shouted in frustration, wishing to dismantle that glorious pavilion and liberate the enslaved within. With throngs of people passing by, all eyes turned toward the siblings, prompting Li and to quickly cover Li Lingling's mouth. Little sister, hush. He gestured for silence before letting her speak again. My dear sister, individuals are born into hierarchies, and those of slave status are no different from mere commodities. Even the government has no authority to shut down these arenas. Their existence, much like the slave camp in Chile, perhaps allows those slaves a swifter chance of being purchased by new masters, granting them a greater possibility of survival. This was Li An's understanding of the beast arena, the only words he could muster to soothe Li Lingling's troubled heart. She nodded, refraining from further debate with her brother, though a sense of defiance lingered within her. Then I shall earn more money in the future and buy all these slaves, granting them their freedom. Lian chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. His little sister was truly kind-hearted, the kindest soul he had ever encountered. Yet, her aspirations were naively grand. The population of Beixuan Kingdom was not insignificant, with registered slaves numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Not even the Onmin Chamber of Commerce possessed the resources to rescue them all. However, had Li An's thoughts been overheard by Li Lingling, she would undoubtedly have declared, then I shall incite a revolution, fight the landlords, and compel the emperor to abolish the class distinctions of slaves, lowly citizens, and merchants, ensuring that everyone is treated as common folk, equal in status. Soon, the siblings arrived at the foot of the glorious pavilion. The entire structure gleamed resplendently, as if gilded in gold, shimmering brightly against the dim backdrop of the night sky. Li Lingling stood before it, enthralled by its beauty, her gaze unwavering. In her distraction, she accidentally collided with a burly man within the crowd. Lian, quick to react, caught her and pulled her into his embrace. My apologies, little sister did not mean to. He offered an apology on her behalf. A mere apology would not suffice for the man, who, noticing Li An's amiable demeanor, became increasingly aggressive. A token of respect. A drink at the glorious pavilion will settle this. Lian, wishing to defuse the situation, handed the man a silver coin. Seeing him accept it, he hastily guided Li Lingling away. Stop, the man barked, refusing to relent. This time, Lian remained calm, while Li Lingling's temper flared uncontrollably. She wriggled free from her brother's grasp and confronted the man vehemently. What if I merely bumped into you? My brother has apologized. And the money has been offered. What more do you desire? Besides, I am but a young girl. With your size, what harm could I possibly inflict upon you? Do you dare to let everyone judge this matter? Her bold proclamation caught the attention of several bystanders who paused to observe. The man, initially intent on extorting more from the siblings, was taken aback by this audacious little sister's rebuttal. Fueled by rage, he beckoned to a few of his cronies standing behind him. Lian, sensing the escalating situation, attempted to shield Li Lingling behind him, but she was undeterred and unafraid. Oh, so now that you realize your fault, you wish to resort to violence? Combined, our ages do not even match yours, and our weight pales in comparison. You still have so many underlings. Are you truly prepared to engage us in battle? Should you find yourself weeping after a beating, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. With that, she prepared to confront them head-on. Lian, a moment too slow, failed to pull her back in time. In the blink of an eye, before the fight could commence, Li Lingling scattered a handful of yellow beans onto the ground. With no other light source aside from the glorious pavilion, the darkness rendered everything invisible, causing the onlookers to trip and tumble as they slipped on the beans. Both Li Lingling and Li An could not contain their laughter. Third brother, let us depart. With the men still struggling to regain their footing, Li Lingling eagerly tugged Li An toward the entrance of the glorious pavilion. As Li An observed the little girl leading him away, A smile crept across his face. He truly wondered who in this world could possibly be worthy of his little sister. Chapter 81. A gentleman values wealth honorable means. Upon entering the glorious pavilion, the sight of their exquisite attire immediately drew the attention of a waiting attendant. Are you two here to dine or to stay overnight? Lian wasted no words, declaring directly, to the beast arena. The attendant, upon hearing this, became even more jovial, eagerly guiding them onward. This way, please. As he spoke, he led the two siblings across a creaking wooden floor, arriving at the bustling courtyard of the splendid pavilion. In stark contrast to the relatively quiet dining area of the establishment, this place was palpably more animated. Even before stepping inside, Lingling could sense the cacophony of voices. Welcome, esteemed guests. You may enter at your leisure, the young attendant gestured, indicating that they could open the door themselves. Thank you, Lian replied, bestowing 2 pieces of silver upon the attendant as a tip. The attendant accepted the coins with a bow and hurried off. Let us proceed. But remember our purpose for coming here. Do not get distracted by frivolities, Lian advised as he pushed the door open. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sea of humanity. Men and women of various backgrounds, both commoners and nobles, filled the space. Numerous gambling tables were scattered about, reminiscent of the slave camps in Westley, but far grander in scale. The siblings found themselves on the second floor, overlooking a spacious area on the first floor, marred by mottled stains of blood, an accumulation of countless slave sacrifices, remnants that could never be fully cleansed. How thrilling! We cannot afford to lose. I've wagered my entire allowance for the month, exclaimed Lian, excitement evident in his voice. That wolf has been starved for 5 days. It's unlikely it can be defeated. Following the crowd's gaze, Lingling noticed the slave currently competing. He appeared robust, well-built, with rippling muscles. I wonder if he can slay the starving wolf with his bare hands. Lingling watched the match with a hint of anticipation. Each day, many slaves were pitted against each other, some arriving early to secure their favorite fighters. The beast fights would continue from dusk until dawn, and the siblings had not arrived too late. Brother, what type should we choose? This was Lingling's first experience selecting a slave, and as a humanitarian, she felt utterly inexperienced. She decided to defer to her elder brother, who hailed from a noble background. Let us wait. The best contenders are usually presented last. Although Lian was eager to return home for rest, they were selecting a personal guard for his sister, not merely any fighter, so he remained vigilant. Lingling nodded obediently, quietly leaning over the railing to watch the match. Wonderful. How exhilarating. With a cheer from the audience, the male slave triumphed over the starving wolf, despite his bloodied hands and wounds still seeping. Yet he had emerged alive. Let us choose him, declared a nobleman dressed in fine garments to his companion nearby. Evidently impressed by the victor, Lingling pondered what fate awaited him. Lian turned to observe the nobleman, who coincidentally met his gaze. The nobleman recognized Li En and nodded politely. Li En returned the gesture. Lingling, noticing this exchange, turned her head but was stopped by Lian. Until her identity was revealed, it was best for her to remain unseen by those aged courtiers in the court. Soon after, another combatant entered the arena. The iron gate on the opposite side swung open, revealing a ferocious brown bear. This creature posed a far greater challenge than a wolf. Indeed, the contests only grew more formidable as the night wore on. Yet, such intensity was what made it all the more captivating. The audience's excitement surged, and a chorus of wagers erupted. I bet 50 taels. There's no way it will win. I'm betting 30. It surely will prevail. Hearing the fervent stakes being exchanged, Lingling felt an impulse to place a bet herself, as it was indeed a means to earn quick riches. I'll calculate the odds and then place a wager. If I win, I could earn several hundred taels in one night. With that money, what wouldn't I be able to do? Perhaps I could sweep through and purchase all the slaves here, granting them their freedom. Lingling's mind spun with grandiose dreams. However, Lian remained unconvinced. While his sister's intentions were noble, the desire to profit should not lead her into the vice of gambling. Lingling, what are you contemplating? You keep glancing toward the betting tables, Lian inquired, his tone slightly serious. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Lingling timidly asked, Brother, if I were to gamble, would you and our elder brother punish me severely? Lian reassured her, they are not so cruel as to resort to violence, but a thorough lesson would be inevitable. He conveyed the potential consequences plainly. Lingling's aspirations of wealth through gambling dissipated. Sister, a gentleman seeks fortune through righteous means. Gambling is not a virtuous pursuit, and you must not be tempted by it. Though Lian was often the least reliable among the 5 siblings, in this moment of imparting wisdom, he appeared remarkably mature and steadfast, reminiscent of their elder brother, Lizheng. "Very well, brother, I understand," Lingling replied, nodding obediently. As the siblings conversed, the arena erupted with chaos. The fighter, faced with the charging brown bear, was so paralyzed by fear that he collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the will to resist. The bear, relentless, clawed at him, tearing apart one side of his face and body. Strangely, the spectators, devoid of empathy, reveled in the gruesome spectacle, their excitement palpable. After the bear feasted upon the man's remains, the next slave entered the fray. This new contender exhibited remarkable composure, engaging the bear in combat for several rounds before ultimately succumbing. Just as he was on the brink of death, an arrow flew through the air, striking the bear. The bear collapsed, and the male slave emerged victorious, having been saved. "How fortuitous! Who is this esteemed patron that has taken notice?" murmured those around Lingling. She looked at Lian, puzzled. Lian, understanding her confusion, explained, "If a fighter has not yet won and catches the eye of a patron, the arena will dispatch someone to eliminate the beast they are battling." Lingling grasped the implication. Thus, regardless of the outcome, either the beast or the slave must perish. Is an animal's life deemed inconsequential? Lian sighed silently. Indeed, there was no alternative. Few possess the skills to tame beasts. To rescue someone from a predatory creature, the only recourse was to eliminate it. Several more matches unfolded. Yet Lingling still could not find a contender she was satisfied with. "How about this one? He appears to be quite skilled," Lian suggested, pointing to a fighter currently in the arena. He had achieved victory in 2 prior battles, first against a starving wolf, and then against a wild boar.
Now,
He faced a massive snake, as thick as a man's thigh. Observers whispered that the snake possessed venomous capabilities. Lingling felt a flicker of concern for him, yet sensed he might not be the right choice. "Brother, let us wait a bit longer. He seems rather aged. Having him as my personal guard may lead to a lack of common interests and communication barriers." Lian rolled his eyes, mirroring the expression of his sister. He was truly at a loss for words. Was she here to select a personal guard or a playmate? He felt certain that their evening at the Beast Arena would stretch well into the night. As expected, by the time the clock struck midnight, the audience had dwindled. Fatigue had befallen the crowd, rendering them far less animated than before. Until at last a new combatant appeared. This was a child, no taller than a fully grown horse. Seemingly no older than 10, slender and fragile in appearance. His clothing was tattered and faded beyond recognition, and his hair was a wild mess. As Lingling cast her gaze in his direction, their eyes met, his sparkling like those of a young beast. In that fleeting moment, she felt the world around her fall into silence. She could no longer hear what her third brother was saying. How can there be such a small fighting slave? These arena organizers are truly heartless, dragging even children into this for profit? Frustrated, Lingling longed to confront the organizers of the arena. Many infrequent spectators shared her confusion. What purpose does it serve to pit a child against beasts? Are they merely preparing meals for those creatures? Surely, this must be a mistake. As murmurs of dissent filled the air, the arena officials finally stepped in to restore order. "Dear audience, please do not be hasty. We have made no error. He is indeed one of tonight's fighting slaves. Do not be deceived by his tender age. His skills are far from negligible. Let us watch with bated breath." After these words, the speaker added, "Moreover, he does not come cheaply, so those who are interested must ensure their finances are in order." Many in the crowd remained skeptical. How much could a mere child, still in his infancy, possibly be worth? I wonder how the prices for slaves in Beixuan compare to those in Chile. We mustn't choose one too expensive. We wouldn't want to burden third brother. Lian felt a swell of gratitude. His little sister was so considerate, truly a good sibling. Yet, he was confident that whatever treasure his sister desired, even if it were a humble slave, he would procure it for her. The child was set to face a formidable white tiger, a beast revered as the king of all creatures, and thus deemed the strongest in the arena. It was saved for the grand finale. How exhilarating! What a spectacle! As the white tiger emerged, it captivated the attention of all present. The clash of a child under 10 against such a mighty creature seemed already decided. Yet the arena official had vouched for the boy, suggesting he might possess some extraordinary ability. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, and the betting tables saw the highest stakes of the night. Even the siblings from Li's family were transfixed, awaiting a miracle. As the tiger lunged at the boy, he deftly dodged, narrowly escaping. No matter how fiercely the tiger attacked, the boy managed to evade each strike. However, his continual retreat raised concerns. Without an offensive move, how could he hope to defeat the tiger? His evasive tactics gradually dulled the audience's enthusiasm. Stop dodging and attack already. One cannot expect a mere child to triumph. Panic set in among those who had wagered everything on his victory, fearing a significant loss. Perhaps hearing the crowd's discontent, the boy began to muster his strength. Amidst his evasions, he jabbed a finger into the tiger's eye, then seized the opportunity to leap onto its back, striking its head with all his might. Yet, his strength felt trivial against the beast, like a mere tickle. Soon, the tiger flung him off effortlessly. The blinded creature, disoriented, flailed about the arena. The boy continued to dodge, but Lingling could see his stamina waning. Just as she thought that, he ceased his struggles. Lying flat on the ground in a big position, as if resigning himself to death, offering himself as prey to the tiger. After 2 months of torment in the arena, he longed for release, ready to end it all. Seeing his plight, those who had bet on his victory were dismayed. Lingling felt pity for him, and, without consulting Li-En, rushed to the service desk, declaring to the arena staff, "Stop this now. I have purchased him." Li-En hurried after her, attempting to dissuade her. "Little sister, you must not act rashly." Yet, Lingling replied earnestly, "Third brother, that child is still so young. I cannot bear to watch him perish like this. Even if he cannot serve as a guard, having him as a menial laborer would be better." She confessed her selfish desire. She simply wanted that young fighter. Throughout the night, she had calculated the outcomes of every duel that piqued her interest. The same was true for this match. However, when it came to this young fighter, her calculations failed her. In 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered such a situation. Even when her predictions faltered, she had always gleaned some insight. Undeterred, she attempted to divine again, discovering that all inquiries concerning this child yielded no results. "Third brother, this is too strange. I cannot predict anything about him. I must buy him to observe him closely." Li-En found her sentiments peculiar, but ultimately, they were not unable to afford such an expense. And if it made his sister happy, that was paramount. "Are you both certain you wish to purchase him?" The arena staff reiterated. "Yes," Lingling affirmed with a nod. The official signaled to a companion, who prepared to shoot the tiger with an arrow.
Alarmat, Lingling swiftly intervened.
"Please, do not kill that beast. I have a way to save the fighting slave without harming the creature. Allow me to enter and try." Her unusual request was unprecedented in the history of the arena. Li-En intended to intervene, but seeing the confidence radiating from his sister, he sensed her remarkable abilities and considered that perhaps she truly could tame beasts. If so, her skills could be invaluable in training a legion of beasts for when Beixuan engaged in war with other nations, allowing them to fight one against many. As this thought crossed his mind, he grew eager to witness his sister's true prowess, even as worry lingered within him. "I ask you but one thing. Can you ensure your safety?" Lingling responded with a sweet smile. "Fear not, brother. Do you think I am an ordinary person?" She retorted. The arena officials reiterated, "We will allow you to enter, but should anything happen to you, we at Kinwang Tower shall bear no responsibility." Lingling nodded in agreement. She had insisted on entering. If anything were to go awry, it was unreasonable to hold them accountable. "Rest assured, we of the Li family are known for our word." Li-En twirled the ring on his middle finger, deliberately showcasing the ruby that symbolized his status. The man before him, well-versed in such matters, immediately recognized the gem as something far from common. After scrutinizing Li-En's features, he quickly bowed in fear and respect. Chapter 83, Taming the White Tiger. As the arena gates opened once more, all eyes turned toward the entrance. A little girl clad in a light blue gauzy dress stepped into the arena. Those with discerning eyes recognized her attire as belonging to the prestigious cloth house of the city, a mark of wealth and nobility. Her movements were graceful, her dress adorned with embroidered butterflies that mirrored the butterfly hairpin in her hair. Though still young, her features were already taking on a defined beauty, promising a stunning visage in adulthood. The boy cast a curious glance her way, confusion etched on his face. The onlookers in the stands regarded her with incredulous expressions. Who was this child? Had she lost her mind? Perhaps she was simply deranged. The audience buzzed with speculation. The boy, too, studied her intently, aware that his remaining strength was insufficient to rescue her from the tiger. "Leave now," he rasped at Lingling, his voice hoarse, emerging like a ghostly wail. Painfully grating to hear. Due to an extended silence, he was on the verge of losing his linguistic abilities, resulting in a barely audible voice that others might struggle to comprehend. However, Lingling discerned every nuance with perfect clarity. Hey, not bad, young man. Even when you're barely able to protect yourself, you still think of me. This person's character is quite fitting to serve as my personal guard. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips as she strode purposefully toward the white tiger. What a fearless little girl. What was she planning to do? Surely she wasn't seeking her own demise. Was she? I wager she will be devoured by the beast within a quarter of an hour. Do any of you dare to bet on it? The crowd began their chatter once more. Lingling, choosing to selectively ignore them, released her spiritual energy, which the white tiger felt as an intangible force of intimidation, prompting it to retreat repeatedly. She extended her hand, gradually caressing the tiger's nose. The beast did not resist nor harm her. The spectators were left agape in astonishment at this unexpected display. Watching from a distance, Lian's face gradually broke into a satisfied grin. His younger sister was indeed remarkable. On Lingling's side, she attempted to communicate with the white tiger. Coincidentally, in her previous life within the realm of cultivation, she had learned the art of beast taming. The crowd could not decipher her words, but they observed her lips moving as if she were engaged in a dialogue with the tiger. The once ferocious creature, poised to devour at any moment, began to exhibit a growing gentleness. It lay by Lingling's feet, nuzzling against her cheek like a large house cat, allowing her to pet and pamper it at will. The coarse fur of large felines was somewhat prickly, lacking the softness one might expect, thus the tactile experience was less than pleasant. The people in the arena kept a vigilant eye on her, and after exchanging glances, confirmed that she had indeed tamed the white tiger, prompting them to open the gate. Let us go, Lingling said, addressing both the tiger and the boy. The onlookers outside felt a surge of panic as they witnessed the tiger approaching them. And Lian was no exception. Are you all right? He immediately grasped Lingling's arm, concern etched on his face. With a growl, the white tiger mistook his intentions as a threat toward Lingling and let out a roar to intimidate him. Lingling quickly patted the tiger's massive head in reassurance. Be good, Snowball. This is my third brother. The tiger suddenly adopted a demeanor of profound respect toward Lian. It was only upon hearing Lingling's unspoken thoughts that he realized she was communicating with a beast through her mind. Technically speaking, it was more akin to brainwaves, but Lian lacked the knowledge to comprehend that. Third brother, I'm fine. It's now my pet, and I've even named it. Look how white it is. Let's call it Snowball, Lingling said, adorably tilting her head. The boy, hearing this, looked at her in astonishment. This girl, who appeared to be of similar age, was truly extraordinary, certainly not an ordinary person. Had she suddenly appeared in the arena merely to rescue this white tiger? Miss Li was indeed remarkable, capable of taming even the most formidable beasts. The spectators of the arena complimented her. Isn't it thanks to me? I've effectively saved 2 lives today. Previously, how many humans and beasts would you have lost? These are all precious resources, and you seem to lack appreciation for them. Lingling felt a twinge of pity for their foolishness, as they failed to grasp such simple logic. What the young lady says is true, but who among us possesses her capabilities? Despite their reluctance to prevent these beasts from causing harm, they had no choice but to be ruthless and kill them. The arena staff could no longer endure. Capturing these beasts alive was more profitable, and with the daily losses incurred from battles with wild animals, they hardly made any profit. These concerns had long been on their minds to discuss with their employer. By the way, how much for this young slave?
Lingling inquired,
Wishing to purchase the boy, but uncertain of the price. Upon hearing her question, the boy's pupils dilated in shock, feeling as though he were in a dream. Unsure if he had misheard. After 2 months, someone was finally willing to buy him. Though he did not know where he would be taken, it was certainly better than remaining in a place where his life was constantly at risk. Oh, don't let his youth fool you. He can perform any task and eats very little, the arena staff boasted. Lingling rolled her eyes. He was so emaciated. Could he not eat less? It was no exaggeration. This boy was thinner than any refugee or beggar she had ever encountered, resembling a walking skeleton. His price here is somewhat high, as the young man just mentioned. Lingling, losing patience, retorted, Stop the nonsense. Just state the price. 19 taels, not a single coin less. The man raised 2 fingers, adamant about his stance, refusing to negotiate. Lian felt that he had inadvertently revealed his identity, prompting this man to attempt to overcharge them. 20 taels for a slave was indeed a curious matter across the entire 4 symbols continent. Typically, a regular slave would only fetch between 5 to 10 taels. For 20 taels, one could take a concubine. Wealthy individuals might as well hire a laborer, as they performed labor just as well as a slave while maintaining a clean lineage. The servants in the Li household were mostly hired workers, and actual slaves were few, easily counted on one hand. As Lian was about to reach for his money, Lingling stopped him. She looked at the man firmly and declared, 19 taels. Miss, I just mentioned that I cannot negotiate. This is the price set by our employer. Please do not make it difficult for a worker like me.
Lingling persista.
Then bring your employer here. In my eyes, this child is worth far more than 20 taels. Even if it were 2,000 taels, it would be justified. For a life is priceless. As soon as she spoke these words, the boy's eyes sparkled. For the first time in his 8 years of life, he heard someone say such things to him. It was also the first time he realized that even in the dark of night, a warm sun could shine through. Chapter 84. This young lady will go to the prince's mansion herself. Lingling's voice resonated once more. The missing tael is not me haggling with you, but rather a business proposition. Regarding the losses we discussed earlier, I have a solution that could benefit you, and I can even teach you the methods of beast taming. However, that would entail a separate price. Should your employer be willing, we could continue our collaboration. Heaven help, they must adopt my suggestion. This way, both slaves and beasts could suffer fewer deaths. Their lives are just as valuable. All things are equal. Until I possess the strength to save these poor souls and creatures, this is the only means I have left. Lingling was, at her core, the kindest of souls. Hearing her heartfelt thoughts, Lian felt compelled to assist his sister in rescuing these individuals and beasts. Simultaneously, the little boy nearby also heard Lingling's thoughts. When he had fought the white tiger moments ago, he assumed the voices he heard were from the spectators, only to realize they originated from this young lady. Yet, she had not spoken aloud, had she? Could it be that he was hearing her thoughts? The boy was exceptionally perceptive and quickly recognized the source of the phenomenon, accepting the truth of it. However, even if she were a celestial being, why could only he hear her thoughts? With his age and limited experience, he could not comprehend such matters. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. All he needed to know was that by following this brother and sister pair, he might finally live a normal life. Over on Lingling's side, she instructed the arena staff to summon their employer. The Li siblings followed closely behind as they made their way to the back courtyard of the splendid pavilion. Along the way, the staff frequently cast furtive glances at the white tiger. Miss, this beast, the man began, only to be interrupted by a thunderous roar from the tiger, causing him to instinctively recoil several steps. Lingling, witnessing this, quickly patted the tiger's head to soothe it. Fear not, fear not. Let it accompany us to meet the master. With my presence, it shall not dare to misbehave. The man sighed, realizing that only the young lady had the power to subdue the great beast. What else could they do but allow it to follow them? As they approached the entrance, a burly man, who had previously encountered the Li siblings outside the Zhanhua Tower, appeared, blocking their path with his companions. Upon recognizing them, the expressions of the Li siblings darkened instantly. Lian positioned himself protectively in front of Lingling, his demeanor grim. Had they not been sufficiently chastised? Did they dare to act recklessly within the Zhanhua Tower? The leading brute chuckled dismissively at his words, glancing over the Li siblings before directing his gaze at the manager of the beast fighting arena. I have purchased this little slave at double the price, he declared, pointing at the boy with an air of contempt. The manager, taken aback by this proclamation, quickly remembered Li An's status and suppressed his greed, responding, I apologize. But this young slave has already caught the attention of these young masters and miss. It is customary to honor the order of arrival. Perhaps we could take a look at our other slaves? With that, he disregarded the burly man and continued onward with Lingling and the others. The brute, irate, wondered how a mere beast-fighting arena in a ghost market dared to dismiss him. I will teach your master a lesson. I shall speak with him personally. Clearly, the man was seeking trouble. He had witnessed the entire process of Lingling reclaiming the white tiger. This young girl possessed such remarkable abilities. If she were to serve as master, wouldn't his master be able to command the winds and rains? If he could win his master's favor, his future would surely be bright. I have no intention of troubling you young folks, but little girl, if you agree to meet someone for me, I shall gift you this little slave today. He produced a pouch of coins from his waist and handed it to the manager. The man, cradling the money, was at a loss for what to do. Young Master Li, young Miss Li, the remaining matters are merely personal grievances among you. It would be inappropriate for me to meddle. Allow me to summon our master for you. With the coins in hand, the manager hastily attempted to make his exit. He knew both parties were formidable, fearing that their conflict might ensnare him as collateral damage. He could only safeguard himself by letting his master deal with the turmoil directly. The Li siblings offered no reply. The manager took their silence as consent and hurried away. Lingling regarded the burly man and teasingly inquired, "On what grounds should I heed your arrangements? Are we in need of funds? Do we require a stranger's assistance to purchase a slave?" The brute, hearing her words, wore an expression that seemed to say, "You will soon regret this," as he chuckled lightly. "Do you not wish to know whom I intend to introduce you to?" Lian interjected on behalf of Lingling, "Whoever it is, we shall not go." Anyone with a modicum of common sense understood the peril of following strangers. Such a decision could lead one into a pitfall. Yet, Lingling felt a twinge of curiosity. "Who do you intend to take me to meet?" The brute replied candidly, "His Royal Highness, Prince Jean." The siblings exchanged a glance, their expressions laden with complexity. "You serve Prince Jean?" Lingling hastily pressed for confirmation. The brute nodded affirmatively. Lingling pondered, "Though I cannot ascertain the truth of this man's claims, if fortune favors me and I truly meet Prince Jean, it would come without effort." Upon sensing his sister's intentions, Lian quickly signaled her to dismiss such thoughts. "Little sister, you cannot genuinely wish to go, can you?" he whispered, shielding his lips with his fan.
Huh?
"How did third brother know my thoughts?" She gazed at Li and with curiosity. The boy, contemplating her inner musings, wondered, did she harbor a grudge against Prince Jean? However, who was Prince Jean? Third brother, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Since we currently lack evidence against Prince Jean, why not let me take the risk and go undercover? Such a notion was indeed perilous. As the saying goes, to accompany a ruler is to walk with a tiger, and Prince Jean might be even more formidable than the white tiger beside them. Lingling herself felt uncertain. Contemplating her family's grim future, if she could unearth the traitors within the Beixuan court, perhaps her brothers could delay their demise. I must uncover the truth behind Prince Jin's collusion with Yan Yuni. This is merely the first step. To safeguard my brothers, I must eliminate both Yan Yuni and Li Qingxue. Moreover, I do not undertake this solely for my brother Sake, but for the entire populace of Beixuan. The millennia-old foundation of my Beixuan cannot be allowed to crumble at the hands of Yan Yuni and Li Qingxue. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers and citizens of Beixuan must not be reduced to mere cannon fodder. Lingling silently vowed within her heart. Even if it were merely to accumulate merit and strengthen her abilities, she would pursue these endeavors. Hearing her thoughts, Lian and the boy fell into contemplative silence. It was indeed a wonder to witness an 11-year-old girl harboring such concern for the people and the world. Reflecting on himself, Lian, as a royal descendant, found his attitude towards the populace and the nation to be lacking compared to his sister, who was still unaware of her true identity.
The boy,
though ignorant of matters concerning state and people, understood that once Lingling had purchased him, she became his master. Whatever she wished to do, he would undoubtedly follow to the ends of the earth. Third brother, do not worry. I shall protect myself well. Lingling reassured Lian before turning to face the burly man. I can accompany you to meet Prince Jean. However, you must wait for me a few days. After the 100 Flowers banquet, I shall make my own way to Prince Jin's residence. The brute nodded in agreement, recognizing that Lingling seemed intrigued by Prince Jean. Since she had promised to come, she would surely keep her word. You may simply mention my name, Iron Egg, to the guards when you arrive. The others were taken aback. Iron Egg? What a casual name. Lingling could not help but chuckle. Lian too found it hard to contain his laughter. And even the boy managed a faint smile. Chapter 85. The Master of Zanhua Tower. Zhang Xuanma, upon witnessing their amusement, Iron Egg sheepishly retreated with his companions. Before departing, he reminded Lingling not to stand him up. Observing his hasty retreat, Lingling found it amusing. Initially, she had thought he was an unreasonable rogue seeking to deceive them, but now, his bashful flight was quite entertaining. If all of Prince Jin's subordinates were as inept as him, Lingling was curious about how Prince Jean managed his affairs. Not long after Iron Egg had vanished, a clear, resonant voice belonging to a middle-aged man echoed from behind them. I hear many are seeking me today. How fortunate. Upon hearing this, the group turned around. Approaching them was a man clad in dark garments, wearing an iron mask. Although his face was obscured, his aura conveyed to Lingling that he was certainly handsome. Master. They are the ones, the manager introduced, presenting them to the esteemed figure. After completing the introductions, he discreetly stepped aside to grant them space. What brings you two young ones to me? Zhang Xuanma, the master of Zanhua Tower, inquired lazily. Is there not one more person seeking me? Where is he? He glanced behind Lingling, still catching sight of Iron Egg's group in the distance. Oh, they no longer require the master's attention and have already taken their leave. Lingling kindly explained on behalf of Iron Egg. Song Xuanma nodded knowingly. Lian stepped forward, offering a respectful nod. It is a privilege to meet you, Master of Zanhua Tower. Song Xuanma acknowledged him with a knowing glance, immediately recognizing his identity. Young Master Li, a pleasure to meet you. With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, Liang realized that even her third-ranking physician had been discerned. This individual, having successfully operated the illustrious Can Huang building and the beast fighting arena for decades amidst the chaotic mingling of humans and spirits, was indeed a seasoned veteran. Should she befriend this person, it might prove advantageous for the Onmin Guild and the royal family in the future. Liang, with her astute merchant's mind, was constantly calculating. Without waiting for further discourse, Lingling shifted the conversation to business. After observing for quite some time at the beast fighting arena, she had identified several issues that were causing losses, prompting her to seek an audience with the proprietor. Firstly, the rule that one must die in the human-animal combat not only significantly increased the utilization of both, but was also highly wasteful. The regulations could be revised so that if a beast could withstand an hour or the burning of an incense stick in the arena, it would be deemed a victory. After a beast's win, they could employ taming techniques to lead the wild animals away and confine them, releasing them again for subsequent matches. This approach would, in the long run, save a substantial amount of funds required for capturing beasts and trafficking slaves. Lingling continued to articulate her thoughts, and after concluding, she added, "By the way, I am naturally benevolent. There is no need for thanks, esteemed proprietor." Song Xuanma listened with great interest, however. The method of taming beasts was not a skill that just anyone possessed. He glanced at the white tiger beside Lingling, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I wonder, what would be the cost of having the young lady train our personnel in beast taming?" Lingling waved her hand generously. "Simply pay as you see fit. I am not in need of money." Indeed, her intentions in presenting these suggestions to the proprietor stemmed solely from a desire to reduce the bloodshed at Can Huang building, devoid of any ulterior motives. Song Xuanma found her intriguing. She was indeed her mother's daughter, radiating both beauty and kindness. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You are truly your mother's daughter." The Li siblings exchanged puzzled glances. "Do you know our mother?"
Lian inquired eagerly.
"Not merely acquainted," Song Xuanma sighed meaningfully.
Scrutinizing Lingling closely.
The girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, as if they were cut from the same mold. "How does one go about taming beasts?" he queried with renewed curiosity. "This matter is simple. I would ask you to select a group of individuals to learn over the coming days, and prepare all the beasts in the building. After the royal palace's floral banquet, I shall make time to personally instruct," Lingling assured, patting her chest. "Very well. Then I shall trouble you, young lady," Song Xuanma acquiesced readily. With no further matters at hand, he gestured for the young slaves to be taken away. Apologizing for any disturbances caused, Liang simply performed a brief salute to Song Xuanma before turning to leave. "Wait, the payment has yet to be settled." The steward, emboldened, interjected. Lingling looked at him, puzzled. "Didn't that man give you a bag of money just now? We agreed on 19 taels for this young slave. Hurry. Return the excess funds to me." She extended her small hand, demanding payment. Song Xuanma cast a sidelong glance at the steward. With the owner present, he dared not pocket the money, hastily retrieving the pouch and counting out 19 taels, placing the extra coins into Lingling's palm. "Content." Lingling smiled and unfastened her money pouch, placing the silver inside and tossing 3 taels to the steward. The man appeared somewhat dazed. "Her eyes are not entirely blind. Use this money to hire a physician to treat her," Lingling instructed, stroking the white tiger. "If I return and do not see you have treated her eyes, I shall hold you responsible." She feigned a menacing tone towards the timid steward. Just as he was about to comply, Song Xuanma interjected. "This white tiger has been tamed by the young lady, and thus has a bond with her. Why not let her take it with her as tuition for teaching us beast taming?" The steward nodded vigorously at this suggestion. The creature was far too intimidating. He dared not approach it closely. At last, the proprietor made a sound decision. Lingling joyfully embraced the tiger's neck, laughing heartily. "Then I shall not be polite." She had longed for a pet and had not known what to choose. This splendid silver tabby was indeed to her liking. "Sister, are you certain you wish to keep it?" Liang asked, a hint of concern in his voice. He too felt a twinge of fear towards the massive creature. After all, who among normal folks would not? "Is it not permissible?" Lingling blinked her large, watery eyes at him. Liang, exasperated, succumbed to her whims. However, today he had unlocked her newfound ability to tame beasts, and upon returning home, he would have to inform their 4 brothers of this development and see what they thought. The steward respectfully escorted them out of Canhuang building. Walking the streets, even in the peculiar atmosphere of the ghost market, Lingling and her companions became a striking spectacle. Their imposing presence compelled everyone to yield the way. Liang felt fortunate that it was late at night. Aside from the ghost market, the streets were deserted. Had there been passers-by, the sight of the tiger might have caused a panic. Nonetheless, he braced himself for the inevitable gossip that would spread throughout the capital by morning regarding his sister's acquisition of the white tiger. As for Lingling, she ambled along serenely, humming a jaunty tune. Tired, she even climbed atop the white tiger, riding it with glee, though she invited Liang to join her. He firmly declined, stating, "It's not that the white tiger cannot bear my weight. Rather, walking is simply more practical." Chapter 86. He owes the young lady a life and must repay his debt upon returning to the Li household. The family was astonished by the sight of the white tiger that Lingling had brought back. Reactions varied from joy to fear, and even awe. At home, the eldest, second, and fifth brothers were absent, leaving only the fourth brother and Ji-Lu present. Half awake, they rushed to investigate the commotion outside, only to be met with the sight of this colossal creature. "Wow, is that a living beast?" Ji-Lu, perhaps due to a lack of prudence, approached the white tiger without fear, reaching out to pet it. The tiger, remarkably gentle, nuzzled her face like a gentleman. The others, aside from Lingling, could not help but silently applaud her bravery. "Weren't you supposed to buy a slave? How did you end up with a massive beast?" Li Mu asked, utterly bewildered. "We did purchase a slave, that one." Liang pointed to a boy who was shorter than the tiger. Li Mu fell silent again. How could such a small boy protect his sister? He would not believe it even if he were beaten. Though Liang shared his skepticism. As long as his sister was satisfied, that sufficed. As the two brothers discussed her, the boy stepped forward and knelt before them, bowing his head. "What is your name?"
Liang inquired.
The boy shook his head, about to speak, but Lingling quickly suggested, "Why not call him 19? After all, he was purchased for 19 taels."
Hey.
The boy muttered this name, appearing to take a liking to it. "From now on, I shall be known as Li-19, thanks to the young lady's bestowed name," he declared, bowing once more to Lingling.
Liang remainat apprehensiva, addressing Lininatan.
"We brought you here to serve as a personal attendant for Lingling. However, you are quite young. For now, you shall perform menial tasks. Once you have gained sufficient abilities, you may become her attendant. If you wish to stay, you may. If not, you are free to leave with your contract by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Li-19 realized he had arrived at the right place. Being young and lacking skills, even if the masters released him, he would likely be sold again within 3 streets. Even if he managed to escape, a life of wandering was less appealing than the stability offered within this household. Moreover, he owed his life to the young lady who had saved him and felt compelled to repay his debt. "As long as the young master allows me to remain, I am willing to undertake any menial or laborious tasks. He is preoccupied with proving himself. Indeed, he is quite astute." Lian believes that even if this young servant cannot protect the little sister, at the very least, he is clever enough to serve her by fetching tea and running errands. Lingling also nodded in satisfaction and instructed Schwanger beside her. "Ensure the matrons give him a thorough bath and provide him with clean attire." After Schwanger bowed and led Li Jiu away, Lingling entrusted the white tiger to Li Mu. "Fourth brother, please attend to its eyes." Li Mu wanted to refuse but dared not do so. Noticing his concern, Lingling reassured him, "Fear not, fourth brother. Shuetuan would not bite. I shall accompany you." With Lingling by his side, Li Mu felt somewhat more at ease. The white tiger was assigned to a vacant room to prevent it from frightening anyone, and Lingling planned to rear it indoors, taking it for walks in the courtyard at designated times. Li Jiu was also placed in the servant quarters, near Lingling. During these days, Lingling had not ventured beyond her room, thus she had yet to meet Li Jiu, who had been learning the rules of the household from the matrons. The regulations at Li An's private residence were not numerous, yet being a newcomer from the beast-fighting arena, the Li brothers feared his untamed nature. Lingling's next encounter with Li Jiu occurred on the morning of the 100 Flowers banquet. The over 8-year-old boy, after a thorough wash, appeared exceptionally handsome and delicate, his slender figure exuding a certain nobility. Due to his small stature and his role as the personal guard of the young lady, his clothing was tailor-made, setting him apart from the other young servants in the household. Among the entire staff, only Schwanger and a few matrons wore garments that deviated from the uniform style, as they were first-tier servants who received higher wages. From a distance, Lingling spotted Li Jiu dressed in deep blue, sweeping the courtyard. With a foundation in martial arts, He practiced diligently and, after breakfast, engaged in tasks within his capability when no one assigned him work.
Today,
Lingling had arranged to attend the 100 Flowers banquet with Yang, and Shuang helped her dress elegantly. She was now headed to the front hall to await Yang's carriage. Observing the young boy wielding a broom taller than himself, Lingling called out to him. Li Jiu, why do you not use a smaller broom? Upon hearing her voice, Li Jiu promptly turned to look. Lingling stood beneath the eaves, sunlight streaming down upon her, illuminating her like a celestial being descended from the heavens, radiating an innate brilliance. Miss, he approached and bowed, responding, I only found this broom available. Lingling sighed, snatched the broom from his hands, and tossed it aside. You are my personal guard, so from now on follow Shuang. Whatever she instructs you to do, you shall do. When there is nothing to occupy you, practice your martial arts or read instead. The young lady's tone was light-hearted, her voice sweet, resonating in Li Jiu's ears like a lark. Is the young lady truly serious? Li Jiu could hardly believe his ears. He was perpetually aware of his status as a mere slave, thus he never dared to harbor lofty expectations.
Yet now,
the young lady was relieving him of labor and encouraging him to study martial arts. Why was this young girl being so kind to him? Of course it is true. You are all part of my household. If you have too much free time, ensure the area around my room is kept tidy. A purchase servant cannot be allowed to do nothing at all. Understood. I shall obey, Li Jiu replied with a bow. Lingling nodded and, with a light step, made her way to the front yard, Shuang closely following her. After walking a few paces away, once they had distanced themselves from Li Jiu, Lingling instructed Shuang, keep a close watch on him. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, be sure to inform me immediately. The matter of Li Jiu's enigmatic fate had always weighed on her mind. Among all the people and events in the world, nothing was beyond her calculations. This Li Jiu was undoubtedly extraordinary. Who exactly was he? Lingling felt a sense of unease in her heart as she pondered the whereabouts of the formidable antagonist. Yan Yuntian. How vexing. The original text only offers a name for Yan Yuntian. And apart from knowing he is also a prince of Shilei and a brother to Yan Yuni, I am left with naught but ignorance. Could it be that this inscrutable Li Jiu holds the key to altering our destinies? Is it possible that he, too, is an otherworldly traveler, having crossed over just like us? The more she contemplated these matters, the more her head ached. Regardless, it was imperative to keep a close eye on this Li Jiu. Chapter 87. The 100 Flowers banquet. Having received Lingling's commands, Shuang no longer accompanied her but returned to the rear courtyard to observe Li Jiu. Upon her return, she found that Li Jiu had already finished sweeping and was diligently wiping the window panes. When he noticed her arrival, he quickly bowed and called out, Sister Shuang. The window frames are already quite clean, and there is little else in the young lady's room that requires attention. Why not attend to your own matters? Shuang advised him. Li Jiu, being merely an 8-year-old child, was too innocent to grasp the underlying meaning of Shuang's words. Thank you, sister. He replied with a bow and then proceeded to practice martial arts nearby. Through these past few days of interaction, Shuang felt that Li Jiu was unremarkable and could not fathom what the young lady intended to ascertain. Nonetheless, since it was the young lady's instruction, she would see to it dutifully. Meanwhile, as the clock approached the 3rd quarter of the hour, Yang's carriage arrived. Upon reaching the palace, several guards at the gate recognized Lingling but remained silent about her identity, given her company with Princess Yang. Lingling, is this your first time entering the palace? Do not be anxious. Typically my grandfather and the others do not attend such gatherings, Yang consoled her. Sensing that Lingling might feel intimidated on her inaugural visit to the palace, Lingling shyly fiddled with her fingers. Actually, I just came a few days ago, and the palace is not as daunting as it seems.
Yang.
It appears she underestimated this young girl's courage. The banquet did not adhere to a fixed starting time. Guests wandered the gardens, admired the flowers, or engaged in games. Lingling observed many young men and women gathered, laughing and chatting, some composing poetry, others playing toss, and some engaged in hide-and-seek, creating a lively atmosphere. I never anticipated that people in ancient times could be so open-minded, mingling freely regardless of gender. No wonder, at the 100 Flowers banquet 3 years prior, Miss Chao San encountered Prince Jean and ended up together with him. Upon hearing these startling revelations, Yang. Lingling has been preoccupied with the affair between Miss Chao San and Prince Jean recently. It seemed that Prince Jean was indeed a hypocritical charlatan, appearing to love only the princess, while secretly indulging in such frivolities. With Princess Yang's arrival, she quickly became the center of attention, drawing many towards them. Naturally, Li Lingling, accompanying Ru Yang, piqued the curiosity of the crowd. Isn't the princess known for avoiding such events? Why has she taken the initiative to attend this time? Who is this girl accompanying her? Li Lingling shook her head at the duplicitous expressions of those around her. They clearly disliked the princess, but still forced themselves to engage in conversation. How hypocritical. Were it not for the princess's status, I doubt anyone would approach her. Amidst the adulation, Ru Yang began to scrutinize those surrounding her. It was evident that, as Li Lingling had pointed out, these individuals were drawn solely by the allure of her title. In this capital city, due to her tomboyish nature and her penchant for martial arts, she had never cultivated many friendships with girls. The only one with whom she shared a close bond was her cousin, Li Yu, the eldest daughter of the second prince's family. However, for reasons unknown, King Yu recently entered the Zongjing temple, and it seems that Li Yu has lost the desire to attend the 100 Flowers banquet. The siblings of the Li family have chosen not to inform Ru Yang about King Yu's enticement of the Zhou clan. The Grand Princess is also aware of this matter but refrains from discussing it with the younger generation. The younger ones, with their fickle natures, might drift apart due to the grievances and misunderstandings of their forebears, a scenario that none wish to see unfold. This is the county princess acquaintance, Li Lingling. Ru Yang briefly introduced Li Lingling to the others, signaling them not to bombard her with questions. Upon hearing the surname Li, many speculated that Li Lingling might also be of royal lineage. Yet, among the crowd, there were those well-informed. A young lady adorned with a golden hairpin inquired with suspicion, "Is the Lingling in Miss Li's name reminiscent of the sound of flowing streams?" Li Lingling nodded, not pondering much. The young lady immediately exclaimed, "You are the kind-hearted philanthropist who has emerged in the capital these past 2 months. All the recent charitable endeavors in the city have been attributed to you. Today, I am in the presence of a living bodhisattva." The noblewoman moved closer to Li Lingling, seemingly eager to bask in her virtuous aura.
Li Lingling Musha.
Now I understand why my merit has been overflowing lately. Upon hearing her words, even more individuals recognized Li Lingling. Although they were unaware of her appearance, the name had resonated throughout the capital for the past 2 months. The substantial donations for refugees in the southern suburbs, funds for housing repairs, shelters for the homeless and beggars in the northern city, and the charitable mountain villa, all were linked to her. She had even facilitated the opening of the Zui Xianglu to distribute porridge and encouraged the Qin family to donate to various temples. Even the renowned physician Li Mu was using her name to offer free consultations to the impoverished, and Deputy Minister Chun of the Ministry of Justice utilized his spare time to serve as a legal advocate for the destitute, all under the banner of Li Lingling. The citizens of the city may not know what Li Lingling looked like or who she was, but they revered her as a savior. It was at this moment that Li Lingling realized the extent of what others had done for her. Her brothers, the county princess, and even Deputy Minister Chen and the Qin family were all contributing to benevolent acts on her behalf, accumulating merit for her. As she listened to their praises, Li Lingling felt deeply moved by her friends and family. While they credited her, it was they who genuinely offered their compassion. Just like the charitable shelter on Taodong Street in the northern city, it was the county princess who deserved the gratitude. Li Lingling dared not claim the credit. Though everyone attributed their good deeds to her, they too were destined for blessings and merit. "Lingling, my dear," a familiar male voice called out, prompting everyone to turn. Not far away, Qin Yanyi waved at her. "Isn't that Qin Yanyi? He is the one who donated a total of 1,200 taels in oil money to the 12 temples including Xianghua Temple, Pudu Temple and Fuguang Temple. All in the name of Miss Li. What manner of person is Miss Li?" The curiosity surrounding Li Lingling only intensified among the crowd. As they wondered how the county princess, the young master, the deputy minister, the renowned physician, and even the Anmin Chamber of Commerce and Zui Xianglu were all familiar with her. As Qin Yanyi passed by them, he boldly declared, "Remember this. She, Li Lingling, is my half-sister." Upon hearing this, Ru Yang felt a twinge of sarcasm. Who did he think he was to claim kinship with Lingling? She never expected him to attend the 100 Flowers banquet. Although the county princess and Qin Yanyi were childhood acquaintances and had familial ties, their impressions of each other were far from favorable. One viewed the other as a tomboy lacking femininity and wished to avoid interaction, while the other considered the former a frivolous young master, unworthy of a deeper connection. Why shouldn't I attend the 100 Flowers banquet? Anyone of noble birth in the city is welcome. Qin Yanyi raised an eyebrow at the county princess. Chapter 88. 2 Facades. Both relying on their reputation. Chapter 88. 2 Facades. Both relying on their reputation. Ru Yang shot him a glare filled with annoyance and pulled Li Lingling closer, signaling her not to walk too near Qin Yanyi. Caught between them, Li Lingling thought, ultimately, I bear the weight of it all. Yet, Qin Yanyi isn't so bad. Perhaps I could invite him to the Jin Wangfu tomorrow. Upon hearing Li Lingling's thoughts, Ru Yang realized she intended to visit the Jin Wangfu. Their mother, the Grand Princess, had long expressed a desire to introduce Li Lingling to the prince, hoping she could become a support to him. However, now that Li Lingling was heading to the Jin Wangfu, Ru Yang feared that she might align herself with the prince. Considering the Qin family's ties to the Jin Wang, Ru Yang shot a worried glance at Qin Yanyi, fearful they might whisk Li Lingling away. Qin Yanyi, keep your distance and be mindful of propriety. Do you not know that men and women should not engage too closely? Moreover, Lingling is the sister of this county princess. Ru Yang unabashedly claimed her sisterhood with Li Lingling. Qin Yanyi merely smiled at her provocations. She has saved my life. We are closer than mere siblings. Ru Yang was not one to back down. She has also saved my life. We are indeed sisters. Just as it seemed they might bicker, Li Lingling hurriedly stepped in to mediate. All right, dear siblings, I am the sister of you both. Before they could argue further, the attention of those surrounding them was drawn to two newcomers at the entrance. They were a pair of sisters, appearing to be between 15 and 17 years of age. Of average looks but adorned in opulent attire. Their garb suggested they were of royal descent. They were Li Yunshu and Li Yunxing. They are indeed fashionably late.
Ru Yang commented casually.
Li Lingling also glanced in their direction. Are these the two daughters of the Jin Wang? Indeed, they are the offspring of the Zheng family. Even their names bear the royal lineage as cloud character. Ru Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as she processed this shocking revelation. Is it true that the third imperial uncle is not the biological son of the grandfather? Did Qin Baolin cuckold him? Overwhelmed with surprise, confusion, and disbelief, Ru Yang felt a whirlwind of emotions, eager to pull Li Lingling aside and demand clarity. Yet, she knew she could not let her know that she could hear her thoughts. What to do? Who can reveal the truth to me? You all enjoy yourselves. I will go greet them. Qin Yanyi, being cousins with them, could not pass up the chance to speak. As their cousin, I too should extend my greetings. Ru Yang added, stepping forward as well. Qin Yanyi shot her a glance that seemed to question why she felt the need to compete even in greeting. Li Lingling found their exchange amusing. Well then, I shall join you. It is inevitable that I will meet the people of the Jin Wangfu eventually. As Qin Yanyi and the county princess approached together, Li Yunshu and Li Yunxing were taken aback until they spotted Li Lingling trailing behind them. They had overheard their earlier quarrel. What sort of charm did this young girl possess to elicit such a dispute between the two? Cousins, it has been quite some time. I hope all is well, they greeted in unison. Li Lingling couldn't help but wonder if they had rehearsed their lines beforehand, as their words were perfectly synchronized. Seeing you both together is indeed a rare sight.
Li Yunshu smiled, al veig sumawatin sincerely.
Li Lingling, recognizing their facade, thought to herself. Just a couple of pretentious figures relying on their reputations. The elder sister appears gentle and gracious, yet she harbors a fierce jealousy and must always compare herself to others. The younger sister seems sweet and naive, yet she is equally skilled in the art of intrigue. Ru Yang wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiments. She recalled how, during her childhood, her mother had taken her to a family banquet at the palace, where she had encountered these two sisters. At that moment, she donned a splendid new dress, which sparked envy in Li Yunshu, prompting her to deliberately ruin the garment, leading to an embarrassing situation. Fortunately, it was her cousin from the prince's uncle's family who intervened to resolve the matter. When the elder sister faltered, the second younger sister sought every possible means to devise an excuse for her sibling. Many of her utterances, seemingly foolish, were in truth the result of careful consideration. It was also her fault for misjudging others. She chose not to dwell on the incident or inform the elders, naively forgiving them. Subsequently, the third cousin from the prince's uncle's family advised her to cultivate a more hardened heart and to be wary of trusting others too easily. After this incident, she found herself idly spending time with the cousins from the prince's uncle's household. Speaking of those cousins, the more she gazed at Li Lingling, the more she perceived a striking resemblance between her and those brothers. The contours of her brows and eyes mirrored that of the eldest cousin, as if they were cast from the same mold. Not only did she resemble the eldest cousin, but also the uncle and aunt, resembling a diminutive version of her aunt. This young girl concealed an abundance of secrets. It was merely a coincidence that they encountered each other at this banquet. Qin Yanyi replied. Li Yunshu offered a smile but refrained from further conversation.
Li Yunshen,
in her usual carefree manner, remarked, Cousin, one must be cautious in choosing friends. Do not associate with just anyone, lest it brings harm upon yourself. Her words were clearly directed at Ru Yang. The temperament of Ru Yang had long been at odds with the two sisters. And even if she failed to grasp the meaning behind her words, the disdainful glance she cast towards Ru Yang was unmistakable to all. Just as Ru Yang was about to explode with anger, Lingling intervened. Ladies, you must exercise caution. Perhaps unforeseen calamities await today. The 100 Flowers banquet should be enjoyed. But it would be wise to return home soon. Despite being the daughters of a prince, the title of princess is not bestowed lightly. Only those who have gained the emperor's favor or accomplished significant deeds for the nation and its people are entitled to such honors. Thus, the sisters Li Yunshu could only be addressed as Mississippi. Lingling's words were not intended to drive them away, yet evidently, they not only disbelieved her, but were also incensed. Cousin, sister, truly you associate with all sorts of people, even the swindlers who roam the world. Can be regarded as your sister. Li Yunsheng remarked in a flat tone. If you cannot speak correctly, then refrain from speaking. Who is a swindler? Cousin Yunsheng. Such words are indeed rather ungracious. Before Li Lingling could respond, the expressions of Ru Yang and Qin Yanyi visibly soured. Ru Yang's temper was known to flare easily, which was to be expected, yet it was rare to see the usually cheerful Qin Yanyi wear such a gloomy countenance. Li Lingling sensed that the day Qin Yanyi had nearly been disabled by a younger brother at the horse racing grounds, his expression had never appeared so dark and foreboding. Witnessing the two fiercely protective of Li Lingling, Li Yunsheng feigned a pitiful demeanor. Cousin, sister, it is all Yunsheng's fault. I should not have said such things. However, as a younger sister, I do worry for my elder sibling's safety. One must not be blinded by outsiders, and must discern between kin and strangers. With her well-practiced act of vulnerability, Li Yunsheng garnered the sympathy of onlookers. Indeed, how could the esteemed Yanyi and the princess turn their elbows outward? How can they allow an outsider to make their own cousin cry? Truly ungrateful. Listening to such remarks, neither Qin Yanyi nor Ru Yang showed any sign of being swayed. Discern between kin and strangers? How can kin ever be of lesser significance than benefactors? Seeing the unwavering support from Qin Yanyi and Ru Yang, Li Lingling felt deeply touched once more. A kind reminder, yet unappreciated by others, left her with no desire to seek further discomfort. Princess Yanyi, I was mistaken in my previous words. You two ladies are blessed and shall surely turn danger into safety. With that, she bestowed a sweet smile upon the sisters Li Yunshu. Hearing her words, Li Yunsheng felt elated and ceased her complaints, being ushered away by the crowd. Meanwhile, Li Lingling joined Qin Yanyi and Ru Yang in their own pursuits. Both were well aware that Li Lingling's divinations were never wrong. Her recent apology to Li Yunshu and her sister concealed yet another secret within. As the gathering began to disperse, Ru Yang and Qin Yanyi curiously inquired about Li Lingling's earlier statement. Lingling, what did you mean by suggesting that the two sisters from the Jin Wangfu might encounter unexpected misfortunes? Qin Yanyi asked with concern. After all, as a cousin, he held some worry for the sisters Li Yunshu. What could it possibly mean? Quite literally, those two sisters, who are not what they seem, may have offended someone again.
Ru Yang replied brusquely.
Having just been vexed by the sisters earlier, Qin Yanyi was no longer irked by their remarks. However, he felt that Li Lingling's words were a direct affront to him. Hence, he was not inclined to speak kindly of them. Today marks my first encounter with them. I could only glean some insights from their appearances. If you wish to know the specifics, I will require their birth dates to calculate further, Li Lingling explained. Upon hearing it was such a tedious affair, Qin Yanyi chose not to pursue the topic further. Ru Yang, having little regard for the sisters, naturally had no intention of meddling in their affairs. The trio moved aside to engage in a game of throwing arrows. As they passed through a small grove, Li Lingling seemingly spotted a familiar figure, Miss Chao San. How curious it was for her, who usually kept to herself, to attend the 100 Flowers banquet. Lingling, what are you staring at? Qin Yanyi called out, noticing Li Lingling lagging behind. Li Lingling smiled at him and shook her head, indicating that all was well. Perhaps she simply felt confined at home and sought some fresh air, she reassured herself. Hearing her inner thoughts, Ru Yang raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Lingling was once again speaking in riddles? Considering it might not pertain to him, Ru Yang chose not to dwell on it. If only Lingling could reside in the princess's palace indefinitely, then he could continuously indulge in the gossip. The trio arrived at a small pavilion to compete in their game. The key to throwing arrows lies in precision, and both Ru Yang and Qin Yanyi were adept, as was Li Lingling. The three were nearly evenly matched. Lingling, I never expected you to possess such skills. Qin Yanyi, aware that Li Lingling was the long-lost daughter of the Li family, had heard from Li and about her life in Chile. He had previously perceived her as a delicate young lady, but was astonished to discover her talents in divination, martial arts, and archery. She continuously impressed him. "Little sister, using this duck feather arrow, you can aim more accurately than with a chicken feather one," Ruyang encouraged, guiding her in her aim. The three reveled in their merriment. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Not good. The eldest daughter of the Jin Wangfu has just fainted."
What?
Qin Yanniai carelessly tossed his bow and arrow to the ground, anxiously exiting the pavilion. Li Lingling and Ruyang hurried after him. In an instant, chaos ensued as many rushed towards Li Yunshu, driven by curiosity and concern. "Fetch the imperial physician." Ruyang pulled a young eunuch aside, urgently instructing him to find assistance. The young eunuch nodded and dashed off. "Let us also go take a look," Li Lingling proposed. The three followed the crowd towards where the sisters Li Yunshu were situated. They were in a peach grove, reciting poetry when, inexplicably, Li Yunshu suddenly collapsed, prompting the ensuing commotion. Upon seeing Princess Ruyang and Qin Yanniai arrive with the imperial physician, the other unimportant attendees promptly cleared a space for them. What caused her to faint so suddenly? Qin Yanniai inquired of the other noble ladies who had been with the sisters Li Yunshu. "Yanniai, we do not know. Just moments ago, they were well," reciting poetry amidst the fragrant peach blossoms, feeling quite at ease. There were no signs whatsoever before she simply fainted. The noble lady hastily offered her explanations. Upon hearing this, Qin Yanniai's brow furrowed even further. Ruyang glanced at the nearby Li Lingling, thinking, "Serves you right for not heeding Lingling's warnings. She foretold calamity for you both. And indeed, calamity has befallen you. It cannot be miscalculated." Ruyang's offhand remark inadvertently thrust Li Lingling into the eye of the storm. It was she who had surely brought misfortune upon the eldest daughter of the Jin royal family. Just moments ago, she had declared that the two young ladies would encounter disaster. She must be scheming to harm them. Soon, someone seized upon Ruyang's words, making Li Lingling a target for blame. Li Lingling, feeling helpless, sighed. "Alas, I should not have ventured out today. Misfortune follows me the moment I step outside." She suddenly longed for the comfort of her own bed. How delightful it would be to lie at home. What had she just said? Now, everyone was casting blame upon her. Qin Yanniai recalled Ruyang's earlier words and reproached her. Ruyang realized her mistake and tugged at Li Lingling's hand, filled with remorse. "It's all right, sister. Many witnessed when I said those two would come to harm. Even if you hadn't uttered that line, others would have surely tied me to this incident."
Li Lingling,
in turn, sought to comfort Ruyang. She then raised her voice to assert her innocence. "Pray consider, if I truly wished to harm Miss Yunshu, why would I have warned them of impending disaster? Moreover, I have been in the company of Princess Ruyang and Qin Yanniai all along. When would I have had the opportunity to commit such an act?" Li Lingling was nearly at her wit's end. This group was quick to shift blame, without considering the logical sequence of events. After the uproar, silence finally enveloped the scene. Everyone fixed their gaze intently on the imperial physician, eager for the outcome. The physician's heart raced. After all, this was the eldest daughter of the Jin royal family, the emperor's granddaughter. He had to examine her thoroughly. After a prolonged moment, someone impatiently inquired, "Physician, how is Miss Yunshu?" The elderly physician trembled as he replied, "She appears to have been poisoned. However, the specific nature of the poison eludes my understanding." The crowd gasped in shock. A poison that even the esteemed physician could not identify surely spelled doom for Miss Yunshu. Furthermore, even if the poison were to be cured, the child she carried would likely not survive. The physician continued, and his words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. They were left in disbelief. Each person's eyes widened, ears perked. Had they just heard that the eldest daughter of the Jin royal family was with child before marriage? Upon witnessing the expressions of those around him, the physician realized he had misspoken. He cursed himself silently. "It's over. I have offended the Jin royal family. My days in the capital are numbered. I must prepare to return home." Li Lingling perceived the distress in the old physician's eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. Poor old physician. Having devoted his life to his craft, now he has incurred the wrath of the Jin royal family. By revealing the scandal of Li Yunshu's premarital pregnancy, he has brought disgrace upon the Jin family. The notoriously petty princess and the inherently unscrupulous Prince Jin will surely not let this go unpunished. Chapter 90. Might I trouble you, miss, to summon Physician Mu? Upon hearing Li Lingling's heartfelt concerns, Ruyang recognized her fears were justified. "Thank you, Physician Yen. I will escort you away." Physician Yen could hardly refuse and followed Ruyang to a secluded spot. There, Ruyang eagerly inquired, "Do you know how many months along Li Yunshu is?" As she spoke, she discreetly handed him a silver coin. The physician accepted the coin and replied. Returning to the princess's query, "It has been nearly 2 months." Ruyang nodded, as if coming to a realization. Recently, she had been preoccupied with her own impending marriage and had not paid attention to other matters. However, it was rumored that Li Yunshu had taken an interest in a scholar from the countryside who had come to the capital to take the imperial examinations, leading to quite a few amusing incidents. The scholars, all favored by Prince Jin, shared a roof, and amidst their youthful innocence, 2 hearts had silently vowed to one another. The scholar promised Li Yunshu that once he achieved success, he would come to propose marriage. Li Yunshu, enchanted by his sweet words, had been deceived, leading to an unexpected pregnancy. Fortunately, at the time, this matter remained unknown to others. However, when the examination results were announced, the scholar did not succeed and seemingly vanished without a trace. Li Yunshu employed various means to locate him but eventually learned from those who had participated in the exams with him that he had married and settled down in his hometown, living a life of ease. After discovering the address of the scholar's family, Li Yunshu sent someone to find him. Tragically, no matter how hard she searched, she could not uncover his whereabouts. Overwhelmed by such relentless blows, Li Yunshu could no longer bear the burden and threatened to take her own life. It was unclear who had intervened or how, but she was eventually persuaded to calm down. Ruyang and others only knew of her suicide attempt and were largely unaware of her pregnancy. Today's uproar had shed light on the truth behind Li Yunshu's earlier suicide attempt. Observing her furrowed brow and prolonged silence, the physician asked, "Does the princess have any further concerns?" Ruyang snapped back to reality. "No, that will be all. By the way, here is a token from the Grand Princess's household. Keep it with you, should anyone from the Jin royal family trouble you over this matter. Do not hesitate to seek assistance from our household. I will ensure my mother helps you." She handed the physician a token. The elderly physician, overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly fell to his knees in thanks. Observing his age, Ruyang quickly stopped him from bowing. Meanwhile, chaos erupted again around Li Lingling. A poison that even the physician could not decipher. Were they truly to watch Li Yunshu perish? The news had already reached Prince Jin and the princess. Qin Yanyi dismissed the crowd, leaving behind a few individuals who were closer to Li Yunshu to tend to her, and ordered a eunuch to carry her to a room to rest, as she could not remain exposed to the elements. Upon seeing Ruyang return with the physician, a noble lady eagerly urged the others, "Yunshu's condition is dire. Even the imperial physician is at a loss. We must think of a way to help her. We cannot let her languish." Li Lingling then recalled her brother, the renowned healer Li Mu. "Why not summon my brother? If he is unable to help, then it can only be attributed to Li Yunshu's ill fortune. But who could have poisoned her?"
Ruyang acua Li Lingling's thoughts.
"Lingling, can you persuade Physician Mu to come?" Ruyang asked with concern. Upon hearing the mention of Physician Mu, several noble ladies clamored excitedly. Yes, if it's Physician Mu, he can surely save Miss Yunshu. However, how could they possibly summon him? Li Mu only treated patients based on fate. If he chose not to help, no amount of silver would sway him, for he was not a wandering physician reliant on his craft. Let alone asking him to treat her, we can scarcely find where he is, lamented another noble lady. Suddenly, someone recalled that since Li Lingling had the power to have Physician Mu offer free consultations to the commoners, she would undoubtedly know his whereabouts and might even be able to invite him. Before anyone could plead with Li Lingling, Prince Jin and his wife rushed in. Upon seeing their eldest daughter unconscious from poisoning, their dissatisfaction regarding her premarital pregnancy was entirely forgotten.
Shu'ar, my dear Shu'ar, please sawakan.
Your father and mother will not pursue the matter of your premarital pregnancy any longer. The princess wept beside Li Yunshu's bed. With her parents present, Li Lingling felt her involvement was no longer necessary. Hoping to distance herself from the unfolding drama, she hurriedly made her exit. "Miss, please wait." The Prince of Jin suddenly called out to her. Li Lingling thought, could the prince believe that I am responsible for the demise of his daughter? Is he seeking to confront me? With a hint of anxiety, she turned around and bowed respectfully to the prince. She had just heard that the young lady was acquainted with the esteemed Dr. Mu, and she wondered if it would be too much trouble to ask the young lady to summon him for assistance. If she could indeed bring Dr. Mu to save his daughter, the prince would grant her anything she desired. Driven by paternal instinct, the prince was willing to sacrifice anything, even his own life, if it meant saving his beloved child. Li Lingling considered this opportunity as a means to approach the prince and gather evidence of his collusion with the Western fortress. Upon hearing these developments, Ruyang felt a sense of responsibility to aid Li Lingling in uncovering the prince's illicit dealings. She awaited Li Lingling's command. "I can try to locate him." though I cannot guarantee success. Your fourth brother should be at home now, Ryong offered, eager to assist. My maid has previously visited Dr. Mu's residence. Let her be the one to fetch him. The prince expressed his gratitude towards Ryong, thanking her profusely. He summoned several young attendants from the prince's residence to accompany Ryong's maid on the mission. The once lively 100-flower banquet grew somber after Li Yunshu was poisoned and fell into unconsciousness. Many, fearing repercussions, had already departed. Those who remained were primarily seeking to make an impression before the prince and the princess, hoping to offer their assistance, while others merely wished to indulge in the unfolding drama. The fate of Li Yunshu seemed sealed, her reputation tarnished, and even if she were to recover, the scandal of her premarital pregnancy had become common knowledge among the nobility of the capital. Even if she survived, she would have no face left to show. As the atmosphere quieted, attendees began to notice a pressing question. Where had Li Yunshu's younger sister, Li Yunsheng, disappeared to? It was evident that more than a few people were pondering this mystery. A flustered maid rushed in, neglecting to bow, and exclaimed, "Has anyone seen Miss Yunsheng?"
She has been missing for quite some time.
The mention of the second daughter, Li Yunsheng, sparked a keen alert in the prince's consort, who hurried to the doorway. Quickly, go find her. If anything has happened to the second miss, I will hold you all accountable. The prince's consort was notorious for her relentless behavior in the capital. Not only the palace maids and eunuchs, but even the young lords and ladies present dared not slacken their efforts, joining in the search.
Lingling, Qin
And Ryong also joined the search for the missing girl. Lingling shook her head with a wry smile, instinctively sensing that the fate of the second miss was dire. If Li Yunshu's plight was merely an appetizer, then the true main course lay with Li Yunsheng. The crowd finally had an excuse to meander through the palace. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a throng of palace maids and eunuchs rushed towards them, kneeling in a state of disarray. Lingling couldn't help but find the scene amusing. It seems there is a spectacle to behold, she mused inwardly. Apart from the prince and his consort, Ryong held the highest status among them. Observing the kneeling crowd, she commanded, "Rise." Once the crowd stood, a trembling maid stepped forward and stammered, "Your Highness, we have located Miss Yunsheng." Upon hearing news of her whereabouts, the prince and his consort hurried over. "Where is she?" The prince's consort asked anxiously. A eunuch, visibly frightened, bowed repeatedly and reported, "The second miss is in the imperial garden." Relieved to have found her, the prince and his consort breathed a sigh of relief. The large group hastened towards the garden, assuming that the calamity of the eldest, Mrs. premarital pregnancy, was the pinnacle of scandal, only to discover that the true scandal lay with the second miss. They felt pity for those who had left early. At that moment, Li Yunsheng was found disheveled, draped only in a green robe belonging to a eunuch. Her hair was in disarray, her carefully applied makeup had smudged, and all her valuable jewelry and hairpins were missing. The scene was decidedly inappropriate for younger audiences. Ryong and Qin Yanyi positioned themselves protectively in front of her, shielding her from further sight.
Shengya.
The prince's consort cried out in horror, rushing towards her. Who among parents would not feel heartbroken seeing their daughter in such a state? The prince remained silent, his gaze fixed on Li Yunsheng, unable to comprehend how a joyous banquet could lead to the disgrace of his two daughters. Their tarnished reputations could be remedied with a simple act, but the reputation of the prince's household was equally at stake. Where would he find the face to show after this? The onlookers, both curious and scandalized, absorbed every detail of the unfolding drama. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the anguished cries of the prince's consort. Although Lingling was shielded by Ryong and Qin Yanyi, she could still hear the lamentations of the prince's consort. Who could be so bold? How dare they commit such acts within the palace, showing utter disdain for the royal family? Though she harbored disdain for the prince, until his true identity was revealed, he remained the emperor's son and bore the surname Li. Lingling felt a sense of embarrassment to share the same family name. At that moment, another eunuch entered to announce that Dr. Mu had arrived. Turning her gaze, Lingling spotted her fourth brother, still masked, as he preferred to maintain an air of mystery. However, Lingling sensed that he was concealing something. The prince's consort shook Li Yunsheng, but seeing she remained unresponsive, she urgently called for Dr. Mu. "Dr. Mu, please save my daughter." She rushed to Dr. Mu, nearly pulling him down to kneel at his feet. Dr. Mu glanced at the disheveled Li Yunsheng and hesitated. Perhaps it would be best to take the second miss back to her room and have her properly dressed first. He dared not examine Li Yunsheng in her current state, fearing the prince and his consort might hold him responsible and expect him to marry her. "Where is the eldest miss? I must check on her. We cannot delay in treating her poison." Dr. Mu sought an escape route. Let me accompany the doctor, Ryong offered. Li Lingling followed them as they made their way to Li Yunshu's side. As they departed, she observed the prince and his consort carefully wrapping their daughter before the prince carried her towards a nearby chamber. The consort commanded someone to hurry and fetch clothing. Qin Yanyi did not follow either party but instead instructed the crowd to disperse, allowing everyone to return home, declaring that the 100-flower banquet was concluded. Though the attendees were reluctant to leave, recognizing the unfolding drama, they gradually vacated the palace. Watching them depart, Qin Yanyi sighed deeply. Given the speed at which news spread through the capital, it was only a matter of time before the events of the day would be common knowledge by morning. At that point, not only would the prince's household bear the shame, but the entire royal family and the Qin clan would also suffer embarrassment. His parents would certainly have their hands full. With this thought in mind, Qin Yanyi made his way to the room where Li Yunshu lay. Dr. Mu had already treated her, confirming that she had indeed been poisoned, but the antidote was straightforward. For him, there was no poison he could not remedy. If there were, no one else in the world could either. Dr. Mu, Qin Yanyi bowed respectfully. Please inform me of the necessary herbs, and I will prepare them immediately. Li Lingling, aware of his concern, patted his shoulder in reassurance. Dr. Mu acknowledged Qin Yanyi's status as a friend of his third brother and was therefore less formal with him. There is a particular remedy. Once gathered and brewed into a medicinal bath, soaking for 2 hours daily for 7 days will eliminate the residual toxins within her body. Speaking thus, he had already instructed the palace maid beside him to prepare the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. Qin Yan nodded, appearing as if he had taken note. However, there was one more matter that required discussion with the prince and the princess. Where were they? Li Mu inquired once again. I shall seek them out immediately. Qin Yan replied succinctly, stepping out to find them. Just as he exited the room, Prince Jin approached, carrying the now-dressed Li Yunsheng. Qin Yan hurriedly welcomed them into the chamber. The palace maid and the Jin royal couple gently placed Li Yunsheng beside Li Yunshu. Li Mu then broached the matter he had intended to discuss earlier. Your Highness, if the prince and princess wish to preserve the life of the child within the eldest miss, may I kindly request the blood of its father? The moment the mention of the fetus was made, Prince Jin's expression darkened. Preserve what? This child is nothing but a scourge, destined to bring shame to our Jin manor. The others present murmured, is it not already a disgrace? We have only 2 daughters, and their reputations are ruined. This is scarcely different from annihilating the entire Jin family. Let us dispose of it. Let us dispose of it. The princess waved her hand in annoyance. Li Mu acknowledged the command with a nod. As the palace maid brought forth the paper and ink, he inscribed the necessary prescriptions for Qin Yan. This is the medicine for abortion. It must be administered immediately. Just 1 dose. Additionally, do not forget to summon a midwife. The remaining 2 prescriptions include one for post-miscarriage recuperation and the other for the herbal bath I mentioned earlier. Chapter 92. We shall meet again tomorrow. Holding the several prescriptions, Qin Yan was about to depart when he was halted by Prince Jin. For matters concerning childbirth and miscarriage, we can find someone at the royal manor. Today, the Jin family has already caused quite a stir in the palace. To have a midwife enter the palace for such matters is utterly improper. Not only would it incite the old emperor's ire, but even I find it somewhat excessive. Very well, then I shall bring the midwife to the manor. Qin Yan complied without further debate. The princess suddenly recalled that Li Mu had yet to examine Li Yunsheng, and hastily instructed Qin Yan to wait a moment and to procure prescriptions for both daughters.
Reluctantly, Li Mu took Li Yunsheng's pulse.
Typically, a physician would use a red thread to check a maiden's pulse, but given the circumstances, the Jin couple did not press for such formalities. She is not gravely ill. A brief rest will suffice. However, Qin Yan, please procure an additional dose of that abortion medicine. It would be best if the second miss also consumed a bowl. Li Mu's words were subtly veiled, yet everyone understood. Qin Yan nodded mechanically, bowed, and took his leave. The 2 young ladies were then escorted away by the household servants of the Jin family and the princess. This left Prince Jin to engage in pleasantries with Li Lingling, Li Mu, and Ru Yang, expressing gratitude for their presence today. After all, as a prince, it was quite commendable that he could utter a word of thanks. Yet, he had not forgotten his promise to Li Lingling. My dear girl, I mentioned that you could summon the esteemed physician Mu, which grants you a wish. Do you desire silver or a residence? Li Lingling smiled and shook her head. There is no rush. How about considering it as a personal favor owed to me by your highness? Prince Jin found this amusing, chuckling lightly. This young lady had quite the audacity to negotiate. Very well, I acquiesce. Thank you, your highness. Li Lingling performed a slight bow and added, Your Highness, barring unforeseen circumstances, we shall meet again tomorrow. She offered Prince Jean a mysterious smile and ceased further conversation. Ru Yong felt compelled to inquire. Third royal uncle. Is there anything that is required of me regarding today's events, particularly concerning grandfather and the other uncles? The implication of her question was whether Prince Jean needed assistance in maintaining secrecy. Prince Jean sighed, stating, "Let nature take its course, after all. Even if we were to conceal it, it would not last long. It is better to be forthright now." Lingling found his nonchalance rather intriguing. Very well.
Ru Yang understood.
She also bowed in acknowledgement. Shortly after the Jean family departed, the trio of Lingling, Ru Yang, and Li Mu exited the palace. Today's 100 Flowers banquet had indeed been the most raucous in history. Ru Yang gazed up at the sky, unable to contain a sigh of reflection. Li Mu also felt that the events of the day were excessively theatrical, as if orchestrated by unseen hands. Lingling shared the same sentiment. Where has Miss Chao San disappeared to? We haven't seen her since that brief encounter. I wonder how she is faring? I ought to pay her a visit soon. Ru Yang mentioned. Miss Chao San? This character seems quite pivotal. The carriage of Ru Yang conveyed the two siblings back to the Li residence. Upon entering the door, Lian appeared like a specter, materializing before them. The first words out of his mouth left them astounded. The Jean Manor is about to descend into chaos. Lingling and Lian. How does third brother have such keen insights? We just returned from the banquet, and he is already aware of the happenings at the Jean Manor? Seeing their astonished expressions, Lian glanced at Li Bai, who was leisurely sipping tea. He was the first to know. Lingling remarked. Indeed. What event could escape the eyes of the leader of the 100 Eyes Pavilion? The group settled into the room, and Li Bai poured tea for everyone. Second brother. Third brother, do you know who is behind this? Lingling inquired with curiosity. At present, it remains uncertain. However, the Jean couple has offended many, both openly and covertly. Over the years, numerous individuals are suspects. Li Bai took a sip of tea, speaking nonchalantly. Li Mu tapped his fingers on the teacup, his thoughts seemingly drifting elsewhere. After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke. The poison afflicting Li Yunshu originates from Nanshin, which is indeed quite challenging for an ordinary physician to remedy. The distance between Beixuan and Nanshin is considerable, suggesting that the perpetrator must possess significant influence. Lian chuckled lightly at this, retorting, "What influence? What cannot be found in the ghost market?" Li Mu, well aware of the logic, elaborated. Third brother, those who handle poisons are hardly ordinary individuals. If someone in the ghost market truly possessed such capabilities, why would they remain in such a place? Sensing that a dispute was about to arise between her brothers over this topic, Lingling hastily interjected. Whether or not such a thing exists in the ghost market, we can inquire about it another day, yes? After all, I have promised that Song Tower Master that I would assist them in training beasts. Mentioning this, everyone recalled that she was to visit the Jean Manor tomorrow, and concern filled their expressions. Tomorrow at the Jean Manor, shall we accompany you? Lian tentatively asked. There is no need. Who could possibly harm your sister? Besides, I have already made my presence known to the Jean couple today. I summoned the esteemed physician Mu for their daughter, and Prince Jean owes me a favor now. She truly needed to contemplate how to best utilize this favor for greater gain. After engaging in various conversations with her brothers, Lingling spent some time playing with the white tiger and the snowball. Fourth brother was indeed a miraculous healer, akin to the legendary Hua Tua, effortlessly treating even beasts. The white tiger's eyesight was nearly restored, and with a few more doses of medicine, it would be entirely healed. Lingling had previously asked Li Shurjiu to apologize to the white tiger, acknowledging that blinding its eyes was an unfortunate necessity for her survival. Both the human and the beast had attacked each other in desperation. They had never anticipated that just days ago, they were adversaries in the arena. And now they shared the same roof, serving the same master. The white tiger lay on the ground, and Lingling reclined against it, leisurely perusing an illustrated book. She needed to unwind her mind. Tomorrow, she would have to engage in a battle of wits with the cunning Prince Jean. After dinner, she returned to her room in the rear courtyard. Li Shurjiu stood silently at her door, seemingly waiting for her intentionally. Upon her return, Li 19 stepped forward and respectfully inquired, I have heard that you intend to visit the Jean Wangfu alone tomorrow. May I accompany you? In recent days, he had gathered some information regarding the Jean prince from Shuang and other servants, including the fact that the prince had previously sent threats to Minister Chen, which only heightened his concern for Lingling's safety. However, upon witnessing his apprehension, Lingling merely smiled dismissively. You are still quite young, and your martial skills are not particularly formidable. What assistance could you possibly provide by accompanying me? Li 19 felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at her words. Yet he quickly responded with sincerity. Even if it means serving as a mere human shield for you, to protect you from harm, I would gladly do so. Li Lingling let out a soft laugh, finding humor in his earnestness. Indeed, those who pledged their loyalty to her and her siblings were all fiercely devoted. Such loyalty could be considered a stroke of fortune for her in leaving home.